Am I really a good person? Inside the Met God bar, Hiroaji posed the question to his best friend Sha-Chang. In order to buy that bouquet of golden roses said to have been imported from Mars, Hiroaji had no choice but to work at this seedy mixed crowd bar for 3 months, even drawing in advance on his wages just to afford it. Yet the girl treated him like a piece of stinking dog shit. Because it was Valentine's Day, the bar was packed with couples clinging to each other and kissing, some even indulging in indecent acts right there in public. The few single women present were all wild, seductive girls in provocative outfits, clearly not the type who existed for a poor guy like Hiroaji. The sight only made Hiroaji more depressed. Sha-Chang, however, was anything but stupid. His IQ reached 157 and his mental power index an astonishing 189. He was on a level utterly incomparable to a low-intelligence man like Hiroaji, whose IQ was only 98 and whose mental power was a mere 35. Sha-Chang was one of those genius children every school seemed to have, wearing thick bottle-bottom glasses, dressed in a perfectly proper uniform, always holding a massive tome by Einstein or Hawking in his hands, an existence that seemed almost unbelievable. Yet in another sense, Sha-Chang really was quite naive. When Hiroaji finally took out the deluxe disc of his most adored adult actress Sawai, May, which he had treasured for years, and shared it with Sha-Chang, only then did Sha-Chang truly understand how the female body was structured. By that time, he was already 18. Sha-Chang was diligently wiping down the bar counter and nodded solemnly. You are a good person, that's for sure. Damn it, even you say that. In what way am I inferior to that bastard Johnny? He's just a mech knight. Despite his words, Hiroaji knew that even putting aside family background and looks, just the fact that Johnny was a mech knight meant he could never surpass him. When humanity finally broke free of Earth and began to roam the entire galaxy, they found themselves facing dangerous planets teeming with mutated life forms, not to mention the threats of radiation and cosmic storms. The old-style spacesuits were far too bulky. About 500 years ago, scientists finally developed a new type of spacesuit designed for combat on frontier colony worlds, Interstellar mecha. These new suits were as solid and agile as ancient suits of armor, but enhanced with bioengineered electronic neurons and control systems, allowing their pilots to become fearsome mech knights. It was by relying on the ferocious combat strength of mech knights that humanity swept aside native species on countless planets, and before Earth's resources were exhausted, sent the majority of its population into space. In a certain sense, mech knights were the saviors of the entire human race. Wherever they went, they were the greatest heroes in people's hearts and the objects of countless young girls' secret dreams. Yet becoming a qualified mech knight was anything but easy. Aside from outstanding physical fitness, one had to master advanced martial arts developed specifically for mecha combat. More importantly, to interface with the electronic neurons, one needed exceptionally powerful mental strength. An ordinary person's mental power reading was usually between 90 and 110. Through training, they could reach the minimum requirement of 130 for mech knights. Hiroaji, however, was born deficient with a mental power only 1/3 that of a normal person. Although this did not affect his daily life, it meant his dream of becoming a mech knight was shattered. What was worse, his motor nerves were severely underdeveloped. His muscle strength and reflex speed were 3 to 4 times lower than the minimum required of a mech knight, and even only half that of an average person. His fate seemed sealed. He was destined to be a useless goot for nothing in this life. An urge to cry welled up in Hiroaji's chest, for in this world, there are some things that cannot be changed no matter how hard you try, just like how he had been born unfit to become a mech knight. What use was any amount of effort? Enough talk. Let's just focus on doing a good job as bar waiters. That's a very promising career for us. The matter of mech knights can wait. Sha-Chang scrubbed the glass with extra force, then suddenly said, There's a girl over there who looks drunk. Go take a look. Hiroaji looked in the direction Sha-Chang pointed, and his eyes instantly lit up. In the very center of the bar on a sofa sat a voluptuous girl alone, dressed in revealing clothing. Her hair was a full head of green, and on her left earlobe a delicate butterfly tattoo stood out. Her face was flushed, perhaps she was drunk. 7 or 8 empty bottles of high-proof liquor lay scattered before her. A skimpy black leather jacket barely covered the most private parts of her body, making one worry it might split apart at any moment. A pair of beautiful legs wrapped tightly in purple stockings stretched out from beneath an ultra-short skirt. One black leather shoe dangled from her slender foot, swinging lazily back and forth. Hiroaji suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. She should be fine. It's just drunkenness. Someone will take care of her. Before he could finish, 2 vicious-looking thugs approached from both sides. Tattoos snaked out from their sleeves and collars. One was missing half an ear, and the other bore a gruesome scar across his face. The 2 furtively lifted the drunken girl and started to leave. Hiroaji hurried after them, forcing a smile as he asked, Gentlemen, is this young lady with you? Get lost. One of the thugs shot Hiroaji a murderous glare. Hiruaji trembled all over and hastily stepped aside. The thug sneered in contempt and, still supporting the girl, strode out without a backward glance. As their car disappeared at the far end of the road, Hiruaji felt a wave of dejection. In his heart, he thought, I really am a coward. I didn't even dare ask one more question. He let out a bitter laugh. Someone like me has what right to dream of becoming a cosmic knight, what right to compete with Johnny? Suddenly courage surged in Hiruaji's heart. He quietly took out his phone and dialed the police station. Hello? I suspect someone has kidnapped a woman. A sharp pain exploded in his body. A hulking man had somehow appeared behind him, coldly twisting his hand. With a light wrench, agony shot through Hiruaji, and his whole body convulsed. You little bastard, daring to meddle in my business. Tired of living. A stabbing pain tore through Hiruaji's head, and everything went black as he lost consciousness. On the outskirts of Bihua City, beside an unnamed river, industrial wastewater had turned the river black, and the air was thick with the stench of sulfur. The ground near the river was all fetid, reeking sludge. Dragged from the car by two thugs, Hiruaji's head felt heavy and foggy. Only one thought echoed in his mind: I'm going to die, I'm going to die. In an instant, images of his parents flashed through his mind, followed by the bright, lovely figure of Yi Wei, which swayed before his inner eyes again and again, until finally it dissolved into the image of that nameless, drunken girl from the bar. Hiruaji could not help cursing silently. If that girl hadn't drunk herself stupid, he wouldn't have been so easily tricked into this mess. How else would he have ended up meddling? But when he recalled that he had at least dared to call the police, a faint excitement stirred in his chest. At the very least, he had done the right thing in this matter. Others could no longer say he was a useless coward. This little brat had some guts just now, but now he's like a spineless coward, one of the thugs sneered. Hiruaji growled through his teeth. I am not a coward. Ha ha ha. The thug burst into loud laughter, then drew a pistol from his waistband and aimed it at Hiruaji's head. With a click, he chambered around. Terrified, Hiruaji collapsed to his knees on the spot, not even caring about the stench of the sludge beneath him. The two thugs laughed together. And you still say you're not a coward? I'm not a coward. I'm going to become the strongest person there is. Hiruaji shouted at the top of his lungs. The thug kicked him hard to the ground, then yanked up his shirt to reveal a crisscrossing tapestry of scars across his torso. Damn it. How dare you call yourself the strongest? Look at these scars on my body. Heh. I could slit your throat as easily as cutting down a dog, but I'd rather not sully these hands. Brother 2, let's give this brat a proper welcome. Teach him once and for all not to meddle in other people's affairs. Chuckling, the two thugs fell upon Hiruaji with fists and kicks. These were professional brutes. Every strike was vicious, precise, and merciless. They paid no heed to Hiruaji's desperate cries, beating him until his form was barely recognizable, before finally stepping back satisfied. Then abruptly unzipping his trousers, one urinated directly over Hiruaji before strolling away, whistling a Johnny tune. Hiruaji lay sprawled in icy, fetid mud, swarming with cockroaches and crawling insects. The acrid stench of urine choked his breath. Dozens of blows had fractured bones throughout his body, but the physical agony paled beside the searing shame that consumed his soul. The thugs were right, he was a coward. True, most people would have knelt and begged for mercy when confronted by such a mob. Yet precisely because of that, beautiful girls would never so much as glance their way. The memory of Yi Wei being snatched away by that insufferably arrogant Johnny pierced Hiruaji's heart like a blade. He recalled how as children Yi Wei had been inseparable from him. Even napping side by side on the same bed was commonplace. Whenever he was bullied in middle school, it was always Yi Wei who came to his rescue, sometimes even binding his wounds with her delicate handkerchief. He had watched Yi Wei grow from girlhood into womanhood, the sole witness to every milestone: her first bra, her first menstrual cycle, knowing each intimately down to the finest detail. Yet now she had been torn from him, irrevocably lost. A searing hatred burned within him. Shakily, Hiruaji rose to his feet. Beneath the vast starlit sky, a tranquil river shimmered faintly in the distance, as if beckoning the despondent to surrender themselves to its embrace. Like one entranced, he drifted slowly toward the river, his mind haunted by Johnny's smug, handsome face. For an ordinary person, transforming one's character and striving upward might yet offer a sliver of hope to win Yi Wei back someday. But Johnny was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, a noble scion whose looks, lineage, and character were all peerless. How could he possibly compete? Better to die. Perhaps in the next life, he might be stronger. His distorted reflection rippled across the obsidian surface of the river. A cold wind swept across the water, stirring bubbles that coalesced into eerie, spiraling vortices. Hiruaji shivered, recalling a chilling legend. In the distant Middle Ages, this land had been a narrow, desolate valley. There dwelled a malevolent sorceress who committed unspeakable atrocities and possessed the unholy power to resurrect the dead. With this dark art, she raised an undead legion of skeletal warriors and demons to wage war against humanity. Ultimately, she was vanquished by a human army led by the Church of Light, the most harrowing battle ever told in legend. After that final clash, all magic vanished from the earth. Only then did humanity awaken to the power of science, ushering in the steam age, the electrical age, and finally the present cosmic age. That cataclysmic conflict became known as the Lost Twilight. Yet the sorceress's undead legions refused to accept defeat. Rumor held that their shadows still wandered the city of Baihua, especially near this foul, stagnant river. Hiroaji had always scoffed at such tales. He was no native of this continent. When Earth's resources neared exhaustion, great powers clashed in a war for survival. All pre-existing nations collapsed. Humanity then turned its gaze skyward, founding new colonies and civilizations aboard orbital satellites. On Earth itself, a global unity emerged. Widespread ecological devastation rendered many regions uninhabitable, forcing diverse peoples to migrate toward habitable continents. Fortunately, populations remained sparse, so ample settlement zones were designated for newcomers. Today, all are simply Earthborn humans, regarded by off-world colonists as backward bumpkins. Yet racial prejudice has all but vanished. Still, Hiroaji had never believed in Western phantoms or skeletal legions. Had the legends spoken of zombies or fox spirits, perhaps he'd have trembled. And now in this age of scientific triumph, when humanity sails among the stars, what nonsense were these tales of ghosts and skeletons? The river calmed. His bruised, swollen face stared back from its glassy surface, savage, grotesque, far from the visage of a gentle soul. Restless and agitated, he knew returning home like this would invite his parents' scolding, perhaps even ignite another all-night argument. Tomorrow at the academy, Yi Wei would surely see him and tenderly tend his wounds. Perhaps her concern was genuine, but at that moment he could not bear to picture her face. I will no longer be a coward. He slammed his fist into the icy water, blurring his reflection. I refuse to be a coward. I refuse to be a good man. I will become the strongest person in the world. He screamed wildly into the wilderness. No one heard. He raged until his strength gave out, then collapsed onto the muddy bank, letting filth stain his body. Unnoticed by him, the riverbank began forming tiny vortices, each one a silent, watchful eye fixed unblinkingly upon him. He wiped his face with the frigid river water, washing away bitter tears. Enough. He sighed. This life has destined me to be kind, to be trampled, to remain forever loveless. Such is my fate. To live an ordinary life, graduate from the academy, endure a boss's exploitation, shrink into mediocrity, and one day watch even his own children regard him with disdain. Despair swallowed him whole. Just then something felt subtly wrong. The river water on his face should have evaporated quickly, or at least remained clear and fluid. Instead, it thickened, grew heavier, like viscous black resin, sealing his fingers and cheeks in suffocating layers. Terrified, he watched helplessly as the substance, alive with sinister intent, spread relentlessly, soon enveloping his entire body. He realized with horror that the resin oozed from the putrid river itself, somehow fused with the water without his noticing. The vortices emitted an uncanny hum, as if a colossal drain plug had been pulled from the riverbed, generating immense suction. Before he could cry out, the black resin flooded his mouth, surging deep into his lungs and bowels. A knife-like agony wrenched his gut, consciousness blurred, and he tumbled headlong into the water. He smiled bitterly inwardly what he lacked the courage to do himself this strange resin had accomplished. When tomorrow's headlines announced his suicide, perhaps Yi Wei would marvel, at last, at his bravery. Yet his parents would grieve deeply. His father, though no towering success, and his mother, though often sharp-tongued, loved him fiercely. He knew that well. But there was no escape now. His inept coordination had never mastered swimming, and the loathsome black resin held him fast. After a feeble symbolic struggle at the surface, he sank, gurgling, into the depths. Damn it! What monstrous mutation is this? Cursed factories, cursed waste. As he sank through the icy water, a faint luminescence bloomed before his eyes, revealing schools of fish darting through the murk. Life endured, tenacious beyond reason, even in this irradiated, poisoned river. He settled onto the riverbed, and there, deeper still, a pitch black eye gazed up at him from the abyss. From that eerie chasm, the black resin flowed. His flailing stirred up sediment, discarded relics swirling upward, shoes, toilet rings, dolls, and even a human skeleton. He thrashed desperately, water flooding his lungs, yet the black well held firm, dragging him inexorably into the netherworld. How long he tumbled through that dark maw, he could not tell, until suddenly all water vanished. Instead, air thick with blood and sulfur filled his lungs. He had pierced the riverbed and plummeted through a gaping hole in the sky above. He shrieked. Even in suicide, he'd never imagined dying this way. With a sharp crack, he struck the ground, Yet the black resin at the last instant stretched into a resilient elastic net that broke his fall. Even so, he lay dazed and disoriented, utterly unaware of where he was or what destiny now awaited him. Fate delights in such irony, offering a sliver of light only at humanity's darkest hour. And even that fragile hope demands relentless, unyielding effort to grasp. By then, Hiroaji would already walk a path utterly unlike the one he'd known, discovering in time that what he gained surpassed even his wildest dreams. Hiroaji felt as if every bone in his body had nearly shattered. Whether it was the joints in his hands and feet or the soft cavity in his abdomen, every part ached maddeningly. Hiroaji was not a particularly strong-willed person, and without caring whether anyone was watching, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Damn it, why are you playing me like this? Even if I have to die, at least let it be painless. This was a curse of Hiroaji's own invention, because swearing with phrases like damn it or what the hell could lead to a beating if heard by others. However, civilized curses like damn it were quite safe, ensuring that others would be left in confusion. After an unknown amount of time, Hiroaji finally mustered the strength to open his eyes. He noticed that the soil beneath him was actually purple, as if it had been stained with blood. I am AB, you are CD. Hiroaji exclaimed in shock, flipping over and suffering another wave of piercing pain that made him cry out for his mother. Alas, it was all his fault for not trying to be a good person, which led him to provoke that underworld boss. If it weren't for that, how could he have ended up in such a dire situation? Filled with regret, Hiroaji looked up at the sky. A purple haze floated above, obscuring the sunlight, and the black hole that appeared looked like a tiny pinhole gradually shrinking. It's over, it's over. I can't go back. Hiroaji cried in despair. He didn't understand what had happened. It must have been something terrifying and bizarre, but such things had happened to him far too often. For instance, sitting in the bathroom, minding his own business, only to have a bucket of cold water poured over him for no reason. Wasn't that terrifying? Or standing up to answer a teacher's question only to find that his chair was covered in superglue when he sat back down, forcing him to carry the entire chair home. How strange was that? Receiving a brand new mini camera as a birthday gift from his dad, only to have it stolen by classmates the next day, who then used it to secretly film in the girls' bathroom. In the end, it was Hiroaji who was blamed because it was his camera. As a result, no woman was willing to speak to him throughout high school. How terrifying was that? Growing up in such a hellish existence, Hiroaji adopted calmness as his motto and stability as his life guide. Always prepared for more misfortune, that was his bold declaration. Hiroaji finally stood up unsteadily. He took a couple of deep breaths and realized he was in a narrow valley. The valley, filled with jagged rocks, had no trees and showed no signs of animal life. On the horizon stood a massive dead tree, as if struck by lightning, casting only a black silhouette. Next to the tree stood a Gothic castle that looked ready to tumble. When Hiroaji turned his gaze to the left, no matter how steady he was, he couldn't help but scream. On the ground to his left lay a gigantic skeletal dragon, appearing as large as a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Its tightly knit bones gleamed, smeared with traces of blood, looking grotesquely terrifying. A fossil, Hiroaji muttered to himself. However, after circling around the skeletal dragon, he confirmed that it was definitely not a fossil, as fossils could not remain so perfectly preserved, and the overwhelming aura emanating from the skeleton demanded acknowledgement. This was a living dragon. An absurd thought surged in Hiroaji's mind. It was impossible. How could there be an animal that was just a skeleton, yet still alive? To dispel his fear, Hiroaji laughed out loud, placing a hand on the dragon's thigh while turning to survey the valley. Then he saw the ground littered with corpses. About 10,000 human soldiers' bodies lay at the narrow entrance of the valley, their blood forming a purple river that gradually submerged the ground, while the cold wind carried the soldiers' souls, emitting desperate howls. Hiroaji's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the ground, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. At that moment, he felt the walls around him suddenly shift. The neck of the skeletal dragon bizarrely straightened, and a dark red, ghostly fire ignited within its skull. Ah, a meal. The skeletal dragon yawned, a gust of wind erupting from its mouth, knocking Hiroaji over. Hiroaji could clearly see its teeth, and even the smallest of them was thicker than his thigh. Was this for real? Woo-woo. It's all just an illusion, it won't scare me. Hiroaji shouted loudly. As the dragon's massive jaws drew nearer, Hiroaji closed his eyes, ready to accept death, when suddenly a very elegant and gentle voice sounded from behind him. Wait, Gilate. The skeletal dragon was visibly displeased, opening its mouth. Fresh food. I haven't had such fresh food in 5,000 years. Mu and I said, but this won't do. This human is related to the reincarnation of the queen. Hearing the word queen, even a creature as formidable as the skeletal dragon had to submit. It squatted down in front of Hiroaji, extending a green, ghostly fire from its mouth, licking Hiroaji all over like a tongue. Humans are such delicious things, what a pity. The skeletal dragon said somewhat dejectedly, then slowly lay down on the ground, its ghostly fire disappearing again, falling asleep. Only then did Ruoji catch his breath, turning around with tears in his eyes. Mu and I was wrapped in a gray robe, with even her face deeply buried in darkness. "Where's this place?" Ruoji bravely asked. The words she spoke resembled English, but with many complex variations. There were many things he couldn't quite understand, but they could communicate somewhat. Mu and I nodded slightly, bowing gentlemanly. "This is the realm of the Dark Queen, the deepest city of darkness, guarded by a loyal army of spirits." Ruoji's mouth fell open, his expression full of surprise. Sorry, I really don't understand what is happening. You know, today is Valentine's Day. I had a bit to drink, and am still a bit dizzy. Where is the exit?" Mu and I smiled. "This place is the middle ground connecting life and death. Unless one possesses advanced necromancy, it is extremely difficult to enter and exit easily. So I am quite curious as to why a normal person like you could enter this place." Ruoji felt wronged. "I don't understand why I would end up here either." Mu and I raised a finger adorned with a deep black leather glove, not revealing even an inch of skin. "There is only one possibility. The land of the dead is a spiritual realm constructed from intense resentment. Unless you are a man with very strong resentment, you attracted the resonance of the Dark Valley, bringing you here. I can cast a small spell to determine how much resentment is stored within you, which led to this incredible event. Then let us examine him at once, Mr. Muni." Muni nodded and traced an eerie inverted pentagram in the air with a single finger. A resplendent magical sigil instantly enveloped Ruoji, suffusing his form with a pallid ashen hue. Muni murmured incantations under his breath, and the magical sigil tightened around Ruoji like constricting ropes. Hey, Mr. Muni. What on earth? This hurts." Where the arcane array touched his skin, searing agony flared as though scorching fire licked his flesh, and Ruoji cried out in anguish. Undeterred, Muni accelerated his chant voice, growing more urgent by the second. "It hurts so much. Who are you? What do you intend to do?" Ruoji ground his teeth, the excruciating pain seeming to pierce past his skin deep into his very marrow, straight to the core of his being. At last Ruoji could bear it no longer. He thrust his arms outward. Yet under Muni's relentless incantation, the magical diagram only coiled tighter. A standoff ensued, neither yielding an inch. "I'll curse your ancestors." Ruoji roared, and with a violent tremor of his body shattered the oppressive array clinging to him into glittering fragments. Muni grunted sharply and staggered backward. Even Jellet, the skeletal dragon beside him, snapped open his eyes once more, staring at Ruoji with stunned, incredulous awe. Ruoji blinked, dazedly scratching the back of his head. He had never imagined possessing such strength. Just moments before, an inexplicable surge of power had coursed from his mind throughout his entire body, imbuing him with explosive, raw vitality. Impossible, utterly impossible. Muni muttered to himself, scrambling hastily to his feet and rushing forward to inspect Ruoji's body from head to toe. To think that a mere human vessel could harbor such overwhelming resentment. "You are a good person. What formidable incantation is this? Why does your inner resentment multiply geometrically each time those words strike your ears? Truly astonishing." Muni abandoned all composure and shouted aloud. Ruoji remained thoroughly bewildered. "Mr. Muni, what exactly is this resentment?" Muni nodded slowly, still unable to rein in his emotion, and explained fervently, "Resentment. That is the very foundation of our undead race. Ordinarily, when humans or animals perish, if their minds retain profound, unrelenting resentment, they may rise again as undead beings, reanimated spirits bound to this world by wrath and sorrow. This, Ruoji had meant to protest. Modern science was well established, and he himself held advanced academic training. Such supernatural phenomena seemed wholly implausible. Yet glancing at the living skeletal dragon lying beside him, he faltered, suddenly feeling rather uneasy. Muni continued, "Resentment is measured in crystals. An ordinary human harbors roughly 100 crystals of resentment. Those who die amid carnage bearing over 200 crystals may become skeleton soldiers. 500 or more grant transformation into liches, masters of necromantic arts, and those exceeding 1,000 crystals may ascend to command as death lords, the sovereign generals of the undead legions. Even Jellet, this ancient bone dragon, carries but 3,000 crystals of resentment. Then how many crystals dwell within me?" Ruoji asked timidly. Muni replied, brimming with exhilaration, "A staggering 3,900 crystals." "Well, I'm afraid I don't quite grasp it. What does that mean exactly?" Ruoji wore an expression of utter bewilderment. "It means you are a born warrior of the Skeleton Legion, a ancient prodigy of our undead kin." Ruoji broke into cold sweat. After all that talk, it turned out he'd already perished, and worse fate condemned him to become a skeleton soldier. As for skeleton soldiers, he might never have seen one in reality, but he'd battled countless in games. Hideous and terrifying, yes, but most damningly, they were notoriously fragile. Even an average person wielding a hammer, a broom, or even a toilet plunger could dispatch several with ease. Was he destined to become such a feeble ghost? Hiruaji sank into gloom. All I wish is to go home, Mr. Muni. He sighed deeply. If I truly am dead, then let me pass quietly, please. I hold no interest whatsoever in becoming a skeleton soldier. Such creatures win only through sheer numbers, dozens swarming a single foe, utterly disposable. One more or one less makes no difference at all. Is that so? A faint chilling edge of fury edged Muni's voice as he stepped slowly toward Hiruaji and began removing his long robe. Hiruaji's eyes widened in shock. Before him stood a man devoid of muscle or skin, nothing but a gleaming skeletal frame wreathed entirely in flickering Vilethud's soul fire, forming a figure both grotesque and terrible. Muni was a skeleton soldier. Hiruaji nearly wet himself. He hadn't expected Muni himself to be a useless skeleton soldier, but now gazing upon that towering spectral form, he knew full well he couldn't possibly overpower him with casual bravado. Muni was no common grunt. He was undoubtedly a skeleton commander or higher. Muni's soul fire erupted violently. Do you presume I am some lowly foot soldier who relies on overwhelming numbers? Then let us settle this in single combat. This marked Hiruaji's second challenge to duel that day, and both times his own provocation had sparked it. Clearly he would need to assess adversaries far more carefully in future, never rashly engage unless he possessed full knowledge of their strength. Muni moved with ghostly swiftness. Before Hiruaji could react, two crushing blows landed, one across his face, another against his ribs. Each fist carried terrifying force, swelling his already porcine features into grotesque, bulbous deformities. Merely beholding a living skeleton had left him trembling with terror, let alone fighting one. After absorbing several brutal strikes, Hiruaji finally succumbed, hurtling backward with a heavy thud. Muni's cold, bony foot pressed down hard upon Hiruaji's face. The skeleton commander spoke, voice glacial and commanding. Behold, this is the power of an undead scion. Mouth full of dirt and grit, Hiruaji could utter no reply. Muni continued, we skeleton soldiers possess no human musculature or sinews, nor do we wield human cunning or stratagems. Even our bones, the sole pillars of our existence, are brittle, ever on the verge of collapse. Our weapons, rust-eaten scrap, broken swords, and corroded spears. Yet with such frail forms we still dare to clash with robust, fully armored humans, because burning fiercely within us is an unyielding flame. Hiruaji struggled desperately, and deep within an unfamiliar resonance stirred. An unyielding flame. Could such a fire also burn within him? Muni said, in life we were but common warriors. Our fists lacked the speed of martial masters, our swordsmanship paled before elite bladesmen, and against mages we fled for our lives. Yet our will to fight, that remained unbroken, undiminished, not one iota weaker than theirs. A mortal's strength is finite, but his will is infinite. One who wields great power, yet possesses a fragile heart, is nothing but a coward. And you are a coward through and through. Muni delivered his verdict cold and absolute. At that very instant, a tremendous force surged beneath Muni's foot. Hiruaji wrenched himself free, throwing Muni off balance and toppling him backward. I am not a coward. Hiruaji roared, and a vortex of black wind coalesced around his body. Muni nimbly somersaulted several times in midair, then smirked with faint disdain. Returning home is not impossible, but you can no longer appear in that world as a human. Huh. Hiruaji's voice trembled with despair. But, Muni said, if you become a warrior of my race, there remains a way to persist within that world, and I swear you shall live far better than before. Never again shall anyone call you a coward. Never again shall anyone call me a coward. Hiruaji repeated, a flame igniting deep within his chest. Yet to exist as a skeletal soldier, that was simply too much to bear. As if reading his thoughts, Muni chuckled, rest assured, we will not transform you into the form of a skeletal soldier. You currently dwell in a liminal state between life and death. Such a transformation lies beyond even our reach. Then what do you intend to do? Hiruaji asked, puzzled. Muni replied, we must execute an exceedingly perilous mission in the mortal realm. One whose crux is a human loyal to the Dark Empress, masterful in both skeletal martial arts and necromantic sorcery. This human must safeguard the Dark Empress upon her reincarnation. What say you? Hiruaji listened, utterly bewildered, yet he seized upon the most critical points. When may I return? And how long must I serve you? Once you complete the full cultivation path of the undead clan, you may depart the abyssal desolation. As for the duration of your service, it depends entirely on the final outcome of the mission. Hiroaji fell silent, lost in thought for a long while. Suddenly Muni conjured a sheet of white parchment from thin air densely inscribed with Latin script. In a voice dripping with hypnotic allure, Muni whispered, "Come now, sign it. Sign this covenant, and I vow to forge you into the strongest being this world has ever known." Perhaps those 4 words, the strongest being, struck a chord deep within him. Perhaps long-simmering resentment surged forth. Whatever the cause, Hiroaji's mind flared with impulsive resolve. Without hesitation, he seized a quill, dipped it into his own blood, and boldly signed his name at the bottom of the contract. Ha 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 ha. Muni erupted into a triumphant, sinister laugh. The contract burst into ethereal black flame, crumbling into ash, then swirled violently into Hiroaji's chest, coalescing into a pure black spiraling sigil over his heart. "What is this?" Hiroaji cried out in shock. Muni leaned in, voice hushed and enigmatic. "This is our covenant. From this day forth you are the lowest-ranking skeletal soldier under the Dark Empress. Should you ever defy it, you shall be forever bound to the abyssal desolation." No, surely not. A mere foot soldier. Hiroaji had imagined something altogether different. Like scenes from novels, Muni casually bestowing 60 years of cultivation power, after which he'd joyfully escape this accursed place and return to the mortal world. Perhaps my phrasing was imprecise. You are not yet even a foot soldier. Rather, you are now the personal servant of Bone Dragon Jellet. Yes, you shall serve him for 1 year. Remember, never ever disobey your master. Jellet's eye sockets blazed with crimson necrotic fire and offered Hiroaji a distinctly unsettling friendly smile. Then abruptly Hiroaji realized a devastating truth. He was utterly catastrophically foolish. From beginning to end he hadn't understood a single word of the contract, yet he'd still signed his name in blood. A damning act of folly. Who knew what monstrous tasks these aberrations would demand of him? He recalled hearing of international drug cartels exploiting unwitting civilians, slitting open bellies to conceal narcotics within living flesh. He remembered reports of terrorist cells implanting explosives in children too young to comprehend danger, turning innocents into walking bombs. Sigh, and now he had bound himself, not to criminals, but to entities far more uncanny, the undead. Who could have foreseen it? In this age of cosmic expansion, when humanity commands starships and colonizes distant galaxies, children everywhere wield plasma rifles against pixelated skeletons on PS114 consoles, while he cursed an absurd must serve a bone dragon. Damn it all. Watermelon and pineapple. It's worse than durian, worse than flight itself. And even if every word they spoke were true, Hiroaji felt no elation whatsoever. After all, this is the cosmic age, where young women idolize armored knights who pilot colossal mechs across uncharted colony worlds, battling alien beasts that invade the 5 stellar domains. Hell, if he summoned even 2 skeletal soldiers on a public street, he'd be beaten senseless as some interstellar xenomorph. He wouldn't even know how he died. And this so-called Dark Empress, who was she really? Some leather-clad dominatrix wielding a whip of bleached bone. Yes, entirely plausible. After millennia spent amid nothing but skeletons, madness would be the mildest possible outcome. In short, he had been thoroughly deceived, becoming the strongest being in the universe. If skeletal soldiers truly reigned supreme, they wouldn't be hiding like vermin in this wretched abyss. Still, had force been used, he would have had no recourse. He could only submit. That was simply who he was, a man without backbone. Cowardice had seeped into his marrow, deep, irreversible, woven into his very bones. Food. Scrape the mud off my feet, now, or I'll devour you whole. Bone Dragon Jellet raged anew. Hiroaji snapped out of his reverie, grabbed a basin of fresh blood in one hand and a brush fashioned from human hair in the other, and dashed forward. His primary duty was simple: dip the brush in blood and scrub away the grime clinging to Jellet's bony limbs. Truth be told, Jellet proved a far more tolerable master than some of the men Hiroaji had once served. At least the dragon never glued his chair or interrupted him mid-defecation. So long as Jellet's skeleton gleamed spotless, he raised no complaints. Even so, mastering this seemingly trivial task took Hiroaji months. Recalling what followed that fateful day still sent chills down his spine. That day, upon sealing the Covenant, skeleton Commander Muni dissolved into a wisp of dust and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Bone Dragon Jellet resumed his deep slumber, utterly ignoring Hiroaji. Hey, 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 Hiroaji shouted desperately toward the sky. Mr. Muni, where am I to dwell? What, pray tell, am I meant to eat? Damn it. Surely these skeletal soldiers don't require sustenance at all. How could he possibly endure this? Muni offered no reply. Instead, icy raindrops began descending from the heavens, soft at first, then swelling swiftly into a torrential downpour. Gales lashed forth, hurling pea-sized raindrops with brutal force, nearly knocking the breath from Hiroaji's lungs. Despair washed over him. Glancing toward the distant castle, he dragged himself forward step by weary step toward that lone haven. By now nearly 3 or 4 hours had passed since his arrival in this eerie realm, and his stomach had begun to gnaw with hollow pangs. Under the relentless deluge, the valley floor softened into a treacherous, sucking marsh. Rainwater coalesced into rivulets that severed the path to the castle entirely. He cursed aloud, spitting venom at Johnny the Black Dragon, Elder Skeleton, Commander Muni, and even Bone Dragon Jellet, before turning his wrath inward, berating himself with equal ferocity. Never in his life, from birth until this very moment, had he endured such grueling pilgrimage. Worse still, his destination remained impossibly remote, its arrival shrouded in uncertainty. He walked and walked, until twilight bled into star-strewn night, yet the castle appeared no larger, no nearer than before. He lost count of how many times he'd tumbled into mud pits, his clothes were shredded by jagged stones, and scabs on fresh wounds split open, once more weeping thin crimson blood. The rain itself seemed laced with corrosive essence. Its touch upon his wounds ignited searing, unbearable agony. Twice overwhelmed beyond endurance, he flailed wildly in the mire, singing at the top of his lungs, a desperate, cathartic howl against unspeakable pain. He staggered through the valley like a madman, roaring into the void, stumbling blindly, even crawling on hands and knees. In the end, he collapsed utterly, flat upon the cold earth like a pale, writhing caterpillar, pressing his belly into the chill mud to soothe the burning wounds, inching forward with agonizing rhythmic undulations. As night receded and the eastern horizon flushed faintly rose gold, a fragile hope stirred within him. Surely he must be nearing it. He strained his neck upward, gazing once more toward the castle, and froze dumbstruck. It still hung impossibly distant, tiny, unchanging, while Bone Dragon Jellet slept soundly beside him, as if his entire night's torment had carried him not a single inch forward. A ghostly barrier. He sank face first into the muck, staring blankly up at the kaleidoscopic sky. The rain had ceased, unseen, unheralded, and even here in this veil of death the air shimmered with the delicate, vital melody of life. Every ounce of strength had fled. His stomach burned as though hollowed out, utterly numb, utterly empty. Suddenly he longed to weep, and so he did, sobbing aloud without restraint. What sin had he committed to warrant such suffering? Bone Dragon Jellet had roused himself somehow, now looming over Hiroaji with quiet scrutiny. Human, this is the liminal realm between life and death. There is no savory fare as known in your world, and we the undead require no food to persist. We draw sustenance solely from the resentment of others. Over there lie many fallen soldiers. You may seek your meal among them. What? Hiroaji blinked, stunned. I'm supposed to absorb resentment from corpses? Hey, hell, was this truly how he would feed henceforth? What then distinguished him from a ghoul? The bone dragon snorted, then lumbered toward the vast field of human soldiers' remains. With a thunderous yawn, it unleashed a jet of chilling violet-black flame, lifting 7 or 8 corpses aloft in its vortex. From each corpse's skull, emerald luminescence detached, dancing violently midair before being drawn like smoke into the dragon's maw. Having finished its repast, the bone dragon ambled back beneath the valley's sheer cliff face, and fell instantly asleep once more. Hiroaji stood paralyzed, speechless. Gagging, he forced himself closer to the dead. Across the canyon mouth lay tens of thousands of human soldiers, faces contorted, eyes wide with raw, unspent defiance. Yet far more terrifying was the palpable aura of resentment hanging thick above the battlefield, a crushing, sentient weight. Damn it all, the hell is this place? With so many corpses staring back, I'll either go mad or die within 2 months. He spat the curse with vicious relish. Since arriving in this realm, his temperament had grown markedly bolder, swearing freely, unburdened by witness or consequence. Cursing, he discovered, was intoxicating, raw, cathartic, and served as his sole bulwark against encroaching dread. Stinking tomato, you died so grotesquely. Was having your waist severed truly that agonizing? You rotten banana, rotting right where you lie. Damn you, Muni. Stinking Muni. Just wait. I'll dismantle every bone in your body and feed them to dogs 1 year from now. For the first 2 days, terror kept him skirting the battlefield's periphery, vomiting at the sight of especially grisly cadavers. But familiarity bred grim indifference. Corpses, however horrifically mangled, guts spilled, skulls shattered, were ultimately just flesh and bone. With repetition, his heart hardened. To Hiroaji now the dead were no different from rocks, neither leaping to attack nor uttering eerie sounds. Far more revolting were the colossal maggots. They fed upon the dead, each one a grotesque worm-like monstrosity, lying dormant beneath soil and carrion erupting without warning. They rarely attacked humans, but their very appearance induced visceral nausea. Twice slick, squirming, putrid things had coiled around him, wet, soft, reeking, sensations too vile for even the most harrowing nightmares. Hiruaji resolved to arm himself. Selecting several corpses near his own stature, he stripped them of armor and leather garments. Amitba, esteemed master, your kindness shall surely be rewarded. Since you no longer require this attire, might I borrow it to modestly cover my form? Your noble deed guarantees swift passage to the western Pure Land. Perhaps even 72 celestial maidens await you there. He had no idea what he was saying. Yet an instinct persisted, that these corpses were not mere objects, but former beings possessing dignity and silent sentience. To commune with them demanded equality, not dominance. Donning the leather tunic and skirt fastening armor and helm, he drew a heavy battlesword and swung it twice with practiced flair. Peering into a stagnant puddle, he grinned. Yes, he bore the fierce, archaic bearing of an ancient warrior. Gurgle. His stomach growled anew. Exhaustion deepened under the weight of the armor. He plunged the sword into the mud beside him, folded his hands reverently, and murmured a low, solemn incantation. All lingering resentment, flow now into my belly. Whatever unfinished vows you bear, I swear to fulfill them. Strangely, as he spoke, emerald light rose from surrounding corpses, drifting weightless, then streamed into his abdomen. This was his method of absorbing resentment, self-invented. After all, isn't hunger the keenest teacher of ingenuity? Or perhaps his own inner resentment burned so fiercely it acted as a gravitational field, drawing weaker, scattered residues toward itself. Yet absorption was never one-sided. As he welcomed their resentment, he also felt the emotions embedded deep within each corpse. Defiance, hope, regret, profound aching love. Each soul held a fierce will to live, yet none possessed the potency to transcend death and rise as undead. They were, after all, ordinary mortals, unexceptional, unenlightened. Their dreams then would fall to him to realize. I killed. Hiruaji raised the battlesword and charged, fierce, exultant, against the monstrous maggot. These maggots, though repulsive in appearance, possess no offensive capabilities whatsoever. They subsist solely by secreting digestive enzymes to break down corpses, making them ideal prey for a feeble novice like Hiruaji to practice upon. Hiruaji felt not the slightest twinge of guilt for bullying such helpless creatures. After all, he had already endured this accursed world for over a month. He needed something to pass the time. He imagined each maggot as the person he loathed most, and struck with savage, unbridled glee. Johnny, you despicable, shameless, contemptible scum. You shall perish now. Just thinking of that insufferably arrogant man made his blood boil. He slashed, again and again and again, until a poor defenseless maggot was reduced to crimson pulp, filling him with fierce, unadulterated satisfaction. Even as blood and viscous green ichor spattered across his face, he paid it no mind. After all, he had spent more than a month here. What would strike ordinary mortals as utterly horrifying beyond the limits of psychological endurance was to Hiruaji merely child's play. A scornful chuckle sounded behind him. Skeletal dragon Gerald had awakened, unbeknownst to him, its two tattered bony wings rising upright from its spine. Though incapable of flight, they lent it a formidable, awe-inspiring presence. Brat, enjoying your solitary indulgence. Hiruaji glanced at the skeletal dragon with mild annoyance, and admittedly a quiet tremor of fear. Do not forget your station. Come at once and cleanse your master's body, Gerald declared haughtily. Yes, of course. With resigned sighs, Hiruaji surrendered to what would become an interminable era of servitude. At first he chafed bitterly at the indignity, but soon he found himself captivated by the dragon's astonishingly intricate skeletal architecture. In ordinary life forms, complex motion arises only through the coordinated interplay of bones, muscles, tendons, and organs. But the skeleton clan possesses only bone, bound together and animated by soul fire. Consequently, their ossified structures are far denser and more resilient than those of living beings. Thus, do not mistake a skeleton warrior for a mere human skeleton. Even the lowliest among them comprises no fewer than 450 individual bones. As for Gerald, a colossal skeletal entity, his form is assembled from precisely 12,573 bones. Each one demanded meticulous cleansing, driving Hiruaji perilously close to madness. Twice he dared to slacken his efforts, neglecting certain obscure, hard-to-reach bones, and Gerald, that monstrous overseer, detected the lapse instantly. The consequences were catastrophic. The beast erupted into a frenzy, kicking, stomping, and gnashing its terrible fangs, ripping Hiruaji limb from limb until he lay in scattered, grotesque fragments. Only then did Hiruaji realize within this realm true death held no dominion. His shattered form, drawn by some arcane force, reassembled itself seamlessly. Yet the terror of dissolution and the searing, excruciating pain remained agonizingly, undeniably real. Within the first fortnight of service, Hiruaji perished 36 times, averaging more than twice daily. Such was the sheer, overwhelming might of Gerald, even a well-intentioned pat on the shoulder meant, as praise could shatter ribs and end lives. At first the torment was unbearable, but gradually he grew accustomed. Now the sight of another's corpse stirred no particular unease in him. Not even the grisly spectacle of his own dismembered remains evoked more than a dull, indifferent numbness. Whenever frustration swelled, he sought solace in slaughtering giant maggots. Call him an escapist in AQ, whatever you will. But for a timid wretch like Hiruaji, bullied since childhood, without such psychological coping mechanisms, self-destruction would have been inevitable. Only after slowly acclimating to this existence did he begin to perceive the hidden exquisite mechanical elegance woven into Gerald's labyrinthine skeleton. From childhood, Hiruaji had studied mechanics, the modern discipline synonymous with mecha engineering, the science dedicated to designing, maintaining, and repairing starships and cosmic battle armors. Given his abysmal spiritual energy and physical frailty, mecha engineering became the sole viable vocation for a talentless youth like him. On screen, amid the dazzling chaos of interstellar combat, there always stood quiet, unsung technicians, steadfastly repairing cutting-edge armors for the heroic protagonists. The pinnacle of this craft was the creator, a master engineer capable of independently designing and forging cosmic mechas. Their societal prestige surpassed even that of elite mecha knights. Yet that exalted path demanded extraordinary spiritual aptitude. Take Xiao Chong, for instance. With just a spark more imagination, he might well ascend to creatorhood. Though lacking innate brilliance, Hiruaji had nonetheless devoted 8 years to mechanics. His father, recognizing his son's weak spiritual constitution early on, had deliberately steered him toward mechanical maintenance as a lifelong calling. His own profession too. Yet never before had he beheld such astonishing precision in mechanical artifice. Tens of thousands of bones interlocked with sublime ingenuity, a subtle shift in the tail's vertebrae triggered instantaneous resonance, even at the crown of the skull. No hyper-advanced synthetic chassis could rival such flawless organic synergy. Gerald, Hiruaji murmured, scrubbing diligently. Has anyone ever told you? Your bones are breathtakingly beautiful. By then, Hiruaji had served Gerald for 11 months. On the cusp of Mooney's imminent arrival to assign the next trial. Surely I'll learn skeletal martial techniques next, he mused, elated. Admittedly, brute force combat seemed obsolete in the spacefaring age, but mastering martial arts was infinitely preferable to endless menial drudgery. Gerald snorted, secretly pleased. Of course. The skeletal dragon swayed its skull proudly. I am the most powerful being in existence, my skeleton peerless in refinement. But, Hiruaji frowned. Your left forelimb exhibits microfractures impairing joint rotation, and your tail's persistent upward arch suggests a subtle misalignment there as well. And your wings, though designed for flight, are structurally chaotic, their bones misaligned beyond functional coherence. Before he could finish, Gerald roared in fury and crushed him beneath a single thunderous footfall. Wretched human, you dare slander the glorious Gerald. I am perfection incarnate, merely marred by treacherous foes. You will restore my body to pristine integrity, and until then you shall not depart. Freshly resurrected, Hiruaji let out a piercing shriek and collapsed into unconsciousness once more. Muni appeared. The skeleton commander remained as noble and elegant as ever, resembling a chivalric aristocrat from the medieval age, exuding an air of refined grace. His flowing black robe and the violet flames dancing around his form lent him an aura of eerie, enigmatic malevolence. Hiruaji asked in utter despair, Mr. Muni, Jalart said he would keep me here until I could repair him. Surely that can't be true. Really? Muni replied, visibly astonished. That is truly a dreadful revelation. Even the finest bone repair artisans of the umbral abyss cannot restore Jalart's skeletal frame. The architecture is simply too intricate. That bone dragon is utterly unreasonable. Exactly. Hiruaji nodded vigorously, tears of overwhelming emotion glistening in his eyes. He nearly cried out, understanding is everything. I merely pointed out minor flaws in his wings and tail. 2 bones were misaligned, causing structural interference with adjacent segments. 2 other areas were missing several bones entirely, and certain skeletal elements required subtle resizing or reshaping. After all, it was just an offhand suggestion. He could have ignored it entirely. Why must he detain me? I've already endured this place for a full year. I simply cannot bear it any longer. Had this occurred in the past, the timid Hiruaji would never have dared voice such demands so boldly, even when reason stood squarely on his side. Clearly that year had wrought profound change within him. Muni's spectral flames flared violently. You can actually discern where Jalart is damaged. Good heavens! Hiruaji, you are an ancient genius of the skeleton realm, a sovereign among skulls. Even our most accomplished bone repair masters were ignorant of Jalart's injuries. Truly extraordinary. A sudden chilling premonition gripped Hiroaji's heart. Muni nodded thoughtfully. Now I begin to understand why Jalart assigned you this seemingly impossible task. It appears you genuinely possess the requisite ability. So proceed as the bone dragon instructed. Persevere. I believe in you. No way. There's a contract. Per clause 17 of the covenant, Muni replied with a sinister smile. I retain absolute authority to amend any provision at will. Remember, never draft pacts with devils in Latin. Ha ha. With elegant poise he turned, and dissolved once more into a fine drifting dust. Truly the hallmark of infernal conduct. Hey wait, you soulless shriveled raisin, grapefruit you guava-faced fiend. Hiroaji erupted into furious invective. Muni's voice drifted down from the void above laced with quiet amusement. Should you require guidance, consult Old D. He shall instruct you in the sacred art of skeletal restoration. Old D. A violent cough shattered the silence. Startled, Hiroaji whirled around, only to find a new skeleton soldier standing behind him, having materialized without warning. The skeleton stooped deeply, its entire frame ancient and weathered, reminiscent of a frail elder in the mortal world. It leaned upon a crutch carved from a femur and bore a leather satchel brimming with tools. Ah, cough, cough. I'm Old D, young man. From this day forward, I shall train you in the mending of wounded skeletal brethren. The old skeleton spoke with solemn gravity. Hiroaji blinked stunned. Repair skeletal soldiers. Weren't they mere disposable thralls? And hadn't countless novels depicted them as self-assembling, summoned with a mere command, their scattered bones leaping obediently back into place? Old D gave a dry chuckle and gently patted Hiroaji's shoulder. Had Hiroaji not spent a year acclimating to this realm, such a gesture from a skeleton would have sent him into cardiac arrest. Elite skeletal warriors may coalesce their remains through sheer animosity, but common soldiers lack such power. They rely either on artisanal augmentation or on skilled bone repair masters like ourselves. Such a thing exists. Old D nodded gravely. Moreover, after fierce battle, many brothers cannot even rise unaided, let alone mend themselves. In those moments, we bone repair masters become indispensable. We are in essence physicians among the undead, bound by duty to heal and preserve life. The phrase, heal the wounded and save the dying, nearly made Hiroaji burst into laughter. Old D gestured toward the slumbering bone dragon Jalart. Yet Jalart's skeletal architecture is staggeringly complex. I am the foremost bone repair master in the umbral abyss, but my craft extends only to skeletons comprising fewer than 3,000 bones. For Jalart to entrust you with his restoration, well, that astounds even me. Hiroaji seethed inwardly. Damn it. The realm's greatest expert could handle no more than 3,000 bones, yet he was expected to reassemble tens of thousands. It was utterly impossible. Old D smiled faintly. Still, if the elders have sanctioned your training, they have placed faith in your potential. Perhaps, young man, you are destined to achieve the miraculous. Miraculous? Hiroaji sighed. Surviving your torment. That alone is the greatest miracle in existence. Though tormented in spirit, Hiroaji had long since reconciled himself to ill fortune. At least now another soul dwelled in the valley, someone with whom he might speak. And that in itself was no small comfort. For the past year, only the bone dragon had kept him company, and that indolent beast spent its days either absorbing resentment or sleeping soundly, exchanging scarcely a word with any human. Thus, over that solitary year, the once self-effacing Hiroaji had been compelled to converse incessantly with himself, lest he descend into utter madness. Old D, how did you become one of the undead? Hiroaji asked curiously. Of all the skeletal soldiers he'd encountered, Old D seemed the most grounded, worthy of inquiry. Old D slowly stroked the worn leather satchel at his waist and spoke with measured cadence. In life, I was a renowned blacksmith, the finest artisan in our village. One year the king's tax collectors descended upon us, levying exorbitant dues and beating numerous townsfolk senseless. My wife Funia possessed unwavering moral courage, so she confronted the tax collector directly. But he, captivated by her beauty, seized her forcibly and held her captive. At the time I was a coward. Though I knew full well my wife languished in his grasp, I trembled before the royal guard's blades and spears, hesitating an entire night before finally marching to the tax camp to demand her release. By then, all that remained was Funia's lifeless cold body. My anguish defies mortal comprehension. In that instant, I raged like a madman, charging headlong at the tax collector only to be pierced without mercy by his blade. Though my flesh perished, the inferno of wrath burning deep within my soul refused to fade. Even if it meant becoming a devil myself, I swore vengeance upon the royal army, and the vile tax collector's death would be my first decree. Fueled by that searing grudge, I arose again, as a skeletal soldier. My prior life as a blacksmith granted me instinctive mastery over skeletal restoration, and thus I served faithfully beneath the Dark Empress until the final cataclysmic war. His voice low and somber flowed like a dark river, quietly eroding Hiruaji's resolve. Clenching his teeth, Hiruaji silently vowed for this sorrowful elder's sake he would master the sacred art of skeletal restoration, completely and without fail. Come, let us begin with the simplest undead creature, the bone serpent. It consists of exactly 75 bones. Old D led Hiruaji to the edge of the battlefield, where a motionless bone serpent lay rigid upon the ground. This serpent had its soul instantly stripped away by holy magic, yet its skeletal structure remained perfectly intact, making it an ideal teaching specimen. Your task is to disassemble every single bone, examine each one meticulously, and then reassemble the entire creature. This is incredibly difficult. Hiruaji carefully lifted the bone serpent, only to discover how astonishingly fragile it was. The slightest touch sent its bones clattering apart onto the ground. Oh no! Hiruaji stared dejectedly at the scattered fragments. Old D crouched down, pulled on a pair of leather gloves, and spoke slowly. Watch closely. I shall first demonstrate the entire process in deliberate frame-by-frame detail, then repeat it swiftly from start to finish. Hiruaji nodded, eyes wide with anticipation. The ancient skeleton drew a deep breath. The pale yellow flames flickering in his eye sockets shrank to pinpricks, then erupted outward in a sudden brilliant flare. Begin. Old D's hands dissolved into a swirling gray mist, so swift that his 10 fingers vanished entirely from sight. A series of crisp, clean click-click-click sounds echoed across the battlefield, and in an instant the complete bone serpent stood whole once more. This is your idea of slow motion. Hiruaji stood frozen in disbelief. Old D nodded earnestly. Could you perhaps go even slower? Ultra slow motion, please. Begging you, Old D. After Old D departed, Hiruaji gazed silently at the scattered bones, lost in quiet contemplation. The elder's lightning-precise movements still reverberated vividly in his mind, stirring within him an ineffable sense of awe. In the craft of mechanical repair, no scholar, however steeped in theory, could rival a master craftsman whose hands held decades of hard-won experience. Such seasoned mentors were unquestionably the paragons Hiruaji aspired to emulate. From childhood onward, Hiruaji had encountered countless masterful mechanics, some capable of commanding vast electronic systems, but none possessed hand speed surpassing Old D's. Old D repeated the demonstration 5 more times before Hiruaji could finally grasp the full sequence of motions. According to Old D, this was already his absolute slowest possible pace. His body simply refused to move any slower, no matter how fiercely his will commanded it. A fierce flame ignited in Hiruaji's heart. If he mastered this art, he would return to the mortal world as a peerless mechanical repairer. That was infinitely more practical than learning any skeletal martial art. So Hiruaji rested not a moment. He only furrowed his brow, eyes locked unblinking upon the bone serpent. He remained utterly still for 3 days and nights, never rising from his position. The size, hue, density, and precise placement of all 75 bones had seared themselves indelibly into his memory. Suddenly, Hiruaji reached out and jumbled all the bones into a chaotic heap, then began placing them back one by one into their exact original positions. Not a single bone was misplaced. Satisfied, he nodded and commenced the arduous reassembly. Starting with the spine and tail, he divided the entire serpent into over a dozen modular sections, each composed of 5 or 6 smaller bones. First, he assembled the small bones into simple subcomponents. Then he joined those subcomponents into the full skeletal framework. It sounded straightforward, but execution proved far more demanding. Unlike machinery, which could be fastened with rivets or welds bones connected solely through intricate interlocking curves, a single misalignment would cause the entire structure to collapse. Fortunately, Hiruaji had all the time in the world. Within this desolate canyon, there was nothing else to do, and mechanical repair was precisely what he loved. His entire consciousness sank into the delicate world of the bone serpent. Each day passed in absorbing residual resentment, assembling bones, even neglecting sleep. This must be it. This bone bridges the upper and lower torso, but if I polish this joint just slightly, friction increases, enhancing crawling velocity. Unbeknownst to Hiruaji, while he immersed himself in skeletal reconstruction, the bone dragon Jalart had awakened twice. The irascible dragon did not rage. Instead, he watched Hiruaji's diligent study, emitted a low, dismissive snort from his nostrils, lazily flapped his wings once, and lowered his head back to sleep. What a foolish human! And yet, what a relentlessly industrious one! 2 months slipped by in a breath. Calluses thickened across Hiruaji's palms, his fingerprints worn nearly smooth from relentless friction, skin scraped raw again and again, regrown again and again. At last, the bone serpent was complete. Old D. Old D. Hiruaji summoned the skeletal mentor, his voice tinged with quiet embarrassment. Old D emerged from the earth hunched and smiling. Young man, what's the matter? Encountered difficulty. He wondered why the youth had summoned him so soon. By tradition, novices unfamiliar with skeletal restoration required roughly 3 years to reconstruct a single bone serpent. Even Old D himself, whose blacksmithing background granted him exceptional dexterity, had needed a full year to complete his first piece. Hiruaji lowered his head. I'm sorry, Old D. I couldn't reconstruct the serpent using your method. Oh, don't lose heart, young man. First attempts are always hardest. Shall I demonstrate once more? Hiruaji shook his head gently. Well, the truth is I found 75 bones insufficient to enable the serpent's most efficient locomotion. So I reshaped certain bones, discarded others, and scavenged suitable replacements from the battlefield, resulting in a final assembly of 127 bones. Blushing, Hiruaji presented his finished creation. What a... Old D froze. Every bone in his body trembled in utter disbelief as he shakily accepted the work. The reconstructed serpent appeared sleek and ferocious, more aerodynamically refined than the original. Auxiliary support bones had been added at key joints, optimizing both mobility and structural resilience. Its mouth, originally bearing only 2 fangs, had been transformed into a sinister triangular maw, 8 razor-sharp sawtooth teeth gleaming with lethal precision. As a true master, Old D instantly perceived the sophistication embedded in every modification. So stunned he nearly cried out aloud. Perfect. He infused a thread of soul energy into the serpent, and instantly it shimmered with inner radiance, slithering rapidly across the sand with near-silent grace, ideal for covert assassination. Old D stood utterly speechless. Seeing his silence, Hiruaji mistakenly assumed profound disappointment. Flustered, he stammered, I'm truly sorry, Old D. I've never been particularly bright. It took me 2 months to complete something so simple. I've utterly failed to live up to your expectations. Old D sighed, wryly at a loss for words, and withdrew his soul energy with quiet frustration. Now try disassembling it. And reassembling it once more, Old D said, determined to witness firsthand how Hiruaji had accomplished this feat. Oh, at the prospect of handsome work, Hiruaji's excitement surged. He fixed his gaze upon the rigid serpent, his hands suspended midair, utterly still, his breathing reduced to a faint whisper, as if he himself had turned to stone. Before his eyes, the complete skeleton began dissolving, fragmenting, into discrete individual bones. Half a minute passed. Just as Old D prepared to speak, Hiruaji exhaled sharply, and his hands exploded into motion. His movements lacked Old D's blinding speed, yet possessed extraordinary delicacy, his fingers treating the cold, lifeless bones not as inert matter, but as the warm, yielding skin of a beloved. If Old D's technique resembled a dazzling tempest, a whirlwind of chaos and force, then Hiruaji's was the gentlest of breezes, an invisible, intangible wind, brushing softly, imperceptibly across every leaf upon the branch. Done. In under 3 minutes, the serpent had been reduced to a perfect array of separated bones. Now Old D saw clearly many bones had been subtly reshaped, the others replaced entirely with superior alternatives. Where did you learn these techniques? They're basics taught at school. I rarely paid attention, so I only grasped the fundamentals. Only now have I discovered their true depth and delight. For someone as introverted as Hiruaji, lifeless bones and machines held far greater allure than the treacherous complexities of the living world. Why are your movements so tender? I'm not sure. I simply feel. Each bone possesses its own soul. Only gentle hands can coax them into willing union. Only then will they surrender their full strength. Each bone possesses its own soul. Old D echoed the words dazed, then burst into laughter. I understand. At last I understand. Every bone has its own soul. That is the supreme secret of skeletal restoration. I understand. A spark flared in his eye flames as he mimicked Hiruaji's gentle motions, gathering the scattered bones with newfound reverence. This time the process unfolded far more slowly. Old D immersed himself fully, feeling the subtle warmth, texture, and resonance between bones, opening his soul fire completely, allowing the bones to align naturally, harmoniously. The bone serpent reappeared. Incredible! Hiruaji gasped aloud. Old D had observed the dismantling only once, yet reconstructed the modified serpent flawlessly, proving beyond doubt his mastery as a consummate artisan. Since the bone serpent lesson is complete, let us advance to something more complex. Bone hound appear. A skeletal hound, missing one hind leg, materialized before Old D. Your task is to master its anatomy entirely. Then fabricate a new perfectly suited hind leg from the discarded bones over there. Observe my disassembly closely. This demonstration occurs only once. Old D's hands blurred into motion once more, and Hiruaji plunged once again into the wondrous arcane realm of skeletal transformation. Inside the dark and desolate magic fortress, a bloodstained magic mirror displayed Hiruaji diligently practicing the art of bone restoration. In the scene, Hiruaji was utterly focused, walking among a heap of corpses, casually rummaging through the bones. He favored cutting off the ones he deemed good, with a dagger skillfully stripping away the flesh and sinew, his calmness and precision rivaling even the most experienced butcher. The current Hiruaji was hardly reminiscent of a normal human. He approached everything with the same indifference, as if all things in the world were merely cold stones apart from himself. A voice with a captivating aura of enchantment murmured, "This Hiruaji is so adorable. I truly wish to become his teacher sooner and impart all my necromantic magic to him." The female ghost was enveloped in a pure black silk robe, with only a pair of pale cold hands exposed, holding a slender quill made of goose feather. Besides the mysterious woman, Mu and I and Old D were also present, along with several other figures cloaked in black robes, clearly high-ranking individuals from the dark and desolate realm. Indeed, Monica. Old D nodded repeatedly. "This kid is truly impressive. I asked him to restore the hind legs of a necromantic dog, and in just a month he managed to create a three-headed hellhound for me. The little dog was extremely fierce, even I found it hard to contend with." To emphasize Old D's words, the hellhound let out a series of howls beside him, its three massive heads flaunting their power, exuding an aura of malevolence. The Lich. Monica chuckled lightly. "That's because you're just too inept, Old D. At over 5,000 years old, you still can't match the skills of a mere child. How embarrassing. That kid is definitely not an ordinary person. There's no way to compare him to common folk." Mu and I, who had been silent, interjected, "Indeed, perhaps it's the ghost of the Dark Empress secretly protecting us. Just as our dark realm is on the verge of collapse, she sends us such an exceptional talent. He will surely complete our task and ensure the Empress' smooth reincarnation. As long as the Empress can grow up smoothly, then even if we fall into hell, it doesn't matter. After all, our lives were saved by the Empress. Without her, we would have perished 5,000 years ago and wouldn't have lingered until now. I just can't understand why Gelid insists on having this kid restore his body. I admit this kid might indeed have that capability, but it would waste a lot of time, and our collapse is imminent. We truly cannot afford to waste any time. Gelid has his reasons for doing this. Let's not forget that he is the wisest being in the Dark Realm, having existed for millions of years, even before becoming a bone dragon. His thoughts are beyond our comprehension. Perhaps Gelid believes that training this kid in the art of bone restoration will be beneficial in the future. Just think about it. Once the Dark Empress rebuilds her undead army, we will indeed need some bone restorers to enhance their combat strength. Monica floated over and hugged Mu and I, saying sweetly, "I don't care. I want to start teaching this adorable child as soon as possible. You need to hand him over to me quickly." Mu and I let out a cold snort, calmly extricating himself from her embrace, and replied, "No, according to the plan, once he completes Gelid's task, he must first learn skeleton combat techniques to become an outstanding warrior. I intend to have the Black General handle that aspect. Only after the Black General has trained him will it be your turn, Monica. How long will that take?" "Not long, perhaps no more than 2 years. For us, isn't that just a blink of an eye? That's quite a while. We've never trained such a little skeleton soldier before. He is different." Mu and I said, "Perhaps he will be the last skeleton soldier in this world bearing the responsibility of protecting the Empress. Therefore, we must not only teach him the art of bone restoration, skeleton combat techniques, and necromantic magic, but also how to command the undead army. Thus, when the Empress establishes the new undead army, there will be someone capable of leading them. I hope he can withstand it." The poor child. Monica blew a kiss toward the blood mirror, and suddenly a purple poisonous mist drifted toward the mirror, causing several cracks to appear on its surface before it shattered into pieces. "Monica!" Everyone was filled with rage. "Huh." The witch's voice sounded so innocent and pitiful. How could this happen? "Ha! I've finally succeeded." From the heap of corpses outside the canyon, a ragged monster suddenly leaped out. Upon closer inspection, it was a blood-soaked human. Hiruaji nonchalantly wiped the blood off his face, grinning as he gazed at his successful creation. "Beansprout, how do you feel?" Beansprout was an ordinary little skeleton soldier who had only been 12 when he died, making his frame particularly fragile. In the harsh world of the undead, he was often beaten to the point of having his limbs broken, rendering him unable to move. After Hiruaji adapted to the repair of skeletal beasts, Old D specifically brought this somewhat shy child before him, intending to use him as the next experimental subject for Hiruaji. At that time, Beansprout's condition was utterly tragic. The joints of his limbs were shattered, his pelvis was as soft as cake, almost all of his ribs were broken, and even his hard skull had 3 or 4 cracks with his eye sockets nearly connecting. Old D said, "I told this kid not to overexert himself, yet he insisted on trying to be a stronger person, provoking fights like others, and ended up in this state. He has done this more than once. I have no idea what goes on in that head of his. Why don't you try to heal him? Hiruaji nodded. He saw something in Bean Sprout's eye socket, something he was very familiar with, a cry of unwillingness as a weakling. You will definitely become the strongest person in this world. Hiruaji patted Bean Sprout on the shoulder and whispered, I too am the same. Bean Sprout was a very strong child. It should be noted that this was Hiruozi's first time experimenting with the art of bone restoration on a living skeleton soldier, which often brought unnecessary pain. Bean Sprout, why did you become a skeleton soldier? During the treatment, Hiruaji once asked. Bean Sprout thought for a moment and replied, bad people killed my mom and dad. Oh, I want to fight the bad people. The so-called villains referred to the king's army. During that dark era, countless innocent civilians perished beneath its swords and spears. Hiruaji fell silent. He realized his own melancholy failures and sorrows paled into insignificance before these skeletal soldiers, mere self-indulgent lamentations devoid of true suffering. His years in the abyssal desolation had forged an entirely new worldview, enabling him to reflect upon his past life from a higher, more transcendent vantage point. It was as if, having leapt beyond Earth's boundaries, humanity's perception of reality had ascended to a new plane. At last, it is complete. After half a month of meticulous restoration, Xiao Duya's new body made its debut. Each limb is constructed from a composite of 3 interwoven bones. Oi joints are reinforced with exceptionally durable cranial plates. You now possess 4 arms, more than sufficient to wield any weapon with mastery. Your spine and pelvis have undergone substantial strengthening, while your skull is armored with wolf and horsebone, rendering you invincible. Hiruaji roared. Xiao Duya joyfully flexed his new form. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. Wonderful. This feeling of being able to help others is truly wonderful. It filled Hiruaji with the profound conviction that he was far from useless, that his very existence could bring aid to others. This realization was quite simply magnificent. Thereafter, Hiruaji devoted his full attention to restoring the skeletal dragon Gelat. Strangely, Gelat now displayed remarkable compliance. His temper had grown astonishingly gentle. No matter what posture Hiruaji requested, the skeletal dragon obediently accommodated him. Hiruaji did not rush into physical reconstruction, not yet. He knew impetuous haste would never yield a masterpiece. To him, machinery embodied another kind of life, a life requiring intimacy, trust, and deep communion before any further action could begin. Having cleansed Gelat's frame for an entire year, Hiruaji knew every bone, its shape, grain, and resonance, as intimately as his own. 6 months of rigorous restoration work had deepened his grasp of mechanical interplay. Now, gazing upon Gelat's internal architecture, he could not help but marvel at nature's sublime artistry, the sheer ingenuity of such a creature. To him, this colossal skeleton was an irresistible labyrinth, its winding passages demanding perseverance, yet promising the most exquisite reward at its heart. Before that intricate skeletal frame, Hiruaji stood as Michelangelo before marble, Beethoven before score, Da Vinci before canvas, utterly immersed, wholly consumed. Unbeknownst to him, the new body he had crafted for Xiao Duya would soon ignite a tempest across the abyssal desolation. For generations, all skeletal soldiers within the desolation had relied on modifications performed by Lao Di and his apprentices. Their combat bodies were undeniably agile. Lao Di's craftsmanship was without question peerless. Yet he lacked Hiruaji's boundless imagination, for Hiruaji was a formally trained mechanical artisan. Where ancient skeletal alchemy met modern engineering, a miracle was born. Xiao Duya, only 12 years old, used his revolutionary new body to defeat multiple seasoned skeletal warriors one after another. Those with discerning eyes saw clearly. Though Xiao Duya's martial skill was exceptional, it was his new body that tipped the scales. In short order, legions of skeletal soldiers gathered before Lao Di's cavern, accusing him of hoarding knowledge. Why withhold such extraordinary artistry from the community? Lao Di could only smile wryly and explain, this body was not my handiwork. It belongs to a human. A human? The skeletal soldier's eye sockets widened in disbelief. Impossible. After all, humans, though brilliant, possess lifespans measured in mere decades. Mastering such arcane artistry within so brief a span is inconceivable. That human will enter the inner city shortly. You may seek him out yourselves, Lao Di replied, utterly unruffled, betraying Hiruaji without a flicker of remorse. Far away, Hiruaji shivered inexplicably, shrugged his nose in mild confusion, and then refocused, diving once more into his studies with unwavering intensity. After 4 months of relentless inquiry, Hiruaji finally grasped Gelat's entire skeletal structure, intimately, completely. He did not merely comprehend the origin and circumstances of each wound upon Gelat's frame. He also sensed with piercing clarity the boundless, unyielding obsession clinging to each scar. A bridge, silent profound, had already formed between man and dragon. The moment of true action had arrived. Are you ready? Hiruaji asked, his voice low and resonant. Two heavy satchels hung from his shoulders, brimming with meticulously prepared bone components. Jellet snorted coldly. Proceed, insignificant human. If I cannot fly again after this, I shall devour you. Hiruaji smiled, a confident, effortless grin. Rest assured you'll never get the chance to eat me this lifetime. He began with the tail, the simplest part. Gently, Hiruaji traced the skeletal tail with his fingertips, searching for fissures between bones, gauging tension, assessing alignment through touch alone. This preparatory phase consumed over half an hour, but the actual intervention lasted only 10 seconds. Two slender, seemingly trivial bones inserted with surgical precision. Is that all? Jellet murmured, incredulous. Hiruaji offered a faint, weary smile. Drenched in sweat, his strength nearly spent. Though the final act required only 10 seconds for Hiruaji, it felt no less arduous than the most intricate cardiac surgery. Placing the bones was simple, but determining where, how long, how thick, and which material to use demanded exacting, uncompromising rigor. Without exaggeration, the true restoration had begun over a year and a half earlier, when Hiruaji first washed Jellet's bone stroke by reverent stroke. Jellet skeptically flicked his tail, whereupon the entire canyon trembled violently, boulders crashing down from the cliffs. With a single elegant lash, the skeletal dragon shattered a massive stone into dust. Clever human. Jellet boomed, elated. You have earned Jellet's friendship. Ah, cough. Cough. Help. Poor Hiruaji lay buried beneath rubble and choking dust. The subsequent leg bone restoration procedure proved even simpler. Hey human, surely you aren't holding a grudge over what happened earlier. The bone dragon lowered its massive head and rubbed its coarse nostrils gently against Hiruaji's body. This was a gesture of goodwill. Hiruaji smiled. How could I possibly bear ill will? I would never jest about something so serious. Your leg bones were injured long ago, and then treated by someone whose identity remains unknown. Indeed, Jellet murmured softly to himself. That individual was likely a highly skilled skeletal restorer, but still far from qualified to treat a bone dragon. Following the methodology used for human skeleton soldiers, they implanted numerous auxiliary bone spurs into your femur. Yet a bone dragon's anatomy is exquisitely refined. Each bone fulfills a distinct, irreplaceable function. Removing any is unthinkable. Adding them haphazardly inevitably impairs functionality. In truth, your leg bones had healed long ago. These spurs alone have kept them rigid and unresponsive. Jellet flexed his thigh and found it moving with newfound fluidity, fully restored to its former vitality. With equal parts elation and fury, he rumbled low, cursed old D. I'll swallow him whole. At that very moment, old D in the inner citadel of Jiu shuddered violently, chilled to the marrow. Don't celebrate just yet, said Hiruaji. The wings are paramount. Their bones are exceptionally delicate and fragile. This step is the most critical of all. Jellet obediently settled onto the ground. Go ahead. I swear I won't move an inch. Hiruaji took 2 deep breaths, performed a final check of the materials in his pack, and then did something no one anticipated. He withdrew a cloth strip from his pack and tightly bound it over his eyes. Hey, human, you're about to lose Jellet's friendship forever if you don't stop right now. Hiruaji's voice remained calm and tender. Rest easy, Jellet. I know your skeletal structure more intimately than my own. I've studied it with such depth that it has become almost invisible to me, like Mount Lu seen only when standing upon its peak. By blindfolding myself, I seek to silence every extraneous sense, relying solely on touch to resolve this challenge. With effortless grace, he leapt onto the bone dragon's skull and climbed smoothly along its neck to its broad, sturdy back, a path he had traversed countless times, leaving no room for error. Between the dragon's wings, Hiruaji produced 2 cotton balls and sealed his ears. Now he had entered a state of absolute inner stillness, akin to the Buddhist concept of deep meditative absorption. His fingers glided tenderly over the dragon's intricate skeletal lattice, and suddenly an indescribable, overwhelming surge of emotion welled up within him. Perhaps Beethoven, deaf and nearly blind, felt precisely this same intensity as he sat before his desk, drawing not from sight or sound, but from the profound resonance of the soul, to compose masterpieces unmatched in human history. 2 clear tears traced paths down Hiruaji's cheeks, tears born of resonance, the dragon's inner soul fire stirring in perfect harmony with his own. Hiruaji moved. Jellet felt an exquisite tingling sensation ripple across his back, strange yet deeply soothing, as the soul fire flowed freely through regions it had never before reached, flooding him with unparalleled ease and lightness. Hiruaji's hands danced, fluid and precise, 8 slender bones darting between his fingers like puppets guided by invisible strings or like mountain streams flowing with crystalline clarity. Unseen and seamless, they seemed to pour from his palms directly into the dragon's wings, leaving no trace of repair, as if nature itself had reassembled them. Sweat beaded steadily on Hiroaji's brow, his arm muscles twitched uncontrollably, edging toward cramp, when suddenly a slender bone snapped with a sharp, brittle crack. Hiroaji grunted softly, but his hands accelerated beyond comprehension, blurring into a radiant white halo. From elbow downward, his limbs dissolved into shimmering afterimages as he replaced the fractured bone with pre-prepared grafts at impossible speed. At last, success, complete and absolute. Hiroaji let out a triumphant cry. Too exhausted to remove his blindfold, he collapsed spent across the dragon's broad back. It's done, Jellet. His voice brimmed with exhilaration. He needed no test to know this restoration had succeeded flawlessly. This was the unwavering confidence and unassailable dignity of a supreme mechanist. Jellet roared toward the heavens, every bone in his body tensing taut. A pair of colossal skeletal wings unfurled from his flanks, the interstitial gaps blazing with emerald soulfire, generating powerful, swirling currents of air. Never before had the bone dragon felt such pure, unadulterated joy. With a mighty thrust of its hind legs and a thunderous beat of its wings, its immense form surged skyward. Roar! The mighty bone dragon soared once more, after 5 millennia of silent slumber. Wea! Before Hiroaji could react, his internal organs churned as if tossed violently inside a washing machine, whirling, twisting, and churning until he felt utterly disoriented. A roaring gale shrieked past his ears, the wind sliced across his cheeks like blades threatening to rip his hair clean from his scalp. He clung desperately to the dragon's neck, gripping with every ounce of strength, not daring to loosen his hold for even a heartbeat. Only when the dragon leveled its flight did Hiroaji tremble as he peeled off his blindfold, and instantly burst into terrified wails upon glancing downward. The valley below had shrunk into a narrow, thread-like fissure. Though Hiroaji felt no fear of skeletons or corpses, that did not mean he was unafraid of heights. In fact, nearly everyone suffers some degree of acrophobia, especially when suspended without support and buffeted by turbulent air resistance. His entire skeleton seemed to melt into soft, trembling jelly. You damn dragon! Stinking beast! Put me down this instant. You repay kindness with treachery. May you rot in eternal torment. Hiroaji screamed wildly, his heart pounding near to failure. Fortunately, Jellet's full attention was fixed on the ecstasy of flight, and the howling wind drowned out his frantic cries. Ecstatic, the bone dragon bellowed, "Hold tight. I'm about to show you some real tricks." What? Before Hiroaji could process the words, the dragon somersaulted midair, spinning like a whistling artillery shell. Dizzy and nauseated, Hiroaji felt as though his bile would erupt from his throat. Heaven help him. He'd never board another aircraft in his life. Help! The dragon, still reveling in play, executed a spiraling corkscrew dive, then plunged vertically, plummeting until mere meters above the earth, before wrenching its body sideways in a breathtaking ground-skimming arc, only to surge upward again, cleaving the sky anew. H-O-H-O-H-O. What exhilaration! Jellet accelerated. Only then did Hiroaji realize what he'd just endured had been nothing more than a leisurely stroll. The dragon had only just begun to truly run. Geralt soared ever faster, the surrounding landscape blurring into indistinct streaks. Time itself seemed to freeze, the air thickened into viscous vapor, and Hiroaji found even the simple act of blinking agonizingly difficult. Suddenly, as if shattering an invisible seal, man and dragon pierced through a translucent barrier. Hiroaji gasped sharply, a chill seizing his breath. Below him, nestled in the valley, stood hundreds of structures, large and small. From outermost chevaldefries and moats to arrow towers, trenches, and concealed sentry posts, the fortress teemed with meticulously integrated defensive installations. These fortifications encircled a vast complex of deep black architecture. Countless pale white skeletal soldiers marched along the ghost city's streets, faithfully executing commands issued millennia ago. This was the true visage of the umbral abyss. Only now did Hiroaji understand why he had been unable to reach the castle. All that lay before him had been nothing but illusory mirage. It is a deception ward designed to mislead invaders, Geralt explained. From this day forward, you are a true citizen of this city. The bone dragon descended slowly. Below, the ground erupted in frenzy. Skeletal soldiers and liches gazed upward in stunned awe. After long anticipation, Geralt, the abyss's most formidable warrior, had finally taken flight once more. Who possessed such mastery as to repair Geralt's wings? Impossible. Utterly impossible. Geralt landed with the solemn authority unique to bone dragons. his overwhelming aura forcing every nearby skeleton to stagger back 3 paces in unison. Hiroaji clenched his teeth against rising nausea as he tumbled from the dragon's back. Though his feet touched solid earth, his stomach revolted violently, and he vomited uncontrollably. You dragon. I swear, I will never ride you again." Only after emptying his stomach completely did Hiroaji lift his head weakly, only to find over 1,000 skeletal soldiers staring at him with unervingly leering gazes. Is this the artisan who modified Little Sprout? Could he have repaired Gerald's wings? Impossible. A mere human. It must be him. It has to be. I demand he reconstruct my body. Reconstruct it. The skeletal soldiers lurched forward, arms outstretched in stiff mummy-like poses converging upon Hiroaji. Reconstruct, reconstruct. Already reeling from vertigo, Hiroaji crumpled under their encircling dread. His nerves shattered, he fainted outright, shamefully unconscious. Hiroaji stirred back to consciousness, yet felt an oppressive weight pressing down upon his body, as though something heavy rested atop him. Eyes still closed, he flailed blindly, soon encountering something soft, plump, and astonishingly supple. Annoying. A melodious feminine voice jolted him upright. Turning, he beheld a voluptuous woman with emerald green hair, reclining beside him on the bed, breathing softly. "Oh, who are you?" Hiroaji froze, saliva dripping unbidden from his slack jaw. Her slender violet eyes shimmered with quiet allure, faint creases at their corners only deepened her captivating grace. She smiled faintly, stretching languidly, then sighed playfully. "You simply had to wake me up. How annoying." She wore a sheer white nightgown, through which delicate skin glimmered, crowned by 2 rose-pink blossoms resting atop generous, flawless curves. Though Hiroaji's mind held firm, his body betrayed him utterly. Sensing his reaction, the voluptuous woman smiled again and drew herself closer. "Don't come any nearer. I am no paragon of virtue," he cried in anguish, his hands against his will reaching toward her. Had Muinai not arrived in time, Hiroaji, the pure-hearted novice, would surely have succumbed to her wiles. "Monica, what precisely do you think you're doing?" Muinai's voice was ice-cold. Monica giggled, pressed a lingering kiss upon Hiroaji's cheek, and dissolved into drifting motes of ash. Hiroaji awoke as from a dream, dazed, disoriented, silent for long moments. Hiroaji. Huh. He blinked awake, scanning the room. Where am I? What he truly wished to ask, who was that woman, remained unspoken, stifled by embarrassment. Muinai said, "Hiroaji, you have passed Gerald's trial and mastered advanced skeletal reconstruction. Now begins your deeper cultivation." "Mr. Muinai," Hiroaji snapped, scowling. "What strange rites are these? At least give fair warning, so I might prepare myself properly. No more ambushes like last time. I suffered terribly." Muinai's tone turned glacial. "Upon leaving this place you shall wield power beyond mortal limits, but such transcendence demands its price. 2 years. A mere blink. We have dwelled here for 5 millennia. Hiroaji fell speechless, finally grasping the crux of the matter. Time itself was the divide to the skeletal legion. 1 year passed as swiftly as a single yawn. Yet if they yawned 10 more times, he would wither to dust before them. Hiroaji laughed bitterly. "Mr. Muinai, you don't mean I'll endure 20 or 30 such blinks, do you?" Muinai replied, unmoved, "No. The umbral abyss's energy can sustain you no longer than 9 to 10 Earth years. Within that span, you must master all necromantic arts." Hiroaji exhaled in relief. 10 years seemed bearable. He pressed on, "But what exactly must I do? Why all this secrecy?" Muinai said, "For now, know only this. You must protect one person with your entire being. Full details will be revealed when the hour arrives. First, you must master skeletal martial arts." "Skeletal martial arts? Follow me." Muinai offered no further explanation, turning and striding out without pause. Hiroaji muttered under his breath, seething, "Bananin would Tourmaline blast. That smug skeleton commander. I'd gladly stick a blade in his tomato skull." Just as he stepped out of the castle gates, a long bridge lay ahead, beneath which a platform was crowded with approximately thousands of skeletal soldiers eagerly anticipating Hiroaji. Why was it really that exaggerated? Muinai glanced back at Hiroaji with indifference. "These people admire your talent for skeleton restoration immensely. They hope you can modify their bodies. I have already promised them that every night you will be responsible for transforming 10 skeletal soldiers, and we will prepare all the materials needed." 10 skeletal soldiers? Are you kidding me? Even Hiroaji's patience was wearing thin at this moment, as he couldn't help but curse. "It takes at least an hour to modify a single skeletal soldier. Am I not allowed to sleep?" Muinai nodded. "I will teach you a method to absorb resentment to increase the strength of the bones. Once you apply this method, you indeed won't need much sleep anymore." Hiroaji was left speechless. After all, it was his own foolishness that led him to sign an unequal treaty. Crossing the long bridge, they soon arrived at a stone forest. The so-called stone forest was a vast martial arts training ground with stone pillars erected every 3 to 4 meters resembling a grove. The thinnest stone pillars were about the size of a bowl, while the thickest pillars were larger than 3 hiroaji combined. Sitting among the pillars was a stout skeletal soldier. His stature was not tall. Even when standing, he only reached Hirozi's neck. Typically, skeletal soldiers give off a delicate and fragile impression, including Mu-ni and Old D. However, this skeletal soldier appeared exceedingly domineering, like a mountain pressing down before Hiroaji. The stout skeletal soldier carried a rusty iron rod on his shoulder. With just one swing, he could easily take down 3 hiroaji. "This is your martial arts master He-jiang," Mu-ni introduced. The stout skeletal stepped forward awkwardly and said, "I He-jiang teacher your." Mu-ni explained, "Not all skeletons can speak fluently. Human language is too complex for most undead." Perhaps He-jiang was not a good thinker, but he understood the essence of undead combat. Essence? Hiroaji was puzzled. "That is belief." Mu-ni shouted, "Most undead lack human intelligence, strength, and agility, but our desire for combat is certainly not weaker than anyone else's. Even if we only know one move, we will practice that move to perfection." As Mu-ni spoke, He-jiang suddenly stepped forward squarely and stamped heavily on the floor. Huh. The iron rod on his shoulder instantly disappeared from Hirozi's sight, transforming into a phantom before him. An unparalleled blade wind immediately howled out from the iron rod, creating a deep mark on the stone pillar ahead with a resounding thud. Hirozi's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a melon. Mu-ni said 5,000 years ago He-jiang was just an ordinary farmer toiling in the fields every day with a hoe to support his family. Among all the skeletal soldiers, he could not be considered the smartest, and even now he struggled to speak. In terms of martial skills, he had only practiced 2 moves, a vertical slash and a horizontal cut. Your task is to master these 2 moves within 6 months. Hiroaji doubted if he could slash through a giant stone within 6 months. What a joke. The guy had been training for 5,000 years. Hiroaji did not believe he possessed the kind of talent for fighting that he had for mechanical repairs. Mu-ni saw through Hirozi's insecurities and coldly laughed. "Of course, if you admit now that you are a useless coward, I might consider giving you an easier course." Hirozi's pupils suddenly contracted, and the lightheartedness on his face vanished. "I am absolutely not a coward." Hirozi marched over to He-jiang's side, standing upright. Ha ha ha. Hiroaji held a slightly thinner iron rod, focusing intently on practicing. He-jiang could not be considered a very good teacher, as he did not teach Hiroaji anything at all. He merely swung his weapon on his own. There were 4 movements in total: advance, draw the blade, retract the blade, and retreat. It was exceedingly monotonous. After just 2 days of practice, Hiroaji wanted to give up because he discovered that this set of martial skills was not designed for humans at all. It was tailor-made for the stiff-limbed skeletal soldiers. If a human insisted on practicing, they would become the terrifying creatures often seen in zombie films, dressed in Qing Dynasty official uniforms, with limbs rigidly straight and facial expressions equally stiff. Going out to fight like this would surely lead to laughter from the opponent before the battle even began. Moreover, after just 2 days of practice, his muscles felt as if they were cramping, trembling uncontrollably. Continuing like this would definitely result in disaster. Hiroaji sought out Mu-ni, but before he could speak, he was infuriated by the look in Mu-ni's eyes. The look conveyed the message: "You are a useless coward, a failure, a scum, a muggle." No, absolutely not. Fuming, Hiroaji returned to the stone forest, grabbing the iron rod and swinging it forcefully, treating the stone pillar as Mu-ni's cold, ugly face. Suddenly, he thought of a legendary practice method that was said to be very effective: hypnosis. Hirozi's eyes glazed over, his muscles stiffened, and it seemed even his breathing had ceased, with only his murmurs audible to those nearby. "I am a skeletal soldier, I am a skeletal soldier, I am a skeletal soldier, I am a skeletal soldier. I have no muscles, my muscles don't hurt. I have no muscles, my muscles don't hurt. I have no muscles, my muscles don't hurt. I have no muscles, my muscles don't hurt." Self-hypnosis indeed had no effect at all. Hiroaji now felt that dying would be more comfortable. 2 days later, when he returned to the room prepared by Mu-ni, dragging his weary body, he suddenly noticed 10 skeletal soldiers, missing arms and legs, standing at the door. "No way. Now I need people to repair them. How can I fix skeletons in this state? What the hell?" Hiroaji was on the verge of tears. These 10 skeletal soldiers were all of a small stature, looking almost like little bean sprouts in age. They all looked at Hiroaji with eager and adoring eyes. It seems Mu-ni understood Hiroaji very well, knowing he wouldn't refuse the requests of the young ones. "Damn it," Hiroaji cursed as he pushed open the door. "Come on in, you little brats. Uncle is here to check your bodies." Ha 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 ha. How utterly adorable. Inside the demon fortress, Monica laughed uproariously before a newly conjured magic mirror. Unlike last time Gellet, this skeletal dragon now occupied more than half the chamber, forcing the others to squeeze into the corners. Monica smiled sweetly and said, "Knowing such a man stands guard over the Empress fills me with profound reassurance." A gray-robed figure crouched low like a toad, his voice dripping with quiet malice. Yet his martial prowess appears woefully inadequate. Half a year is scarcely enough to master even the fundamentals of combat, let alone the arcane arts of necromancy. And with such feeble temperament, how could he possibly bear the weight of safeguarding the Empress? Muni shook his head. Shadow observed every motion and expression of Hiruaji with utmost precision. True, I concede he appears profoundly weak in ordinary life. But once he enters a certain state, be it practicing martial forms or performing skeletal reconstruction, he transforms utterly cold, ruthless, stripped of all human emotion, as unfeeling and precise as a blade forged in ice. Moi. Hiruaji's nature embodies two extremes: utter frailty and absolute glacial ruthlessness. His everyday self is merely a mask. When that final true visage emerges, I swear this man will become the most terrifying warrior imaginable. Do not forget the immense grudge slumbering within him. Shadow sneered coldly. Even so, I shall personally train him for 6 months before I rest easy. By the way, Gellet, time is scarce, yet you still assign him pointless tasks like repairing skeletal warriors. When collapse arrives, we shall all dissolve into raw energy. The physical form itself becomes utterly meaningless. Gellet seemed only now to stir awake, speaking lazily. Have you thoroughly examined Hiruaji's memories? Moi. Do you know what cataclysmic changes have reshaped the outer world over these 5 millennia? All shook their heads. The skeletal dragon lowered his massive skull, bewildered. I cannot decipher what those things are within Hiruaji's memories, but I do know this: if we train him as we once did, he will never thrive in this world, nor ever properly protect the Empress. On the contrary, skeletal reconstruction may prove pivotal, offering him decisive advantage. Explain, Shadow said courteously. Gellet swayed his skull thoughtfully. In the outer world, colossal mechanized knights now reign supreme, akin to magical golems crafted by mortals. Mastery of skeletal reconstruction would greatly aid both the repair and construction of such constructs. Ah, I see. The assembly nodded in sudden enlightenment. Gellet was indeed a being of unparalleled wisdom, never speaking without purpose. Moreover, piloting such golems in midair combat greatly enhances human equilibrium. That is why I hurled Hiruaji through the skies that day, to forge his balance, laying the foundation for mastery of aerial golem warfare. Oh, so that's why. Indeed. Since his memories hold scant detail on mechanized knights, I cannot codify precise piloting techniques. He must discover them through his own relentless effort. Yet now we must lay unshakable foundations. For the Empress's safety rests entirely in this youth's hands. Yes, yes. The skeletal dragon grinned darkly. To achieve this, in tomorrow at dawn our lethal aerial training regimen resumes and escalates without mercy. Poor Hiruaji remained blissfully unaware of the impending calamity. He seized the final 2 hours to drift into bizarre, wondrous dreams. Shaowen. Drool glistened at the corner of his mouth as he grinned foolishly. Suddenly, a frigid gust blew open his door. 2 nimble violet soul flames slipped inside and coiled around his body, dragging him out into the corridor. Still lost in visions of beloved Shaowen and that buxom beauty from the tavern, he felt a chill upon his brow. Lifting his gaze, he found himself staring into the grinning maw of a colossal skeletal dragon head. Utterly bone-deep terror, he sprang upright in one frantic lurch. His springtime dream instantly banished to some far-off realm called Klawa country. Gellet, it's not even dawn yet. Do you intend to leave us any shred of life? Gellet howled like a ravenous wolfhound. Foolish mortal. Early to rise, early to sleep. Good health follows. Come soar freely with me across the heavens. Not again. Before the words left his lips, Gellet had already shot skyward with a sharp whoosh. This morning differed sharply. The air hung bitterly cold, and Hiruaji wore nothing but a tattered loincloth. After 3 dizzying loops, frost glittered thickly across his skin. Thray, apple, your giant pear. Why you thou accursed 1,000-sliced stinking dragon. Hiruaji could barely stammer coherent words. Yeah? Let's make it thrilling. Gellet roared, frenzied as if dosed with elixirs, twisting, plunging, spiraling, determined to fling Hiruaji from his back at any cost. Half an hour later, Gellet dumped Hiruaji, frozen solid, onto the training ground. Black General practiced alone, seemingly oblivious to his disciple, executing each movement with flawless, unwavering discipline. Kill. Why then did his advancing path appear to align, precisely, with Hiruaji's position? A torrent of savage sword energy shattered the ice, encasing Hiruaji, and lacerated his flesh with countless wounds. Clearly frostbite was not cured this way. Wayag. Fortunately, Hiruaji dodged just in time, else his skull would have split wide open. Ruaji, practice swordplay. Coward, rest. Black General's words sometimes held a peculiar profane philosophy. Hiruaji sighed, deeply summoning every ounce of strength just to lift the heavy iron staff. I'm no coward. I'll train. I'll train. I'll train you into a rotten watermelon. I'll train you into a giant banana. Kill. For the first time, the training ground echoed with the fierce, vibrant sweat of human passion. Thus began Hiruaji's arduous cultivation of the martial Tao. His daily regimen was grueling. At 5 o'clock each dawn, Gellet hoisted him aloft for brutal aerial sprints, then 10 relentless hours of monotonous martial practice, repeating only the 2 fundamental cuts, slash and cleave. Next came 2 hours of grudge absorption, the equivalent in the human world of mealtime. Muni taught Hiruaji a cultivation technique called the Black Netherbone Art, a method to absorb grudges for cultivation. It sustained his bodily functions while strengthening his skeletal structure, enabling him to unleash far more devastating skeletal martial techniques. One drawback: the Black Netherbone Art enhanced bone density and raw power exclusively, offering no benefit to muscular development. After all, skeletal warriors had no need for muscle. Thus, outwardly, Hiruaji appeared unchanged, still the same hapless weakling. Were he placed upon a formal physical assessment device, he might even test worse than before. This realization left him rather disheartened. Another concern: his combat stance resembled that of a shambling zombie, awkward and unnatural. Best then to avoid fights altogether, especially before any girl he fancied. Otherwise, he'd be mocked mercilessly. Hiruaji could not afford such humiliation. After completing his Black Netherbone Art cultivation came the customary healing session. 10 skeletal soldiers, missing limbs, waited patiently outside his door, gazing at him blankly. Hiruaji wondered curiously, why were there so many disabled beings within this shadow abyss? They had faced no formidable enemies in recent years. How had they come to such a state? He did not know that these skeletal soldiers often deliberately shattered their own limbs to earn his personal reconstruction. After all, for undead warriors, such injuries were trivial. He should not underestimate the cunning of skeletal warriors. 6 months passed swiftly, not long at all, especially in the eyes of immortal undead. Hiruaji's cultivation had ascended to an entirely new realm. He now slept 7 hours each day, even soundly atop Gerard's broad back. No matter how violently the bone dragon lurched or executed dizzying aerial maneuvers, Hiruaji never stirred nor tumbled. His bodily equilibrium had become an instinctive, unconscious reflex. On the martial training ground, rigid stone blocks were no longer his target. He could now barely hold his own against Black General in sparring. Of course, this was because Black General's movements were rudimentary, merely 2 repetitive techniques, making his openings all too easy to discern. Yet for ordinary beings, blocking his overwhelming thunderous cleaves remained a near impossible feat. Hiruaji, however, had accomplished it. Having cultivated the Black Netherbone Art to its 3rd tier, his skeletal structure had grown sturdier than that of elite skeleton soldiers. Even reinforced concrete might not rival the hardness of his bones. Only with such unyielding bones could he match the sheer strength of Black General, the mighty king. As for nocturnal bone repair techniques, he often performed them in a drowsy, half-conscious state. His hands seemed possessed of autonomous will. Upon touching any bone, they instantly diagnosed its flaw and prescribed the optimal solution, while simultaneously selecting the most suitable bone from a scattered pile for integration and enhancement. Life in the abyssal desolation domain was profoundly monotonous. Yet within this tedium, Hiruaji discovered a quiet, genuine joy. From childhood onward, every endeavor he undertook ended only in failure, as if no amount of effort could ever elevate him beyond utter worthlessness, forever condemned to stagnation. The rare occasions he did strive yielded not triumph, but merciless ridicule. He resembled a toad dreaming of swan meat. No matter how high he leapt, his aspiration remained a hollow illusion. Here, however, Hiruaji felt success in its rawest, most tangible form. Every effort left footprints upon the earth. Every drop of sweat forged incremental growth and power. He cared not whether these skills would ever prove useful in the future, only that right now he was unequivocally no failure. I am strong. Hiruaji believed that if he stood before Johnny now, he would no longer shrink into mute self-abasement. Instead, he would calmly grant Xiao Wei-Wen the freedom to choose, and if she truly chose Johnny, he would not coerce her. Beyond the horizon, countless blossoms await. Even facing the mighty Dragon Lord himself, Hiruaji now possessed the courage to challenge him unknown. Not because victory seemed plausible, but because he had finally grasped an immutable truth: a true man must never shirk any trial. Skeletons within the demon fortress. Elder D, he is truly formidable. mastering the black netherbone art to this level in merely half a year. An ordinary skeleton soldier would require at least 50 years. Shadow, do not forget, he is human, his brain entirely intact and uncorrupted, granting him far greater intellect than common skeleton soldiers. Elder D, precisely because he is human, he suffers muscle soreness and other ailments during cultivation, afflictions we skeletons are spared. This youth possesses extraordinary tenacity. Monochrome, I'm growing fonder of him by the day. Shadow, then it's time to escalate his training. That morning, as Hiroaji diligently sparred with Black General, using skeleton martial arts, a chilling aura of murderous intent suddenly prickled his spine. He turned and saw a diminutive skeleton soldier gazing at him coldly. Who are you? Hiroaji asked, puzzled. This training ground had always been occupied solely by himself and Black General, others trained in more advanced arenas deeming their method primitive. My name is Shadow, and you insignificant boy are utterly useless, Shadow declared icily, his tall flowing robe concealing both hands within its sleeves. What brings you here? Hiroaji frowned. Shadow approached with unhurried steps and whispered with eerie calm, do you truly believe yourself strong? Fool, soon you shall witness true strength, the authentic combat art of skeleton warriors. Once you behold it, you'll realize Black General is nothing but a witless farmer. Shadow struck without warning. His voluminous robe billowed like a storm wrath, enveloping Black General's head completely. Though towering in stature, Black General's sluggish cognition left him oblivious to what had befallen him. Only then did Hiroaji catch sight of two slender paper-thin short blades tucked at Shadow's waist. Those razor-edged blades sliced mercilessly into Black General's joints. Though he swung his iron club in defense, Shadow darted and leapt around him with uncanny agility, like a dancer executing a flawless lethal ballet. After a whirlwind of deathly grace, every limb and spinal joint of Black General lay severed, his entire frame collapsing in ruin. What do you think you're doing? Though complex in description, the assault lasted barely 3 or 4 seconds. Only then did Hiroaji react, striding forward and shoving Shadow hard, sending him stumbling backward. Cradling Black General's massive skull, Hiroaji snarled, what do you think you're doing? Shadow was inwardly startled. Though his hands moved with blinding speed, much of his focus had remained fixed behind him, ready to counter Hiroaji's attack. Yet Hiroaji's footwork proved astonishingly light, nearly matching that of a skeleton assassin like himself. Shadow sneered. How can one without true strength protect the Dark Empress? You keep babbling about the Dark Empress. What in blazes is this Dark Empress? I'm done playing. Hang on, Uncle Black General. I'll repair your bones in no time. Shadow chuckled darkly. Boy, do you truly believe you still hold the reins at this point? Black General gasping weakly in Hiroaji's arms rasped, train. Grow stronger. Protect the Empress. A maelstrom of confusion churned in Hiroaji's mind. Who was this Empress worthy of such unwavering devotion? Shadow stood tall beside them. I, Shadow, differ from Black General. I am a battlefield veteran. For the next 6 months, I shall attempt to assassinate you daily. You may retaliate, if you dare reduce me to a heap of shattered bone. Ha ha. Should you fail, then I shall slay you once each day. Surely you know, here true death does not exist. Fury blazing, Hiroaji roared. I won't wait until tomorrow. I'll smash your skull today. In a flash, he lunged forward and raised his iron club high, bringing it down in a crushing overhead strike. Shadow cackled. You underestimate the prowess of the Abyssal Desolation Domain's foremost assassin. Far too slow. Far too slow. Shadow's figure blurred, his lightning-fast lateral dodges generating dozens of grayish afterimages. Hiroaji's head spun, his club hovered above his head, unable to descend, utterly uncertain which phantom to strike. Damn it. With a guttural roar, he wrenched his torso sideways, transforming the vertical blow into a sweeping horizontal cleave. Regardless of 360 phantoms, all would be bisected at the waist. He had drilled this maneuver relentlessly for half a year. Though not yet as refined as Black General's execution, it carried fierce momentum and vivid authority. Yet suddenly his iron club grew inexplicably heavy, nearly slipping from his grasp. All illusions vanished, and there stood Shadow himself crouched atop the club's tip. You disappoint me profoundly. With a nimble somersault, Shadow landed behind Hiroaji, while a slender crimson line bloomed across Hiroaji's throat, blood erupting in a beautiful arterial spray. Hiroaji collapsed to the ground, consciousness fading. In a haze, his head was firmly pinned under the foot of the shadowy figure. The shadow withdrew its blade, relishing the feeling of trampling beneath its foot, and calmly said, You should consider yourself fortunate that this is merely a virtual game. If it were the real world, you would already be dead beyond redemption. Of course, it wouldn't matter much if 10 or 8 small minions like you were to die. It would merely mean one less important servant before the Empress, to ensure you can serve the Empress for a longer time. I can only train you this useless thing vigorously. If not for the loss of blood, Hiruaji truly wanted to give the shadow a middle finger. The shadow continued, "From today onwards you must discard the ridiculous viewpoints of He Jiang and Muni. What powerful battle intent! Without sufficient strength, what good is battle intent no matter how strong it is? We skeleton warriors are inherently a race lacking in both strength and perception. To clash heathen with other races is simply the most foolish behavior." Hiruaji was momentarily taken aback. It seemed this bastard had a point. The shadow said, "However, every race has its own advantages. Only by maximizing your strengths and avoiding your weaknesses can you elevate your combat power to its peak. The greatest advantage of we skeleton warriors is that we can endure. This alone determines that we are born materials for assassins." Assassins? Indeed. The skeleton race possesses unwavering patience, lightfootness, and lacks human breath and heartbeat. As long as one masters sufficient skills, they can approach and eliminate targets, silently striking down even the mightiest of foes in a single blow. Kid, you have much to learn in the next 6 months. Hiruozi's last consciousness was of the shadow's arrogant laughter. In the fleeting moment before his consciousness faded, Hiruaji silently vowed that one day he would shove his fist into that bastard's mouth and see how he could endure then. From that day on, Hiruaji embarked on a new and grim training regimen. The shadow never regarded itself as a teacher. Instead, like a sadist, it would appear from the shadows at any time to deliver a fatal blow, always using cold words to inflict severe psychological wounds on Hiruaji. It never adhered to the promise of killing you once a day, but rather killed Hiruaji a dozen or 20 times every day. Hiruaji smiled bitterly. Although he wasn't skilled at fighting, he might be the person in the world who died the most times. Whether while sleeping, resting, practicing, or repairing the skeleton's bodies, that damned shadow would leap out from some unknown shadow, and before he could even think of defending himself, Hiruaji would be thoroughly dead. After dying repeatedly for over 10 or 20 days, Hiruaji finally began to accumulate experience in death. Of course, he did not have the strength to evade the shadow's attacks, but after dying so many times, he at least learned which parts of his body would result in immediate death from a stab, and which parts, while appearing to bleed profusely and look terrifying, would not lead to death, no matter how many times he died. During actual combat, Hiruaji would intentionally thrust his body towards the enemy's blade, allowing the shadow's weapon to pass through those non-fatal areas, and then use the strength of his resilient bones to counterattack the shadow. This could be described as a tragic form of suicide fighting technique. After cultivating the black underworld bone technique, one could benefit from such an advantage. Even if muscles and meridians were severed, as long as the bones remained connected, one could exert full strength, because this technique was originally designed for skeletal warriors who lacked muscles. The shadow found killing Hiruaji increasingly laborious. At first it could eliminate him with a single strike, but gradually something was amiss. Every time Hiruaji would foolishly throw himself towards the blade, and the shadow thought he had lost heart, hence adopting this suicidal method. To the shadow's surprise, this kid was cunning, enduring the horrific wounds just to spit in its face. The shadow was completely enraged. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. After 2 months of confrontation, the shadow realized it now needed at least 7 strikes to handle this little brat. On average, it took an astonishing 15 strikes each time to deal with him. One must understand that the essence of an assassin's way is to achieve a 1-strike kill. If it takes dozens of strikes every time to kill a target, what kind of assassin is that? It would be better to join the Axe Gang. Monica, little shadow. You didn't believe me before, but now you see how formidable Hiruaji is, right? Shadow, this is definitely a freak. Is he really human? Not some other race in disguise. Cut it out. Our little Hiruaji is undoubtedly a proper human. It's clearly your martial skills that are lacking, yet you still boast here. Impossible. No one has ever escaped 3 moves under my blade, especially not a useless person with no foundation like him. The shadow was furious. Hiruozi's existence completely overturned all its notions about skeletal martial arts. Fortunately, this fellow was cultivated to be one of their own. If such a terrifying monster appeared among enemies, it would truly be a chilling prospect. Hiruaji had no knowledge of what was happening in the demon fortress, nor did he realize that the seemingly indifferent shadow would give him such high praise. Currently, Hiruozi's mind was occupied with only one thing: how to beat that arrogant shadow. Hiruaji was not a particularly gifted person, nor was he a genius with clever tricks and schemes. He was just an introverted, shy, and somewhat timid ordinary person. But such a person has a characteristic: once he decides to do something, he will devote all his energy to that endeavor, since he has no friends to play with and no girls to date. His intelligence was not sufficient to find shortcuts. Therefore, Hiruaji could only train hard. Train endurance. The shadow's words were quite reasonable, though every time it attacked Hiruaji, it was not simply appearing out of thin air, but had long been lying in wait in the shadow's corners or dirt unknown how long it had endured until the last moment before launching a surprise attack. Thus Hiruaji, while raising his vigilance, also practiced endurance. He would often stand still in the shadow of a corner for an entire day, not thinking of anything, even slowing his breathing to the bare minimum. In this way, it became difficult for the shadow to find an opportunity to ambush, leaving it no choice but to attack directly, which in turn lost the meaning of assassination. After becoming bored with practicing in the corner, Hiruaji set his sights on the beams, remaining up there for 3 days and nights without touching the ground. The shadow scoffed at such endurance techniques. Just childish tricks. If you truly want to train yourself, go to the battlefield at the valley entrance and endure amidst the corpses of human soldiers. One must understand that those corpses were already decaying and reeking, and on top of that there were terrifying giant maggots who, just a glance, could make an ordinary person vomit endlessly, let alone train there. Of course Hiruaji did not want to go, but seeing the disdainful look from the shadow, anger brewed in his mind. It wasn't until he left the dim hollow territory that his mind calmed down slightly, but the city gate had already closed behind him. The bone dragon Gile lay lazily at the valley's mouth, looking at Hiruaji with great curiosity as he slowly walked onto the battlefield and laid down among the corpses. "What are you doing, human?" the bone dragon asked curiously. "Basking in the sun." Hiruaji burst through his front door, excitement brimming in his eyes, crossed the grand hall paved with black basalt, and executed a graceful forward somersault before collapsing onto his downy bed, then shouted triumphantly into his pillow. "I did it! I finally did it!" His clothes hung in tatters, reeking of coppery blood. Even the filthiest beggar would have appeared immaculate beside him, a testament to 3 months of hellish training. During those months, he had slept among corpses, been slain by Yuing over 1,000 times, and stood motionless like a wooden post for 5 full days and nights, performing every absurd, grueling task imaginable. Yet every torment had been worth it. Today, for the first time, he had crushed Yuing's skull. How utterly exhilarating. Holding his pillow close, Hiruaji drifted into a deep, restful slumber. His dreams now rarely echoed the past. The timid, unremarkable version of himself seemed to have vanished long ago, never to return. Ruaji. A mischievous voice chimed softly beside his ear as something gently tugged at his lobe. Then a nimble tongue traced his cheek. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing dazedly at the flawless face before him. His consciousness still lingered in dreamlike haze, and without hesitation, he pulled the warm, supple form into his arms. The beauty let out a delighted giggle and pressed her lush body teasingly against him. Only when he glimpsed the enigmatic flame flickering in her eyes did his lust vanish entirely, replaced by a startled yelp. "Ghost? Oh really?" Monica pouted. "In this entire city, aren't you the only living soul? Everyone else is already dead. Who are you?" Hiruaji snatched the blanket to cover himself. Damn it. Was this yet another trial? Well, perhaps this kind of training wasn't so bad after all. At least it was far more entertaining than battling Yuing, that grim shadow-faced wretch. "My name is Monica. Don't you dare confuse me with grotesque skeletal soldiers. I share my origin with Her Majesty the Dark Sovereign herself. We are both liches, immortal sovereign, undead." Only then did Hiruaji grasp what the Dark Sovereign truly was. And yet what exactly was a lich? Monica smiled faintly. "We are the aristocracy of the undead, the ruling force of the necrotic realm, masters of necromancy who summon vengeful skeletal warriors from lingering resentment. Natural-born skeletal warriors were exceedingly rare. Most required summoning by liches like us to fulfill their destined purpose. Imagine, you too may one day command your own legion of skeletal soldiers, forging a mighty army of the dead." A vivid vision flashed before Hiruaji. A ruined metropolis lay in the background. Countless dashing armored knights stood as heroes, while he, the villainous mastermind, directed a horde of hideous, terrifying skeletons. Rather dreadful indeed. Monica suppressed a chuckle and gave his cheek a playful pinch. "You look so adorably dazed. I'm certain Her Majesty will find you utterly charming." Hiruaji froze again. Damn it. Had he endured such brutal training only to become some dark sovereign's concubine? Hell, if they'd all dwelled here for 5 millennia, then the sovereign must be at least that ancient. What monstrous elder entity could she possibly be? Serving her would be worse than death itself. With a surge of desperate strength, he shoved Monica away and cried, "I refuse to be loved by your dark sovereign. Just kill me now." Monica blinked, then smiled again, stroking his face tenderly. "Little darling, things aren't quite as you imagine." "Then how are they, oi? Rest assured, you'll reap immense rewards. I, your elder sister, would never deceive you. Mastering all necromantic arts of the netherworld means absolute dominion in the mortal realm. Wind and rain bow to your will. Truly others beg to learn from me, and I refuse them all." This was no mere boast. Arcane mastery demanded profound intellect. Skeletal soldiers' hollow craniums held naught but emptiness. Even after 5,000 years, their cognition had barely evolved to match ordinary humans, revealing their woeful lack of wit. Though Hiruaji's intellect was unexceptional, he remained a modern man educated in foundational knowledge, his comprehension and literacy far surpassing those of ancient peasants. And once you've mastered necromancy, you may leave this world entirely. Monica beamed. Hiruaji leapt up elated. Truly. Of course, I'd never lie to you. Then, I accept. Though necromancy sounded ominous and utterly useless in the modern world, he agreed wholeheartedly, driven solely by the longing to return home. Monica smiled softly, her lips shimmering with an otherworldly allure, then drew him tightly into her embrace and sealed their bond with a deep, lingering kiss. Hiruaji was utterly stunned. Dazed, he sensed something passing from her into him, a smooth, spherical essence. Yet instead of discomfort, warmth flooded his being, soothing and serene. What did you just put inside me? His face flushed crimson, his hands flailing awkwardly, utterly inexperienced. The sorceress Monica refused to relent. She leaned close, nibbling his earlobe with a soft laugh. That is the grimoire of shadow tongues, the sacred compendium of Lich's necromantic arts. Every spell lies inscribed within it. Once your cultivation reaches sufficient depth, these magics will awaken spontaneously in your mind. Even now you may begin learning foundational necromantic incantations. Why not try it? Frowning, Hiruaji followed her instructions, clearing his thoughts, focusing his entire awareness upon the arcane sphere nestled within his abdomen. Soon a cool, crystalline sensation bloomed there, like clear spring water, rising swiftly to flood his mind. Mystical incantations shimmered across his consciousness, etching sinister, potent necromantic arts deep into his spiritual sea. He jolted in alarm. Did this mean he was now irrevocably bound to the undead forever? Damn it. He recalled countless novels where innocent protagonists met doom after acquiring priceless artifacts. Had his turn arrived? This artifact is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Monica sighed softly. Indeed, it is the supreme treasure of our entire undead race. Without the grimoire of shadow tongues, our kind shall swiftly fracture and collapse. Then why give it to me? Hiruaji asked, bewildered. Monica replied, do you truly believe we wish to do so? But what choice remains? After 5 millennia, the umbral abyss has been eroded, its dark energy nearly spent. This realm faces imminent collapse if our undead kin stand on the precipice of annihilation. The grimoire would merely accompany us into oblivion. Hiruaji paused, struck by the sincerity in her sorrow. Was this world truly about to shatter? What exactly is the Dark Empress doing? Is she not devising a way to save the abyssal desolation? If this world is doomed to perish, why have you spent so much effort training me? Will I also die here? Hiruaji asked, his voice trembling with fear. For years he had endured relentless training solely in hope of one day emerging into the light and reuniting with his family. To perish here alongside skeletal monsters was the last thing he desired. Monica smiled, faintly shaking her head with a touch of melancholy. No, you shall not die. Even if we exhaust every drop of our dark energy, we will not let you perish. For you are the sole inheritor of this realm of the undead. You must carry forth its knowledge, wisdom, and memories, and eternally transmit our unyielding conviction. Ah, so that was it. Hiruaji suddenly understood. But why me? It was not we who chose you, Monica replied, but rather fate that led you to the threshold of our death space. And your profound aura of resentment drew us irresistibly. That is all. You must understand, bound by the chains of darkness, we cannot leave this domain. You, however, are different. You are neither undead nor human, yet possess traits of both. Thus you may traverse the boundaries between worlds with ease and fulfill the final sacred task. Yes, your task is to locate the Dark Empress and sire offspring imbued with the essence of darkness. Through them the lore of the undead realm shall flourish anew. Hiruaji thought glumly. This was far more daunting than he'd imagined. How old was that Empress anyway? Still dashing about like a reckless child, and now she'd gone missing. No wonder they were all in such a panic. There, Monica gently patted his cheek. My little darling, henceforth you shall diligently study necromancy under my guidance. Beyond magic, you must master noble etiquette and courtly arts. Truly arduous disciplines ahead. Hiruaji knew magic would be difficult, but he never anticipated that noble etiquette would prove even more grueling. These wretched liches, having lived far too long, seemed to have nothing better to do than squander precious time on empty formalities. Not only did greetings demand intricate archaic rituals, but these rites shifted endlessly, with rank, season, and circumstance growing ever more labyrinthine. And that was merely the greeting ritual. There were also dining ceremonies, rites for juniors, paying homage to elders, solemn rites of worship before the dark god, formal challenges to duels, rites governing the duel itself, rites celebrating victory, and even the vanquished were expected to expire with exquisite protocol-perfect grace. Admittedly performed with precision, these ceremonies exuded an undeniable air of nobility and elegance, but the sheer amount of time they consumed was staggering. Hiruaji suspected even the most ancient aristocrat from Earth would stand bewildered here, resembling nothing so much as a rustic bumpkin lost in a foreign court. And names, oh heavens! Just thinking of those accursed lich names gave him a headache. Each bore the names of father and master spanning at least 30 syllables, and mispronouncing even a single one constituted grave insult. Had those liches not recognized him as a clueless human, he would already have been challenged to duels a dozen times over. Worst of all was Monica herself. That day she'd enticed him with the gentle, angelic countenance of a celestial being. Yet during actual training, she transformed utterly. Her face froze into icy impassivity devoid of warmth or expression, and the slightest misstep summoned her serpent-headed whip. That whip truly bore 9 writhing venomous serpents, and when Hiruaji was bitten for the first time, he howled in agony, crying out for his mother and father alike. After several brutal lashings, he finally grasped an ageless, profoundly sobering truth. The more beautiful the woman, the less truthful her words. Compared to the tedious rigmarole of etiquette, necromancy proved far more captivating. Hiruaji seemed instinctively attuned to these cold, silent beings. He disliked human interaction intensely, yet these creatures never mocked or tormented him. Necromancy sounds terrifying, but it is in truth the most emotionally resonant of all magics. When mastering other magics, one must attune to the spirit of elements and resonate with matter, but with necromancy, one must commune directly with living souls, understanding their joys and sorrows, their yearnings and regrets, their deepest needs, before guiding their latent willpower to reanimate skeletal forms. Monica spoke softly beside the battlefield beyond the valley. Her voice always softened whenever she spoke of necromancy. Hiruaji stilled his mind and stepped onto the battlefield where corpses littered the earth and restless spirits surged through the air like chaotic noise at a crossroads. Impossible to distinguish, each voice drowned in the cacophony. "I can't make sense of it," he cried. "It's too chaotic here. Calm yourself. Merge your awareness with the souls themselves." Monica instructed. "Sink into your most serene, most centered state, and gently separate these agitated spirits." Hiruaji drew a deep breath, recalling the precise rhythmic tremor of his hands during bone reconstruction surgery. Strangely, as his hands began to tremble, his entire being slipped into another state entirely. He closed his eyes, shutting out sound entirely, and poured his entire spiritual sense into the air. And then he heard them. He perceived the wails of the undead, their full spectrum of emotion. Gradually, the corpses resolved into vivid living figures, each drawn to the battlefield by divergent motives, all striving in their own way to survive. Within each corpse lingered a fierce refusal to surrender to death, yet not all possessed the inner strength to rise again under their own power. "Let me help you fulfill your wishes," he whispered softly to himself. At that moment, countless fine silken threads seemed to stream from his palms and pierce the lifeless bodies. A miracle unfolded. 2 soldiers' rotting corpses staggered upright, and under Hiruaji's hyper-precise control began to walk. "I succeeded." His elation shattered his composure. The ethereal threads dissolved instantly, and the newly awakened skeletons collapsed. "Oh no, foolish!" Hiruaji groaned in frustration. After finally attuning to the soul's resonance, he'd broken the connection in an instant. Let's try again." Hiruaji was utterly immersed in the wondrous communion with souls, unaware that behind him stood Monica, utterly speechless. Monica had dwelled here for 5 millennia, and never once witnessed such a phenomenon. She had brought him here merely to absorb the atmosphere. To become a true lich required years of painstaking effort, yielding, at best, the reanimation of lowly creatures such as rats. Yet Hiruaji, on his very first attempt, had succeeded. For the first time in 5,000 years, a crystalline tear glistened at Monica's eye corner. Perhaps this young man truly is the savior of the Lich clan. May he bring true happiness and eternal joy to the Dark Empress. And in time raced forward. Hiruaji had progressed from barely summoning 2 skeletal soldiers to commanding 8 simultaneously. In terms of control, however, he could now manipulate no fewer than 16 skeletal warriors at once. Ordinarily, skeletal warriors fought according to their own will, often sluggish in motion and lacking in strength. Yet under a lich's direct control, their speed, power, and agility surged dramatically, reaching up to 3 times their natural capacity. Thus, this spell proved exceptionally practical. And yet, Hiruaji remained unimpressed. The reason was simple. Outside this realm, there were simply no such legions of skeletal warriors for him to command. To become a skeletal warrior, a corpse must be saturated with profound resentment and the stench of bloodshed, rendering battlefield warriors the only viable candidates. But in this age warfare unfolded across the void of space, a single missile could obliterate an entire starship. Where then might one find suitable corpses? As for those who passed peacefully in old age, affluent comforted by end-of-life care, they departed without anguish, ascending serenely to the western Pure Land. How could such souls harbor sufficient resentment? It was entirely possible that upon reanimating them as skeletal soldiers, they would slap him twice across the face. And yet Tamuni, Monica, and Gelat Hiraji had already ascended to the status of a deity. He accomplished in 2 months what ordinary liches require a decade to master. Does that not qualify as divine? Shadow muttered bitterly, I refuse to believe this boy alone possesses such exceptional talent. During these days they meticulously examined the knowledge stored within Hiraji's memory and discovered that human civilization had transformed beyond recognition. Modern humanity not only sailed colossal vessels into the heavens, but also forged siege engines capable of leveling entire cities, a truly awe-inspiring feat. Their ancient training methods perfected here over centuries might well be rendered laughable beyond these walls. And Muni declared, regardless, we must confront this reality. Since each of us has exerted our utmost in training Hiraji, should the mission ultimately fail, it shall be decreed by fate, not blamed upon any soul. Monica clenched her teeth. I wonder whether our archenemies, the Light Church, still endure. Those detestable beings may prove the greatest obstacle to our task. Muni replied, we must prepare for the worst. The Light Church wields immense authority. Even kings and dukes of mighty nations serve as its puppets. Moreover, its magi possess power rivaling that of our own Lich clan. If we have survived, there is no reason to believe the Light Church has perished. Shadow sneered, their gravest weakness lies in ignorance. They do not know our Lich clan still thrives in shadow. Ha ha. Imagine the day Hiraji unleashes skeletal martial arts before the Pope himself, slaying those hypocritical beasts one by one. Their expressions would be unforgettable. Recalling Hiraji's monstrous aptitude for learning, Shadow chuckled coldly. This abomination they themselves had forged, yet it was the accursed Light Church that would bear the consequences. At that thought, even the humiliation borne over 5 millennia eased, if only slightly. Muni said, our time grows short. Hiraji has now mastered bone restoration art, necrotic summoning, and skeletal combat techniques. His proficiency already surpasses that of elite skeletal warriors. Indeed, Monica affirmed, what we seek to cultivate is not merely a skeletal warrior, but a death marshal capable of commanding legions of the undead. Yes, it is time for his final trial, and I shall also reveal to him all truths concerning the Dark Empress. In an exhausted Hiraji staggered back to the castle. Today, despite expending every ounce of his strength, he failed to summon a 9th skeletal soldier. 8 appeared to be his absolute limit. Though every muscle screamed in agony, his face betrayed nothing, only serene composure. His gait remained unhurried, dignified, impeccably aristocratic. A deep black lich robe draped over his frame, amplifying his aura of enigmatic mystery. Inside, Hiraji groaned inwardly, banana and pineapple. Were it not for Monica, the deranged woman who might be watching from the shadows ready to lash him at the slightest slip, he would never feign such stiff propriety. Nor could he ignore Shadow, the accursed rogue, lurking unseen, poised to ambush him the moment fatigue flickered across his face. That wretched bone assassin. Still, over these 2 months their duels had ended in near equal tally, Hiraji slain 26 times by Shadow. Yet he had felled the skeletal assassin 15 times, each time obliged to painstakingly restore him. Even a skeleton with such audacity eventually grew embarrassed. He scoured the chamber thoroughly, not a single mouse to be found, then rigged alarm mechanisms using bone fragments on doors and windows before finally collapsing onto the bed. No sooner had he lain down than a thunderous boom shook the entire castle, sending thick clouds of dust cascading onto his face, triggering violent coughing fits. Oh, mother of mercy! Hiraji rolled sideways like a lazy mule, just as the chandelier crashed precisely where he'd stood moments before. What in the world is happening? In perplexed, Hiraji pushed open the door, only for another tremor to rock the fortress, accompanied by frantic cries and wails. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he noticed the corridor outside appeared markedly cleaner. Torches and sconces gleamed brand new, utterly free of rust. Over 100 skeletal soldiers scrambled through the hallways, some clutching armfuls of arrows, others hoisting bundles of spears, still more hastily strapping on leather armor. 3 or 4 black-robed liches strode from afar, shouting, to the battlements. To the battlements. And one pointed directly at Hiraji. You guard the east gate. Go now. Did he mistake him for a skeletal soldier? Hiraji frowned. Impossible. His body was flesh and blood, not. And then he looked down and froze. His entire body had been reduced to stark, ghastly white bone. What? Had he become a skeletal soldier? He prayed desperately this was merely a nightmare soon to end. Before he could utter another word, the surging tide of skeletons swept past. Someone thrust a flimsy leather cuirass over his frame, another shoved a long saber into his grasp, and he was carried along, swept out of the castle gates amid the roaring current of the undead host. The moment Hiroaji glimpsed the sky, he froze. This sky bore no resemblance to the eternally overcast firmament imprinted in his memory. Instead, a brilliant orb hung high in the heavens, radiating merciless, blinding light, an advanced illumination spell from arcane grimoires nearly rivaling the sun itself. Burning boulders streaked across the sky, crashing violently into the necropolis castle and collapsing swathes of its ancient walls. This was undoubtedly the source of the earlier earthquake. Far above, the bone dragon Gelot roared in furious circles, spewing toxic mists and paralyzing vapors upon the earth. Multicolored sparks crackled around his skeletal frame, the relentless barrage of enemy mages striking him with devastating force. Shattered skeletons littered the castle's periphery, most beyond any hope of reassembly. Mingling with the corpses of human soldiers, their numbers eerily matched. Judging by the carnage, the battle had raged without respite for at least a full day and night. Why did I hear no clash of arms just now? That's impossible, Hiroaji murmured to himself. Yet he had no time to ponder further. At the Lich Lord's command, skeletal warriors surged forward. Hiroaji, swept along by the tide, raised his long saber and charged headlong into the fray. In the distance, the enemy host stood arrayed with grim discipline. The allied human armies, clad in gleaming master-forged armor, wielding razor-sharp swords crafted by legendary smiths, their ranks stretching from the valley's mouth across its entire breadth. Amidst a phalanx of elite warriors marched a vast contingent of mages. As the skeletal vanguard drew near, a thunderous war cry erupted from the human lines. A towering barbarian warrior over 2 meters tall and bare-chested hefted his colossal axe and bellowed, "Charge! For the glory of the war god!" The opposing front lines collided with cataclysmic force. The very earth groaned beneath the impact. The first few diminutive skeletons were hurled backward like chaff by the sheer momentum of armored human soldiers. Yet countless more surged forward undaunted, locking brittle weapons against heavy axes and broadswords. A thick miasma of death hung in the air. Every throat screamed, every eye burned crimson. Was this the war between the undead and humankind? Hiroaji stared blankly at the battlefield. Combat had devolved into a brutal, grinding stalemate, severed limbs and splintered bones flying through the air above the combatants. What force compelled these already dead souls to drag their rotting bodies into battle? Hiroaji asked himself, and found no answer. Kill! Kill! It was only after a long while that he realized this guttural, bestial shriek was tearing from his own throat. The skeletal vanguard before him lay utterly pulverized. Now an overwhelming tide of human soldiers surged toward him. Kill! Hiroaji summoned the full power of the black netherbone art. His blade whirled like a storm, piercing deep into a human soldier's abdomen. It was his first true kill of a living human. But seasoned by bloodshed, Hiroaji felt no revulsion. Instead, a torrent of exhilaration flooded his being. As he wrenched the blade free, he subtly invoked the incantations from the demon tongue scripture, drawing forth a trace of fresh resentment from the fallen soldier's corpse. Though infinitesimal, that sliver of malice accelerated his recovery to astonishing speed, the motion flowing seamlessly, flawlessly, as if carved by fate itself. It was as though a spring stretched taut to its breaking point had suddenly regained its elasticity, ready to unleash explosive, uncontainable power. His long saber slashed and cleaved without pause, carving a wide swath of devastation. Bodies of slain soldiers soon carpeted the ground. Though these skeletal warriors fought with unmatched ferocity and utter disregard for death, their numbers were pitifully few, and individually they lacked the martial prowess of human knights. Indeed, the entire battle hinged upon the bone dragon Gelot soaring defiantly in the heavens. But as human mages unleashed ever more potent high-tier spells, vibrant spheres of arcane energy slamming into Gelot one after another, the dragon finally succumbed to the onslaught, roaring in agony before plummeting from the sky. With their greatest asset fallen, the mages turned their full fury upon the undead legions. Gigantic boulders, raging torrents, and searing infernos detonated amidst the skeletal ranks. Human morale soared. Their blades, spears, and halberds became a monstrous meat grinder, efficiently reducing skeletons to dust. One by one, skeletal warriors shattered, until even the last fragment of bone dissolved into magical fire, their defiance extinguished only in final dissolution. Gradually, the undead formations crumbled beyond cohesion. Cut off and isolated into scattered fragments, vastly outnumbered, the rank-and-file skeletons were helpless. Only a handful of elite skeletal commanders held their ground, while the rest fell one by one. What is happening? Is real warfare truly this merciless? These skeletal warriors are astonishingly valiant. His mind reeled, unable to process the horror unfolding before him. His body moved on instinct alone, hacking and slashing at every foe within reach. Comrades fell beside him, one after another, and contrary to his expectations, these skeletons grieved and raged when their brethren fell. They shielded each other from ambushes, even sacrificing themselves without hesitation. Slowly, Hiruaji realized they were not soulless puppets, but sentient beings imbued with will and feeling. And then, he burned with fury, having fully embraced his identity as one of the undead legions. He hurled himself into the enemy ranks with reckless abandon, cutting down soldiers left and right. None expected such sublime martial mastery from this unassuming skeleton. Each strike found its mark. Yet the human host was inexhaustible, and swiftly Hiruaji vanished into its surging, endless sea. Multiple spears pierced his ribs, though he possessed no organs to rupture. The impalement rooted him immobile, frozen mid-motion. Then, a massive warhammer descended from above, poised to obliterate him into oblivion. At that very instant, a sorrowful, enigmatic melody echoed across the battlefield. At first it flowed like spring rain, soft, delicate, silent. Yet it pierced through the cacophony of war with crystalline clarity, reaching every ear without falter. A woman's voice, low and tender, not aged but touched with the faint timbre of youth, yet saturated with immeasurable sorrow and ancient pain. Only one who had truly borne the anguish of all suffering souls could sing such a profoundly resonant lament. Human and undead alike froze. Weapons suspended mid-swing, muscles locked, breath held, as if time itself had paused at the song's command. All eyes turned toward the necropolis castle, toward its highest tower, where silhouetted against the biting wind stood a frail, slender figure, unbowed and unbroken. Hiruaji, like the rest, turned and gazed deeply, unblinkingly upon that delicate, luminous form. A million bombs detonated in his mind. Hiruaji's ears buzzed as sorcerous light continued to flare around him, flames roared, and the castle crumbled, yet the girl atop the tower held his entire mind captive. The soldiers' swords clattered to the ground. Even when their souls were pierced, they made no sound. For a moment, the battlefield fell deathly silent, save for that eternal melancholic melody that lingered and would not fade. With the mages gone, the illumination wrought by light magic quickly failed, and the field sank once more beneath a purple pall. Two streaks of lightning tore the heavy air, casting the girl's silhouette into sharp relief. Her beauty was breathtaking. She seemed a divine figure stepped out of a black and white film, dark contours traced a lithe, exquisite form. Her pure black hair fell over her shoulders, framing a fresh, delicate face that invited affection. Yet her eyes, twin wells of black flame, all but erased that gentle charm, and instead projected a compelling, heroic vigor. Fragility and resolve, two qualities that should be at odds, found a perfect, uncanny union upon this mysterious night, which a diaphanous white veil draped her, and against the brooding darkness of the castle, she hovered like a light bird, as if with a single light leap she might soar into the starry heavens. The veil faintly concealed her private curves, yet revealed broad swathes of unblemished skin. On another woman, such a sight might arouse sensual thoughts, but in her presence there was no spark of lust, only a desire to venerate. Her empty hands wove graceful gestures in time with her song, emitting an ineffable, uncanny radiance. Her jade feet were bare, two delicate black anklets clasped her left ankle and rang with a clear, crisp chime as she danced. Most strange of all, two crystalline black orbs spun ceaselessly around her in time with her song and movement. As the melody sank into every heart, her dance grew ever more arcane, and the orbs whirled with vertiginous speed. Unseen by most, a black mist had begun to rise across the battlefield. From her body burst forth a pure obsidian radiance that shrouded the entire legion of the dead. At the last instant, Hiruaji could only watch her graceful form. She seemed to misstep, her feet slipping beyond the high platform, as if she were about to fall from the castle. Oh! Hiruaji cried, desperate to reach out and catch her, heedless of the 100 or 200 meters that separated them. As if sensing his concern at the critical moment, she tilted her face up and bestowed upon Hiruaji a smile of radiant splendor. Then she dissolved into darkness, and from that void poured forth thousands of purple butterflies that alighted upon each skeletal warrior. One beautiful butterfly settled on Hiruaji's palm. The butterfly was her incarnate form. Mesmerized by the riot of color, Hiruaji stood transfixed. What you just took part in was the final battle of our Yuanjuyu. Hiruaji drifted back from memories sealed for 5,000 years. He had not yet recovered from the horrors of the battlefield, his mind still haunted by the mysterious girl's image. He sprang from his bed and impulsive grabbed Mu Ni by the collar. Who was that girl? What became of her? Hearing his fervent concern, Mu Ni's eyes flashed with violet light, and then calmed, in a cold voice, he said, "That woman was our leader, the Dark Empress. The Empress' demonic name is Yudelian. She She is the Empress. Hiruaji felt a sudden ache of loss bewildered. Mu and I nodded side, and began to recount the ancient history that had been sealed away. It was the darkest, most blood-stained, most brutal epic the continent had seen. Commoners were slaves to the Guangming Church, condemned to lives worse than beasts. What is the Guangming Church? Hiruaji asked. The Guangming Church manipulated everyone's faith. Even earthly emperors dared not contravene them. Those emperors and ministers who performed great dramas upon history's stage were nothing more than puppets in the hands of the Guangming Church. Mu and I explained that the Guangming Church had begun as an ordinary religious order, even persecuted by other sects, its followers forced to wander with no fixed home. It was only when they migrated to a valley in Zhongya that they discovered mysterious meteor craters. It was said that Pontiff Yalashanda drew revelation from those craters and thereby mastered formidable magic. The Guangming Church settled in that valley, naming it Shinshaidi, convinced it was a dwelling granted by the Supreme God. Followers gathered to heed Pontiff Yalashanda's teachings, practiced wondrous magics, and quietly amassed power. As the continent was rent by endless wars, rulers slaughtering one another for supremacy, the Guangming Church seized the opportunity and installed a puppet emperor as their earthly mouthpiece. With the aid of the mage's overwhelming might, the continent was swiftly unified beneath the puppet emperor's control. The common folk believed peace had come, yet the Church's ambition reached further. It sought to dominate minds and bend every free soul beneath the so-called Supreme God of Light. Those were the bleakest of years. After the wars, the already impoverished populace was further crushed by heavy levies to erect ostentatious cathedrals and altars to the light. Some 100,000 souls traversed the scorching quicksand-ridden Zhongya desert to the distant east in search of immaculate white marble. Another 100,000 then transported the stones by land and sea. Each block carried to Fandagang cost countless lives to desert heat and the wrathful storms of the Indian Ocean. 500,000 lives were consumed before the papal metropolis of Fandagang was finally completed. Those enraged spirits lingered long upon the earth, becoming the fertile soil from which the undead would later arise. Mu and I traced emblem after emblem in the void with sorcerous energy. The Church controls many great merchant houses and noble lineages. These crests are among the most influential. Perhaps you have seen them. Hiruaji had only glanced at them before he cried in astonishment, "I have seen these crests. Damn it, aren't these emblems the logos of some of the most famous corporations in the cosmos?" Hiruaji pondered. These companies seemed to rank among the top 10 in the universe. Each firm commanded the resources of 3 or 4 planets, far mightier than any former nation. These corporations not only frantically sought new colonies and resources, they also independently developed mecha technologies and advanced weaponry. The so-called Galactic Federation was merely a product of uneasy compromise between these corporations, much like the United Nations on Earth lacking the power to truly bind its members. The Federation's 7 fleets each answered to their own patrons, and for those patrons' interests, they might even turn on one another. Mu and I said in a low voice, "Indeed, the Guangming Church still exists." Hiruaji, remember this, the Church is our implacable enemy. No way. Hiruaji lamented bitterly, these corporations. Their current strength is overwhelming. How can we possibly stand against them? Each major corporation commanded at least 100 cosmic mechs. Some even fielded over 500. Hiruaji had no illusion that merely summoning 2 skeletons would suffice to challenge such formidable might. Muni spoke coldly. Our enemies are indeed formidable. Otherwise we would have vanquished them 5,000 years ago. Back then, ordinary civilians were ground mercilessly in the meat grinder of oppression, squeezed until their last drop of sweat and blood was drained, then discarded as worthless refuse upon the wastelands to perish alone, while the monstrous clergy used the fruits of our toil to further arm their soldiers and intensify their tyranny. This grim reality endured for 2 full centuries, until necromancy emerged silent and unseen. Necromancy did not exist in this world before. Upon death, the human soul dissolved entirely, ascending to heaven or descending to hell, vanishing into realms beyond mortal comprehension. Yet now those who perished in agony refused to fade quietly into oblivion, nor would they endure the continued arrogance and cruelty of their oppressors who tormented their kin and descendants without remorse. Their accumulated resentment swelled like a storm, coalescing at last into a new dark essence. At first, the downtrodden masses, born into poverty, had no knowledge of how to harness this shadowy power. The skeletons resurrected by this potent grudge possessed neither reason nor discernment, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Thus, in this early age, necromancy and skeletal warriors were deemed ill omens, tools of chaos and malevolence. And the Church of Light, seizing the opportunity with calculated malice, waged relentless campaigns of slander, until the very name necromancy made men blanch with dread. They even blamed every suffering and atrocity upon necromancy itself, as if before its emergence the world had been a tranquil paradise of peace and harmony. But deception cannot endure forever. All hope converged upon an unassuming shepherdess, her name Eudelian. She had received no formal education, yet her heart brimmed with gentleness and compassion. Her ears seemed attuned to every injustice and shadow in the world. Her radiant eyes pierced straight into the depths of the human soul, laying bare all ugliness. When Eudelian turned 16, her village, unable to meet the exorbitant rents, saw several youths flee into exile. Rumors claimed they hid deep within the mountains and forests, turning to banditry, raiding caravans of noble houses. Their intimate knowledge of the terrain made them nearly impossible for the Lord's soldiers to capture. Yet those inept brutes failed to apprehend the bandits, and instead vented their fury upon the innocent villagers, dispatching troops to carry out a massacre. Not a single villager was spared, not the eldest elder nor the youngest infant. Every home was reduced to ash, the entire settlement erased from the earth. Eudelian too fell victim to that slaughter. Perhaps even heaven could no longer bear witness to such barbarity. The dark essence lingered long above the ruins, refusing to dissipate. Absorbing its immense power, Eudelian returned to the mortal realm, not as a girl, but as the first Lich Queen. Eudelian was a peerless genius in the annals of magical history. With her undying life, she devoured knowledge and arcane arts with ravenous hunger, synthesizing them into a unified whole, until at last she authored the sacred canon of necromancy, the Dark Tongue. The skeletal warriors she summoned were no longer mindless rampaging monsters, but beings retaining fragments of memory and possessing rudimentary cognition. Through relentless combat, these warriors forged Black Abyss Bone Art, a martial discipline uniquely suited to skeletal physiology, both devastating and profound. Thus the Legion of the Dead rose steadily against the entrenched aristocracy backed by the Church of Light, growing stronger with each battle, establishing bases, forging alliances, and consolidating power. At first the Church of Light dismissed these heretical arts with contempt. Skeletal warriors, frail and brittle, were mere puppets to their elite warriors, ridiculous, laughable things. Necromancy itself was deemed nothing more than a sleight-of-hand trick devised by a shepherdess. The venerable mages, descendants of noble lineages, considered even glancing at that madwoman a profound insult to their dignity. But circumstances shifted swiftly. Under the Church's iron-fisted rule, the Legion's strength surged, soon matching regular armies in scale and skill, winning decisive victories and launching large-scale assaults against several major cities under ecclesiastical control. Panicked prelates finally awoke from their petty squabbles over trivial gains. Hastily they assembled vast legions, equipped with legions of battle mages. Such overwhelming force had never before been witnessed on the continent. 7 great battles ensued. Yet the Legion, born of common soil, lacked mastery of formal tactics and military discipline. Though driven by unshakable resolve, they could not withstand the enemy's thundering cavalry. At last the enemy advanced upon the Legion's stronghold, the Umbral Wastes. That very battle Hiroaji had just experienced was a phantasm conjured by Muni through necromantic artifice. In the end, you still lost? Hiroaji asked with painful effort, his heart heavy with sorrow. Now he understood the crushing weight of destiny borne upon that young woman's shoulders, and his heart overflowed with tender pity. Muni's voice sank low and grave. As you see, we did fall. The Church of Light's power far exceeded our darkest expectations. Without a miracle, escape from their grasp was impossible. Hiroaji grew even more puzzled. Then how are you standing here before me alive and whole? Muni said, as you witnessed. You saw how at the final moment Eudelian unleashed all her stored dark essence, sacrificing her very life to forge a sealed extra-dimensional sanctuary. Ah, so that's it. Hiroaji exhaled deeply. No wonder he could not die here. This world was not real. Yet the thought of Eudelian's ultimate sacrifice stirred a quiet ache within him. Though he had glimpsed her only once, in illusion, Muni's tale had made him feel as though he had known her since childhood. Then, what became of Eudelian in the end? Hiroaji demanded urgently. Muni placed a firm hand upon his shoulder. Eudelian is indeed dead, beyond doubt. Yet from her legacy, the sacred text, the Dark Tongue, we learned of an enigmatic necromantic right realm shift reincarnation. As sovereign Lich, Eudelian shall be reborn into the mortal world 5,000 years later. Hiroaji leapt to his feet, electrified. We spirits of the dead had no desire to linger in this liminal refuge, but upon hearing this prophecy, all resolved to wait patiently. We do not crave escape from this realm, but we yearn to shape a different destiny for Eudelian's rebirth, to grant her a life utterly unlike the one she once endured. Will the reborn Eudelian remember her past life? Muni slowly rotated his neck. According to ancient records, no. Yet the darkness and buried memories slumber deep within her mind. If left undisturbed, she will live a quiet, joyful life as an ordinary girl, but we deeply fear the Church of Light may once again seek her harm. Do they know? The Church harbors countless prodigies and seers. It is uncertain whether they will sense the return of dark essence to the world. Then what shall we do? Muni smiled faintly. We were utterly powerless. This realm remains severed from the outside world. We only sensed dimly and distantly that Yedelian had already been reborn over a decade ago. Beyond that, we knew nothing. But fortune favored us precisely at this moment you entered the umbral wastes. Me, Hiroaji pointed incredulously at his own nose. Yes, it's you. You can't be considered 100% undead, you still possess half of a human's essence. Therefore, as long as we unleash all our remaining power, we should be able to send you out of the dark abyss and back to the human realm. At that time, you will have to take on our responsibility, find Yedelian, and protect her from the interference of the Church of Light. He looked at his hands, feeling as if he were holding two fiery coal balls. It turned out that all his arduous training had been for such a task. Muni continued, we know that the opponent's power is undoubtedly very formidable, so we have already taught you most of the knowledge. You are not merely a bodyguard, you must become Yedelian's right-hand man. If Yedelian's past life memories awaken, then you must become her most capable subordinate. If her memories do not awaken, then I hope you can become her husband, love her sincerely, protect her, and take care of her, allowing her to live a simple, yet sweet life as a happy little woman. This. Hiroaji felt a surge of emotions. Going against a universe-level corporation was undoubtedly a dead, and he hoped that Yedelian's past life memories wouldn't awaken. But then he thought, wait, if the girl's past life memories do not awaken, how will she know her true identity? Should he just bluntly go up to her and say, it turns out you are the undead mage from 5,000 years ago, the Dark Lich, and I am a super bodyguard trained in all aspects of skeletons, so let me take care of you for a lifetime. This sort of thing seems impossible to succeed. Suddenly Muni excitedly grasped Hiroaji's hand. Ruaji, all the hopes of our undead clan for the past 5,000 years rest upon you. You must not let us down. This. How could he not feel disappointed? They were thinking too highly of him. Hiroaji felt torn. I have neither the agility of Jackie Chan nor the looks of Andy Lau. For me to be a bodyguard and husband the girl must be willing. Moreover, in this vast universe with so many colonized stars, who knows where that girl has been reincarnated? Muni said seriously, this is the benefit of having practiced the demonic language. You already possess the heart of darkness within you. As long as you and Yedelian are on the same continent, you will definitely be able to sense her existence. What the hell, who has a heart of darkness inside them? Hey, do you know that the current world has at least 1,000 continents? Hiroaji suddenly felt that his future fate was quite tragic. He would either be seen as a madman or be crushed by the church like an ant. All right, Hiroaji said dejectedly, I will try my best to find her, but there's one thing I need to clarify. You haven't gone out for so long and don't know much about the outside world. I can't guarantee that I will definitely find Yedelian, even if I do find her. She might not want me as her husband, right? I will do my best, how about that? Muni's eyes dimmed. We also know that this task is extremely challenging. In fact, no one has high expectations of you. This is just our last effort. Because after some time, the dark elements sustaining this space will be completely exhausted. At that point, we will enter eternal slumber unless the Dark Queen fully awakens and can summon us back to the real world. Whether you succeed or fail does not matter much to us, as we have already lived long enough. Hiroaji was taken aback, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. Although he had no real chance of success, hearing the other party explicitly say that he was unable made Hiroaji feel a bit gloomy. He wanted to guarantee that he would complete the task, but thinking about the power of those large companies, he felt he couldn't be too confident, for that would be deceiving. Hiroaji secretly resolved that if he ever had the chance to return to the real world, he would do his utmost in this matter, regardless of whether he ultimately succeeded or not, just to honor their training. Maybe Yedelian's reincarnation is just 2 streets away from his home. It might be possible to bump into her while going out for breakfast. In this world, there can't be that many fights and killings. Perhaps after 5,000 years, those mages and other things are long gone, and the Church of Light has simply become a commercial group. If that's the case, being able to live a sweet life with Yedelian doesn't seem so bad. After all, Xiaowen has already given up on me. I can't let them look down on me. I must find someone even prettier than her. According to Muni, Hiroaji had only 2 months left before leaving the Dark Abyss. In this final time, those perverse magic users clearly had no intention of letting him go. Instead, they intensified their torment and training. Now he was responsible for repairing 30 skeleton soldiers daily, and he also had to guard against ambushes from the shadows and their 3 disciples. In addition, he had to learn all the etiquette of high society from Monica and had not been spared from the sting of the snakehead whip. The bone dragon gelate was like a stimulant requiring Hiroaji to fly in the sky for 4 hours a day while demanding that he practice the dark bone technique continuously during that time. Through relentless training, Hiroaji's skills were growing at an astonishing rate, and he had become the most promising skeleton warrior in history. However, Muni was clearly not satisfied with this. In the final period, he began to teach Hiroaji some techniques for commanding troops in battle. In fact, strategy was the greatest weakness of the undead clan, as these individuals had been ordinary civilians in life, at best low-level warriors, with very few outstanding military strategists. It was precisely because of the lack of good command that they had failed in 7 battles and nearly faced total annihilation. However, over the 5,000 years in the Dark Abyss, the Skeleton Clan had summarized the experiences and lessons from those 7 battles, deriving a wealth of valuable theoretical knowledge. Having undergone countless practical exercises in those 5,000 years, these methods were mostly simple and direct, yet very effective. Muni imparted all this knowledge to Hiroaji, as these strategies were mainly used for giving commands to ordinary skeleton soldiers, making them very straightforward and easy to understand even for someone of Hiroaji's average talent. One thing Hiroaji found very strange was, Muni, why are your strategies mainly for manipulating fewer than 100 skeleton warriors? Muni replied, because compared to the Church of Light, our strength is very weak, so we cannot adopt the method of frontal assault with large armies. In the past we failed because we used such strategies. Now we conclude that we must reduce the size of the troops and use a small number of elite units to raid the enemy's weak points. Only by using this guerrilla warfare method can we achieve final victory. Hiroaji shook his head foolishly, completely unable to understand what the other person was saying. Muni sighed, believing that Hiroaji had no future in strategy. However, the subsequent tactical drills greatly exceeded his expectations. Muni and Hiroaji each commanded 80 skeletal warriors. Muni could control 14 skeletons, 2 fewer than Hiroaji, meaning he possessed 2 fewer elite commanders. Yet Muni trusted his superior tactical acumen to effortlessly crush his opponent. The terrain was a rugged forested mountain range, jagged boulders strewn across untamed ground, precisely the kind of battlefield most suited to Muni's instincts. Yet the final outcome left everyone bewildered. At first, Muni advanced with remarkable ease. His skeletal warriors moved in seamless coordination, like fingers on a single hand, converging upon the enemy from multiple directions. By contrast, Hiroaji, commanding troops for the first time, issued chaotic orders and deployed his formations haphazardly, loose and unstructured. Muni's forces swiftly encircled several of Hiroaji's isolated soldiers, scouts originally dispatched ahead of the main force. But they were too far from the main body to serve any warning function, and were swiftly eliminated. What followed resembled a one-sided massacre. Hiroaji's ranks were shattered, fragmented, and systematically annihilated. Yet at the critical moment, when only a dozen skeletal warriors remained under Hiroaji's command, the tide turned in an unforeseen manner. For these dozen warriors were elite fighters, all directly controlled by Hiroaji himself. A cold glacial light flared in Hiroaji's eyes, an ethereal chill coalesced around his form. From his palms extended gossamer threads of soul energy, winding tightly around each skeletal warrior. His hands blazed with radiant, incandescent light. The 18 elite warriors moved as if possessed by divine will, speed and strength surging, their coordination flawless. They launched several brilliant, devastating charges, nearly crippling Muni's entire force. Muni frowned. Hiroaji's victory was not won through pure tactical command, but through his terrifying power of direct control. Yet this also revealed Hiroaji's extraordinary mastery in commanding small units of a dozen or so warriors. Hiroaji, why did you position these 2 warriors here? What role do they fulfill? Muni asked, puzzled. After the battle, Hiroaji reverted to his usual guise, the seemingly harmless neighborly boy, and smiled faintly, somewhat bemused. I'm not sure why. I simply felt they belonged there. My. It's like performing skeletal reconstruction surgery, placing the most suitable bone with the precise amount of force into the exact right position. Then the result unfolds perfectly. Muni nodded, repeatedly lost in deep contemplation. Was there truly a connection between commanding troops and mechanical construction? He had never considered it before. But this world had long since surpassed his prior conceptions. So let Hiroaji forge his own path, unshackled and unrestrained. Hiroaji, you will create a world entirely your own, Muni declared with unwavering certainty. Come, let us begin again. Your forces remain unchanged, but mine will now number 100 skeletal warriors. What? Hiroaji cried out in protest. That's unfair. Muni offered a faint sly smile. In this world, where is true fairness ever found? And one more thing, the 20 additional skeletons include Ying, the elite shadow skeleton assassin. Tread carefully. Ingyi emerged slowly from behind Muni, raising his blade in a silent, chilling salute toward Hiruaji. "Ah, you! How utterly dishonorable!" Hiruaji roared in fury, but the instant the enemy advanced once more in a sweeping fan-shaped formation, he slipped instantly into focus. His hands danced with fluid precision, guiding his soldiers into optimal combat positions. 1 month later, an uncanny stillness hung over the dark citadel. The elite members of the Undead Legion stood in a tight circle. Even the bone dragon Gelot coiled quietly in the corner, all gathered around the sole human within the abyssal domain Hiruaji. To be stared down by so many skeletons would send an ordinary person into terrified tears, yet Hiruaji remained utterly unmoved. His feet stood slightly apart, his posture relaxed, yet commanding, like a towering, unyielding tree. His face bore no expression, radiating serene indifference. Even his eyes held a faint steely gray, evoking the quiet wisdom of an ancient sage. Ah, this was the proper etiquette expected of a lich. Had Hiruaji failed to adopt such an unervingly austere demeanor, Monica would have lashed out with her whip without hesitation. After nearly a year of such rigorous training, even a pig might have been polished into high society nobility. "Hiruaji," Muni began solemnly, "the time has come for you to depart this place." Hiruaji's heart surged with both excitement and confusion. According to Muni's earlier words, he should have remained here another year, or perhaps longer. So why was he being sent back so soon? Muni explained, "The leakage of dark energy has grown critically severe. This realm cannot sustain itself much longer. We must dispatch you without delay." Hiruaji couldn't help but protest, "But I haven't completed all my training yet." Monica let out a soft, silvery laugh. "Little fool, we know the outer world has undergone cataclysmic change. Much of this training may no longer apply. Yet what we truly sought to hone was not your body, but your spirit." "The spirit?" Ingyi interjected coolly. "Only those whose spirit is truly unbreakable shall advance fearlessly along the path ahead. Otherwise, even the strongest body is but animated carrion." Hiruaji gazed intently at these skeletal figures, monstrous beings in the eyes of ordinary folk, yet rare and revered mentors in his heart. Indeed, they had trained him with unrelenting rigor, but without their guidance he could never have forged a spirit of true resilience. Though the trials ahead loomed daunting, Hiruaji swore inwardly. He would fulfill his destiny with unwavering resolve. "Muni, very well, your time grows short. Remember this: once we send you forth, this realm will collapse entirely, reverting to its primordial essence, a tiny perfect orb. You must safeguard this orb. Should the Empress's memories awaken fully, perhaps one day, we too may awaken once more." Hiruaji nodded vigorously. "Well then, do you have anything else to say to us?" Muni asked, voice calm, but edged with icy gravity. Though his tone hadn't shifted, Hiruaji sensed unmistakable sorrow and regret beneath it. Hiruaji nodded firmly, his gaze sweeping slowly across Muni, Monica, Ing, Black, General Old D, and the bone dragon Gelot, his throat tight as he rasped, "I will find Eudelion and summon you all back. I swear it." Muni offered a gentle smile. "Life and death hold little meaning for us. So long as Eudelion lives well, that is our sole hope." "Enough, depart," Ingyi said coldly. Shadow assassins harbor no use for such sentimentality. Yet even his voice trembled faintly. Gelot the bone dragon stretched lazily, exhaling a warm gust from his nostrils toward Hiruaji. Old D said nothing, only watched him in silence. Monica blew him a dazzling, flirtatious kiss. "The hour has arrived," Muni declared. "Collapse begins imminently. Let us channel our final strength to cast Hiruaji beyond this realm." All raised their hands, pouring the last vestiges of their dark energy into Hiruaji's aura, swiftly conjuring a dense cerulean mist. As Monica led the chant of an ancient necromantic incantation, the mist spiraled inward, coalescing into a vast roaring vortex. "Farewell, everyone, farewell." Hiruaji cried at last, tears of profound gratitude streaming down his cheeks. "Ruaji," Muni called out loudly, "time within the abyssal domain is absolutely frozen. To the world outside, you have not yet spent a single day. Guard your true identity fiercely. Walk humbly, lest the light church uncover who you are." These final words dissolved instantly into the howling vortex. Deprived of sustaining dark energy, the abyssal domain began to crumble. The great citadel fractured and collapsed. Fissures split the earth as mountainsides avalanched into torrents of mud and stone. Even the sky blackened into absolute, suffocating void. Hiruaji's spirit drifted weightlessly, gazing downward for one last time upon the abyssal domain. Below, 1,000 skeletal warriors stood motionless in immaculate formation at the city's heart, awaiting dissolution with solemn peace. Their final duty fulfilled, they could now rest, eternally serenely. Hiruaji's consciousness blurred, dimmed, and dissolved into soft, shapeless haze. His ears filled with the roar of rushing water, his mouth choked on something unknown. Suddenly, he realized he was struggling in a foul, putrid river. Hiruaji was no longer the athletic novice who couldn't swim. Though the current was thick and viscous, he broke the surface swiftly. Hiruaji had never breathed air so crisp, nor seen stars so radiant, nor beheld a moon so luminous and full, suspended high above. Exhausted beyond measure, he dragged himself onto the riverbank and collapsed heavily into the mire, his mind settling into tranquil stillness. He glanced at his wrist. His watch had inexplicably reappeared, gleaming as if newly purchased. Today was February 14th, Interstellar year 375. A tragic Valentine's Day. Ha ha ha. Hiruaji suddenly burst into unrestrained laughter. He didn't know what he laughed at, only that the past several years had felt like a surreal, phantasmagoric dream. Bone dragons, skeletal legions, liches. Yet this dream had irrevocably reshaped Hiruaji's life. Lying there for who knew how long, he discovered, hidden within his clothing, a smooth, round, translucent stone resembling a glass bead. Its obsidian surface shimmered with unfathomable depth. Gazing from different angles, one glimpsed infinite, shifting worlds within. This was the crystallized essence of the abyssal domain, Muni and the others slumbering eternally within this miniature sepulchre. Hiruaji smiled faintly and clenched the glass bead tightly in his palm. So it was no mere dream after all. Skeletal legions and the Light Church were real. Sigh. It seemed his path forward bristled with countless obstacles. But let every challenge come, unflinching and unafraid. This time Hiruaji would never run away again. A grim, narrow alleyway shrouded in gloom. Mercury vapor lamps cast harsh light from above, illuminating countless insects darting erratically through the air. The figure moved strangely, limbs stiff, joints rigid, muscles utterly unresponsive, as if his entire body were propelled solely by skeletal structure. His face was expressionless, a mask of utter detachment, indifferent to all things in the world. Anyone timid enough to witness this scene would surely believe he had just crawled forth from a grave, a true Jiangshi. In truth, it was not far from the mark. Hiruaji was scarcely distinguishable from a Jiangshi, and if there was any difference at all, it was that he was stronger. Yet now Hiruaji faced a dire predicament. He was lost. Though only a few hours had passed in the real world, for Hiruaji over a decade had elapsed, years filled with the utterly unimaginable. Under such circumstances, he could barely recall where his home even stood. Having spent so long in the Skullens, he had grown accustomed to moving purely through bone strength. Should his parents see him now, this ghastly skeletal apparition, they would surely panic, convinced he suffered from full-body paralysis. Thus Hiruaji wandered aimlessly through the narrow alleys near his old neighborhood, straining to relearn the natural mechanics of human motion. He prayed silently that no one would spot him. Stay low, he admonished himself inwardly. Be discreet as a man, and even more so as a skeletal soldier. For should one of those cosmic conglomerates so much as pluck a single hair and jab it down, I'd be pierced clean through. Yet fate, delighted in irony, just as he feared it most, had arrived. Two sharp gunshots echoed distantly, followed by the roar of an engine and the thunderous, chaotic stomping of heavy-soled boots. Then came the voice, brutal, merciless, "Don't run. You wretched whore, today is your end." Before Hiruaji could react, something cold and metallic pressed hard against his lower back. He turned and recoiled in shock. A woman drenched in blood, her face deathly pale, yet her wide-open eyes burned with fierce, unyielding vitality. Slung across her back lay an unconscious elder. The cold object pressed to Hiruaji's waist was a compact pistol. Yet his startled flinch had nothing to do with her bloodied state, or even the pistol pointed at him. After surviving over a decade in the abyssal desolation, even a grotesquely decomposed corpse would hardly stir alarm in him. What truly stunned him was that this woman was unmistakably the same intoxicated noblewoman he'd encountered in the bar just last night. The very woman who had plunged him into this maelstrom of trouble. Instinctively, Hiruaji recoiled. "Mayim, you've mistaken me for someone else." The intoxicated woman, nearly spent, leaned heavily against him, but her voice remained iron-willed. "Get out of my way." Unrelated bystanders vanish. He thought, "I'm not blocking your path. I'm being used as your crutch." Yet he knew well logic rarely prevailed in arguments with beautiful women. She let out a choked groan. A trickle of blood seeped from her lips, rendering her suddenly fragile, heartbreakingly delicate. A vast crimson bloom unfurled slowly across her chest. Having spent so long in the abyssal desolation as a skeletal repairer, Hiruaji instinctively saw her not as flesh and blood, but as a rosy-skinned skeleton. Dazed, he parted her blouse and began examining the wound with clinical precision. "You." Her eyes widened in outrage. The pistol barrel swung instantly to his temple. Yet she hesitated. His gaze was cool, detached, utterly devoid of the lecherous glint of an ordinary pervert. So she withheld the trigger. 3 ribs shattered by bullets, pressing upon internal organs with minor internal hemorrhaging. He murmured, studying the wound. How vexing these muscles and vessels are. Ordinary skeletal soldiers have none of these troublesome tissues. Alas, he lacked proper tools, until his gaze fell upon the pistol in her hand. The intoxicated woman gasped. This enigmatic passerby moved like lightning. Before she could blink, her self-defense pistol had vanished from her grip. What followed defied belief. The unremarkable youth clad in plain attire studied the weapon intently, then drew a slow breath. His hands dissolved into twin blurs of blinding white light. With the effortless grace of a master butcher dissecting an ox, the intricate pistol disassembled itself in an instant, reduced to its fundamental components. The woman's heart lurched. This was no ordinary firearm. It was a specially miniaturized, custom-assembled model requiring specialized tools for even basic maintenance. Ordinarily, only seasoned veterans could dismantle it barehanded, yet he had done so without hesitation. Who exactly is he? Hiruaji smiled, satisfied. As expected, the weapon contained precisely the tools he needed. Selecting a spring and a slender metal strip, he focused intently on the wound across her chest. Yet he overlooked one crucial fact: skeletal soldiers possessed extraordinary pain tolerance, never trembling, never crying out. But she was flesh and blood, alive. She trembled violently, tears brimming in her luminous eyes. How thoughtless this man is, she thought bitterly. If he meant to treat me, at least he might have warned me first. Still, pride ran deep within her. She refused to disgrace herself before another. So she bore the agony in silence. Moments later, Hiruaji held up the extracted bullet, nodding with quiet satisfaction. The projectile was removed, the fractured ribs realigned perfectly. Internal bleeding remained unaddressed, but Hiruaji hadn't even noticed the ruptured vessels. To him, blood vessels held no particular significance. Only when she emitted a soft, pained moan did he grasp the gravity of his blunder, and froze utterly dumbstruck. Her lips were deeply indented by her own teeth, her gaze heavy with wounded reproach locked onto his. "What is your name?" she whispered, clutching her chest. The pain had eased markedly. This man truly possessed rare skill. Flustered, Hiruaji fumbled. Never before had a beauty asked his name, yet discretion was paramount. A good deed needs no name. His voice was low, solemn. She burst into laughter, then winced, letting out a sharp ouch. He stared spellbound. An old saying echoed in his mind: 3 years in the army, and even a sow becomes a Jiaochan. In the abyssal desolation, he had met only one woman, Monica, a 5,000-year-old lich sorceress. Now, for the first time in over a decade, he beheld a woman of breathtaking beauty. His heart swelled. On impulse, he nearly revealed his true name. But remembering Mu Ni's stern warning, he clenched his jaw and held his tongue. "I am Huofeng," she said. "I move in the underworld. Today enemies ambushed us. My grandfather lies gravely wounded. Since you possess such skill, please tend to him as well." "Oh yes, of course," he stammered, flustered. Huofeng lowered the elder gently to the ground. He was grievously injured, riddled with 7 or 8 gunshot wounds. Yet Hiruaji was but a half-trained bone healer, utterly at a loss. At that moment, black-clad men blocked both ends of the squalid alley, 7 or 8 strong. Seeing Huofeng and the others grievously wounded, some maimed, others bleeding, the burly men advanced with cruel grins. "Huh, an extra brat has appeared. Just who is this boy?" A hulking leader sneered, his face twisted with malice, a streak of crimson dye staining his hair. Huofeng staggered weakly before Hiruaji and declared with unshakable resolve, "He is merely a passerby, uninvolved in this matter." "A passerby?" The brute nodded once, then bellowed. "Then blame your ill fortune for crossing our path." A dagger flashed like a venomous serpent from his wrist, gleaming coldly as it lunged toward Hiruaji's throat. The man wielded no firearm. Perhaps he deemed even a knife excessive for such trivial prey. Huofeng cried out in alarm, her heart heavy with sorrow. She knew her enemy was merciless, a killer without conscience. Her own death mattered little, but how bitterly tragic that this innocent, unsuspecting stranger had been drawn into the slaughter. Yet what unfolded next defied all expectation. A flash of obsidian darkness blurred before the brute, and in an instant Hiruaji stood behind him. The dagger somehow now rested silently in Hiruaji's hand. Expressionless, Hiruaji drove the blade into the thug's cervical spine as though slaughtering a piglet, sliding it precisely between 2 vertebrae, utterly silent, flawlessly severing the spinal column. A master of human skeletal anatomy, Hiruaji knew exactly where to strike to render an opponent utterly immobile. The brute collapsed, life extinguished on the spot. Upon Hiruaji's face lingered neither the trembling horror of a first-time killer nor the perverse ecstasy of a bloodthirsty madman, only absolute chilling indifference. That utter lack of expression struck every onlooker as profoundly terrifying. Coupled with his stiff, unnatural posture and soundless movements, he seemed less a man than a phantom from ancient legend. Hiruaji wiped the blood from the dagger and reflected coldly. Each time he entered combat, he transformed entirely detached, serene, unervingly calm. What now? So many had witnessed his hand. His face would surely be remembered. Perhaps silence was the only solution. For Hiruaji murder demanded no hesitation, no moral reckoning. In the abyssal desolation, his instructors had all been ruthless outlaws, men for whom killing held no weight. Decision made, Hiruaji launched himself forward like a grotesque avian predator. The thugs recoiled in abject terror, fumbling for their pistols. But trained by Yuing, the legendary shadow of the netherworld, greatest assassin of the spirit realm, how could they possibly draw their weapons? That single dagger glinting with lethal frost became the harbinger of doom. Within half a breath, every assailant lay paralyzed, spines severed with surgical treachery. Hiruaji returned to Huafeng's side, standing motionless, breathing steady, sweatless, not a single drop of blood staining his clothes. Huafeng trembled inwardly. Raised within the underworld for over a decade, she had never encountered such a being, devoid of empathy, emotionless, a perfect instrument of death. Her grandfather, a retired veteran, counted among his comrades hardened space pirates and mercenary warlords, yet none possessed this creature's soulless ferocity. This man before her was either a god or a demon, utterly indifferent to the sanctity of human life. Huafeng harbored no doubt the next second might bring that dagger plunging into her heart. Gradually, Hiruaji regained composure, yet Huafeng unsettled him deeply. "You won't speak of what you've seen, will you?" He spoke gently, deliberately softening his tone. Toward women, he always felt something distinct, and since she posed no threat, she could hardly be called an enemy. Only against foes did he become the ice-cold executioner. Among friends, he reverted to the mild-mannered, unassuming young man next door. Tears glistening, Huafeng nodded. Then headlights pierced the alleyway. Another contingent arrived. "Young mistress." "Boss. Boss." Huafeng whispered, voice trembling. "It's my people." Hiruaji nodded. He preferred not to be seen by so many. "Farewell, Huafeng. Please convey my apologies to your grandfather. And also, I must apologize to you too." "Apologies?" Huafeng frowned, bewildered. She opened her mouth to ask, but the enigmatic man had already dissolved into the night. His ruthless precision and oddly naive words left an indelible mark upon her soul. His lightning speed and uncanny mastery of machinery only deepened the aura of mystery clinging to him. "Who is he?" Huafeng murmured, eyes alight with fascination. "Young mistress." Loyal subordinates rushed forward. The syndicate's physician hurried to attend her wounds. Ignoring her injuries, Huafeng commanded sternly, "I want you to investigate one man." Meanwhile, Hiruaji remained unaware that he had already been mythologized as a reclusive master. After a brief burst of exertion, his limbs felt supple and responsive once more, as he darted through narrow alleys like a wildcat. Half an hour later, he finally stood before the entrance to his home. His residence lay in a working-class district, modest weathered streets lined with cramped dwellings where private courtyards were luxuries unknown. Yet neighbors shared deep bonds, readily lending aid, a warmth no opulent gated community could replicate. Yuan had once lived here too, until her father's business flourished 2 years prior, prompting their move to a more affluent neighborhood. Their friendship had quietly faded thereafter. Hiruaji's household comprised 4 members. His father, a quiet office clerk, endured constant mistreatment from superiors, yet bore it stoically to sustain the family. His mother, far more formidable, worked as an insurance agent, her tongue sharp, her persuasion unmatched. Poor Mr. He found even domestic refuge denied, subjected daily to her ceaseless commentary. His younger sister, meanwhile, was a marvel, brilliant-spirited, her intellect and spiritual energy twice that of Hiruaji himself, a genetic anomaly, a prodigy beyond measure. "Dad? Mom, I'm home." He burst through the door, voice thick with emotion. It had been over a decade since he last saw them, and for years reunion seemed impossible. How could he not be overcome? His parents sat side by side on the sofa watching television, both puzzled. Why did their son behave as though 10 years had passed, not 2? He dashed into the room, beheld his parents seated safe and whole, and exhaled long and deep. "Dad. Mom, I love you." His father was moved to tears. What a filial son. His mother chuckled. "What's gotten into you today, you rascal? So eloquent all of a sudden." "Nothing." Hiruaji panted, sinking onto the sofa. "Where's little sister?" "Not home." His father shook his head. "She's preparing for tomorrow's model competition. You know that, don't you?" For months, she'd been assembling a mechanized night model, training rigorously for tomorrow's professional-level contest at his university. Hiruaji paused, momentarily stunned. Right. He had spent over a decade in the abyssal desolation realm. He'd nearly forgotten all about it. Since the emergence of mecha knights, toy manufacturers had been the most jubilant. Each new night model spawned an entire line of collectible toys, and no matter how exorbitant the price, eager buyers lined up without hesitation. Fueled further by animated series, feature films, tokusatsu dramas, and video games centered on mecha knights, these models had now become the definitive childhood obsession across the entire universe. Some of these toys came fully assembled, others arrived as raw kits, sheets of precision-cut parts requiring meticulous sanding, gluing, painting, and finishing. The process was extraordinarily intricate, often spanning several months to complete a single piece, elevating them almost to the status of fine art. Among the legion of fervent enthusiasts, countless competitions naturally arose. Originally, such assembly contests were designed exclusively for adults. The kits were prohibitively expensive, and their complexity far exceeded what children could reasonably handle. Yet Hiruaji's younger sister was an anomaly, astonishingly dexterous. She badgered their father relentlessly until he finally purchased a high-tier model kit for her to compete with the next day. Hiruaji nodded, then called out toward the room, "Little sister." Hearing her brother's voice, Xiao Mei came bounding out, shouting gleefully as she ran, "Big brother's home. I'll show you my newly finished Liberty Knight model. It's amazing." "Huh, where's my model?" She pouted, scanning left and right. "I just took it out and placed it on the stool for Mom and Dad to see. Where did it go?" All eyes converged upon Hiruaji's seat. "Oh." Hiruaji only then sensed something amiss and leapt upright in panic. But it was too late. His pristine Liberty Knight lay utterly shattered beneath him. "This?" Hiruaji froze, struck dumb as if by a thunderbolt. Xiao Mei's face contorted in anguish. 2 fat tears rolled down her cheeks as she covered her eyes and burst into sobs. "Big brother's so mean. He broke my Liberty Knight, the one I spent weeks building. I hate Big brother forever. Oh dear, Ruaji, how careless you are. Always so clumsy." His father sighed, then softened. Never mind, Xiao Mei. We'll buy you another one." A premium kit cost nearly half his father's monthly salary, but what choice did they have? "No." Sobbing, Xiao Mei dashed back to her room. "I'm competing tomorrow. I promised my classmates. They're even coming to cheer me on. No way. Stinky Big brother must replace my Liberty Knight." "Xiao Mei, don't throw a tantrum. This is a top-tier kit. Even professional hobbyists need at least a week just to assemble and paint it. Your brother didn't do it on purpose." Their father continued soothingly. But Xiao Mei slammed the door shut behind her. Sigh. Her parents exchanged a glance with Hiruaji, shook their heads, and retreated silently to their own room. Only Hiruaji remained, petrified, speechless. How had this happened? He was utterly distraught. He recalled how desperately his sister had pleaded with their father, promising to take on every household chore and score perfect marks on every exam, just to earn this professional-grade mecha model. Every night she'd come to him bubbling with excitement about how they'd celebrate after she won the championship, a clear sign of how deeply she cherished this dream. For days she'd sat diligently at her desk after school, assembling the kit with fierce concentration, even ignoring calls to eat or rest. Today she'd finally completed it, only for him to destroy it in an instant. Sigh. Hiruaji exhaled deeply, slumping onto the sofa, staring blankly at the scattered fragments strewn across the seat. Could this model possibly be reassembled? He poured himself a cup of tea and began studying each fragment with rapt, meticulous attention. As the highest-tier kits, every component was engineered with extraordinary precision, mirroring the physical architecture of authentic mecha knights, adhering strictly to real-world mechanical principles. At first he merely intended to try, yet within moments he was utterly entranced. Each segment of the mecha's frame was a marvel of engineering, seemingly inevitable in its design, as if any deviation would compromise the machine's very capacity for fluid dynamic motion. Even the joint mechanisms were masterfully conceived, hydraulic systems in the wrist and ankle articulations rendered with uncanny realism, prompting Hiruaji to murmur repeated awestruck praise. Still unsatisfied, he fetched his laptop and logged into the official forum of the toy manufacturer to search for the Liberty Knight's technical schematics. These schematics, officially licensed by the genuine Liberty Knight mecha's creators, weren't identical to the production models, but bore near-perfect fidelity in almost every structural detail. The manufacturers, however, had never imagined anyone could deduce the full mechanical logic simply from studying surface-level design diagrams. Such genius simply didn't exist in this world. Yet Hiruaji studied, pondered, and gently traced each fragment, absorbing its infinite subtleties, its hidden harmonies. At last he prepared to act. Dawn's rosy light began spilling into the room as Xiao Mei's swollen red rose groggily from bed. She'd wept silently through much of the night. Though her brother had always been awkward and clumsy, this time felt unforgivably cruel. She resolved to ignore him for 2 months, though after reconsidering settled on half that time. Regrettably, she'd missed the competition. She'd been the youngest contestant registered. The next tournament wasn't scheduled for another 3 months. How utterly frustrating. Still half asleep, Xiao Mei shuffled through the living room toward the bathroom, when something gleaming on the table caught her eye. "Aunt!" she cried out. It was a Liberty Knight model finished in deep matte black. Its silhouette pulsed with raw aerodynamic power. Exaggerated thrusters, flared mechanical wings spread wide mid-flight. Its luminous eyes radiated profound intelligence, its thick sculpted limbs coiled with explosive strength. "My Liberty Knight." Beneath it rested a note drawn in whimsical script, a comically dazed, grinning face, followed by a line in warm, looping handwriting. "Little sister, I'm truly sorry. I've repaired your model. Please don't ignore me, okay?" Xiao Mei beamed with delight and rocketed into Ruaji's room like a human missile, launching herself onto his bed and flattening him completely. "Wow, what's going on?" Exhausted from pulling an all-nighter, Ruaji mumbled groggily. After all mecha models demanded microscopic precision, some components were visible only under magnification. This task was infinitely more demanding than repairing skeletal soldiers. He'd barely finished it before dawn broke. "Little sister." She rewarded him with a sweet morning kiss and whispered, her voice soft and adoring. "Xiao Mei loves Big Brother most of all. Big Brother is incredible." "Ha ha ha." Ruaji scratched his head, smiling warmly in return. School. In fact, schools in this era are vastly different from those of the past. With computers and automated systems handling nearly all fundamental labor tasks, there's no need to study these things. Moreover, with the deepening of the great cosmic development, job opportunities are abundant and the pressure of employment is not as intense. Therefore, schools today resemble classical academies with a very relaxed academic atmosphere. Typically, students research through computer learning systems, only consulting teachers when they encounter something they truly do not understand. Most subjects are related to mechas, either training courses for mech pilots or related research and maintenance courses, as low-level jobs are already taken care of by robots. However, mechas are divided into amateur and professional categories. The amateur level refers to agricultural mechas, mining mechas, industrial mechas, construction mechas, etc., which comprise a significantly high demand. Many newly colonized star systems require construction, necessitating skilled drivers and technicians. As for professional mechas, they are responsible for initial exploration of primitive planets, and military mechas for combat against extraterrestrial beings. The regulation of such mechas is relatively strict, and the venues and equipment required for education are also quite expensive. It wasn't until the advent of virtual reality network technology that ordinary talents had the opportunity to learn to pilot mechas, which had previously been the privilege of the wealthy and nobility. Of course, on a planet like Earth with relatively low technological capabilities, virtual technology is still underdeveloped, and very few academies can teach the knowledge of piloting professional mechas. Biwa Academy is one of the few institutions on Earth that offers professional mecha disciplines. However, it goes without saying that a student like Ruaji is naturally unqualified to learn military mecha maintenance. He is studying agricultural mecha maintenance, which is akin to humanoid tractors, harvesters, and fertilizer machines. Ruaji feels a headache. The problem is not school itself, primarily, he doesn't know how to face Yuan today. In fact, after so many years in the dark abyss, Ruaji has somewhat forgotten what Yuan looks like. But if he shows no reaction at all, wouldn't that seem very strange? Will others notice? He must be low-key, very low-key. He must act like a foolish, brainless, deadbeat college student, not revealing any of the skeletal soldier's mannerisms. Ruaji decides to skip class. In fact, it doesn't really count as skipping class, because today's class is merely everyone studying through computers and virtual simulation helmets, entering learning software to research. However, usually everyone has a fixed classroom for better communication. Of course, if you want to self-study on the grass outside or on a seat by the tree-lined path, that is fine too. Ruaji found a secluded spot on the campus grass and sat down. He is still not quite accustomed to the sunlight and prefers darker corners. Ruaji pulled out 5 steamed buns and happily began to eat. It's worth noting that he hasn't eaten anything for over 10 years. Although his body feels fine, he has longed for the delicious flavors of food. Just as he sat down, one of the buns in his hand was snatched away. Ruaji looked up to see a sporty girl with short hair resembling a black pearl grinning at him. Xiaoan. Ruaji could still remember a few friends. Xiaoan is a rather peculiar girl. Her family runs a martial arts school, and she has been dressed up like a boy since childhood. Her personality is straightforward and fiery, and she often enjoys helping others in need. It was precisely because she once saw Ruaji being bullied and intervened that they formed a complicated bond. Xiaoan cannot tolerate that such a large man like Ruaji is so timid, so she is determined to train him into a real man as a test for inheriting her family's martial arts school. Ruaji is somewhat afraid of this girl with a slightly violent personality, but under the pressure of her fists, he dares not voice his concerns. No way. Xiaoan widened her eyes, unapologetically munching on the bun she stole. You ate so much in the morning you'll get fat. How did it go? Xiaoan raised her eyebrows. Did you succeed yesterday? Originally, Hiroaji had no courage to confess to Yi when it was under Xiao In's encouragement that he would dare to attempt such a life-changing feat. From this angle, Hiroaji has spent over a decade in the dark abyss, nearly turning into a full-fledged skeletal soldier, and Xiao In must bear significant responsibility for this. As for how Xiao In knew about Hiroaji's situation, naturally, it was under the threat of her fists that he revealed it. Hiroaji shook his head with a gloomy expression. Didn't succeed, eh? Yes, she was taken away by a man named Johnny. That guy looks quite wealthy but said that his father is a school board member. Johnny. Xiaoan exclaimed, Ruaji, this is a serious issue. Johnny's father seems to have significant influence throughout the Earth sphere. Be careful not to offend him, or you might be in trouble. I haven't offended him, have I, eh? Hiroaji said gloomily. Xiaoan laughed casually. Haha, if you really get expelled from school, just come to my family's dojo for help. I will definitely train you into the strongest man. Thanks, by the way, why do you have so much free time? Didn't you go out last night? Xiao An's cheeks flushed as she murmured, You know I only like martial arts. Those men are all weaklings, even I can beat them. How could they pique my interest? Hiroaji thought to himself it's a good thing they can't beat her. If he were to be entangled by this woman, wouldn't he have to deal with knife and gun every day at home? Just thinking about it is terrifying. Xiaoan chuckled, but whether you succeed or not doesn't matter, at least you had the courage to express your true feelings to that girl, which is already a significant progress. But now I don't know how to face Xiao Wei. That's simple. Oh, just act as if nothing happened and stand in front of her. She won't eat you. This seems a bit awkward. Exactly, because it's awkward that you need to stand there. I almost forgot we should go find you one and that Johnny, and then you just stand in front of them. This is a great way to train your masculinity. No need, who knows where they are. You really are uninformed. Isn't today the competition day for the advanced group of the mech pilot modeling contest hosted by the Academy? Johnny is participating too. Hiroaji suddenly recalled that not only Johnny but also Shan Chong had entered this competition. Within the Academy, various mecha-related events were regularly held to foster enthusiasm for Mecha Knight culture. These included competitions in Mecha Knight simulation games or mecha speed races, among others. High-end mecha models, renowned for their exceptional realism, were regarded as professional-grade athletic equipment, far surpassing mere toys. Competitors capable of constructing such advanced mecha models possessed profound expertise in mecha design engineering. To attract spectators and heighten competitive intensity, these tournaments frequently invited external participants, or imposed no restrictions whatsoever on entrance identities or ages. Xiaomei was about to compete in precisely this event. All right, Hiroaji murmured blankly. My younger sister is coming to campus this afternoon to take part in the contest. Your younger sister? The prodigious child you suspect isn't even your father's biological offspring. A bizarre full-genome anomaly. Xiaoan exclaimed. Then we absolutely must go cheer her on. Well. Hey. Do you even have the spine of a man? I'm embarrassed for you. Fine. Hiroaji gritted his teeth. We'll go together this afternoon. That's more like it. Not a moment wasted in calling you my true brother. Xiaoan slung an arm around Hiroaji's neck and unceremoniously snatched a steamed bun. These buns are delicious. Starting tomorrow, you're buying me one every morning. Huh? What, huh? Chivalry matters deeply. Consider this my first lesson in gallantry. You'd better learn how to court girls before it's too late. At that moment, Hiroaji thought of the elusive Dark Empress, whose whereabouts remained utterly unknown, and felt an overwhelming wave of dread. Suddenly, Xiao In's expression tightened. In a low voice, he whispered, Xiao In and Lu Jia are approaching. They seem intent on causing you trouble. Xiao In, who's that? Hiroaji stared blankly. Xiao In shot him a startled glance. Have you been thoroughly dazed? These two thugs pranked you just 2 days ago. Hiroaji furrowed his brow in concentration, then vaguely recalled the incident. There exist in this world despicable individuals who derive perverse pleasure from humiliating those weaker than themselves, mistaking cruelty for dominance. Xiao In and Lu Jia embodied exactly that kind of scum. Hiroaji offered a wry smile. To him, the incident had occurred over a decade ago, trivial, almost forgettable. He could barely even recall their faces. Yet for the sake of discretion, he feigned abject fear, hiding behind Xiao In and stammering, What should we do, eh? What do we do? Xiao In seized Hiroaji's ear. You're a man, just greet them boldly. What's there to fear? By then Xiao In and Lu Jia had already reached them. Both were spoiled heirs of wealthy families clad in garish eccentric attire, their hair dyed in clashing riotous hues. Each carried a portable neural interface helmet. Student Hiroaji, you're certainly living comfortably. Xiao In crouched down with a sinister grin, peering directly at Hiroaji. yet dared not utter a single disrespectful word toward Xiao, and who bore a notorious reputation across campus as the school's fiercest brawler. What do you want? Hiroaji replied flatly, having long forgotten any grievance with them, and harboring no thoughts of retribution. For he now existed on an entirely different plane, one where such petty low-tier scoundrels no longer warranted serious attention. Of course, if they insisted on provoking him, the matter would be settled quite differently. Lu Jia, a hulking brute with bulging muscles, extended a data disk. In a gruff, booming voice, he declared, "Professor of Intermediate Mecha Maintenance instructed us to distribute the new learning software. It contains 2 diagnostic tests. Both must be completed immediately and submitted to the professor. Install it now." In modern universities, most courses employed precisely this kind of software-based pedagogy. Every student owned a virtual reality neural interface helmet, resembling a motorcycle helmet, that once donned granted entry into a fully immersive 100% realistic digital realm. Originally designed for immersive gaming, such helmets had since evolved into indispensable educational tools. By installing specialized learning modules, students could master diverse disciplines, especially hands-on fields like mecha maintenance, where virtual immersion proved indispensable. Hiroaji possessed his own helmet, but its specifications and model were decidedly modest, a standard budgeteer unit. He hesitated. Typically, new course materials and software were wirelessly transmitted directly to students' neural interfaces, not distributed via physical disks. Clearly, the 2 men intended another prank. Xiao sensed it instantly. "What exactly do you think you're doing?" Xiao, dear classmate, Xiao chirped, "We mean no harm. We simply wish to exchange insights with Hiroaji on mecha maintenance. Yet you constantly shield him. I little do you know classmates mock him as your shadow, forever hiding behind you." Xiao flushed crimson and clenched her fists tightly. Lu Jia growled, "Hiroaji, if we bring this software to you out of goodwill, yet you hesitate, so pathetically do you dare look down upon us?" Xiao added, dripping with condescension, "Enough, enough. Hiroaji studies agricultural mecha maintenance after all, not elite mining mecha design like us. Intermediate mecha maintenance is undoubtedly beyond his grasp. Just admit plainly, I'm too dull-witted to master it. Then we'll have something credible to report to the professor." Hiroaji gazed upon them impassively. Within the mecha domain, hierarchical distinctions among specializations were stark and absolute. Generally, mecha designers, known as chuangshi, ranked above mecha knights, who in turn ranked above maintenance technicians. Combat mechas naturally outranked civilian models, and among those, agricultural mechas occupied the lowest tier. Hiroaji's agricultural mecha maintenance program was widely regarded as the nadir of academic prestige, the sole advantage being its affordability. In exchange for tuition assistance, students signed binding contracts to serve for years on remote agrarian planets post-graduation. Naturally, students across disciplines often shared certain core courses, such as intermediate mecha maintenance. For agricultural mecha maintenance majors, this constituted their most advanced and demanding subject. Yet for mining mecha design students like Xiao, it was merely foundational, no more challenging than breathing. No wonder they held Hiroaji in such contempt. "So, will you dare run this software?" "Heh, he won't leap out and devour you, you know." Xiao boomed, waving the disc provocatively before Hiroaji's eyes. Hiroaji sighed. "If I install it, will you leave me in peace?" Having slept little the night before, his energy was flagging. He had no desire to waste time on such petty underlings. Xiao crowed with triumph. "Naturally, we must report the results to the professor." Hiroaji nodded, accepted the disc from Xiao, and inserted it into his neural interface helmet and placed the helmet upon his head. As the front visor slowly descended and the neural link indicator light flared to life, Xiao and Lu Jia exchanged a glance, both smirking with unmistakable lewd anticipation. Xiao had a gut feeling that something was off about this software, but at that moment Hiroaji had already entered a virtual state, as if dreaming, and unable to be awakened directly, otherwise he would be in grave danger. Xiao grabbed Sean by the collar, her delicate fist wavering in front of his ugly face, and shouted, "What kind of software is this? What tricks are you playing?" Sean stammered, "Let go, you manly woman." Xiao squinted her eyes. "What did you say?" "Moi." Sean then realized he had misspoken. After all, Xiao An's family ran a martial arts school, and in this era where martial arts were so prevalent, a martial arts family meant great strength and connections. Moreover, Xiao herself was a top student in mecha piloting, and it was said she would soon pass the night test and become a trainee mecha knight. This girl was not someone like Hiroaji, who could be easily bullied. "Speak quickly, or I'll make you pay." Xiao threatened fiercely through gritted teeth. "It's the software for Resident Evil 13. Sean blurted out in fear. The Resident Evil series is a horror-themed game developed by a well-known game development company featuring zombies, viruses, maggots, and various monsters, creating an extremely terrifying and bizarre visual effect. Moreover, Resident Evil 13 was a game software crafted with the most advanced technology the company had to offer, surpassing its era. Ironically, after using the game with a virtual helmet, the monsters within were so horrifying that 80% of players experienced increased blood pressure, dizziness, palpitations, and even various psychological disorders. In fact, 132 players suffered heart attacks and died on the spot due to extreme fright. 2 months after the game was released, the Interstellar government ordered a total recall of the game, and the game company went bankrupt due to the massive compensation claims from players. "You actually let him play Resident Evil 13. Xiaoan screamed. "Do you know Hiroaji is naturally timid? You could scare him to death." "We just wanted to play a little joke on he." Sean replied, "We've all played this game and nothing happened to us. Is a real man afraid of a game?" However, despite Sean's words, the situation was not as he claimed. After Sean and Luca obtained this prohibited game, they thought they were brave enough, but after just a little play they were so scared that they lost control and dared not touch it again. That's why they wanted to prank Hiroaji a bit and see how this timid guy would react. "Hurry, get this thing off me," Xiaoan said word by word. Sean swallowed hard. "You know that's impossible. The virtual helmet just activated. It will take at least half an hour to force a logout, otherwise it could harm the central nervous system." "You two." Xiaoan pointed at Sean's nose. "You two bastards, if anything happens to Hiroaji, I will never let you go." Hiroaji was very sleepy. He realized from the very first second of entering this new world that this was not a teaching software. In front of him stood a terrifying ancient castle surrounded by a foggy forest. He could hear piercing screams as decaying zombies stumbled out of the mist. These zombies were crafted with incredible realism, with exposed intestines, bulging eyeballs, yellow fat, and white bones, all meticulously detailed. Suddenly, a zombie grabbed Hiroaji's shoulder. If it had been someone else arriving in such a world suddenly, without suffering a heart attack, would have been a miracle. But who was Hiroaji? Having spent over 10 years in the abyss facing not humans, but corpses and white skeleton soldiers, even a naturally timid person would have long gotten used to that bloody world. To Hiroaji, these zombies from the game even felt somewhat familiar. The left leg joint of this zombie seems to have some issues. It's not very agile. The ribs over there seem to be broken, which is very detrimental to the spine behind. And this zombie dog has a shattered pelvis. It should be repaired well. But now I'm so sleepy, you'll deal with it when I wake up. Hiroaji was utterly exhausted. Yawning, he gently pushed past the many zombies, climbed a large tree in a few steps, found a soft spot in the branches, and fell asleep soundly. However, the three outside were anxiously waiting. After half an hour had passed, Hiroaji remained motionless as if in a deep coma, and their expressions began to look increasingly grave. Sean and Luca exchanged worried glances, both looking frantic. According to their experience shortly after entering this game, players usually exhibited symptoms of erratic movements, loud calls, and even loss of bladder control. Otherwise, how could it be called player-killer software? But Hiroaji remained completely still. If Hiroaji wasn't being dauntless and completely indifferent to the zombies and skeletons, then the only possibility left was he was dead. If he were still alive, he would have long been scared enough to automatically log out of the game. Damn it. Sean cursed inwardly. They only meant to play a prank on this foolish kid, but they never expected to scare him to death. This was truly troublesome. Xiaoan was so anxious she was about to cry as she stamped her foot and said, "You two bastards, hurry up and rescue him." Sean grimaced. Seeing that half an hour was up, he hurriedly teamed up with Luca to hurriedly shut down Hiroaji's virtual helmet, urgently removing the helmet from the back. Then they saw Hiroaji snoring and drooling. "What?" The three were stunned. After a long pause, Luca struggled to say, "I think I know. Could it be that Hiroaji, this poor guy, has a virtual helmet that isn't high performance enough to run Resident Evil 13? Sean sighed in relief. That must be it, right? Damn it, this kid's luck. Xiaoan felt it made a lot of sense. Exasperated, she raised her fist. "You two get lost. Today is your lucky day. Don't let me see you again." Yes, yes. The two, still shaken, didn't bother to retrieve their software, scrambling away in fright. Thank goodness that poor guy couldn't afford a better helmet. Otherwise, if something had really happened, even if their families were wealthy, it would still be a very troublesome matter. After they left, Xiao and looked at the sleeping Hiroaji with a complex expression, her gaze distant. "Hiroaji, why can't you become a bit stronger? As long as you become a bit stronger, I will." "I am not opposed to you making friends, Xiao Wei, but I don't think that someone like Hiroaji would be beneficial to you." This afternoon, the academy was unusually lively. The mecha model competition not only attracted many professionals from the industry, but also a large number of ordinary mecha enthusiasts, including many children. For the academy, this was a great opportunity to expand its influence, so all visitors were treated for free. The campus was adorned with decorations, and joyful laughter filled the air, with two giant inflatable mechas swaying at the entrance. Johnny slowly entered the campus, with Yue speaking as he did. Yue said a bit gloomily, Johnny, I am actually very worried about what Ruaji might do. You know his family has been our neighbor since childhood, so we have always been good friends. Even though I can't agree to his request, please don't insult my friend. Johnny shrugged. Xiao Wei, I am not looking down on these poor people. Of being poor is not a crime. But this Ruaji, I have inquired about him in their department, and not only is he foolish and clumsy, but he also has a cowardly character lacking any decisiveness. I really don't want you to be friends with someone like that. Yue lowered her head, sitting in silence. Seeing that his girlfriend was unhappy, Johnny quickly changed the topic. All right, I am not interfering with your freedom, just sharing my thoughts. Look, the school looks beautiful today. It seems my father brought back a great team of managers from Cheese Star. I didn't expect such a model competition to attract so many people to watch. Speaking of models, Johnny beamed with pride. Darling, that's not surprising. You mustn't underestimate this simple model. As a skilled mecha creator, one often masters model design and assembly. Conversely, professional players with talent in model design and assembly are highly sought after by major mecha design companies. Is it really that impressive? Yui's eyes widened. Johnny nodded. Yes, besides our school, the organizers of this event include Chiandai Toy Co., Ltd., and Blue Diamond Interstellar Mecha Design and Manufacturing Group, along with more than 20 headhunters from design companies looking for hidden talents among the public. It's important to know that the mecha design industry requires extensive knowledge of mechanics, electronics, and biology, but more importantly, it requires a certain spirit. A designer without spirit is merely a worker on an assembly line. Only a designer with spirit can create truly perfect works of art. But Johnny, aren't you a mecha knight? Why do you also enjoy model assembly? Johnny smiled nonchalantly. Sweetheart, as a mecha knight, I have a deep passion for every aspect of mechas. Moreover, you must understand that professional-grade mecha model design is very complex. Many parts are thinner than a hair. The process of assembling and modifying models is also a way for me to cultivate my own spiritual abilities. Originally, it was just a form of casual entertainment, but today, I will definitely bring back the award for the best work for you, my dear. Johnny deeply kissed Yue. They did not notice that a few people in the distance were watching them with great interest. Xiao and Shachong and Hiruaji were floating along with the crowd, and they happened to see the two of them. Xiao gave Hiruaji a meaningful glance, but found him calm and composed, his breathing steady, not a hair out of place. Xiao was very puzzled. He had been rejected yesterday, so shouldn't he be very sad and depressed today? Furthermore, he had just witnessed such intimate actions right in front of him. Hiruaji yawned for him. Yue was already a memory from over a decade ago. Although he couldn't say he felt nothing at all, he was far from being at the point of despair. Moreover, during the dark years, Hiruaji had learned the complete set of noble etiquette under Monika's education and unconsciously displayed a touch of elegance and upper-class demeanor in life. He would never do anything strange in public. Hiruaji approached. Ruaji. Yue also saw her childhood friend and felt a bit awkward. Yue knew very well Hiruozi's temperament. He sometimes got stuck on trivial matters, and if he embarrassed himself in front of so many people, it wouldn't be good. If he provoked Johnny's anger with Johnny's family's power, it would be a simple matter to ruin Hiruaji, a nameless person, or even his family. Johnny turned his face away disdainfully, looking around, showing no intention of engaging with lower-class individuals. Hiruaji wore the most standard calm smile, appearing very composed and steady, though every move he made seemed measured, neither too casual nor too rigid. Even a simple gesture was very pleasant to behold. Hiruaji held Yui's hand, naturally performed a hand-kissing gesture, and with his magnetic voice said, "Did you have fun last night, Xiao Wei?" Yue stared wide-eyed in disbelief, completely stunned. She couldn't understand how Hiruaji seemed to have completely changed overnight. Originally, she thought Hiruaji would be embracing her shoulders and crying bitterly. Johnny's expression also changed slightly, looking at Hiruaji with shock. Hiruaji smiled casually and extended his hand. "I heard you have a work in the competition today, classmate Johnny." Johnny's disgust flashed across his face as he reluctantly shook Hiruozi's hand. Yes. Under Hiruozi's shocking behavior, his brain was beginning to lose its ability to think. Hiruaji sincerely said, "I wish you good results in the competition, classmate Johnny, and I also wish you happiness." After speaking, he slightly bowed to the two and then turned away with great style, leaving the two in a state of shock. There was a warm current swelling in Yui's eyes. Her mind was in chaos, and the impressive masculine demeanor Hiruaji displayed over the past few days made her heart race, making Hiruozi's ordinary stature seem tall. Xiao held his breath, completely vigorously patting Hiruozi's shoulder. "Well done, Ruaji. Where did you learn these tricks?" Shachong said with a serious face. "Based on Ruozi's consistent performance, you are definitely not normal today. If there wasn't a hidden master guiding you, something unimaginable must have happened last night. Because a consistently timid and incompetent person cannot become so confident overnight." Hiruaji smiled wryly, secretly furrowing his brows. Yi Wei's influence on him was clearly stronger than he had thought, which was why he unconsciously approached her, wanting to gain some face in front of Yi Wei to change the image he had left in her heart. Speaking of which, this behavior was still a bit too childish. His goal was to dominate the 4 major companies of the universe, not to be a trivial character like Johnny. Sha Chong made a good point. He really had exposed too much. He needed to be Loki. One must be Loki. Hiroaji chuckled foolishly. I learned these tricks from the TV. Well, I've practiced them at home many times. So what do you think? Doesn't it look good? Here we go again. Xiao sighed. Raji, please don't smile that foolish smile all day. You were really impressive. Just now your demeanor was quite charming. Now that you smile like this, everyone can tell you're pretending. I can't help it, that's just who I am. In fact, professional level model competitions differ from other sports events as victory cannot be determined through direct competition. In this grand competition, all participants underwent intense preliminary and semifinal rounds being meticulously filtered, and by the time of the final round, only a little over 30 mech models remained. The competition venue was set on the school's large lawn, where each contestant had their own open exhibition booth to display their entries, tools, ground models, and promotional posters. Some well-crafted models even featured self-produced animations. There were a total of 5 judges comprising professors of mechanical design from the academy, senior engineers from mech manufacturing companies, and presidents of toy companies, yet they did not reveal their identities, instead mingling with ordinary visitors, secretly observing the contestants' models or questioning them on certain professional matters to determine the final scores. Naturally, headhunters would not miss such opportunities. Sometimes, even if a contestant did not win, as long as their creative ideas resonated with the company's style, they could very well be hired as a professional designer. Thus, all 30 contestants were spirited and full of confidence. Surrounding the area of professional contestants, many students set up small booths voluntarily. How anyone brave enough to showcase their models in front of everyone might catch the eye of a company and become wealthy overnight. Adding to the festive atmosphere were vendors selling snacks and vehicles from toy companies specializing in mech models, filling the entire school with a celebratory spirit. Sha Chong was one of the 30 finalists. Apart from studying mech model design, was his greatest passion. Xiaoan and Hiroaji assisted him in decorating the booth, connecting lights, and playing video programs, working up a sweat. At exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all the booths were nearly decorated, the models were in place, and a large crowd suddenly surged onto the lawn. Wow, a professional-grade Xuanlong mech, that's awesome. The camouflage-painted military PT-547 model heavy artillery armor is exquisite. Even the exhaust ports on the saws are sculpted out without any omissions, truly impressive. Look at that animation over there, 3 serious reconnaissance mechs preparing to escape a meteor shower. This video is fantastic. This mech model even has special damage effects. Every wound is vividly realistic, as if it were truly struck by a meteor shower. It's just splendid. The adorable children did not understand the intricacies of the models. They simply thought these mechs were amazing and shouted in excitement. With the rush of people, Sha Chong could no longer pay attention to Hiroaji and Xiao, and his face was serious as he continuously explained his creative thoughts and concepts to the passing visitors, as he knew the 5 judges were among them. Hiroaji looked around anxiously. What's wrong? Xiaoan asked. Where is my younger sister? She said she would come to the competition today. Beyond the finals of professional contestants, many others had obtained semi-professional qualifications, allowing them to consult the judges and the ultimate winners with their mech models after the competition. This was also to enhance public enthusiasm and serve as an intangible advertisement for the school and various companies. He Xiaomei was selected by her elementary school to be a representative and could showcase her mech on stage. This was an honor Xiaomei had long anticipated. Maybe there's traffic, the road outside the school is terrible today. Xiaoan said, knowing that Hiroaji's sister was a mech enthusiast and exceptionally talented, quite unlike Hiroaji. Sha Chong was on the verge of losing his mind, but he often spoke with a stutter, and once he started discussing mechs, he used purely academic jargon without the funds for elaborate setups, so after a while the crowd gradually thinned out. It seems we have failed, Sha Chong sighed. People prefer flashy, stylish mechs and show no interest in my design. Not at all. Hiroaji patted his brother on the shoulder. That's just a misunderstanding by ordinary people who on a battlefield filled with artillery fire concealment is paramount. A flashy mech is merely a mobile target clearly inviting attacks. I actually think your design is quite good, even though the 2 mechs look like toads. In fact, the 2 mechs designed by Sha Chong were very plain and did not resemble human shapes at all. They resembled ugly animals lying flat, painted in dark swamp camouflage, almost like enemy foot soldiers from an animated series. No wonder no one was interested. A plump middle-aged woman stopped in front of Sha Chong's booth, frowning as she examined the models for a while, then concluded, these 2 mechs are really ugly. Yes, Sha Chong sighed. The middle-aged woman nodded in agreement, then changed her tone, saying, "But they seem to offer a higher chance of survival." Sha Chang's eyes lit up. "You noticed that too." These two mechs adopted a prone design, standing less than a quarter of the height of a regular mech, showcasing excellent performance in evading aerial artillery and in close combat enemies' energy. Swords would find it difficult to strike these two mechs. "Then how do your mechs attack enemies?" the woman asked with a smile. "Watch." Sha Chang skillfully detached a small device from the mouths of both mechs and the tails at the back, saying, "This is a beam weapon launcher specifically designed to target enemies' legs in close combat. We all know that the weakest part of humanoid mechs is the support axis of the legs, yet attacking the legs is quite difficult for other humanoid mechs. My design completely circumvents that issue. But humanoid mechs have the broadest applicability. Your design seems to lack some combat functionality. Due to the exhaust ports being at the bottom, it would be challenging to adapt to space combat. I don't believe every mech must adapt to various combat environments. The design philosophy of these two mechs focuses on ground combat in complex terrains. Look, besides supporting limbs, there are tracks for movement or the ability to fly close to the ground like an air-cushioned vehicle. I envision a combat mode where they can camouflage and hide in the shadows, coordinating with humanoid mechs to form a combat formation and then suddenly pounce and attack when the enemy approaches, striking decisively." The woman nodded slowly, carefully observing Sha Chang's design. Meanwhile, Xiaoan and Hiruaji rushed forward, tightly grasping this sole visitor, one serving tea, another offering water, one fanning, and another handing out towels, all trying to be as accommodating as possible. "This looks like a good design, but I don't seem to have seen this type of mech on the market. Did you modify it yourself?" the woman continued to inquire. Xiao Chang nodded, then smiled bashfully. "This is a customized assembly derived from the Star Warden 2 Combat Mecha by Land Corporation, the Desert Wolf Reconnaissance Mecha Series by Putton Corporation, and the Jungle Crocodile Mecha Series by 5-Star Corporation. Based on my analysis, these three existing mecha platforms could be readily adapted into the two units I've built, offering significantly enhanced safety and reduced RD costs compared to an entirely new design." The woman nodded, then asked, "But wouldn't this approach somewhat compromise originality? There's hardly anything truly novel here." Xiao Chang grew animated. "That's not accurate at all. Each unit integrates a distinct, wholly original system. I deliberately differentiated them into separate models for precisely that reason." "Oh." The woman sat down on the chair Hiruaji had offered her, curiosity piqued. Xiao Chang pointed to the first mecha, a turtle-shaped unit, and deftly opened its rear carapace, retrieving 16 miniature components no larger than toothpicks, yet exquisitely detailed. He explained, "These are 16 synchronized levitating electromagnetic cannons controlled directly by the pilot's spiritual awareness. They enable omnidirectional 365-degree aerial fire, rendering evasion nearly impossible for adversaries." Levitating electromagnetic cannons. Aren't those weapons designed exclusively for zero-gravity space environments? Xiao Chang replied confidently, "My concept involves installing AMT Corporation's latest high-performance neural simulation computer into this chassis, amplifying the pilot's spiritual awareness manyfold to power the cannons. In essence, this unit is tailored for pilots of modest physical aptitude, but extraordinary mental acuity." Clearly, this was a combat mecha designed expressly for Xiao Chang himself. For he was a genius whose physical coordination was underdeveloped, yet whose spiritual awareness soared to exceptional heights. Piloted by such a high-awareness individual, this unassuming mecha would become an impregnable firepower-dense ground fortress. The woman nodded repeatedly, then gestured toward the second unit, the toad-like mecha, and asked, "In this one?" Xiao Chang replied, "Unlike the high-awareness variant, this unit is engineered specifically for pilots with diminished spiritual awareness. It employs the most basic electronic central neuron system. Due to limited computational capacity, its mobility and vitality have been drastically reduced, rendering it utterly non-viable in standard operational conditions." "Then what advantages does it possess?" the woman asked, intrigued. "Its entire combat doctrine rests upon a single principle: endurance. Though the pilot's spiritual awareness is weak and the mecha's baseline performance unremarkable, endurance remains universally equal across all beings in this universe. I've optimized this unit entirely for stealth and reconnaissance. Its optical camouflage cloak ensures prolonged concealment, while its internal cavity houses a high-capacity energy storage module. Conceptually, it serves as a long-endurance frontline sentinel or a concealed assassin, affordable to maintain and assemble. Most critically, it carries a high-yield liquid energy explosive charge within its frame, enabling a final suicidal strike against elite enemy mecha. In short, it is a low-tier unit engineered solely to eliminate high-value targets, even at the cost of its own destruction." Listening nearby, Hiruaji felt deeply moved. Xiao Chong had unmistakably designed this mecha for him to pilot. Never before in mecha design history had a unit been conceived explicitly for pilots classified as low awareness. Still less for someone like He Ruaji, the undisputed king of failures incapable even of operating an agricultural harvesting mecha. The woman's eyes gleamed with keen interest. Clearly, she found the latter design far more compelling. After all, geniuses endowed with extraordinary spiritual awareness are exceedingly rare, whereas those of diminished awareness abound. She observed the units further and listened attentively to Xiao Chong's full conceptual exposition before departing. No sooner had the woman left the crowd than 4 towering bodyguards formed a tight protective cordon around her. The principal of Baihua Academy bowed deferentially. Madam Su Fangfei, how do you find our Earth-layer model enthusiasts? Generally speaking, Earth-layer talent excels in hyper-martial arts, whereas mecha design lags behind that of orbital colonies. After all, children there begin training with such systems from early childhood. This woman was none other than Su Fangfei, CEO of the legendary Interstellar Black Phoenix Heavy Machinery Corporation. Black Phoenix Heavy Machinery specialized in long-range assault mecha, boasting overwhelming firepower, but excelled far less in close combat mecha design. As a descendant of Chinese heritage, Su Fangfei held profound reverence for ancient Chinese hyper-martial arts and was determined to develop mecha ideally suited for martial artists. Thus, she had traveled to Earth specifically for a series of commercial initiatives. Otherwise, even Baihua Academy, the pinnacle of terrestrial education, could never have secured the presence of such a renowned figure in the mecha industry. Recalling Xiao Chong's earnest, slightly boyish explanation moments earlier, Su Fangfei nodded thoughtfully. There's a competitor named Johnny. His model demonstrates mastery in assembly finishing and subtle modifications tailored to the pilot's ergonomics. Clearly, he is an exceptional mecha knight. The principal beamed with excitement. Indeed, Johnny is the beloved son of Mr. Leo Disa, CEO of Benetton Technologies, and a certified junior knight. His future is brilliantly luminous. Oh, a faint smile curved Su Fangfei's lips. Benetton Technologies was a formidable interstellar enterprise, not manufacturing complete mecha, but specializing in electronic central neurons for mecha systems. Electronic central neurons constitute the mecha's cognitive core, the interface linking the electronic brain to the pilot's biological mind, enabling execution of complex high-intensity maneuvers. Their significance is self-evident. Benetton simultaneously supplied major mecha manufacturers across 4 or 5 corporations. Its influence and technical prowess were undeniable. CEO Leo Disa himself was a visionary strategist, evidenced by his decision to shift focus from the thriving interstellar market to Earth. Su Fangfei understood he too recognized the strategic importance of Earth's ancient martial arts. After all, technological progress had brought mecha design to a near-absolute plateau. Firepower, endurance, and mobility had all reached the limits of human scientific capability. Under such constraints, unlocking the pilot's innate potential became the sole pathway to elevating overall performance to unprecedented heights. Henceforth, the cosmos would belong to close combat mecha, nimble, agile, and swift, capable of exhausting long-range opponents' energy reserves through superior evasion, then delivering merciless, decisive strikes. Whoever fully masters the esoteric principles of Earth's ancient martial arts will command the entire universe. Now I see precisely what must be done. Su Fangfei smiled softly. She admired that earnest young man, and found his turtle and toad designs profoundly intriguing, even preferring them over Johnny's work. For Johnny lacked Xiao Chong's bold spirit of innovation, making only superficial adjustments to trivial components, never daring to alter the mecha's fundamental architecture. Yet Su Fangfei had no intention of jeopardizing her commercial relationship with Benetton Technologies. She resolved to instruct her staff to ensure Johnny claimed the championship. Given Su Fangfei's stature, she naturally refrained from serving as judge herself, instead delegating the role to her assistant, an arrangement already generating considerable buzz. As for that charming young man, she decided he would graciously accept second place. Yet she had already resolved to recruit him into her corporate fold, to drive her company's next phase of growth. Su Fangfei couldn't help but inwardly rejoice at her spontaneous decision to attend today, having unearthed a gem concealed among the gravel. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the final competition results were announced. As anticipated, Johnny's mecha, Celestial Sovereign, claimed the championship. Xiao Chong secured second place, an outcome that left him genuinely astonished. He Ruaji beamed broadly. Xiao Chong, you're incredible. Next followed a lively award ceremony followed by amateur model enthusiasts selected from various regions ascending the stage to seek guidance from the champion and professional competitors. He Xiaomei arrived breathlessly only then. Xiaomei, why are you so late? He Ruaji asked, puzzled. Xiaomei was near tears. It's Dad's awful car. It broke down halfway, and we spent ages fixing it. So annoying. Papa trailed behind, visibly embarrassed. Had managed to secure only a half-day leave from work. Don't speak that way, Xiaomei. Hiruaji said gravely. The car breaking down isn't Dad's fault, and fortunately we've arrived just in time. Hurry up and go on stage. Xiaomei nodded eagerly. Wow, Brother Chong is up there too. Yes, Hiruaji replied joyfully. None of us expected it. Xiaomei bounded enthusiastically into the crowd and waved her mecha model toward Xiao Chong. The stage host perked up. Now approaching the stage is Miss He Xiaomei from Baihua Academy's affiliated elementary school, the youngest expert-level model builder here today, at just 12 years old. Miss He Xiaomei, this is our champion today. The host attempted to guide Xiaomei toward Johnny, but she halted before Xiao Chong, instead beaming, Big Brother Chong, you're amazing. Xiao Chong remained impassive, offering only a gentle smile. Look, I've built my own mecha too. Took me several weeks to finish it. Xiao Chong accepted the model from Xiaomei's hand and examined it with a warm smile. To them, Johnny might as well have been air, leaving him awkwardly sidelined. Johnny Furious strode over coldly and inspected the model. This is a 120 Free Knight model. The original was manufactured 6 years ago by Jilin Machinery Company. The toy version is a mainstream expert-grade release by Qiandai Corporation. However, young lady, I suggest you refrain from tackling expert-grade models at your age. Observe, the entire assembly contains critical errors, and this camouflage paint job is fundamentally flawed, utterly ineffective for concealment. It's simply a waste of money and time. No one had anticipated such harsh words. Xiaomei was after all still a child, publicly humiliated without cause. She immediately rubbed her eyes and burst into tears. Whoa, I spent weeks building it. I didn't just slap parts together. You're lying. You're a bad person. Whoa. Tears brimming, Xiaomei carried her model to the judges' table and placed it carefully on the podium, then gazed at them with trembling hope. Look, it's truly an excellent mecha model, isn't it? The 5 judges exchanged glances. All of them instantly noticed flaws in the model's assembly. It did not faithfully replicate the authentic Free Knight design. Of course, more advanced competitors, such as Xiao Chong and Johnny, might have customized their models. But for someone Xiaomei's age, such modification was utterly unimaginable. One judge cleared his throat gently and spoke with great kindness. Little one, this model is truly remarkable. You're lying. Your eyes are sharp indeed, she retorted, but you're clearly brushing me off. The judge flushed with embarrassment. Taking the Free Knight model from her, he hurriedly reassured her, Oh no, not at all. I truly. His voice abruptly choked off. His body stiffened as if frozen solid. Mid-sentence he could utter no further word. Professor Stephen. A fellow judge, sensing something amiss, gently shook the renowned mecha design expert. But the moment that judge's gaze fell upon the Free Knight model, he too became entranced, immobile as if under a spell. One by one, the 3rd and 4th judges succumbed to the Free Knight's uncanny grasp. 4 judges stood utterly motionless, as though transfixed before a priceless treasure. What on earth is happening to you all? Asked the 5th judge, bewildered and increasingly uneasy. After a long silence, Professor Stephen finally spoke, his voice strained. If my eyes do not deceive me, this model outwardly mimics the Free Knight silhouette, but its internal transmission mechanisms, joint architecture, and structural logic differ radically from the original. Another judge trembled slightly as he rotated the model's joints, nodding emphatically. Wrist and ankle articulation range increases by 65%, total movable joints rise to 45, dramatically enhancing realism and close-quarters combat efficacy. A 3rd judge swiftly slid the model before his eyes and murmured hoarsely, at first glance the camouflage paint appears disastrous. It fails utterly to blend with any environment. Yet its true function emerges only during high-velocity motion. This is a mecha capable of vanishing while in motion, and its camo pattern actively disrupts enemy targeting systems with optical interference. The 4th judge delicately disassembled the cockpit and gasped softly. The surrounding structural engineering is exquisite. The overall weight drops 11% versus the Free Knight, yet impact resistance surges dramatically. A work of genius, sheer genius. Professor Stephen exhaled deeply, hands shaking as he lit a cigarette, and even more crucially, this unit is built entirely from standard Free Knight components. Not a single extraneous part was used. That means Jutland Corporation, with minimal retooling of its existing production line, could begin manufacturing this revolutionary Free Knight Evolution model immediately. The judge's words, amplified through the microphone, echoed across the hall, heard clearly by hundreds of model enthusiasts. Instantly, the entire audience erupted into frenzied disbelief. Heavens above, Earth's orbital sphere had produced a mecha modeler of such extraordinary talent. An unthinkable, world-shaking revelation. Several headhunters sprinted toward the stage, shoving and pulling each other aside. Damn it. We'll die here before letting that girl slip away. A Jutland Corporation sales representative nearly fainted with excitement. If I secure either this model or that girl, I'll soar through the corporate ranks. After all, among those 5 judges sat senior technical officers from Hafing Heavy Machinery and Benetton Technologies, experts whose verdicts carried absolute authority. Most mortified of all was Johnny, utterly ignored as if he were mere background scenery. Worse still, he'd just dismissed the girl's model as worthless. Now he realized with searing shame that he'd been blind to brilliance itself. His eyes burned crimson. He longed desperately to strangle her on the spot. However, Professor Stephen mused, "Young lady, I confess I find it difficult to believe you accomplished this alone. Was there perhaps a mentor guiding your hand?" No, I just followed the instruction manual. I didn't modify anything. I don't even understand what you're talking about." "Oh, I remember. Yesterday." Before she could finish, Hiroaji clapped a hand over her mouth. Hiroaji offered the judges an awkward, enigmatic smile. "Gentlemen, I'm Xiao Mei's elder brother Raji. Here's what actually happened yesterday afternoon. Xiao Mei was playing outside our home when a most mysterious stranger approached. He accidentally shattered her model and insisted on repairing it himself. We let him tinker freely. As for modifications, we haven't the faintest idea." Professor Stephen nodded slowly. "That explanation holds water. Still, I wonder, when did Earth's orbital sphere acquire such a master mecha engineer?" He knew well that with Benetton Technology's strategic realignment and Hafing Heavy Machinery's aggressive expansion, Earth had recently welcomed many elite technicians and creators. Perhaps this was yet another reclusive master beyond conventional recognition. The professor pondered, what did this stranger look like? Enormous head, broad shoulders, green-skinned with fangs, bulging temples, unmistakably a supreme master. I've never heard of such a figure. Well, this universe teems with hidden masters. Perhaps another has chosen seclusion once more. Glancing at Hiroaji, the professor noted his unremarkable bearing and youth, and dismissed outright the notion that he was the true architect behind the modification. The headhunters below were left most disappointed. They'd just lost a chance at a life-changing bonus. Yet this was hardly surprising. A mecha engineer of such caliber would either command a private workshop or serve as a cornerstone technologist for a major corporation, never easily poached. Tabloid reporters rejoiced. Mysterious stranger channels a primary schoolgirl to unveil a revolutionary mecha. Senior engineers of 2 giants stunned into silence. Heavens, what glorious copy! Most unnerved of all was Hiroaji himself, relieved Xiao Mei hadn't revealed the truth. Had she done so, he'd instantly become the focal point of Earth's entire mecha industry, and within days his deepest secrets would be laid bare. Stay low-key, absolutely low-key. Beads of cold sweat glistened on Hiroaji's brow. How in just 24 hours had his life spiraled into such relentless, heart-pounding chaos? Was he perhaps destined to live forever beyond the shelter of obscurity? A sprawling wilderness of rugged terrain hosts a fierce melee among 4 mechs. Johnny's machine, angular and powerfully agile, churns up thick clouds of dust, with its 18 microengines radiating raw, commanding presence. This was his creation, the Tianzuan, originally built for a model competition. Yet before him now stood not a half-meter-tall replica, but a towering 10-meter war frame of staggering might. His opponents were 3 elite mech knights employed by the company, loyal subordinates, trained to perfection. This private training ground belonged exclusively to Benetton Technologies. Such a facility spoke volumes about Benetton's immense wealth. Training mechs over 10 meters tall demanded vast open space, a luxury almost unimaginable on Earth, where land was fiercely contested and exorbitantly priced, unlike the relative abundance possible on planetary or orbital colonies. Most trainees learned piloting solely through networked simulations in virtual space. Many did not even lay hands on a real cockpit until their official night certification exam. Clang, 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 clang. Johnny struck with lightning speed, his energy blade flashing like silver lightning between adversaries, severing every enemy's power conduit in mere heartbeats. The massive armored mechs instantly crumpled into inert heaps of scrap metal. Johnny descended from the cockpit via a rappelling cord, his face ashen with fury. He accepted a towel from a waiting servant, wiped the sweat from his brow, and strode toward Yi-Wei with seething rage. "Johnny," Yi-Wei whispered cautiously, bowing her head. Johnny shot her a venomous glance. "So you do know how furious I am today?" Yi-Wei trembled inwardly. Johnny had always been refined, courteous, even gentle in her presence. Today he seemed transformed, a monstrous, terrifying specter. Johnny raised a single finger, voice low and cutting. "I have never endured such humiliation, especially not from some backwater earthling. Do you understand that? Why say such a thing, Johnny?" Yi-Wei felt her heart shatter. She had never imagined he too would scorn earthborn people, dismissing them as ignorant, stagnant peasants devoid of ambition or learning. What is Hiroaji really? What lineage, what talent, what bearing could possibly rival mine? Daring to strike me so publicly, in front of everyone. Excellent. Marvelous. Daring to challenge me. What right does he possess to stand anywhere near me? Johnny roared. Yue swayed like a sapling in a gale. What are you saying, Johnny? Ruaji has done nothing wrong. Please, please spare him. At least for my sake. Yue knew full well that to Johnny crushing Ruaji, it would be no harder than crushing an ant. My. Johnny narrowed his eyes, seized her hair in a brutal grip, and snarled, What authority do you have to command me? Who do you think you are? Let me make this clear. You are nothing more than a plaything in the hands of Master Johnny. Huh, how absurd. To imagine I'd spend my life with a provincial earth girl like you. You will serve me well, and if I'm pleased perhaps I'll reward you. Otherwise As for Ruaji, he'll taste my wrath soon enough. Just wait, you wretched beast. Far away Ruaji remained blissfully unaware of the storm gathering against him. Hidden deep within his study he sat in utter darkness. The lamp unlit the monitor dimmed to its faintest glow, so that the room itself seemed veiled in spectral mist. Even someone standing inside might fail to detect his presence. Having spent years in the abyssal desolation, Ruaji had cultivated the instincts of a skeleton warrior drawn to silent solitude and shadow. Only in absolute darkness could he delve inward, probing the quiet depths of his own latent power. He meticulously sketched the crest of the Church of Light, scanned it into his computer, and deployed advanced data-matching algorithms, quickly identifying corporations under the Church's direct control. As expected, the Church commanded over 1/5 of the galaxy's top 100 enterprises and wielded covert influence over countless others. Across the known cosmos, on all 982 inhabited planets, Church-affiliated corporations held dominion over at least 150 worlds. Most were newly colonized resource planets, less populous and economically modest than administrative hubs, yet rich in industrial minerals and densely populated by heavy manufacturing concerns. Some planets even boasted vertically integrated production lines, from raw ore extraction and smelting to component fabrication and full mech assembly. After millennia, the Church's grip had not loosened, not in the slightest. His adversary was not merely an organization, but the entire world. Yet Ruaji's expression did not flicker. A skeleton warrior never panics. His fingers danced across the keyboard, striking crisp melodic notes. 3 options unfolded in his mind. First, conceal both himself and the Dark Queen entirely. Live quietly, unseen, untroubled for the rest of his days. But then the undead race would vanish with him, its fallen heroes forgotten forever, their honor and pride erased from history. Second, build his own empire, amassing strength sufficient to defy the Church outright. Yet a critical question lingered in this age of starships and mechs: what true battlefield value remained in necromancy and blackbone arts? Even if he summoned legions of skeletal warriors, commanding them in massed assault, they would likely fall before a single volley from a single-armed mech. Third, incite civil strife within the Church itself, stir factional chaos so deep that the Dark Queen would be left untouched. Yet how? He closed his eyes, lost in grim contemplation, when a soft knock echoed at the door. Like a startled bat, Ruaji sprang from his chair, swiftly closing all browser windows, then switching on the ceiling light before opening the door. Big brother. Xiaomei beamed from the threshold. Little sister, what is it? Dinner's ready. Let's eat. I'll be right there, Ruaji replied with a faint practiced smile. Brother. Xiaomei suddenly leaned in, her expression uncharacteristically grave. My. Lately you've been acting very strange, like you're not even yourself. She sighed worriedly. Yesterday, I read a manga about alien parasites, creatures that devour humans and wear their skins, living perfectly disguised in their homes. Brother, you're not one of those aliens, right? What exactly have you been reading lately, little sister? Ruaji winced inwardly. Look, she cried, pointing. Your face didn't change at all when I said that. You're as blank as a robot, really weird. Well, Ruaji could offer no real explanation. After all, anyone who'd lived alongside skeletons for over a decade would likely develop the same unshakable composure. Even mountains collapsing before them would barely stir a blink. And having undergone formal Lich Noble education only deepened that stoicism, leaving him with the impassive, death-calm visage of the grave. Like a nocturnal revenant. He touched his cheek, then forced a gentle smile for his sister. Still, Xiaomei nodded, thoughtfully, speaking to herself. I actually prefer this version of Big Brother. He's capable. He fixed my broken model, and feels safe, solid, strong. Much better than before. Ruaji hadn't realized his former self had been so unpopular. He chuckled dryly. Little sister, did you tell anyone about me fixing that model? Of course not. We made a pinky promise. But why can't I tell anyone, Big Brother? Well, just trust me. My word is law. Then I'll be good. Big Brother, buy me a bigger, better model when you start working. Long live Big Brother. After dinner, Hiruaji wrapped himself tightly in layers of dark fabric, donned oversized sunglasses, and stepped out onto the city streets. Sunlight was abhorrent to him, moonlight nearly as intolerable. Only absolute darkness, starless, depthless night, was the true domain where skeleton warriors reigned supreme. He wasn't wandering aimlessly. His purpose was precise: to locate suitable cadavers, bodies ripe for transformation into loyal skeletal warriors. True, he knew such warriors stood no chance against armed mechs. Yet after years of arduous mastery, he owed it to himself to craft something useful for defense. Even if they couldn't battle mechs, they might still subdue criminals, or worse. After several turns, he hailed a taxi. The driver flatly refused, citing the late hour and destination a cemetery. With no alternative, Hiruaji reluctantly deployed a subtle hypnotic suggestion. Hypnosis was perilous. If resisted by a strong-willed mind, backlash could cripple the caster. In this era, mental discipline was rigorously cultivated. Most citizens possessed ironclad willpower, impenetrable as fortress walls. As a novice in psychic arts, Hiruaji dared not risk a contest of minds. Fortunately, the driver proved unusually suggestible, grumbled twice, then gunned the engine and sped off. At long last, he arrived at the cemetery, only to be met with profound disappointment. Owing to acute land scarcity, over half of the deceased had been cremated, their remains reduced to mere ashes, utterly unsuitable for summoning skeletal warriors. Of the remaining interred, most were elderly souls who had passed peacefully in their 80s or 90s, surrounded by thriving families and beloved descendants bearing no trace of resentment. Bones untainted by grievance are as inert as firewood. Even the most accomplished necromancer could never reawaken them. Many of the younger dead perished instantly in vehicular accidents, unaware even of their own demise, let alone harboring any bitterness. At last he found one exception: a convicted felon executed by firing squad, the mastermind behind 13 brutal cases of robbery, murder, and rape, whose skeleton remained intact. He pondered deeply and ultimately decided against summoning him. An entity so steeped in base malice, once resurrected, would inevitably unleash its pent-up fury anew. No secret remained sealed forever. Should reports surface of a skeletal monster committing murder, not only would the authorities descend upon him, but the Church of Light too would swiftly trace the source back to his door. Such perilous recklessness was unthinkable, especially when a single skeletal warrior held no decisive strategic value. He sighed. As he'd anticipated, in this modern world, locating bones saturated with profound resentment had become nearly impossible. Legions of skeletal warriors existed only on battlefields. But where then lay the battlefield? Beneath a luminous moon and star-flecked sky, silence reigned, save for the whispering chill of the wind. Were the gravedigger to appear now, he might well mistake Hiruaji for a living skeleton freshly risen from its coffin. He gave a wry chuckle, absorbed a modest measure of lingering necrotic energy from the graves, and departed the cemetery. It was still early. He saw no reason to return home just yet. After all these days, he slept soundly through daylight hours, only to awaken fully alert beneath the night's veil. After brief reflection, he made his way to the derelict scrapyard on the city's outskirts. The yard was piled high with discarded metal artifacts, wrecked automobiles among countless other mechanical relics. Under the nocturnal hush, rusted cars rose in jagged, layered mounds, a brooding black leviathan gazing coldly upon the earth. He had frequented this place before. As a student specializing in mechanical repair, he needed hands-on practice. He knew the watchman, Old Zhang, well. The old man routinely permitted him to select salvage parts freely, while Hiruaji in turn repaired televisions and other appliances for him without charge. Grandfather Zhang. The elder, already Abed, stirred in mild surprise. Xiaoji, why so late tonight? I'll just have a look around. Go ahead. Just mind your safety. Muttering softly, Old Zhang settled back into slumber. Hiruaji nodded, slipped silently past the gate, and followed the narrow path into the yard. In former days, the unstable heaps of refuse posed grave danger. More than once he'd nearly been buried alive beneath collapsing mounds. But now such peril was obsolete. He stood tall atop the highest scrap pile, surveying the silent, desolate expanse, and drew a deep, resonant breath. A strange surge of power washed over him, as if he stood before the bone citadel within the abyssal wastes. Countless tormented souls seemed to scream, gasp, writhe, and howl in unison. What in the world was happening? He closed his eyes, slowly releasing the dark elements coiled within him, and attuned his senses to the ambient energies. He sensed a force uncannily akin to necrotic energy, yet subtly distinct. Strangely, no mass of corpses lay nearby. Unless thousands of bodies had been interred here, none could generate such overwhelming resentment. A chilling possibility dawned upon him, and his limbs trembled. Kneeling upon one knee, he pressed his palm firmly against the metallic detritus beneath him. Instantly, a powerful resonance surged up his arm, harmonizing perfectly with the darkness pulsing in his soul. Yes, the fierce resentment did not emanate from human cadavers, but from the corpses of machines themselves, automobiles, motorcycles, televisions, computers. This very mountain of metal refuse. Not long ago, these were living mechanisms, exquisitely engineered with flawless gears, circuits, and bearings, capable of breathtaking speed and lifelike imagery. From them, humanity had drawn boundless joy, investing deep emotion, devotion, even love. Over time, those sentiments had settled, coalescing into something like sentience, their own quiet mechanical life. Now abandoned, they waited in mute despair, weeping in voices beyond human hearing. Doomed to be fed into scorching blast furnaces, melted down into molten crimson steel, erased utterly from existence. This was the fate ordained for mechanical beings. Hiruaji heard their desperate pleas, felt their seething resentment, so potent, so collective, it had coalesced into an immense magnetic field. A sudden thought struck him: could he perhaps forge a new breed of skeletal warriors? Not from human bone, but from salvaged metal. The notion electrified him. In the cosmic age, machines bore the brunt of warfare, enduring the fiercest assaults. Their accumulated resentment, therefore, must far surpass that of mortal flesh. Consider a soldier aboard a warship. He might spend his entire life pressing buttons, never glimpsing an enemy face to face. Even in death, his spirit would hardly manifest as a fearsome skeletal warrior. Machines, however, were different. Once successfully summoned, their sheer physical resilience would elevate them several tiers above skeletal warriors fashioned from bone. Without hesitation, he steadied his breath and focused inward, recalling the incantations of the demon tongue grimoire, beginning to gather the ambient resentment from all directions. A wondrous phenomenon unfolded from the wrecks all around. Vilethud mists began to rise, like swarms of ethereal fireflies. Drawn by his whispered incantations, the luminous motes spiraled rapidly around his body, growing ever more numerous, merging gradually into larger orbs, until finally only a single radiant sphere remained. He sighed. These discarded vehicles were no war machines. They were, in human terms, pious layfolk, law-abiding citizens. Naturally, their resentment ran shallow. The greater the resentment, the stronger the summoned warrior. Yet this was his first attempt at conjuring mechanical skeletons, so he had no idea what form his creation would take. With a flick of his wrist, the violet orb shot forth like lightning, scouring the junkyard for the ideal host body among the wreckage. He gasped softly and hurried after it. The light descended between two heaps of refuse, acting like a colossal magnet, drawing up tiny components from the ground. As if guided by invisible hands, the scattered parts assembled themselves, slowly forming limbs, a torso, and finally a head. He crept closer, brow furrowed. The mechanical skeleton absorbed the violet radiance completely. The glow vanished instantly, leaving only two small, flickering flames burning steadily within its eye sockets. Its shape was unmistakably that of a mechanical crocodile. He groaned in frustration. He'd known the ambient resentment here was weak, but never imagined it would yield such a useless construct. He had once dreamed of acquiring decommissioned combat mechs, transforming them into an undead mech legion capable of standing against the Church of Light. Now, however, he realized the sheer magnitude of resentment required to raise such an army. The metallic crocodile moved with surprising agility toward its master, crawling up his pant leg and settling comfortably upon his shoulder. A soft, sibilant hiss escaped it, docile, almost affectionate. He sighed again. Well, considering this is my first foray into mechanical necromancy, having such a companion isn't half bad. Let me think. Henceforth you shall be called Abu. Delighted by its new name, Abu flipped onto its back, belly up, flailing its stubby limbs in jubilation. Thankfully, its diminutive size spared him the dilemma of where to stow it. Yet he wondered, what did it consume? Conventional skeletal warriors subsisted on the resentment drawn from corpses, or even the living. But Abu, before he could voice the question, the little metal crocodile had already scampered to the ground, snatched up a screw, and crunched it down with audible relish. He stared dumbfounded. You actually eat raw metal? If you Ruaji can handle everything, then the rest will depend on your own efforts. In the bustling city center, Shachong said seriously to Hiruaji in front of a several-story office building. This is the new office established by the Black Phoenix Heavy Machinery Company on Earth. Due to his outstanding performance a couple of days ago, Shachong has officially been hired as a junior researcher by Black Phoenix Heavy Machinery. Although the position is not high, the prospects for development are definitely bright. Moreover, he was directly selected by President Su Fengfei, which naturally attracted the attention of many ambitious individuals within the company. Shachong, not being one to curry favor, had no excessive demands. He just noticed that his close friend Hiruaji seemed to have a hard time finding a suitable job, so he went through channels to arrange an interview opportunity for him. Do not underestimate such an interview opportunity. One must know that a financially robust enterprise like Black Phoenix Heavy Machinery has countless talented individuals eager to showcase their skills every year. These individuals often have to go through a very rigorous online application process followed by 3 rounds of written tests where only 2 out of 100 applicants might have the chance to attend an interview. Hiruaji has effectively bypassed this process, directly facing the final assessment. For Xiaochang, this is also the maximum he could do. After all, he is just a newly hired employee. Hiruaji nodded and walked into the company lobby. Black Phoenix Heavy Machinery indeed exuded an extraordinary aura. Not only was the office building lavishly decorated, but the employees passing by were all impeccably dressed in suits, sharp and capable, each one an elite among elites. Hiruaji's mind raced. With his current capabilities, it should not be too difficult to take on a regular mech maintenance position. However, under normal circumstances, he was just a second-rate university student from a farming mech repair background and wouldn't possess such capabilities. If he carelessly displayed his skills, those with keen eyes would see through it immediately, which would not be good. It seems he can only let down Xiaochang's good intentions. Are you Mr. Hiruaji? A smiling receptionist stood in front of him, curiously looking at Hiruaji. Hiruaji smiled faintly. Hello, I am here for the interview. The receptionist nodded and led him into a designated room. Inside the room stood a large electronic machine with a helmet-like device, in front seemingly a set of computer virtual helmet system. I'm sorry, Mr. Hiruaji. The receptionist said somewhat apologetically. The chief examiner, Mr. Lanchun, is currently busy, so please test yourself on this testing machine. Afterwards, Mr. Lanchun will carefully analyze your test results. I sincerely apologize for this inconvenience. The receptionist then stepped out, leaving Hiruaji alone in the room. Hiruaji understood that it was currently the company's large-scale recruitment season for graduates. Perhaps the chief examiner was busy handling the interviewees coming through standard channels. As for himself, having taken the backdoor route, this also conveniently allows for some manipulation in the future. After all, the position Xiaochang selected for him is merely the lowest level of maintenance assistant. As long as he meets the minimum requirements, the company would not have any objections. Thinking of this, Hiruaji put on the virtual helmet and entered the virtual world. A beam of light slowly scanned through his brain and body. A pleasant female, synthesized voice echoed in his ears. Test subject no. 1. Prepare. Body scan beginning. Mental energy scan beginning. Test subject no. 1. I body strength value is 61. Mental strength value is 37. Comprehensively assessed as E grade, completely unqualified. Hiruaji felt a slight blush. In today's world, the primary metrics for judging a person's worth are no longer IQ or EQ, but rather body strength and mental energy. Only a robust body can withstand the supergravity of cosmic mech battles. Only resilient mental energy can better integrate with the electronic neurons of the mech. The limits for these two values are both 200. Ordinary adults usually hover around a score of 100. Generally, men tend to have higher body strength values, while women may have slightly higher mental energy. The minimum threshold for a normal person is 60, meaning Hiruaji barely scrapes into the normal range in terms of body strength, while his mental energy is undeniably that of a complete failure. Such a low mental strength means he will never be able to pilot a cosmic mech or a large spaceship, as mechs connect the human brain with electronic neurons for complex computations. In high-end mech repairs, one often needs to use special repair mechs, which require exceptionally high mental energy. This is the reason why Hiruaji cannot opt for advanced repair positions and can only choose agricultural mech repairs. The computer system seemed unprepared for such a useless person to test, as the program ran for a while before a battlefield filled with smoke gradually materialized before Hiruaji. In front of him lay 10 dilapidated mech remains, beside which was a pile of worn-out parts resembling small hills. Everywhere were craters created by bomb explosions, and countless mechs flew in the sky, attacking each other while emitting a dazzling array of colors. Test subject no. 1. Your first test is to repair these mechs in the shortest time possible. What? Hiruaji's eyes nearly bulged out. Isn't this a battlefield? My goodness, does recruiting a farming mech repairman in a big company require such harsh tests? The computer stated monotonously. Test subject no. 1A. This assessment primarily tests your adaptability in complex environments. The full score is 100 and the maximum duration is 12 hours. If not completed within 12 hours, you will be judged as failing. Please do your best. Adaptability in complex environments. Hiruaji cursed inwardly. The most he would be doing in the future is repairing some lawnmowers on some desolate agricultural planet. What adaptability would he need? These large companies are such a hassle. However, even though he had no intention of passing the test, he at least wanted to save face for Xiaochang, not wanting people to say that the person Xiaochang referred was a complete idiot who couldn't even pass the first test. Hiruaji decided to pass the initial test first, and then accidentally fail the final test, which would save face for Sha Chong without drawing too much attention. Hiruaji took a deep breath and quickly dashed towards the massive mechs. Lasers and bombs exploded around him. The ground seemed to tremble as if an earthquake was occurring, and the air was filled with scorching waves with shock waves continuously striking Hiruaji. The sandstorm filled all the machinery interiors with grit. Without blueprints, no maintenance assistance, no suitable tools, and spare parts had to be scavenged from the mountain of discarded parts nearby. Hiruaji found himself in trouble when facing the first mech. This was not any agricultural mech he knew. It was a fully fledged high-firepower, heavy-armed mech. Sci-Fi. It truly is a top-tier company in the interstellar realm. Not to mention hiding one's skills, even genuinely wanting to pass the test probably wouldn't be so easy. Hiruaji stopped overthinking and began to carefully observe the structure of the damaged mech. The power transmission system has some minor issues. It's a complete mess inside. If he were to restore it according to the original structure, it would likely take a considerable amount of time. Hiruaji suddenly recalled the skeleton soldiers from the dark abyss. If a mech is treated as a skeleton soldier, many of the bodily structures are universal. Why stick to the original structure? If he repairs the mech based on the human skeletal structure, could it also lead to success? Yes, let's do it this way. Excited, Hiruaji jumped down from the mech and rummaged through the nearby pile of parts, finally finding the components he needed. He didn't even consider that those parts were so massive that he couldn't lift them, nor did he realize there was a repair mech nearby specifically for his use. Anyway, since he wouldn't know how to use the repair mech, he simply relied on his resilient bones to directly carry the massive screws and metal frame toward the damaged mech. If someone were to witness this scene from the outside monitor, their jaw would surely drop to the ground. One must know that in this type of assessment virtual environment, the subject's physical attributes are identical to those in the real world. This means that someone who can lift over 800 pounds here can also do so in the real world. However, even a super warrior with a physical value above 150 would likely struggle to accomplish what Hiruaji is currently doing. This is because no one knows that Hiruaji's bones have been enhanced by the Black Underworld bone technique, making them harder than diamonds. In less than 4 hours, Hiruaji had already repaired 6 mechs. Hiruaji had no idea these mechs were the most combat-capable and most intricate armored mechs in the entire cosmos. He could only marvel increasingly at the sheer might of Sci-Fi Heavy Industries, wondering if even the lowliest tea-serving assistant there possessed the skills of a master mech technician. Outside the simulation, only 5 minutes had elapsed. The virtual system employed 2 distinct timescaling algorithms. The first, the standard mode, ran 1 hour in the virtual world for every half hour in reality. The second, the extended mode, compressed 1 virtual hour into just 2 real-world minutes. Yet this mode demanded extraordinary computational power, and its maximum duration was strictly limited to 24 virtual hours. Anyone who used it would be barred from doing so again for 6 months, lest their neural pathways suffer irreversible damage. Mr. Lan Chun of Sci-Fi Heavy Industries paced anxiously. Where is Professor Puston? Professor Puston was a legendary mech architect across the galaxy. In his early years, he had designed countless iconic mech models. After assuming the presidency of Mingguang University of Technology in the Mingguang star system, his research focus shifted toward mech modification. Mechs he modified routinely achieved over double their original combat efficacy. Thus, Professor Puston earned the epithet, the man whose touch turns stone to gold. Across the cosmos, every mech technician revered Professor Puston as the ultimate paragon, his mastery proving beyond dispute that technicians stood equal to architects in skill and stature. Sci-Fi Heavy Industries had exhausted nearly all its capital and influence to secure Professor Puston as chief engineer, a fee so staggering it left observers speechless. They would never have incurred such cost had they not sought to fuse Earth's ancient martial arts with cutting-edge engineering, thereby forging a new generation of mechs uniquely suited to transcendental martial combat. Manager Lan Chun, a junior staff member, murmured softly, Professor Puston is a figure of global renown. Surely no assessment is needed for someone of his stature. Would it not be deeply disrespectful? What do you know? Lan Chen's eyes flared. Professor Puston is a man of unwavering integrity. Having accepted such an exorbitant salary, he must demonstrate tangible prowess before the entire company to dispel any doubt of mere pretense. Only then can he command full authority moving forward. But, ventured the junior staffer, is the test we've devised for him truly fair? I cannot fathom any mechanic in the known universe capable of completing it. Silence. This assessment was personally approved by the professor himself, whose abilities long since transcended human comprehension. Yes. As they spoke, Hiruaji inside the virtual world had already repaired 9 mechs. Suddenly, chaos erupted. The sky darkened abruptly as fleets of colossal warships blotted out the sun. From their cavernous bays swarmed legions of armed mechs, like locusts descending upon a field. Some clashed midair, most plummeted to the ground, charging headlong toward Hiroji. No way. Even if Mu'ai himself commanded 10,000 skeletal warriors, they'd scarcely suffice as a mouthful for this onslaught. The earth trembled violently. Off balance, Hiroji tumbled from the mech he'd been repairing. But his reflexes saved him. He braced with his right hand and rolled cleanly unharmed. A deafening boom shattered the air inches before his face as a high-yield bomb detonated. He instantly curled into the dirt, burying his head and shoulders, only to be engulfed by a suffocating torrent of dust and debris, as though the very earth sought to entomb him alive. When the smoke finally cleared, the 9 repaired mechs lay shattered beyond recognition. This time, even spare parts had vanished without a trace. From behind Hiroji surged a wave of allied mechs crashing into enemy lines. Close-quarters combat erupted instantly, steel against steel, fury against fury. Hiroji sat expressionless before a ruined mech, deep in thought. Not a flicker of regret crossed his mind, for among the skeletal legion, regret was deemed the most futile emotion imaginable. In this world there existed only 2 kinds of acts, those meant to be done, and those forbidden. To act was duty, whether success followed was no concern of the skeletal legions. A flash of insight ignited in Hiroji's mind, and he sprinted frenzied straight into the maelstrom. On that colossal arena of clashing iron titans, even battle-hardened elite soldiers would freeze in terror. Yet what was Hiroji, if not forged far beyond mortal measure? Years spent in the abyssal desolation had tempered his soul to unyielding steel. He would not so much as flinch, even if a man were eviscerated before his very eyes. Mecha toppled around him with thunderous crashes, so close their falling mass nearly crushed him beneath. Yet Hiroji did not blink. His gaze burned with ravenous intensity, not at the chaos, but at the wreckage, at the exposed joints, fractured actuators, and scattered components within each fallen machine. At each collapse, he lunged forward, wielding a wrench so massive only certified mech technicians dared lift it, as if possessed by pure, unrelenting will. 11 hours, 55 minutes, 49 seconds. Subject 1, you have officially completed Test 1. Average operational integrity across 10 mechs 79. You are now cleared for standard activity. A serene female voice resonated through the air. Hiroji lay utterly spent upon the coarse gravel. The virtual sun had set, an ending perfectly suited to his temperament. I'd assumed the baseline would be above 95. He mused inwardly. Armed mechs were indeed marvels of precision, complex beyond compare. They bore no resemblance to crude agricultural units. They were instruments of war engineered to the finest tolerances. Hiroji found himself strangely enthralled, so much so that the thought of never again wielding such machines felt like condemning an F1 world champion to spend eternity in bumper cars, intolerably dull, utterly unsatisfying. In the future, he resolved he would seek out authentic armored mech schematics, study them exhaustively, push his repair fidelity ever higher. He had no notion that had others witnessed what he'd accomplished, repairing 10 combat-grade mechs in under 12 hours without ever having studied a single schematic or even touched a speck of armored mech rust, let alone doing so amid relentless frontline warfare, they would declare it impossible for any human being. Well, even a skeletal warrior would struggle to match such absurdity. Proceeding to Test 2. The mellifluous voice chimed once more, and the scorched battlefield dissolved, replaced by a vast, serene martial hall. The upcoming Martial Proficiency Assessment evaluates your mastery of transcendent martial combat. 100 practitioners, each representing a distinct school, will assault you. Your objective: incapacitate as many as possible within 2 hours. No sooner had the words faded than 2 floor panels collapsed beneath Hiri, lifting 2 hulking muscle-corded giants who roared and charged. Hiroji stared, utterly speechless. At least the prior mech repair bore some relevance to his prospective role, but this martial trial, what on earth was its purpose? He wasn't applying to be head of security. Damn it. His face remained impassive. Arms rigid, he hopped sideways like a stiff-limbed revenant, barely evading their crossing strikes, then dispatched both with swift, precise palm strikes. His profound anatomical knowledge compensated for modest strength. Every ounce of force converged precisely into the delicate fissures between cervical vertebrae. With twin-sharp cracks, their necks snapped clean. Their corpses dissolved instantly into shimmering green data streams scattering on the wind. For new apertures yawned open in the floor, and 4 more warriors rose. Before the headquarters of the Hafing Group, senior executives stood anxiously awaiting. Manager. The talkative staff member continued incessantly. Even if Professor Puston passes the first test, why must we schedule a martial arts assessment as well? They even went so far as to compile combat data from 100 authentic Earth-based martial artists into virtual simulations, a truly cumbersome undertaking. Lanchin sneered coldly. Do you truly believe Professor Puston is merely an ordinary frail scholar? Let me inform you, he has been officially ranked 7th Dan by the Interstellar Hypermartial Arts Federation. What is the Interstellar Hypermartial Arts Federation? During the evolution of hypermartial arts across star systems, martial cultivators synthesized diverse traditions into a unified discipline. The Federation serves as the authoritative body for ranking martial practitioners. Professional fighters are graded on a 90-year scale. A 7th Dan Master is a peerless combat expert. On an entire planet, few could hope to stand against him. Lanchin added, Professor Puston's prowess in mech modification is indeed exceptional, but in that domain we could compensate with several skilled engineers and top-tier computing systems. Yet the corporation invested heavily to recruit him precisely because he is a rare prodigy, equally accomplished in both mech engineering and hypermartial arts, possessing profound mastery in each field. Only such a polymath can design mechs truly optimized for hypermartial arts combat. Yes. Lanchin continued. As you know, Earth's martial artists remain entrenched in sectarian dogma, clinging stubbornly to their ancient styles. Some refuse even to acknowledge the term hypermartial arts, let alone integrate their techniques with mechs. Professor Puston intends to spar virtually with these masters, exchanging martial insights through simulated combat, and later present the recordings to traditional martial artists, engaging them not as a technician, but as a fellow cultivator of the martial Tao. Ah, I see. The junior staffer nodded in awe. Still, even for Professor Puston, enduring a grueling wheel fight against 100 masters seems nearly impossible. Indeed, Lanchin affirmed. After reviewing their actual combat footage, the professor estimates he could withstand sequential duels against approximately 50 opponents. Beyond that, defeat would be inevitable. Yet our objective is not victory or defeat. We seek only to demonstrate that interstellar hypermartial arts hold equal merit to Earth's ancient martial traditions. Understood. Manager, look, isn't that Professor Puston's convoy? By the time Professor Puston arrived, Hiroji had already defeated 61 martial artists. The battle had long since escalated to fever-pitch. Opponents wielded swords, spears, halberds, and sabers, while Hiroji gripped a gleaming blade of his own. His entire body was drenched in blood, tendons in his limbs had been severed, multiple wounds pierced deep into his viscera. Yet for Hiroji, so long as his bones remained intact, he retained full combat capability, though the relentless loss of blood blurred his vision, turning figures before him into indistinct smudges. Kill! Hiroji roared, slashing down 2 assailants who struck from behind, then drove his heel into another's chest, shattering his heart, before finally collapsing under a hail of thrusts from 7 or 8 enemies wielding long weapons. His gaze dimmed instantly. A gentle female voice chimed, Subject 1 eliminated 69 adversaries and wounded 7 within 1 hour 12 minutes and 38 seconds. Hiroji frowned. The skull combat technique demanded absolute lethality. Wounding was never part of its doctrine. Clearly his cultivation of the black netherbone art remained incomplete, or perhaps precision faltered under grievous injury. Still, surely this performance sufficed. Even Hiroji, unversed in corporate protocol, could scarcely imagine such results, failing to secure a modest position as agricultural mech maintenance assistant. Right. Next, he need only deliberately fail the final assessment. Hiroji knew such evaluations always comprised 3 distinct trials. Yet as the training hall dissolved before him rose the imposing main office tower of Hafing Machinery, and emblazoned upon its facade the emblem of Hafing Machinery, a soaring black phoenix, wings outstretched in triumphant flight. Thunderous applause erupted all around. The voice transformed into that of Su Fengfei, CEO of Hafing Technology, who greeted Hiroji with radiant warmth. Professor Puston, congratulations on your formal appointment as Chief Senior Engineer and Deputy Director of the Design Department at Hafing Heavy Machinery Co. Ltd. Welcome to the Hafing Group. This was a pre-programmed sequence. Though Su Fengfei herself was scheduled to greet Professor Puston personally, she had been delayed by a business meeting with the CEO of Benetton Technology. Hiroji's mouth slowly gaped open. Chief Senior Engineer, Deputy Director of Design. As a mere mech maintenance technician, he fully grasped the magnitude of these titles. His lifelong aspiration had been to become Chief Senior Engineer at a major mechanical repair facility. For instance, Chief Senior Engineer of the 2nd Tractor Repair Station in Hama Village, or Deputy Director of Design at the agricultural machinery factory run by the 1st Elementary School in Xiangyang Village. Such positions would have consumed his entire life's ambition. As for Chief Senior Engineer and Deputy Director of Design at the Hafing Group, not even in his wildest dreams had he dared conceive of such heights. Something has gone terribly wrong here. Cold sweat broke out across Hiroji's brow. He couldn't even recall when or how he'd exited the virtual realm. Danger. Someone will arrive at this chamber any moment. This space was clearly prepared for Professor Puston, not for a junior mech maintenance assistant's examination. That accursed woman had led him astray. Hiroaji felt utterly helpless. He knew precisely what level of expertise such appointments demanded. But how then would he justify possessing such mastery? Could he possibly claim that just a few nights prior he'd dreamed himself into a desolate realm called the Abyssal Desolation Domain, where over 10 years spent repairing skeletal warriors he'd unlocked transcendent mech maintenance techniques? Well, though the Hafing group fell outside the jurisdiction of the Holy Light Church, Hiroaji doubted this secret would remain buried for long. When exposed, he wouldn't ascend to the throne of chief engineer. He'd face the canons of the Holy Light Church. Evidence must be destroyed, immediately. A faint crimson glow shimmered in Hiroaji's eyes as he crouched low before the virtual interface, meticulously scrutinizing the exquisitely engineered system before him. Mr. Preston has arrived, Mr. Preston has arrived. The drums echoed outside the Black Phoenix Group's building as a group of senior executives nodded and smiled. A long luxury sedan came to a steady stop in front of them. A tall, cold-eyed, middle-aged man stepped down from the car. Strangely, despite being a blonde Westerner, he wore a dark red tank suit. It seems that, as rumored, Professor Preston is a fervent admirer of Eastern culture. It is precisely for this reason that he practices a martial art evolved from Eastern martial arts. Lan Shun, the HR manager of the Black Phoenix Group, bounced forward like a rabbit. Professor Preston, welcome to Earth, welcome to our Black Phoenix Group. Professor Preston is a very amiable person. He nodded with a smile, saying, hello, from now on we are colleagues. I am Lan Shun from the HR department. Your esteemed presence has dramatically enhanced our Black Phoenix Group's research capabilities, for which we are truly grateful. Professor Preston chuckled gracefully. I am merely very interested in ancient martial arts from Earth. In the future, I will also need the company's research strength to develop battle mechs more suitable for advanced martial arts, so there's no need for thanks. Yes, has Professor Preston rested well at the hotel? The professor nodded, taking off his silk gloves, revealing his valuable hands that were said to be capable of turning stone into gold. Where is the virtual machine? I heard that you have prepared the data of 100 Earth warriors who can compete with these great masters. What an honor for a warrior. This way. Lan Shun said in a fluster. A large group of people followed, led by the receptionist, to a room on the 3rd floor. Please come in, Professor Preston. The receptionist smiled politely as she opened the door. Lan Shun and Professor Preston entered the room, but when they saw the words posted on the wall, they were all stunned. Entry-level agricultural machinery maintenance assistant exam room. What is going on? Lan Shun shouted in fury. The receptionist could no longer find her professional smile, her face filled with panic as she stammered, it seems there has been a mistake. The professor's venue should be on the 4th floor. Professor Preston smiled amiably. No problem. We just need to climb one more flight of stairs. Don't be nervous. We will be colleagues from now on, and we will see each other every day. The receptionist still looked glum, but just now I think I accidentally took a job applicant for the entry-level maintenance exam to the 4th floor. Just then a dull thud came from the ceiling. Everyone's expressions changed. Upon reaching the 4th floor, they saw the exam room door wide open and a foolish-looking young man was shouting while holding his foot. What's going on? Who are you? Lan Shun shouted angrily. My name is Hiroaji. Hiroaji said with a pained expression, a beautiful lady just brought me here to take the entry-level machinery maintenance exam, but after I put on the virtual helmet, no matter what I did, the screen wouldn't appear. I couldn't find anyone, so I had to try it myself. I gently kicked the machine, and who knew it would turn into this? Lan Shun was almost furious to the point of fainting. He barely managed to walk into the room and saw that the originally intact virtual electronic device now had a large dent, clearly from being kicked, and thick black smoke was billowing from inside the machine. A technician hurriedly approached to inspect it and shrugged helplessly. After a while, the data storage devices are all destroyed. It will take about 2 days to restore the initial data, but the candidate's information should have been completely lost. I don't care about that damn information. Lan Shun cursed vehemently, pointing his finger at Hiroaji's nose. Where did you come from, you idiot? Do you even know what you've done? You bastard scum country bumpkin barbarian half-beast. Heavens, you have offended the greatest mechanical repair master in the galaxy. I absolutely do not want to see your disgusting face again. Get out. But Hiroaji never expected it would turn out like this. He hoped it wouldn't affect the future job of the foolish Chong. Lan Shun trembled all over. Do you still want to join our Black Phoenix Group? You fool, let me tell you, the Black Phoenix Group is an elite mechanical manufacturing enterprise composed of the best among the elite. Even a janitor here is the most outstanding. You clumsy thing want to join the company. Security, where are you? Before I dispose of this bastard, get him out of here, get him out. Looking at the dark hole of the other person's throat, Hiroaji inexplicably shivered. He remembered the werewolf transformation on the night of the full moon. Two burly security guards stepped forward, each grabbing Hiroaji by the shoulders and escorting the clumsy low-level person out of the company. I am truly sorry we made such a huge mistake. The sweat on Lan Shen's face could practically be used for bathing. I will fire that receptionist right away. Please believe me, this is absolutely not our company's style. Of course I believe you. Professor Preston smiled. Experts of his caliber are often masters of mental cultivation and would not lose their temper over such trivial matters. All right, Professor Preston sighed. Since it's not ready yet, I can only come back in 2 days. With that, the professor was about to turn to leave. But he saw something. Professor Preston's pupils suddenly contracted. What's wrong with you? Lan Shen looked at the professor in confusion as Professor Preston walked over to the damaged machine. He took off his coat, rolled up his sleeves, and crouched down to carefully observe the area that had been kicked by Hiroaji. This damage mark. The professor's heartbeat quickened as he took out a screwdriver from his vest and skillfully unscrewed the machine's panel. The many components inside looked intact, but when Professor Preston gently blew on them, some parts immediately shattered into pieces, falling to the ground. Professor Preston noticed that these components were all related to information storage, while the other components were completely unharmed, as good as new. Mr. Lan Shen. The professor stood up and slowly spoke, his tone extremely serious. Yes, Professor. Lan Shen involuntarily stood at attention. This virtual world simulation machine does not seem to be an ordinary product circulated on the market, does it? Yes. Lan Shen was taken aback, not knowing why the professor would ask this question, but he still answered honestly, this is produced by our company, specifically assembled to meet internal needs. I see that the distribution of most components differs somewhat from products on the market. Yes. So if there are no design blueprints, or if one hasn't opened the panel to look inside, ordinary people cannot know the positions of the components. This should be the case, right? I understand. Professor Preston walked into the hallway, and the strange, reckless young man had already been escorted away by security. Looking at the empty hallway, the professor lowered his head in contemplation. To be able to transmit force through aluminum plating and completely shatter a delicate component while leaving the surrounding areas unharmed. Is this a master or just an ordinary stroke of luck? If it's luck, then this young man's luck is quite extraordinary, isn't it? The professor glanced again at the precisely damaged computer, which seemed to have been struck by a scalpel, and couldn't help but clench his fists. Your luck today is truly terrible, Sha Chong sighed in a dirty little tavern. Hiroaji felt a pang of guilt and gulped down his beer, saying, I don't really mind. Sha Chong frowned. What do you mean you don't mind? The Hayphone Group offers great benefits, high salaries, and relatively light work, especially since they are now developing their Earth business without having to leave home for opportunities on alien planets, which makes such a job hard to find nowadays. Hiroaji nodded. With the current expansion of universities, graduates are facing a bleak job market, with most being funneled to newly developed frontier planets at the edge of the universe. The working conditions are harsh, the tasks are arduous, and the pay is low, compounded by the fact that they may not see their families for years. In contrast, finding a stable job close to home is a dream for many graduates. Hiroaji sighed. You don't need to worry too much about me. I'm just afraid this will make things difficult for you at the company. Sha Chong shook his head and said, if a company evaluates its employees based on factors outside of work, then I don't think I should serve such a company. Besides, it's not hard for me to find a job. You just... Hiroaji smiled. Forget it, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Worst case, I'll find a border planet to grow sorghum. I could plant hundreds of acres of red sorghum, and if there's too much, I can make wine. He had actually grown fond of a solitary life after being in the desolate regions for so long. If it weren't for his parents and younger sister tying him down and the looming task of dealing with the Dark Empress outside, he would have liked to find a desolate planet to carve out his own world. The two continued to drink for a while, thinking that after they start working, they might end up in distant places. Even Hiroaji, who often kept his emotions in check, couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. After finishing their last bowl of wine, the two supported each other as they walked home, the sunset elongating their shadows into two long lines that occasionally crossed. When Hiroaji returned home, he found his parents and younger sister sitting on the sofa, all wearing worried expressions. His father held 2 documents in his hands. Dad, what's wrong? Xiaomei rushed over and anxiously asked, Brother, did you pass today's interview? Did you pass? Hiroaji shrugged. A big company like Hayphone Group has sky-high requirements. Tomorrow I'll apply to a few smaller companies on Earth. Those are more suited for me. This is bad. Xiaomei looked like she was about to cry. What's wrong? Hiroaji raised an eyebrow. Xiaoji, his father said with a frown, raising the documents in his hand, the government recruitment department just sent the conscription notice. You have been drafted into the military. What? How is that possible? Most of the military forces of the Federation belong to independent armed groups from various star regions. These recruits are mostly professional soldiers attracted by high salaries, or mercenaries and bounty hunters provided by various mercenary groups. Moreover, as a fresh graduate from Bihua Academy, Hiruaji should have the right to be exempt from military service, so it's impossible for him to be drafted out of the blue. His father sighed. Just now your school also sent a notice saying that due to your low psychic energy level your qualification for schooling has been revoked, and you are ordered to withdraw immediately. From today onward you are no longer a student of Bihua Academy. His mother couldn't help but shout, "What kind of school is this?" They knew my Xiaoji's situation back then. Moreover, it's just a course on agricultural mecha maintenance. What does having low psychic energy have to do with it? His father lowered his head and said solemnly, "If you could have entered the Hay phone group perhaps with the company's influence, we could have found a way to evade the draft. But now." Hiruaji walked to the table and sat down taking the documents from his father to read carefully. One document was his expulsion notice from Bihua Academy, and the other was the conscription order requiring him to report to the municipal recruitment office within 3 days. According to this conscription order, he would be sent as a mecha maintenance soldier to Alpha 2 in the Crimson Star system to serve the Federation for 3 years. Hiruaji realized this was definitely the work of Johnny the heir of Benetton technology. Only Johnny had the power to get Bihua Academy to expel him. Moreover, only a large company like Benetton Technology could influence the decisions of local military institutions, allowing a mere agricultural mecha maintenance worker like him to enter the military for dangerous missions. Hiruaji knew that on many planets at the edge of the universe, not only is the air quality severely unfit for human survival, but countless extremely dangerous interstellar aliens also inhabit them, relying on interstellar transportation from thousands of miles away for supplies. Where is this Crimson Star system? Hiruaji asked curiously, "Why have I never heard of it?" His father replied quietly, "Today, I specially asked the officer who issued the conscription order. He said it's a new territory developed 20 years ago belonging to the Tianning star region among the 5 major star regions, and it's a level 4 planet. A level 4 planet refers to an area that has been recently explored by humans where research stations have just been established or there are small-scale settlements. Around planets of this level magnetic storms and meteor showers are often visible and alien beasts may hide deep underground. All resources are extremely scarce and typically no civilians would consider settling in such star regions. Only researchers or armed personnel from major companies would establish bases there." Hiruaji sighed. Knowing someone was deliberately making things difficult for him, it was evident he wouldn't be sent to a picturesque land of abundance. "Well, since the conscription order has been issued, I'll prepare and report in 2 days." The 3 of them looked at Hiruaji in horror, as if the person in front of them was not their family member, but a completely different kind of monster. "Xiaoji, you want to join the army?" His father was stunned. "My poor child, you've always been slow-witted and not physically fit, and you can't even pilot a mecha. How can you go to such a dangerous place to enlist?" His mother cried sorrowfully. "Brother, don't go. Stay here with me." His younger sister tugged at Hiruaji's clothes, refusing to let go. Hiruaji smiled faintly. "I know my health isn't great, but isn't enlisting an opportunity for training? You don't need to worry, though I'll take good care of myself. But, besides we don't know any high-ranking officials in the government, so we can't change the decision. Instead of frowning here, let's think positively about it," Hiruaji said with a smile. His father and mother looked at their grown son, feeling a mixture of emotions. Seeing his determined face, they felt proud to have such an outstanding child. In the pitch-black room, the only light came from the faint glow of the computer screen. Except for Hiruaji's 2 eyes devoid of human emotion, cold and crystalline, radiating icy beams. Planet Alpha 2 resembled a tiny pebble on the fringes of the cosmos, neither strategically vital nor rich in coveted resources nor endowed with a developed industrial infrastructure. It was said that several remarkably unusual flora and fauna inhabited this planet, drawing numerous scholars from the field of biology to explore and study them. Hiruaji typed swiftly across the keyboard, scanning every scrap of information about the deep red star system he could locate online. Yet the system lay so far beyond the galactic periphery that available data was exceedingly scarce. Hiruaji fell into quiet contemplation. Abu the metallic crocodile playfully scrambled onto his shoulder, then leapt nimbly onto the desk before deftly tapping the keyboard with his thick, clumsy claws. Instantly the screen flooded with lurid, sensual web pages. Titles like Boundless Springtime, Scorching Peach, and Lonesome Office Lady. "Damn you stinking Abu, what are you doing?" Hiruaji groaned in frustration, utterly unprepared for the fact that the metallic crocodile he had painstakingly summoned turned out to be an incorrigible lecher. Every day, when he wasn't looking, Abu would sneak online to browse forbidden content, an activity that had initially delighted Hiruaji, since internet access implied extraordinary intelligence. and autonomous consciousness in this skeletal construct. Moreover, browsing the web seemed beneficial for deepening his understanding of the world, a clear advantage for future combat. Little did he expect that Abu's entire digital diet consisted solely of pornography. Abu playfully climbed back onto Hiruaji's shoulder and flicked his forked tongue, licking gently at his master's cheek. "I really don't know what to do with you." Hiruaji sighed. The resentment emanating from discarded civilian machinery was barely sufficient to sustain even a small creature like Abu, the root cause being the meager reservoir of latent energy within such relics. Civilian-grade machines held little power, military-grade ones, however, would surely harbor far greater resentment, and thus enable the summoning of vastly more formidable mechanical skeletal warriors. Yet ordinary channels offered no access to such military hardware. Enlistment in the armed forces remained the sole viable path, and in the remote Deep Red Star system any complications could be easily concealed. This time Chang and I had unwittingly done him a favor. Still, Hiruaji regarded Chang and I as a dangerous variable. Once deployed to the farthest reaches of the cosmos, he would be powerless if Chang and I ever threatened his family. "All right, Abu." Hiruaji stretched languidly, a flash of lethal intent vanishing from his gaze as swiftly as it appeared. "Let us hope tonight brings no moon. We have much to accomplish." Mid-thought, Hiruaji froze. Abu had somehow dragged forth a silken cloth adorned with embroidered edging and now wore it upon his head like a conquering banner. Curious, Hiruaji lifted it and found himself holding a woman's bra. At that very moment, the door burst open. His younger sister dashed in, muttering anxiously, "Brother, something's wrong. The house has been hit by an underwear thief. So many of my undergarments have vanished." She abruptly halted, her gaze darting between the bra in Hiruaji's hand and the indecent images glaring from the monitor. "Brother." Hiruaji broke into a cold sweat. It was a brilliantly sunlit morning. Hiruaji sat comfortably beneath the blazing sun, cradling a steaming bowl of kung fu porridge, rich with succulent meat and fish, while beside him Qiao and ceaseless grating monologue pierced his ears like sorcery. Upon learning that Hiruaji was soon to enlist on a frontier planet, Qiao and had dragged him to her family's martial arts academy at dawn, not only to fortify his manly physique with ritualistic meat porridge, but also to unleash torrents of vitriol against the accursed Chang and I. That detestable air, that wastrel, that foul brute. Does he have any idea how deadly this could be? The Deep Red Star region. What wretched backwater is that? Damn it all. The government hasn't conscripted a single soldier from Earth in decades. It's obvious, Chang and I, that scoundrel framed you. Hiruaji drifted drowsily, half asleep. His vitality was naturally low by day, and under such fierce sunlight, amid the thunderous early morning drills of towering martial artists, the sensation was utterly wretched. Now he began to understand why vampires in films slept in coffins. Frankly, coffins were soft, silent, and dark, truly quite comfortable. I'll certainly craft myself a coffin once I reach the Deep Red Star region, Hiruaji mused. Suddenly someone seized his ear. Hey, what are you doing sleeping at a time like this? In 2 days you'll be sleeping in a military-issue coffin, you great fool. Qiaoan roared. Hiruaji remained outwardly composed and nodded. I know. Qiaoan nearly lost her mind. Know what? You know nothing. Do you even grasp what military service entails? You can't even defeat the youngest disciple in my family's academy. You'll be torn apart by those starborn soldiers. Starborn referred to humans born on off-world colonies. Since the original interstellar colonization program had selected only humanity's most elite genetic stock, their inherited traits were universally superior to those of Earth-born individuals. Compounded by cosmic radiation exposure and advanced gene editing and bioengineering techniques, these starborn possessed physical capabilities far surpassing Earthlings. This was one key reason why the military rarely enlisted Earth-born citizens. If not masters of supreme martial arts, they contributed nothing to combat strength and instead became burdens upon their units. And as for burdens, well, one could easily imagine how fellow soldiers would treat them. Hiruaji sighed. The conscription order has already been issued. Refusal means imprisonment. Prison is still better than certain death. But even prison leads to exile. Convicts are routinely transported to frontier planets to serve their sentences. Qiaoan bit her lip, hard, visibly bereft of ideas. Well, Hiruaji hesitated. Perhaps I could go plead with Chang and I. Maybe he'll relent and spare me. Impossible, and I'd never let you stoop to such shame. Qiaoan spoke coldly. Chang and I is psychologically unhinged. He won't release you so easily. He'll humiliate you first, then send you off to die on some alien world. But rest assured, Ruaji, I'll protect your family. Chang and I, that vermin, will never lay a finger on them. Hiruaji smiled. That's good, thank you, Qiaoan. Chang and I will harm no one ever again. A gruff voice intruded. Qiaoan turned to see a burly man with a stubbled face clad in deep black training robes entering the hall, chewing on a fried dough stick while clutching a newspaper. Dad. Xiaoan cried. Uncle Xiao, good morning, he Ruaji said politely, bowing deeply. Sit down. Xiao Tiansheng, master of the Tianlong Martial Arts Academy, spoke casually. He disliked He Ruaji, not because of his poor martial skill nor even because he couldn't best the academy's youngest disciple, but because of his timidity, his utter lack of courage to draw blade or fire gun. Born into a martial lineage, Xiao Tiansheng refused to accept a coward as his daughter's suitor. Dad, Xiaoan pleaded urgently, Ruaji is going to enlist on some distant frontier planet whose name we've never even heard. What are we to do? Never heard of it. Well, it's still somewhere in the heart of our universe, isn't it? Xiao Tiansheng devoured his fried dough stick in 3 bites, then slurped down a large bowl of meat porridge and mumbled, it's healthy for young men to travel and broaden their horizons. When I was his age, I served as a mercenary in the Spartan Star region, battling pirates, nearly got killed twice. So what if you're killed? A true man's ambition spans the 4 corners of the world. What future lies in spending your whole life cooped up on Earth? Dad. Xiaoan hadn't expected such words and glared fiercely at her disheveled father. Xiao Tiansheng belched loudly and thrust his bowl, larger than a wash basin, toward her. Another bowl, please. You pig. He Ruaji replied calmly, Uncle Xiao, do you think it might still be possible for me to speak with Chang and I directly? Perhaps we could clarify matters. I truly believe I've never provoked him. This may simply be a misunderstanding. Disdain sharpened in Xiao Tiansheng's gaze. With a contemptuous snort, he slammed the newspaper onto the table. I'm afraid it's too late. Last night, a bizarre explosion ripped through the villa of Anderson, CEO of Benetton Technologies. Anderson sustained critical injuries, and his only son Chang and I was blown to pieces, dying instantly. What? Xiaoan leapt to her feet. How could this happen? Xiao Tiansheng dug absent-mindedly at his nostril. It occurred at 2 a.m. yesterday. Officially, it's labeled a gas leak accident, but police suspect murder. Murder? He Ruaji froze, bowl still in hand. Yes, though the killer was extraordinarily cunning, leaving no trace, not even on surveillance footage. Authorities remain convinced it was no accident. Why? Benetton Technologies specializes in electronic and mechanical design and manufacturing. Anderson's residence was equipped with multiple layers of rigorous security, essentially a sentient home. Its gas pipeline network featured 3 redundant safety systems, mechanical and electronic, designed to trigger alarms instantly upon detecting anomalies. Each room also housed air sampling sensors programmed to activate countermeasures the moment gas concentrations exceeded safe thresholds. Yet at the scene, gas had permeated the entire villa before anyone reacted. Not even Anderson or Chang and I stirred from sleep. Investigators concluded the perpetrator likely installed an anesthetic agent inside the climate control system, first rendering occupants unconscious before flooding the premises with gas. The criminal displayed consummate expertise and profound familiarity with mechanical systems. To him, the sophisticated alarm network was no more than transparent glass, and ordinary gas lines and wiring networks became invisible instruments of silent death. Authorities have launched an intensive manhunt for this unknown perpetrator, though since the explosion was delayed by several hours, pinpointing his current location remains nearly impossible. Xiao Tiansheng finished yet another bowl of porridge, patted his belly with satisfaction, and declared, a master. Absolutely a master. Like the supreme martial artists of our world, one strike, one kill, death without a trace. Dad. Xiaoan cried. Hurry, help Ruaji think of something. Fine. Shall I just break the kid's leg right now and claim it was a training accident? Would that work? Xiao Tiansheng clenched his fist, knuckles cracking. You. Xiaoan could only laugh helplessly through tears. Forget it. He Ruaji said, his voice tinged with melancholy. Now that Chang and I is dead, my last thread of hope has snapped. I must report to the military as ordered. Xiaoan's eyes welled with tears. She choked back sobs. Ruaji, you must come back alive. I will. He Ruaji offered a faint, enigmatic smile and gazed meaningfully at Xiaoan. I will return. Xiaoan. Enough. Enough. Xiao Tiansheng barked gruffly. Kid, don't say your uncle didn't help you. I've got 2 contacts, old brothers who've long served in Interstellar mercenary brigades. They can assist in the deep Red Star region, but if you're reassigned elsewhere later, seek them out. They're Xiaoan. Now are you satisfied? Stop glaring at your old man like that. Huh. I know you care for this boy. Xiaoan blushed crimson and clapped a hand over her father's mouth. He Ruaji feigned obliviousness, his attention wholly fixed on the newspaper. On the front page, Chang Ni's villa burned fiercely in roaring flames. His spirit, however, had already soared beyond the void, into the boundless kaleidoscopic realms of the cosmos. Hunt's mood was utterly foul. He had once been the ace pilot of a mechanized armor squadron stationed on the planet Gulen, a celebrated warrior, the military's most elite knight. Gulen was one of the earliest planets discovered during humanity's cosmic expansion, an affluent, resource-rich world thriving with economic vitality. Yet he'd been stripped of his rank after exposing his commanding officer's sexual assault against a female soldier, and then proceeded to beat the man so severely that he lost control of both bowels and bladder, remained bedridden for half a year, and required a mechanical pump implanted in his genitalia merely to achieve erection. Over such a trivial matter, Hunt was demoted from lieutenant colonel to captain and exiled to the accursed Deep Red Star system to rot. Damn it. Hunt nearly walked away then and there. But the trouble he'd caused was grave enough that the military offered only two options: 5 years of penal service in the Deep Red system, or 20 years in prison. Sigh. What rotten luck brought me to this pass? And that fat pig. Couldn't he have groped someone somewhere discreet? Why did he have to do it where I'd see? You know my temper. I've never been one to hold back. Muttering curses, Hunt downed a swig of beer and let out a deep, satisfied belch. Alcohol was strictly prohibited aboard interstellar vessels, yet somehow Hunt had smuggled it on board. Captain Hunt, your subordinate's personnel file has arrived. A synthesized voice chimed from the ship's console. 2 soldiers had previously garrisoned the planet Alpha. One had been devoured by a native apex predator while defecating during patrol last month. The other, having witnessed his comrade's grisly fate, suffered complete psychological collapse, descending into irreversible madness. Thus 2 replacements were urgently required. Hunt commanded this newly reconstituted unit, yet his sole enlisted member was a raw recruit fresh out of basic training. This is a setup. They're sending me to die. Grumbling, Hunt snatched up the recruit's fax dossier and skimmed it carelessly, then froze, his eyes bulging wide. This. Physical strength, 61. Mental resilience, 35. No mech piloting certification. No close combat qualification. No wilderness survival training. No starship operation license. No armored mech maintenance credentials. Only entry-level certification in agricultural mech maintenance. What kind of abomination is this? Hunt had long believed Earthborn humans were worthless weaklings, and thought he'd steeled himself accordingly. He'd never imagined encountering a recruit who embodied mediocrity incarnate. Hunt glared venomously out the viewport at the approaching cerulean sphere, so fiercely he half wished to reverse course and desert on the spot. Damn it, serving alongside such trash meant certain death. Earth. Hiruaji smiled gently as he bid farewell to family and friends, his mother, younger sister, and Xiao, and wept most bitterly. Even the usually dim-witted Xiao Chong looked visibly moved. My son, you must return home safe and sound. What mother wouldn't tremble at the thought of her child deploying to such perilous frontiers? Yet the He family wielded no influence, no power to alter this outcome. I will, Hiruaji replied, nodding solemnly. Though inwardly exhilarated, years of grueling training within the abyssal desolation zone had rendered his face an impassive mask, calm, detached, utterly unreadable. Ruaji. Xiaoan opened her mouth, yet words failed her. Her heart hammered wildly within her chest, stealing even her breath. Hiruaji offered a faint smile. I'll return alive, Xiaoan. I'll still need you to teach me martial arts. You promise, you mustn't break it. I never lie. His voice held unwavering conviction. After final farewells, Hiruaji boarded a sleek silver-winged vehicle emblazoned with the federal military insignia. The cabin stood eerily empty, not a soul aboard. The moment he stepped inside, the vehicle glided forward in absolute silence. He brushed his hand across the seat. Dust still clung faintly to its surface. Decades had passed since the Federation last conscripted soldiers from Earth. Their physical frailty had rendered them obsolete. These vehicles had long lain idle, nearly rusted through. Had it not been for Johnny's father, whose connections within the military bureaucracy secured this rare exception, the Federation would likely never again draw recruits from Earth. But now Johnny was dead, and his father lay hospitalized, groaning in pain, utterly incapable of intervening in Hiruaji's fate. Soon the vehicle entered a decrepit, cramped military spaceport, barely large enough to berth small warships. A battered, aging transport vessel sat moored at the dock center. A sweet synthetic female voice echoed from the vehicle's speaker. Private Hiruaji, please board the transport vessel. Hiruaji hoisted his duffel bag and stepped aboard, immediately assaulted by a pungent wave of alcohol. Empty bottles rolled lazily across the deck beneath his feet. He frowned instinctively. Standard conscription protocol bore no resemblance to this. Recruits normally chose their branch and posting, and underwent 3 to 6 months of planetary-based basic training followed by immersive simulation drills for their assigned deployment zone. Only upon completion of all such requirements would they be dispatched to active duty. Moreover, uniforms, insignia, and ceremonial fanfare were invariably issued prior to departure. Still, given that he owed his enlistment to Johnny's special favor, perhaps such irregularities were unsurprising. Private Hiruaji reporting for duty, sir. His sharp salute echoed hollowly through the cramped vessel, yet no officer appeared. He scanned the dim interior, only to trip over something soft and yielding, crashing headlong onto the deck. Instinctively his body coiled, preparing to channel subtle force through his palms, executing a flawless roll to absorb the impact. Yet as he fell, his gaze locked onto a pair of bright, watchful eyes staring up from the floor. His pulse quickened. Stay hidden. Never reveal the skull martial art. Jaw clenched, he surrendered to gravity, slamming straight down. The drunken soldier's flicker of interest died instantly. With a weary sigh, he rose, unshaven, disheveled, refusing to offer a hand. Rubbing grime from his neck, he muttered dismissively, enough with the sir nonsense. I'm Hunt, your direct superior. Stay sharp, follow orders without question, and maybe you'll survive a few more years. Understood. Hunt regarded Hiruaji as little more than dead weight. Hiruaji nodded obediently. Yes, sir. Hunt waved a hand. You don't strike me as the type to stir up trouble. So why were you shipped off to Deep Red? Everyone knew only those cursed by catastrophic misfortune, or those who'd angered powerful figures, ended up in Deep Red. Hunt himself was living proof. Hiruaji answered plainly. A scion of Benetong Electronics Technology holds a personal grudge against me. Benetong Tech. Hunt's brow furrowed. We're doomed. Huh. They supply the neural circuitry for every Federation combat mech. Do you think we'll ever receive reliable weaponry again? I apologize, sir. Forget it. Just call me Hunt. And don't fret. Even without you, those bastards would never issue us decent gear. Deep Red isn't a posting. It's the Federation's landfill. And we're the garbage they're dumping there. Hunt slammed his fist onto the console. Deep thrumming erupted from the vessel's aft section. Off balance, Hiruaji tumbled backward like a rolling tire, skidding all the way to the farthest corner of the cockpit. Hunt too launched upward, but his mastery of elite martial arts allowed him to rebound lightly off the ceiling, regain equilibrium midair, and land smoothly into his seat, securing his harness. Damned piece of junk. Hunt roared. Even the artificial gravity fails. Drunk and indifferent, he failed to notice. Deep in the vessel's lowest recess, he balanced perfectly upside down, supported solely by a single fingertip. Even in today's era where humanity has mastered faster than light travel, traversing the vast starry seas remains an impossible endeavor. Fortunately, humanity has discovered several stargates scattered throughout the universe. It is a star domain that appears indistinguishable from the surrounding space, yet once one enters this domain, they will emerge from a completely different space. Much like the wormholes depicted in science fiction, the stargates serve as crossroads of cosmic transportation, with around 100 of them spread across the universe, all of which are crucial strategic locations. To travel from Earth to the Crimson Star domain, one must pass through 3 different stargates. Moreover, due to the transport ship being exceedingly outdated, the entire journey astonishingly takes 3 months. In the silent and vast universe, it is easy for humans to grow bored and lose their sanity. While larger interstellar ships are bearable, as they often have comprehensive entertainment facilities and crew members can chat to alleviate boredom. However, the transport ship that Hiruaji boarded was different, had only 2 crew members, and Hunter spent his days drunkenly inebriated or burrowing into the mecha simulation training pod to practice tirelessly. The simulation training pod resembled ancient shooting video games with an exhilarating and explosive atmosphere that can effectively pass the time. Hunter was not intentionally preventing Hiruaji from using it. Rather, Hiruozi's mental strength was too low, rendering him incapable of piloting a mecha in the future. Thus, why waste time? Hiruaji, however, was indifferent to this. After spending so much time in the dark and desolate region, loneliness had transformed into a sweet and delightful enjoyment. Furthermore, in the boundless universe, there are countless brilliant stars, ever-changing and endlessly captivating. Every day when Hunter was either drunk or engaged in mecha training, Hiruaji would calmly meditate, allowing the dark power to slowly fill his body, gradually nourishing his bones and elevating the black underworld bone technique to a higher level. At this time, the metal crocodile Abu, hidden in his clothing, would quietly emerge, playfully stretching its body while nibbling on some food. Abu was not picky at all, it would eat anything. On 2 occasions, if Hiruaji hadn't intervened, the creature would have devoured the control panel and the wires inside. Before boarding the ship, Hiruaji hadn't considered the issue of food for the little creature. Momentarily stunned, he watched as Abu, with nothing to eat, gradually became dizzy from hunger, making Hiruaji feel quite sympathetic. However, this was a spaceship, and even a single screw on it was extremely valuable. How could he casually give Abu something to eat? Fortunately, this issue was quickly resolved. Why do I feel like the cabin has been cleaner these past few days? One day, Hunter, who was rarely not so drunk, scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Oh." Cold sweat broke out on Hiruozi's forehead. "It seems my empty beer cans have disappeared," Hunter asserted firmly. "If I drink 2 cans of beer every day, there must be at least several dozen empty cans from these days." "Oh, I see what the officer is referring to." Hiruaji smiled. "Those things took up too much space, so I discarded them as space debris." "Is that so?" Hunter looked at Hiruaji with suspicion. By the way, why are there so many dents on the seat's walls and control panel? It looks like they were bitten by rats. Hiroaji nodded. This might be due to the ship being too old. It probably rusted and corroded during the flight. Really? Last night, I think I saw something resembling a big rat running around in the cabin, and it even dragged away my Playboy magazine. Damn it, I must kill that rat. Hiroaji broke into a cold sweat. Subordinate, I will clean the ship promptly and eliminate all those damned rats. Well then, I'll leave it to you. After mumbling a few things, Hunter donned his network helmet and began his mecha piloting training. Behind Hiroaji, a large metallic tail swayed back and forth, and then a chubby crocodile crawled out, slowly shaking its head and tail in front of Hiroaji, sticking out its tongue in a spoiled manner. Damn it, Hiroaji cursed quietly. You greedy creature are getting bigger every day. If this continues, the entire ship won't be able to accommodate you. Shrink down a bit. Strangely, Abu seemed to understand its master's words. It emitted a series of unpleasant metallic compression sounds, and then its entire body gradually shrank, transforming back into a palm-sized mechanical pet. It still had a Playboy magazine clamped in its mouth. After passing through the second Stargate, they finally joined a new squad. From now on, we will be traveling with the Stardust Mercenary Corps, Hunter said solemnly, even with a slightly gritted teeth seriousness. Why? Hiroaji asked in confusion. Did this Stardust Mercenary Corps also intend to go to the Crimson Star domain? With our old rusted ship, we simply cannot traverse the asteroid belt surrounding the Crimson Star domain. Damn it, the military hasn't allocated funds for us to get a better ship, so we have to hitch a ride on theirs. Kid, remember this, we are just the dregs of the Federal Army. Anyone can step on you, let alone a strong faction like the Stardust Mercenary Corps. So whatever happens on their ship, you must endure it. I see, Hunter sighed and added, but you don't seem like a strong-willed person, so just don't cause me any trouble. Yes, officer, I will absolutely not cause trouble. Hiroaji smiled naturally. The Stardust Mercenary Corps possessed a large transport ship, even bigger than ancient aircraft carriers. In comparison, the dilapidated transport ship resembled a small boat in a pond. In this universe where mecha knights reign supreme, the number of starships does not signify much, as in real combat starships are never the main force. A mecha piloted by an ace knight can easily tear apart a massive warship. Conversely, a warship may not be able to catch the agile silhouette of a mecha knight with its clumsy laser cannons. The Stardust Mercenary Corps has a total of 30 mecha knights, making it a medium-sized mercenary group. This time they were tasked with protecting an important scholar going to Alpha Planet for scientific research. The dilapidated transport ship was slowly absorbed into the massive nebula. The leader of the Stardust Mercenary Corps, Gordon, was a 2-meter-tall giant with muscles as solid as armor and a bald head glistening like a heavy-duty pile driver. However, relying solely on brute strength cannot make one a leader of an armed force. Gordon's narrow eyes occasionally revealed a sharp glint. At this moment, Gordon was at the command console watching the monitor with an elderly man observing the entry of the Federal Army's ship. Mr. Mu, may I ask why you agreed to the Federal military's request? Our ship's energy and food reserves are strictly allocated. Adding 2 more passengers may jeopardize our 7-day voyage. The elderly man wore a black Tang-style robe and open-toed cloth shoes, holding a traditional tobacco pipe, a portrait of an affluent Eastern merchant from antiquity. In the cosmos displaced by interstellar exile, many ethnic groups have grown increasingly devoted to their ancestral ways of life as a mark of distinguished identity. For instance, numerous Western elites engrave heraldic crests, symbols of lineage, onto their mechs. Eastern aristocrats, by contrast, favor classical attire. Mu was the employer of the Stardust Mercenary Corps and an accomplished biologist. Officially, he was traveling to the deep red star system to conduct ecological surveys. His covert objectives, however, remained undisclosed. Helping others is ultimately helping oneself. After all, we remain citizens under the jurisdiction of the interstellar government. Fulfilling its requests is but our duty. Gordon frowned slightly and bowed respectfully. Sir Mu, you are the employer. Your word is law. Still, as we bear responsibility for your safety, we must subject these 2 newcomers to a modest test. Pray forgive us. Mr. Mu gestured politely with an open palm. At that moment, the computer transmitted both individuals' dossiers. Hunt Station Commander of the Federal Military's Deep Red Star System Border Defense Post, former Deputy Captain of the Ancient Lawn Planet Mech Squadron, 4-star Knight, credited with 21 enemy mech downings, awarded 3 commendations, holds the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Convicted by military tribunal for assaulting his direct superior without cause, he received a 5-year restricted service sentence and was exiled to serve in the Deep Red Star System. Ancient Lawn Star System. Gordon nodded and spoke into his comlink. Hong Gang, you served briefly as a star smuggler in the Ancient Lawn System. Do you know this, Hunt? Star smugglers were illicit operatives trafficking contraband across the void. typically avoiding attacks on civilian vessels unlike pirates who seized ships by force, thus Gordon harbored no stigma against them. Hong Gang's hologram flickered into view. He saluted the captain, then offered a slight bow to employer Mui. Reporting, Captain, I've clashed with Hunt twice. He is impulsive, hot-tempered, and fiercely upright, consistently disregarding coordination with comrades, often charging solo deep into our formation. Oh, so he's a fool, and that, sir, would be an oversimplification. In each engagement, at least 10 of our mechs surrounded him, yet he repelled every assault with extraordinary piloting mastery. Though our mechs were low-tier quasi-military models, so too were the federal militaries, proving Hunt's prowess truly exceptional. And how did those two encounters conclude? In the first time we escaped. The second Hunt alone captured all 4 of us, including myself. Then how did you escape? Gordon knew the federal military punished star smugglers far more severely than pirates. The logic was stark: pirate syndicates wielded overwhelming firepower, even surpassing federal forces, so harsh penalties risked catastrophic retaliation. Star smugglers, however, were mostly desperate civilians, disorganized, leaderless rabble. With no way out, I pleaded with Hunt, telling him I had an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child forced into smuggling merely to survive. I expected certain doom, yet Hunt nodded vigorously, declaring a true man must provide for his family. Even if he breaks the law, he must never let his kin starve. Not only did he refrain from turning us over to the Ancient Lawn Military Command, he even granted us a generous travel stipend. It was after that incident I resolved to abandon the smuggler trade entirely, eventually joining your corps, Captain. Hunt sounds like a man of honor. He's aboard our vessel now. Go greet him personally. See that nothing untoward occurs. Damn it, the federal military truly has lost its way. How could such a man be banished to the deep red expanse? And yes, sir. Hong Gang snapped to attention. His hologram vanished. Second Soldier Private Hiruaji, age 21. Enlisted this June, assigned to Alpha Planet's Deep Red Star System Border Defense Post as a mech technician. No prior records. No records meant he'd held no positions in major corporations, earned no degrees from prestigious interstellar academies, nor fought in any mercenary units. Of course, former pirates or smugglers also typically left no traceable dossier. And strange, sending an Earthborn to the deep red expanse is tantamount to suicide. Could he be a practitioner of ancient martial arts? And after a moment's reflection, Gordon issued another order: Chuck, test Hiruaji. Tread carefully, do not harm him. On the surveillance feed, Hunt and Hiruaji had disembarked and were escorted by logistics personnel to their quarters, then led to the ship's mess hall after stowing their belongings. Stardust mercenaries were no bloodthirsty pirates, but seasoned warriors who lived by blade and bravado, certainly no saints. Moreover, during long voyages through the silent void, tedium festered. Crew members passed time playing virtual simulations on terminals. Boredom had long since curdled into restlessness. At the arrival of 2 new passengers, most off-duty mercenaries gathered in the mess hall, eyeing the pair with predatory scrutiny. The federal military. They're the weakest force in the known universe, fit only to skirmish with smugglers. Even a 10-mech bandit gang could rout them utterly, sending soldiers screaming for their mothers. This was the unspoken consensus among every mercenary aboard. Yet without explicit orders from their captain, none dared provoke outright conflict. After all, they were still mid-mission. Should the employer grow furious and withhold payment, the captain's wrath would be merciless. Chuck, however, operated outside such restraint. A cigarette dangled from his lips, a faint off-key tune hummed between his teeth, a frothing mug of beer cradled in one hand as he swaggered toward the 2 soldiers. To our glorious federal military, dear friends. Cheers. Chuck grinned sly and sharp. And suddenly his foot slipped, sending the entire mug cascading onto Hiruaji's head. Hiruaji had been intently slicing his steak when the cold, viscous liquid drenched him completely, freezing him mid-motion. Beneath the table, Hunt stomped hard on Hiruaji's foot, whispering fiercely, "Endure it. Hold your ground, damn you." Hiruaji blinked, then resumed cutting his steak with unruffled precision, savoring each bite as though nothing had occurred. Hunt choked on his own breath. Surely enduring didn't mean utter passivity. At the very least, a retort was expected. Otherwise, wouldn't he appear utterly witless? Chuck stood stunned. Was this youth genuinely dim, or masterfully feigning ignorance? Not a flicker of reaction. From the command deck, Gordon shook his head, slowly murmuring in quiet despair, "It seems the federal military has truly run dry, dispatching such specimens as soldiers." Mr. Mu remained silent, yet watched Hiruaji with unwavering, penetrating focus. Just then a young woman appeared on the monitor. She wore an emerald green silk cheapao, her hair styled in a refined classical coiffure. Her round, rosy-cheeked face was framed by thick-rimmed spectacles, and she now brought a heavy leather-bound tome crashing down upon Chuck's skull. "You wretch! Why would you bully someone? This. Gordon glanced helplessly at Mr. Mu, then chuckled awkwardly. Mr. Mu, your granddaughter. Well, the girl appearing on the monitor was none other than Mu Xiaoping, Mr. Mu's granddaughter, and an outstanding ecology student. Yet when it came to worldly wisdom and social nuance, she appeared somewhat lacking. To her, the world was composed entirely of truth, goodness, and beauty. She had no inkling that so much ugliness and cruelty could truly exist. The mercenaries' coarse combative demeanor had already deeply unsettled Mu Xiaoping. Today, witnessing them arbitrarily bully a newly arrived passenger pushed her fury past its breaking point. The young woman planted one hand defiantly on her hip, while brandishing a hefty hardcover dictionary of biology, like a brick, her voice sharp with indignation. How dare you behave this way? Don't you realize that across the vast expanse of the cosmos, spanning dozens of light years in every direction, our vessel is the sole ship adrift? We are all aboard the same vessel. Unity and mutual support are not mere ideals. They are necessities. Why then must you resort to such bullying over trivial disagreements? Does inflicting harm upon others, striking them, hurling insults, truly bring you joy? Mu Xiaoping spoke, breathlessly, even moved by her own impassioned words. In her mind, even the most heinous bandits or cutthroats, upon hearing such righteous reasoning, would surely weep bitterly and cast down their swords. Yet why did these uncivilized men each appear to be barely suppressing laughter? Had she said something wrong? The girl bristled with frustration. She raised the massive dictionary high, preparing to slam it onto the table once more to amplify her authority. But the tome proved far too heavy. It slipped from her grasp, spun 2 or 3 times midair, and struck Hiruoji squarely as he devoured his steak. Hiruoji held food in profound reverence. No matter how wretched the dish, he consumed it without hesitation. For over a decade within the abyssal desolation, there had been nothing edible at all. He survived solely by absorbing resentment and refining it into dark energy. Since emerging from the abyssal desolation, Hiruoji had become fiercely devoted to food, either refusing to eat altogether or finishing every morsel without exception, not even a single grain of rice left behind. Moreover, aboard the military transport ship, daily rations consisted entirely of synthetic meals, slimy, repulsive substances resembling excrement. By comparison, this steak was nothing short of a rare delicacy. Poor Hiruoji collapsed headfirst into the slab of meat. A crimson, swollen lump instantly rose on the back of his skull, and he slumped into unconsciousness, utterly motionless. On the command deck, Gordon's expression was grave, but his lower abdomen twitched faintly, betraying the mirth he struggled to contain. With visible effort, he suppressed his laughter and said, "Mr. Mu, it seems Hiruoji is unlikely to be a practitioner of ancient martial arts, otherwise he would hardly be struck repeatedly in such fashion. What is your assessment?" Mr. Mu nodded slowly, deep in thought. "It does indeed appear so. Then our surveillance focus shall shift to Hunter henceforth, until we reach Alpha Planet. Does that meet your approval?" "Agreed." Mr. Mu stared intently at Hiruoji on the monitor, his face clouded with quiet preoccupation. "Captain Gordon, may I request a copy of the surveillance footage from the moment they entered the dining hall?" In truth, Hiruoji had already regained consciousness. He sensed a warm, soft presence pacing before him, and occasionally dabbing some viscous, unidentifiable substance onto his forehead. Instantly alert, Hiruoji pulsed waves of dark energy outward, rousing Abu, the small crocodile hidden beneath his bed. Abu crept silently along the baseboard, scaled the wall, and clung motionless to the ceiling corner, poised to launch upon command, his razor-sharp metallic tail ready to pierce an enemy's throat. Hiruoji considered this no unnecessary precaution. The brutal existence within the abyssal desolation had taught him vigilance as second nature. The moment he opened his eyes, he beheld a round, apple-scented face, soft, slightly naive, yet undeniably charming. Mu Xiaoping bent low to examine his injury, only to recoil in shock when his eyes snapped open, revealing a chilling, merciless gaze. Her round spectacles slid down her delicate nose, teetering precariously toward the floor. Before his mind fully registered the movement, Hiruoji had already snatched the glasses from midair and gently settled them back onto her nose. Mu Xiaoping flushed crimson and stammered, You're awake." A genuine smile warmed Hiruoji's face. With subtle grace, he signaled Abu to retreat once more into concealment. Then feigned dazed confusion. "My head aches terribly. What exactly happened?" The girl faltered, flustered. "Just now. I was so angry, I didn't notice the book in my hand and accidentally struck you on the head." "You're Hiruoji, aren't you?" "I'm truly sorry. I never meant to hurt you." "It's quite all right," Hiruoji replied with a gentle smile. "I know you didn't mean it. You're remarkably understanding." Mu Xiaoping beamed sweetly. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, grew flustered again. I'm Mu Xiaoping, a passenger aboard this vessel. Once we arrive at Alpha Planet, we'll be neighbors. I've heard you serve in the federal military. Please promise you'll protect me when the time comes. Hiruaji was mildly surprised this girl was evidently the employer of the Stardust Mercenary Company. Why would she need protection from the federal military? What he did not know was that Mu Xiaoping had grown up sheltered in a greenhouse, devoted wholly to biological research, utterly ignorant of the intricate power dynamics across the cosmos. Though the Stardust mercenaries were officially assigned to safeguard her, their boorish, brutish behavior had thoroughly soured her disposition. In her view, those swaggering, fist-waving men were anything but trustworthy. When battle loomed, they'd likely flee, or worse, betray her outright. The federal military, however, stood apart, rigorously trained, motivated not by coin, but by duty, to protect civilians unwaveringly. Mu Xiaoping stole a glance at Hiruaji. The youth before her radiated the wholesome, sunlit aura of a neighbor's elder brother. Not conventionally handsome, perhaps, yet profoundly honest and dependable. Especially his eyes, open, clear, and guileless, seeming to lay bare a kind and unguarded heart. How just moments ago had she imagined those very eyes could gleam with coldness? Embarrassed, Mu Xiaoping lowered her gaze. Surely he was no man prone to conflict. Had Hiruaji known her thoughts, he would have rolled his eyes skyward, marveling at the boundless imagination of the female mind. Hiruaji asked with visible effort, "Miss Mu, where might I find my commanding officer?" Mu Xiaoping smiled gracefully and adjusted her glasses. "Mr. Hunter reportedly encountered an old friend after many years, and has gone off to celebrate with him. How dreadful of them. Not a single soul came to tend to you, though you were clearly injured." Hiruaji thought inwardly, better left untended. His skeletal structure was anomalous, undetectable by routine scans, yet a full physical examination would inevitably expose anomalies. "Oh, and here." Mu Xiaoping hurriedly set down a bowl of congee. "You hadn't finished eating earlier, had you? So I prepared this for you. Are you also of Chinese descent? You must enjoy congee, surely." Her large, bright eyes blinked expectantly at Hiruaji. "Here, your meal." Although Mu Xiaoping was a bit muddled, her culinary skills were truly exceptional. A bowl of fish porridge she cooked was fragrant and appetizing, making one salivate. Hiruaji had actually eaten his fill earlier, but out of consideration for various situations, he was accustomed to storing extra energy in his body. Moreover, the porridge was indeed extraordinarily delicious, and he finished it in just a few bites. Seeing the other person finish the porridge in one go, Mu Xiaoping seemed to have received an unparalleled reward and smiled as she said, "Actually, there aren't any fresh ingredients on the spaceship, just frozen materials. The dishes cooked are barely edible. Once we reach Alpha Planet, I will definitely prepare 2 even more delicious dishes for you." Hiruaji gazed at the innocent and simple girl, feeling slightly surprised in his heart, not understanding why this unfamiliar girl treated him so specially. In fact, it was not a big deal. Mu Xiaoping had grown up in a large family, receiving aristocratic education from a young age, and attending all-girls schools, rarely having the opportunity to meet boys. Hiruaji was the first unfamiliar boy to whom Mu Xiaoping felt a sense of affection. She could not help but pour a hint of unusual feelings towards him, something even she at this moment did not realize. "Delicious, right? This is what my grandfather taught me to make, and it is said to be made according to ancient methods from Earth. Grandfather often tells me not to forget that I am a Chinese from Earth, and he says that for those of us in biology, the most important thing is to visit Earth, but my parents always think I'm too young and won't let me go to such dangerous places. Is Earth fun? In the eyes of interstellar people, Earth is a desolate and barbaric place. However, for biologists, the ecological environment on Earth is the most worthy subject of research. After all of humanity originated from that remote and barren planet. It is also thanks to the efforts of generations of scholars that the Earth's ecosystem has not collapsed." Mu Xiaoping had long been fascinated by the various plants and animals on Earth, and under Hiruaji's vivid descriptions, the two quickly became close. By the time dinner was ready in the evening, Mu Xiaoping had already regarded Hiruaji as a good friend with whom she could share anything. In this regard, he quietly noted it in his heart, and that evening he pulled his granddaughter into his room. "That boy named Hiruaji from Earth, you must not associate with him in the future." "Why?" Mu Xiaoping's eyes widened. Hiruaji could be considered her first friend, yet her grandfather denied it. "Because he is a very dangerous person," Mu replied. Mu Xiaoping laughed and said, "What are you talking about, grandfather? How could Xiaoji be dangerous? Looking around this spaceship, Captain Gordon, and those mercenaries are all much more dangerous than Xiaoji. Humph, they are the real bad guys. I am not saying that Hiruaji is not a good person, nor can I be certain that he will definitely be harmful to us, but this is a critical time, and a hidden dangerous person like him cannot be kept close. Who knows if he might be a time bomb that could explode at any moment? That's impossible, grandfather. Xiaoji couldn't even dodge the beer thrown at him, and he was even hit by the book I casually tossed. How could he be a dangerous person?" Don't forget, I am also a qualified mechanite. If he were hiding his strength, how could I not see through it? In the upper echelons of interstellar society, mecha piloting and combat skills are essential skills for every member of society, and biologists often need to conduct dangerous explorations on alien planets, so it is not surprising that Mu Xiaoping can pilot a mecha. Mu Yi's expression turned cold as he pulled up the surveillance footage and said coldly that he could deceive a qualified mecha knight with his disguise is precisely why I find him terrifying. Watch this segment of the footage carefully. On the recording, Hiruaji appeared dazed and was bullied again, ultimately embarrassingly falling into the stake. This is nothing, as Xiao Ji is so pitiful. Pitiful. Mu Yi sneered. You are the one who should be pitiful, my precious granddaughter. You have been deceived by this boy. But there's nothing wrong with that. Mu Yi rewound the footage and replayed it, pointing at the screen to explain. Look, this is the segment where Chuck splashed beer on Hiruaji. Let's assume Hiruaji is a complete fool who knows nothing, but when the cold beer splashes onto him, he should at least show some reaction on his face, right? But look at his face. From the moment the beer splashed onto his face, Hiruaji's expression did not change at all. He still wore that amiable, kind smile, as warm as the sun. He didn't even move his eyeballs, his eyelashes didn't quiver, and not a single muscle twitched. He looked as if he were a ghoul ensconced in a human mold devoid of any human emotions. If his facial nerve system hasn't malfunctioned, there is only one explanation. He must have known someone was going to splash beer on him, but for some purpose, he deliberately concealed his strength. Well, perhaps Xiao Ji is new and doesn't want to cause any conflicts, so he chose to endure it, Mu Xiaoping quietly explained. Mu Yi shook his head. Impossible. Even if he knows someone is going to splash beer on him, when the cold beer actually hits him, the body will inevitably react. This is a normal physiological phenomenon. No one can be an exception. Even a super warrior like me at this level cannot avoid it. But Hiruaji showed absolutely no reaction. His nerves and muscles seemed forged from steel. I believe he is a soldier who has undergone rigorous training and is extremely terrifying. Even so, why can't I be friends with him? No means no. In this critical time, I cannot allow you to be exposed to the slightest hint of danger. Originally, Mu Yi was not such a severe person, but feeling irritable, and with the enemy's forces unclear, he exploded in anger. Grandfather, you've never been this fierce with me. Mu Xiaoping trembled all over, covering her mouth and running out. That girl. Mu Yi angrily glared at the monitor. He initially thought his granddaughter was just temporarily sulking and would go out to clear her mind, but after waiting for over 2 hours without seeing her return, he began to worry. Captain Gordon, my granddaughter is missing. Upon hearing this news, Gordon was also very anxious, as the mission's objective was to ensure the safety of both Mu Yi and Mu Xiaoping. From Mu Yi's demeanor, it seemed that Mu Xiaoping's life was even more important than his own, and she was the top priority to protect. It should be noted that the spaceship was vast, but most of it was pipes and machinery, with few people entering. Essentially, everyone gathered in the living and operational areas. The interior of the twisted and narrow cabin was dark and profound, resembling a series of underground caves devoid of light. For an ordinary person, the sheer terror of the darkness would be enough to drive them to madness. Yet for Hiruaji, it was like a fish in water. The dark power within him spread out in circles, clearly recording the changes in the surrounding environment, much like the echolocation used by bats, requiring no sight at all. Hiruaji's way of walking was also peculiar. His joints moved almost not at all, and he floated around like a ghost. Suddenly, before him, a search and rescue team composed of 3 crew members was also on the move. These individuals held flashlights in one hand and maps in the other, yet they trembled with fear. They were all logistics personnel from the ship, never engaging in combat, and thus felt extremely uncomfortable in the harsh and complex environment beneath the cabin. John, did you hear anything? One crew member stuttered. What sound? Don't scare yourself. John's voice trembled as well. At that moment, a terrifying figure appeared ahead of the 3. The creature moved with an odd speed, hopping forward from afar, resembling a stiff corpse with a fierce-looking crocodile perched on its head, its sharp tongue flicking out. A ghost! A ghost! A ghost! The 3 crew members dropped their map in fright and fled. In the blink of an eye, the ghost stood before the trio, its expressionless face illuminated by the dim light, resembling a zombie from the depths, with only 2 protruding fangs missing from the corners of its mouth. Before the 2 crew members could react, they felt a sharp pain in their necks and immediately collapsed. The 3rd crew member was jumped on by the small crocodile, fainting from the fright. Observing the contorted bodies of the 3, Hiruaji remained indifferent. After a moment's thought, he casually detached the opening of a nearby ventilation pipe, and a jet of scalding steam immediately burst forth. This way, the 3 crew members would not freeze to death, and the command center, upon discovering the damage, would promptly send someone to repair it, preventing them from getting lost. Hiruaji continued deeper into the cabin. The very bottom of the cabin was an abyssal space where, apart from the roaring machinery, no living creature could survive. The search team did not come here as they did not believe Mu Xiaoping could survive for long in such a place. Hirozi's purpose in coming here was not to find her, but to seek a space undisturbed. Hiroji removed the black crystal containing the dark domain from around his neck. A glimmer of wicked light flickered in his eyes as he gently tossed the black crystal into the air. Guided by the dark energy, the crystal began to orbit around him. Meanwhile, Hirozi's spiritual sense continuously spread out, searching for any organisms harboring negative emotions. This was Hirozi's method for locating the Dark Empress. In principle, the black crystal functioned like a radar capable of detecting all hidden negative emotions in the vicinity. Naturally, as the distance increased, it could only sense those beings with strong negative emotions. However, within the confines of a spaceship, Hiroji believed he could find Mu Xiaoping. In his estimation, Mu Xiaoping must be in a state of intense fear and despair, both of which are powerful negative emotions. Even if she were dead, Hiroji could still discover her burial site. Within the spaceship, many entities with negative emotions were detected, but their numbers and nature did not resemble those of a young girl. After searching for about 10 minutes, he finally found her. There she was. Hiroji suddenly opened his eyes and dashed out like an arrow released from a bow. At this moment, Mu Xiaoping was beginning to feel a sense of regret. She had no idea where she was, only knowing that before her lay a cold and indifferent darkness. A chilling wind blew from the front, and though she wanted to retreat, countless forks appeared behind her. Which path could truly lead back to the living area? In the dark, Mu Xiaoping couldn't help but shed tears of regret. She also didn't know how long she had been there. Exhausted and hungry, she felt drowsy. But Mu Xiaoping knew she absolutely could not fall asleep, or she would surely never wake up again. Just as she was in a daze, Mu Xiaoping felt a warm force pressing from behind, followed by being lifted by a pair of soft arms. "Don't be afraid," the other said. "We'll be out soon." "Who are you?" The darkness suddenly vanished, revealing a hazy golden light. In the gentle light, Hirozi's face appeared exceptionally tender. Mu Xiaoping, drowsily resting her head against Hirozi's chest, felt an inexplicable sense of peace upon realizing it was he who had rescued her. In reality, the place where she encountered danger was not far from the living area. After all, a young girl could not stray too far. She was right next to a small repair dock, but could not find the way out in the dark. Everyone was eagerly searching far and wide, momentarily forgetting about this location. Hiroji and their military transport ship were docked here for repairs. After 2 months of long-distance travel, many parts had become decayed and unusable. However, the repair workers were also in a hurry to find Mu Xiaoping, and for the time being, no one came to disturb the two of them. In this situation of a lone man and a woman sharing a confined space Hiroji had never encountered before, and Mu Xiaoping was completely at a loss as they sat quietly beside the spaceship. After a long while, Hiroji hesitantly said, "We should go up now, right?" Mu Xiaoping obediently nodded, but as soon as she stood up, she let out a cry and collapsed weakly against Hiroji. "What happened?" "I think I sprained my ankle." She hadn't realized this in the darkness due to her heightened mental tension. Now that she had found support, her body relaxed, and the intense pain immediately surged. Hiroji gently placed Mu Xiaoping on the ground, carefully removing the girl's boot. Her left ankle was red and swollen, looking just like a steamed bun. Experienced Hiroji could tell at a glance that it was a dislocation. "Don't worry, it's fine." Hirozi's movements were as gentle as willow branches brushing against the face, softly caressing Mu Xiaoping's delicate foot, slowly untangling each muscle's pathway. Mu Xiaoping looked at this focused man with a face full of shyness, her heart fluttering like a startled deer, and the air, previously thick with oil, felt refreshing. A warm and tingling sensation spread from her foot, gradually overshadowing the original pain. Mu Xiaoping felt as if her foot was nestled in a steaming hot spring, when suddenly, crack. "It's done," Hiroji said expressionlessly, yet his hands did not slow, continuing to massage her ankle to alleviate the pain. Tears formed in Mu Xiaoping's eyes, but she held back from crying out. Hiroji scooped the girl up in his arms, smiling as he said, "You should avoid walking for the next couple of days and rest in bed more." Mu Xiaoping nodded naively. Hiroji exuded an inexplicable aura, while not overly imposing, it compelled others to obey his words. Hiroji froze, and 2 sharp beams of light flashed instantly in his eye sockets. Yet he turned his face away, striving to conceal this from the girl. "How could that be? How did your grandfather know?" The little girl recounted earnestly. "Grandfather watched the surveillance footage and noticed that your facial expression didn't flicker even once when beer was poured over you. So he declared you extraordinarily formidable." "So that was it." Hiroji frowned inwardly. He had never imagined that the rigorous training he endured within the abyssal exclusion zone would now betray him in the outside world. Yet he was utterly powerless to reverse it. His body had been forged into this state immutable by will or effort. Do you trust your grandfather? A faint, enigmatic smile curved Hiroaji's lips as he gazed down at the girl cradled in his arms, like a starving wolf surveying a flock of plump, defenseless sheep. Mu Xiaoping nodded. I believe Xiao Ji must be incredibly powerful, otherwise he'd never have found me. But I also believe Xiao Ji would never harm me. Isn't that right? Of course it is. His eyes shimmered with restless, smoldering light. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the entrance to the maintenance dock. Within the starship, heavily sealed bulkhead doors connected every compartment, designed to contain catastrophic damage and prevent it from spreading across the entire vessel. To open such a door required either an authorized crew access card, a verified password, or a voice call via the adjacent intercom to summon personnel outside. Hiroaji's hand hovered over the intercom, but his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Xiaoji, what's wrong? Shoo. He silenced her with a hush, pressing his ear against the bulkhead to listen intently. Dangerous. As if sensing some unspeakable horror, Hiroaji whirled around and bolted, abandoning all restraint, his speed surging to its absolute limit. Mu Xiaoping's pulse spiked violently. Less than a second after they fled the doorway, a deafening boom shattered the massive door into jagged fragments. Fierce flames, serpentine and venomous, slithered into the maintenance bay. Thick, choking smoke instantly engulfed the entire space. Simultaneously, the starship convulsed with violent tremors, as though gripped by the most devastating earthquake. A colossal steel plate plummeted from above, its trajectory aimed precisely at their heads. Hiroaji seemed oblivious. Mu Xiaoping screamed in terror. Xiaoji. She squeezed her eyes shut, but the imagined carnage never came. Slowly loosening her tight grip on the youth, the girl opened her eyes and froze in disbelief. The massive steel plate hung suspended in midair, not having struck the floor, because Hiroaji with a single outstretched arm held it aloft. Xiaoji, you're amazing. Yet his expression was grim. Though his skeletal structure could bear the weight, his muscles, veins, and skin betrayed him, rupturing almost instantly. Human physiology truly was inconvenient, he mused, leaving such a messy spectacle. And worse still, his true strength had just been exposed. His first instinct was to eliminate the witness, but the girl's gentle, guileless gaze, filled with pure admiration, gave him pause. Damn it. Since leaving the abyssal exclusion zone, human emotions, the 7 feelings and 6 desires, had gradually reawakened within him, softening his resolve. Hiroaji shoved the steel plate aside, set Mu Xiaoping gently on the ground, and said gravely, it appears the starship has encountered grave peril. We'll need to escape on our own. What? How could this happen? Her face paled. Hiroaji shrugged. Such rhythmic impacts suggest either deliberate assault or an uncharted asteroid belt. An asteroid belt. But Captain Gordon said we wouldn't reach it until tomorrow, and he was confident we'd navigate it safely. Who knows? For now, we must rely solely on ourselves. Can you pilot a starship? Mu Xiaoping shook her head, her face ashen. Though she could operate starfighter mechs, spacecraft piloting remained entirely beyond her knowledge. No, Xiaoji, we can't possibly fly that ship. Even if I could pilot it, it's already shattered beyond repair. Military transport repairs were only half-finished. Major components, including critical engine parts, lay scattered across the deck. These required specialized maintenance mechs for reassembly. The fire raged ever higher, air in the dock grew thin, and black smoke began to coil overhead. The impacts showed no sign of relenting, only intensifying. Massive pipes and steel plates crashed down relentlessly while fissures snaked across the buckling floor. No time left. Hiroaji roared. I'll repair the ship, you'll pilot it. Amid roaring flames, he darted through peril and debris with uncanny agility, leaping toward the military transport craft. Abu, emerge. At his master's command, the metallic crocodile scurried swiftly from beneath the vessel, hesitant before the inferno, yet obedience remained paramount. Black energy waves coiled around Hiroaji's form, invisible ethereal cords binding him and Abu into a seamless unity. Abu hissed sharply and launched itself onto Hiroaji's right arm. Then, the metamorphosis began. Its entire body seemed to melt into translucent molten metal, flowing over Hiroaji's arm like liquid armor, then rapidly cooled and hardened into razor-edged crystalline contours. It was as if a magnificent battle-forged gauntlet had been seamlessly grafted onto Hiroaji's right hand. Mu Xiaoping's mouth fell agape in wonder. Hiroaji radiated unfathomable mystery, each revelation shattering her understanding of reality. A robot capable of autonomous morphological transformation was exceedingly rare, even among elite mechanical engineering conglomerates. Yet here one stood at Xiaoji's side. What followed stunned her further. Once clad in the mechanized repair exoskeleton, Hiroaji's right hand became an instrument of limitless capability. With superhuman strength, he effortlessly lifted massive components, normally requiring heavy-duty maintenance mechs, and positioned them before the vessel. He disassembled aging starship parts with practiced ease, then replaced them without hesitation, confident as if error were impossible. From that metallic limb sprang colossal bolts, precision wrenches, and plasma torches, each tool materializing seamlessly to install intricate assemblies within the hull. Mu Xiaoping felt as though watching a maintenance documentary, played at 16 times normal speed. Hiroaji moved like a whirlwind, completing the entire starship's component assembly in mere moments. By then the air had nearly vanished. Flames licked perilously close to Mu Xiaoping's hair. She dodged frantically, only to lose her footing. The floorboard beneath her, long weakened by heat, gave way entirely. Mu Xiaoping shrieked, a free fall into the ravenous maw of the inferno, until Hiroaji appeared. She couldn't fathom how he vaulted into midair, but she felt herself swept tightly into his embrace. Then, stepping deftly across collapsing metal panels, as if strolling across clouds, he carried them both safely to the ground. Overwhelmed with relief, Mu Xiaoping burst into tears. Hiroaji bristled with indignation. In his view, with the situation so dire, all superfluous emotions ought to be set aside. What truly mattered was devising a way to escape this accursed place. If he were cooperating with a skeleton soldier instead of a human, there would certainly be no weeping and wailing to complicate matters. Hiroaji sighed deeply. Miss Mu, if you must cry, could you at least wait until we reach Alpha Planet? If we don't act now, we'll all perish here. After much persuasion, Mu Xiaoping finally ceased her sobs and gazed up at Hiroaji with large, slightly swollen eyes. Pitiful, tender, and utterly helpless, like an adorable little dog awaiting its master's command. I've repaired the spacecraft. Now it's up to you whether you can pilot it. But how do we even get out? Does the ship carry any weapons? Hiroaji paused, startled. He hadn't considered that possibility at all. Though maintenance docks were invariably positioned on the outermost hull for convenience, the raging fire had already obliterated all control mechanisms governing access to and from the cockpit, rendering conventional egress impossible. After searching the vessel briefly, Hiroaji found only a low-power laser pistol. Staring intently at the weapon for a long moment, a plan crystallized in his mind. With deft, practiced hands, he swiftly modified the pistol into a high-output laser cannon, though it could fire only once. That was more than enough. Get aboard now. Mu Xiaoping fumbled frantically at the transport ship's control console. Fortunately, this vessel was designed solely for short-range flights with minimal complexity. After a few tentative adjustments, she managed, astonishingly, to lift the craft into a slow, unsteady hover. Hiroaji mounted the laser cannon on the forward deck and aimed it squarely at the outer hull. Overhead, jagged shards of metal rained down like a ferocious storm hammering against the transport ship's hull. Engaged. The ship's thrusters erupted in blinding flame, hurling nearby debris wildly off course. Like a wild stallion breaking free of its reins, the transport ship surged forward, straight toward the sealed bulkhead. Just meters from catastrophic impact, Hiroaji triggered the jury-rigged laser cannon. Boom! The colossal recoil tore the entire gun emplacement and surrounding decking, upward shearing off the ship's rear stabilizers. Yet it succeeded. A grotesque, gaping maw now yawned in the hull. Beyond lay an endless expanse of stardust. The tiny transport ship drifted away from the colossal mercenary warship like an insignificant gnat. Moments after their escape, the chamber they'd occupied detonated violently, reduced instantly to a hellish inferno of roaring flame. Suspended midair, the two stared mutely at the gargantuan warship. Before them unfolded a scene so overwhelming it stole their breath. For reasons unknown, the vessel now drifted through a chaotic spatial anomaly, surrounded on all sides by asteroids of every size, some dwarfing the ship itself, others small, but hurtling at terrifying velocity. Any collision certain to trigger a cataclysmic explosion. Though the warship had deployed its full energy shield, its immense mass rendered it sluggish and unwieldy, making repeated asteroid impacts inevitable. Energy reserves drained alarmingly fast. Within moments, the shield could no longer envelop the entire hull, forcing concentration on critical systems alone. Unshielded sections struck even once by an asteroid would be pierced clean through, followed instantly by violent detonation. The warship resembled a venerable leviathan, massive yet powerless against the cruel harpoons of fate, slowly succumbing to its inevitable demise. Look, mech knights. Peering through the observation port, Mu Xiaoping saw countless mech knights launching from the dock into open space. Against the vast, desolate cosmos, these towering warriors appeared no larger than motes of dust. Yet within those dust-like hands rested devastating power. They surged ahead of the warship, cleaving asteroids asunder, or reducing them to harmless shrapnel. Their extraordinary agility made direct hits exceedingly rare. Instantly, the warship's burden lightened. Together both forces began a painstaking gradual advance toward the edge of the asteroid belt. The warship, it will break free. Mu Xiaoping grasped Hiruaji's hand, her voice alight with exhilaration. Hiruaji remained unconvinced. He knew the Stardust Mercenary Corps fielded barely 30 mech knights, and every last one was now deployed. Armored mechs packed formidable firepower, but consumed staggering amounts of energy. And battling inert asteroids, Hedon would drain reserves even faster. It wouldn't be long before many mechs would need to return to the warship for recharging, leaving the vessel exposed once more. Whether it could endure until escape remained profoundly uncertain. Even if the warship escaped the belt, their own survival was another matter entirely. The belt teemed with lethal radiation and dense interstellar dust, rendering distress signals unlikely to penetrate. Without rescue, he and Mu Xiaoping would become cosmic orphans, doomed to starve slowly in this cold, silent void. As if summoned by dread itself, the transport ship's radar shrieked in alarm. Before Hiruaji could even finish his grim reflection, a searing red dot streaked across the display, closing with terrifying speed. Even unaided eyes could discern it, a colossal, furious asteroid blazing with primordial wrath hurtling straight toward them. Impact, within 10 seconds. Against the boundless cosmos, even the fiery meteor swarm of the asteroid belt seemed infinitesimal. And against the sheer scale and majesty of that belt, the armored troop carrier appeared laughably fragile. Yet for its two passengers, life and death hinged entirely upon whether its thin steel hull could withstand the asteroid's cataclysmic strike. Disengage autopilot. Switch to manual control. Now, Hiruaji roared at Mu Xiaoping, who stared paralyzed at the rapidly swelling asteroid. Autopilot excelled in pre-programmed routes with well-mapped environmental parameters, offering precision and ease. But in emergencies like this, artificial intelligence lacked the human brain's lightning reflexes and capacity for improvisation. Though the computer frantically redirected thrusters to evade the oncoming asteroid, its calculations, bound by mechanical safety limits, remained stubbornly conservative. Few possessed the courage to fight fate. Hedon. Only veteran pilots, bold and supremely skilled, could rely on manual dexterity to cheat annihilation. The massive asteroid grazed the ship's upper hull. A grating metallic screech echoed through the frame. Then the entire vessel lurched violently as though gripped and shaken by a titan's fist. A monotonous alarm blared from the console. Artificial gravity system failing, hull integrity breached, critical threshold exceeded, crew advised to abandon ship immediately. Crack. Every light shattered. The ship plunged into absolute darkness. Glass shards and metal debris flew swiftly through the air, while severed wires danced wildly like a witch's hair. Tiny meteors incessantly struck the hull, and no one knew which one would tear through the fragile protective shield. Hiruaji lightly tapped his toes, moving in a three-dimensional manner within the spinning hull, completing a full 360 degrees. He held Mu Xiaoping tightly in his embrace. "You, how are you, unharmed?" Mu Xiaoping's astonishment was beyond the capacity of words to describe. In combat under weightlessness, the most crucial rule is to maintain balance. Especially for mecha knights, this rule is even more practical than super martial arts techniques. Most super martial arts techniques focus on teaching learners how to maintain balance in weightless conditions while launching attacks. Although Mu Xiaoping could not be considered among the best, she had undergone rigorous training to earn her qualifications as a mecha knight. Yet even she could not stand firm in such a wildly spinning and shaking cabin, let alone move freely. However, Hiruaji seemed completely unrestrained by the weightlessness, moving as if on solid ground, even more agile than on a stable surface. What Mu Xiaoping did not know was that Hiruaji had been dragged through the sky by the Bone Dragon Jellet every day, where the wicked dragon played countless tricks far surpassing this lifeless spaceship. Practicing for several hours daily atop the Bone Dragon, Hiruaji now regarded weightlessness as nothing. In fact, he could unleash even greater combat power in a weightless state. Hiruaji's expression darkened as he silently pressed Mu Xiaoping down onto the seat, securely fastening the safety belt before covering her with a soft protective suit, then turning to fly toward the top of the cabin. After the severe impact, the spaceship's main control computer began releasing gel to repair the damaged areas. Hiruaji manually patched up those regions that were severely damaged. With the Crocodile Abu installed, Hiruaji's right hand moved like a fully automated multifunctional repair machine, executing intricate actions that rivaled those of a computer. After nearly 10 minutes of busy work, he finally managed to seal the breach. The artificial gravity device also regained a bit of energy, barely able to produce half of the standard gravity. Only at this moment did sweat begin to bead on Hiruaji's forehead. He felt both exhausted and weary as he returned to the ground and collapsed into the seat. "Xiaoji." Mu Xiaoping gazed at Hiruaji's focused face, recalling the heart-stopping adventure they had just experienced, unsure of what to say. Hiruaji released Mu Xiaoping with a bitter smile and said, "I fear we have strayed far from the mother ship." On the radar, the light representing the mercenary group's ship was gradually disappearing from the edge of the screen. Now only countless meteors were visible. Even if they could escape this hell, an endless abyss awaited them. Mu Xiaoping sat there for a moment before suddenly throwing herself onto Hiruaji, her voice tinged with tears as she said, "I want my mommy. I don't want to die." Hiruaji remained silent, although he did not need food to survive. Where could he find grievance in the desolate universe? If he went too long without consuming enough grievance, the dark elements sustaining his life would gradually thin out and eventually vanish. Recalling his struggle in the dark realm for 10 years, just to one day return to the human world and live a normal life, he never expected to die in such a place. Had he known, he would have preferred to remain in the dark realm. Hiruaji sighed and carefully checked the spaceship's control panel, sending out a distress signal to the mothership with a glimmer of hope. The situation was worse than he had imagined. The recent collision and repairs had nearly exhausted all the energy of the transport ship. Multiple armor sections were already severely weakened, and the air circulation system and pure water circulation system had collapsed, rendered unusable. The main control computer was continuously reporting errors, and the entire system was on the verge of collapse. To make matters worse, a large cluster of meteors reappeared on the radar. According to the data analysis, this group of meteors was not large, at most similar in size to a human fist, but they were incredibly fast, and their widespread distribution was immense. Given the current state of this transport ship, it could not evade them. Gradually, the entire spaceship was illuminated by a red glow, a dazzling light emitted from the meteors after being rubbed by cosmic dust. What seemed like a magnificent brilliance was for the two people inside the spaceship the flames of death. Hiruaji stared numbly at the harbinger of death, his face devoid of any expression. Mu Xiaoping gazed at Hiruaji with a dazed look, as if expecting this all-powerful man to save her fate once again. Boom, 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 boom. Like firecrackers exploding, small meteors struck the spaceship's hull one after another. The originally fragile hull immediately shattered, and even the repair system's immediate spray of gel was of no avail. Energy reserves 9%, 7%, 5%. Backup energy activated. Backup energy device damaged, unable to activate. Level 3 protection forcibly disengaged. Level 2 protection forcibly disengaged. Level 1 protection. Left C engine failed. Left B engine failed. Right B and right C engines all failed. Automatic navigation device failed. Radar detection system failed. Automatic evasion system failed. All crew members must abandon ship immediately. All crew members must abandon ship immediately. An increasingly piercing alarm declared the approach of death. Now only the innermost living area maintenance system was still functioning, ensuring the last bit of oxygen supply. From the outside, the entire transport ship had become a battered scrap of metal, with the hull marked by wounds from meteor strikes, clearly revealing the pipes and machinery hidden within. All engine ports were extinguished, unable to emit a shred of energy. The spaceship drifted with the waves, its direction altered by the continuously striking meteors. Anyone could see that the current transport ship was nothing more than a pitiful skeleton, a metal corpse. Wait. A corpse. Had the spaceship turned into a corpse? Hiruaji suddenly thought of something and closed his eyes. In the weightless state, Hiruaji's feet left the ground, silently floating in the void, his arms spread wide behind him, his tattered clothes billowing in the wind like eerie tentacles. Wounds torn open by debris split, a new blood flowed like glistening red gems, swirling slowly around Hiruaji's body. Meanwhile, strands of black mist flowed out from the wounds, entwining with blood orbs to weave a dense black network. Hiruaji gently held up the dark crystal ball at his chest, allowing its dark light to illuminate the entire cabin. It seemed that the dark crystal amplified his own power, and the dark elemental network suddenly expanded, connecting every part of the spaceship. Yes, the spaceship was already dead. However, to summon the dead back to this world, allowing them to complete their final mission once more. This is the duty of the undead. Hiruaji had already sensed it. Just as he once perceived a dense aura of resentment emanating from a wrecked automobile, so too did he now feel the same indignant spirit clinging to this battered, scarred troop transport vessel. Having entered service 80 years ago, this transport ship had fought in countless battles, great and small, nearly obliterated by enemy artillery fire and mocked relentlessly for its clumsy, unwieldy frame. Like a veteran hardened by decades of relentless combat, the vessel had gradually accumulated an immense, seething resentment. And today's unceasing bombardment by meteorites had driven that resentment to an unprecedented crescendo. Ordinary people could not perceive such resentment. Yet in Hiruaji's heart, the transport ship was far from lifeless Quite the contrary. At the very instant its final engine failed, and its central computer collapsed entirely, an invisible force finally shattered its metallic confines, erupting in a final blazing conflagration of spectral fire. Hiroaji seemed to behold a defiant soul encircling the vessel in its last desperate struggle, yearning to break free from this hellish asteroid field and soar once more across the boundless cosmos. Hiroaji slowly opened his eyes. His pupils appeared utterly translucent, like twin abyssal vortices, and within their depths reflected the dim, eerie crystal suspended in midair. Soul trapped in the infinite abyss, release all your resentment's power and return to the mortal realm through my bloodline. An ancient incantation of the Dark Blood clan used to summon the dead wove itself into eerie serpentine threads, binding the entire vessel in an inescapable embrace. Something terrifying unfolded. The previously blackened computer screens flickered back to life. Yet beneath the shattered control console, most electronic components lay irreparably ruined, with even the primary power supply completely offline. Likewise, the maintenance systems, deprived of energy, now reactivated under the influence of dark energy, straining desperately to seal gaping fissures. Energy surged steadily. Defensive integrity stabilized. Oxygen levels rose. Toxic gases were purged with ruthless efficiency. This transport ship was no longer merely cold, inert machinery. It had become a sentient mechanical revenant, a metallic skeleton warrior forged in the void. Through the uncanny resonance of dark energy, Hiroaji issued his first command to the revenant vessel: enter soul fusion state. In soul fusion state, Hiroaji could directly pilot the revenant while dramatically enhancing all its capabilities, especially crucial for a vessel like this which originally possessed no autonomous cognition. His mind now served as its indispensable command center. Within mere seconds, Hiroaji achieved full synchronization with the entire ship. He could observe the external world through its surveillance systems, maneuver using its engines, and issue precise commands through his own consciousness. Engage manual control. Hiroaji transmitted the command via psychic waveform. All 6 engines reignited, unleashing torrents of incandescent plasma, propelling the transport ship through maneuvers defying belief. Yet compared to moments before, every aspect of its performance had improved by more than tenfold. Amidst the vast chaotic asteroid belt, the vessel danced with impossible grace, flouting every known law of physics, while hair-raising near misses unfolded continuously. Twice it skimmed past asteroids with mere millimeters to spare, leaving not a single scratch behind. A region long deemed unconquerable, the violent, untamable asteroid belt, had been mastered by nothing more than this weathered, antiquated transport ship. After bursting through the final wave of meteorites, a surreal starfield unfurled before Hiroaji and Mu Xiaoping. Luminous stars shimmering in profound silence, the entire expanse pure as heaven itself. Dazed and disoriented, Hiroaji issued an auto-navigation command to the vessel, then collapsed unconscious. 3 days had passed since that day. Mu Xiaoping gazed wordlessly at Hiroaji's sleeping face, her eyes brimming with emotions too complex to name. In slumber, he resembled an innocent youth, radiating youthful vitality. Yet beneath that unassuming visage lay secrets capable of shaking the heavens. Unconsciously, Mu Xiaoping reached out and gently traced the firm lines of his jaw. Evidently, even in dreams the boy endured great pain, for his numerous wounds remained unhealed. Each laceration pierced her heart like a needle's sting. Suddenly, Hiroaji's eyelashes fluttered. Mu Xiaoping's round cheeks flushed deeper. She tried to withdraw her hand, but his grip held her fast, and she let out a soft, involuntary moan. Hiroaji slowly opened his clear, limpid eyes and murmured, "How long have I slept?" 3 days, Mu Xiaoping replied honestly. "Is our flight path stable?" Mu Xiaoping shook her head sorrowfully. "The main computer displays nothing, but judging from surrounding star charts, we've veered completely off course." 9 days. Hiroaji climbed out of the cryopod, surveying the chamber while stretching his limbs. Mu Xiaoping blushed and turned away. His body was bare save for a pair of form-fitting shorts. Though she'd tended to him nearly naked just days earlier, he'd then been unconscious, her thoughts untroubled. Now awake, Hiroaji moved like a sleek black panther, exuding raw predatory power, utterly transformed from the boy she'd known before. To Hiroaji, since Mu Xiaoping had already witnessed his necromantic arts, there was no longer any need to conceal his aura. "Come here." He beckoned the girl as if calling a cherished kitten. His eyes gleamed with an uncanny light, drawing her irresistibly into his arms. "You saw everything that day." He smiled softly. Mu Xiaoping instinctively sensed something amiss. She tried to pull away, but his arms, though seemingly relaxed, held her with the unyielding strength of reinforced steel. She was never one to assert herself strongly, And during the life-threatening crisis, just days prior she'd relied entirely on Hiroaji's strength to survive. Now naturally she felt a quiet, deepening dependence. The girl nodded, her expression sweetly guileless. Hiroaji whispered, "Your grandfather spoke true. Sometimes I truly wish to avoid trouble. Understand? So you must never speak of what you saw. Why would I ever tell anyone about Xiaoji? That's our secret." Good. Hiroaji closed his eyes, scanning the hull with spiritual awareness. The vessel's remaining life force had dwindled drastically. It now drifted solely on momentum. Yet Hiroaji could still feel its triumphant passage through the asteroid swarm, a final glorious arc completing its existence. The Revenant's wish had been fulfilled. It was time to return to the eternal realm of darkness, an immutable law of the Tao. Hiroaji performed an ancestral rite of the necrolithic race to pray for the soul of the troop transport vessel. An interstellar voyage of such length posed no challenge to Hiroaji. Over the following days, he entered deep meditation, gradually attuning himself to the gathering currents of dark energy. A few days earlier, he had summoned the ship's resurrection, using energy far beyond his prior limits, a feat that had drained his reserves of dark energy profoundly, yet paradoxically expanded his personal boundaries and deepened his comprehension of necromantic arts. Thus he now turned inward, savoring and distilling those insights into coherent principles, laws he could wield. For Mu Xiaoping, however, survival was far less abstract. The vessel lacked the most fundamental necessity for human life, food. As the ship was undergoing repairs, its food storage compartments had been dismantled. In the urgency of the moment, Hiroaji had not located the galley lockers. Consequently, the ship carried not a single morsel. For the first 2 days, Mu Xiaoping bore her hunger in silence. But tending to Hiroaji demanded relentless effort, swiftly depleting her bodily reserves. On the second day after Hiroaji awoke, Mu Xiaoping collapsed. A low fever seized her. Her mind clouded, her skin flushed crimson as though scorched by spectral flame. She murmured her mother's name again and again, the only solace possible within this solitary metallic sarcophagus adrift among the stars. Hiroaji reluctantly set aside his work to care for the young woman entirely. Though outwardly austere, he possessed consummate skill in attending to others. After all, even the most recalcitrant bone dragon had bowed to his meticulous stewardship, who a mere girl presented no difficulty. Yet even the most adept servant cannot conjure sustenance from emptiness. Mu Xiaoping's ailment stemmed from starvation, and without nourishment, even a celestial immortal would be powerless. Hiroaji was deeply troubled. "Water. I need water," she murmured, half-conscious on the cot, her frame gaunt from 4 days of utter fasting, her former vitality utterly spent. Then inspiration struck. From beneath the pilot's seat, he retrieved an emergency kit, and within it a dagger gleaming with cold silver light. Without hesitation, he drew the blade across his wrist. Warm blood welled instantly. "Drink," slowly he said, holding his bleeding arm to her lips. Half-delirious, Mu Xiaoping had no notion of what she imbibed. Though the taste was fiercely metallic, her starving senses recognized it instantly as sustenance, and she drank greedily. As he hummed a quiet tune, Hiroaji calculated the volume of blood lost. His physiology diverged radically from that of ordinary humans. Having cultivated the Black Abyss bone art, he could exist solely as skeletal structure animated by soul fire, requiring not a drop of blood. Yet to sustain minimal cerebral and visceral function, he retained a trace quantity to maintain circulatory integrity. Even so, his tolerance dwarfed that of mortals. A typical human begins to falter, dizzy, hypoxic. Upon losing 1/10 of their blood, a loss of 1/3 induces shock, unconsciousness, or death. Hiroaji, however, could retain only 1/10 of his total blood volume and remain fully capable of movement, of combat. Vast quantities of crimson life force flowed into Mu Xiaoping's veins. His blood differed fundamentally. It was bound to dark power, granting him limited conscious influence over it within proximity. Guided by his will, the blood was rapidly absorbed by her digestive system and transmuted into vital energy. After more than an hour, his skin had paled to an ethereal alabaster pallor, like that of a vampire long severed from blood, radiating a nocturnal elegance and profound mystery. He sealed the wound on his wrist and gazed upon the girl in bed. Color had begun to return to her cheeks. "If this fails, I'll have to offer you a piece of my flesh," he murmured, already weighing which limb to sacrifice. "I'm burning up." Mu Xiaoping groaned suddenly, her face blazing scarlet. This, before Hiroaji could react, she staggered upright, dazed, and whispering, "Mother, I'm so hot." She began tearing at her garments. Her clothes, charred by fire and shredded by meteorite fragments, were already frail. Now, in her delirium, her strength surged. Within moments, every stitch was reduced to tatters. Hiroaji felt breathless. If there existed anything in creation he had never confronted, it was this, the arresting presence of a woman's bare form. Such a voluptuous, sensual figure, yet graced with an innocent, guileless countenance utterly devoid of carnal intent. That such contradiction could coexist within one being was nothing short of divine artistry. His mind reeled. Awkwardly, he stripped off his last remaining protective garment and draped it over her, only for it to shatter into shards within 3 seconds. Now the situation was dire. His outer coat had torn during the necromantic ritual, save for a single undergarment. He stood completely exposed. Mu Xiaoping fared worse. No fragment of cloth remained to veil her body. "Mother, hold me while I sleep, okay?" "Okay," she cooed, blissfully unaware. Hiroaji broke into a cold sweat. He had already deduced the cause. He was half necrolithic. His blood carried vestiges of dark energy. Mu Xiaoping, hovering at death's threshold, had clung to one final wish: to see her mother once more. The potent dark energy revived her body, but also amplified that longing, immersing her in a vivid, unshakable illusion. She truly believed herself cradled in her mother's arms. Giggling softly, she ran her hands over Hiroaji's torso, her supple breasts pressing firmly against his firm chest. "Mother, my dearest mother." Then Hiroaji noticed it. A magnificent flame sigil emblazoned across her flawless back, a roaring conflagration, its radiant tendrils spreading like auroral filaments across her tender rose-pink skin. Hiroaji could endure no more. His eyes burned with crimson streaks. It was truly an unbearable night as Mu Xiaoping, like a mischievous little kitten, burrowed tightly into Hiroaji's embrace, her hands and feet restlessly moving, occasionally brushing against his sensitive areas. The troop transport ship was originally designed for short-distance transport of fewer than 10 people, making the space extremely cramped, leaving no room to hide. Hiroaji contemplated the concept that form is emptiness and emptiness is form, akin to an enlightened monk allowing the girl to cling to him like a koala. Mu Xiaoping's frenzy finally came to a halt after 12 hours. Her eyes regained clarity as she stared vacantly at Hiroaji from a close distance, then slowly lowered her head like a stiff robot, inspecting her own body. Mu Xiaoping jumped up like a startled bird, retreating to a corner and trembling. Hiroaji suddenly felt parched, having no idea what he should say. After a long time, Mu Xiaoping finally spoke in a trembling voice. "Last night Hiroaji scratched his scalp in despair, looking up at the ceiling. Mu Xiaoping covered her face and began to cry softly. How could I have done something like that? Because she hadn't truly fainted but was catalyzed by dark forces, she could vaguely remember her behavior from the previous night. Damn it, how could she become so chaotic? How embarrassing. Hiroaji certainly wouldn't reveal the true reason, maintaining a serious demeanor as he operated the machinery. "Xiaoji, you quickly find me some clothes." Hiroaji shrugged. "Look around this cabin. Is there anywhere to hide a piece of clothing?" "Then what should I do?" "Well, the temperature in the cabin has been controlled within a range acceptable to humans, and the oxygen supply is sufficient to support us on Alpha Planet, so I believe you don't need to worry too much," Hiroaji said with a smile. In truth, he was not the kind of person like Lu Xianghui. Faced with a charming girl like Mu Xiaoping, he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. However, because he had given 9/10 of his blood to Mu Xiaoping the previous day, Hiroaji was now severely lacking in blood supply. Though this had no effect on his mobility, a certain sinful organ in the male body required ample blood flow to function. He could be said to be willing but unable. Yet Mu Xiaoping had no idea about this. Although Hiroaji had not committed any overly rude violations against her last night, this fact provided her with some reassurance. Still, no matter what, she simply couldn't get used to exposing her body in front of a young man. Quickly think of a way. Large tears streamed down the girl's adorable face. If someone sees me, what should I do?" "All right, I'll think of a way." Hiroaji sighed and pulled a dagger from his waist. Though there were no third pieces of clothing on the spaceship, all 10 seats were made of genuine leather. Hiroaji cut 10 pieces of leather from 5 of the seats, simply tied a few knots, and then secured them with discarded copper rings and screws, creating the simplest form of a bandeau and skirt. "This is the best I can do for now." After putting on the skirt, Mu Xiaoping finally calmed down, but she held the bandeau in her hands, unable to put it on, and blushingly approached Hiroaji. As Hiroaji fastened the clasp behind her, Mu Xiaoping completely slumped down. "Xiaoji, am I really that embarrassing?" "Oh, it's fine, not everyone can remain calm after experiencing a cosmic meteor shower." "Xiaoji, but I feel weak, my hands and feet are soft, and I'm so drowsy I'm really scared." "Don't be afraid, it'll always be here." "Xiaoji, my mom used to say that all men in this world are bad and will find ways to bully me. Will you bully me?" Hiroaji fell silent. He had made the bandeau too short, tightly wrapping around the girl's ample bosom, revealing every subtle curve with her deep cleavage clearly visible. Fortunately, it was made of leather. Had it been fabric, Hiroaji could guarantee it would have torn apart on the spot. Such a girl should be kept in a greenhouse for life. How could she be allowed to venture into the perilous universe? Hiroaji held Mu Xiaoping tightly in his arms. The girl's apple-like face radiated with a glow of happiness as she softly said in Hiruozi's embrace, "I know Xiaoji would never bully me, never." It seemed that Hiruozi's blood was indeed effective. After this supplementation, Mu Xiaoping had not complained of hunger during the next 3 days of travel. However, she still had some fuzzy memories of what had happened that day, with the most crucial question being what kind of miraculous medicine she had consumed to feel better. Of course, Hiruozi had never mentioned it, but later the girl discovered deep scars on Hiruozi's wrist. Mu Xiaoping was deeply moved, realizing that someone she had only known for a few days would risk their life to save her. How selfless that was. In the girl's eyes, Hiruozi's image became extraordinarily tall and mighty. A subtle atmosphere began to ripple between the two. Xiaoji were about to enter the atmosphere. Mu Xiaoping exclaimed, pointing out the spaceship's window where even the naked eye could see a small green planet. Although this was not the predetermined destination, encountering a planet was certainly better than drifting in the universe. Moreover, according to the probe's analysis, this planet had ample water and an atmosphere, making it very suitable for human survival. The natural formation of such planets in the universe is quite rare, so it was highly likely that this was a human colony planet. Now they had arrived at the most critical moment. As long as they could pass through the atmosphere, they would surely be saved. A brilliantly dazzling circular red crown appeared ahead of the troop transport ship, and the friction with the atmosphere caused the entire ship to shake violently, the metal components emitting a piercing, distorted sound, as if they were about to collapse. Outside the window flowed flames like red lotuses, and the surroundings seemed to be surging with scorching magma, the fire raging furiously, eroding the fragile ship's body, as if it could completely engulf the hull. In just a second, both Hiruozi and Mu Xiaoping felt the overwhelming heat assailing them. Suddenly, both of them felt a lightness as the flames had disappeared without a trace. But the vast starry sky was no longer visible. Instead, they were greeted by a blue sky and white clouds. They had succeeded. Before they could even revel in their excitement, an endless expanse of great forest appeared before them. The entire land was covered in green as the spaceship accelerated downward. Amidst the girl's piercing screams, Hiruozi firmly held her in his embrace. Boom. The spaceship heavily crashed into a muddy area, the shockwave toppling a large swath of the surrounding jungle, and a chorus of wild beasts howled as countless birds, startled, took to the skies. Because the artificial inertial dampening system had completely failed, Hiruozi was hurled toward the ground like a cannonball the instant the spacecraft began its fatal descent. Though he twisted his body 3 times midair and absorbed impact through subtle joint articulation, the sheer magnitude of inertial force, compounded by Mu Xiaoping's weight, proved overwhelming. Poor Hiruozi collapsed into unconsciousness on impact. Xiaoji! Xiaoji! Tears still glistened on Mu Xiaoping's cheeks, yet panic gave way to urgency. There was no time for fear. The spacecraft's hatch had warped beyond opening. Yet the violent impact had fractured the hull above, splitting it open along a narrow fissure, wide enough to climb out easily. Gritting her teeth, Mu Xiaoping hauled herself upward, then scanned the horizon, and found herself utterly lost in an ancient, boundless jungle. Giant primordial trees towered all around, draped with sinuous purple vines. Clusters of grape-like fruits hung from their branches, emitting a faint, ethereal fragrance. Plump, round creatures perched upon the vines, reminiscent of the ancient earth species known as apes or monkeys, yet stouter, softer, and undeniably endearing. Each little creature cradled a purple fruit in its paws, gazing at Mu Xiaoping with cheerful, knowing smiles, as if anticipating something extraordinary. Mu Xiaoping glanced down at the wrecked vessel and froze in horror. It had landed squarely in a vast swamp, sinking slowly inch by inexorable inch. Heavens! She scrambled back inside the cabin just as thick viscous mud seeped through cracks, rising steadily over Hiruozi's motionless form. A plump metallic crocodile labored to drag Hiruozi's foot free from the wreckage. "You're called Abu, aren't you? Let's lift Xiaoji out, together." Mu Xiaoping approached cautiously. Abu hissed softly, a sound that unmistakably conveyed assent. Just as the sludge rose to her knees, Mu Xiaoping hoisted Hiruozi onto her back and sprinted toward the swamp's edge along the shattered hull, then leapt blindly, eyes tightly shut. Behind her, a deep, gurgling rumble echoed. The colossal spacecraft vanished entirely beneath the inky mire, leaving only churning bubbles that released a foul, sulphurous stench. At last, safety. Mu Xiaoping exhaled, deeply overcome by exhaustion unlike anything she'd ever known. Cradling Hiruozi in her arms, a cool, refreshing breeze swept through the jungle, and without realizing it, she drifted into sleep. She plunged into a succession of nightmares, sterile, frigid laboratories, the moment her mother drew her final breath, and finally, Hiruozi lying forever still, pale, silent, lifeless. A viscous droplet struck her forehead, jolting her awake. Before her unfolded a scene of unspeakable terror. The swamp convulsed violently. A dark, shapeless mass heaved itself from the muck, shedding torrents of sludge, until gradually its monstrous visage emerged. It resembled a mantis magnified 1,000-fold. Slender, razor-sharp limbs supported a gray chitinous body. Two blood-red compound eyes glowed fiercely, flanked by scythe-like forelimbs gleaming with lethal intent. And another monster, stealthy, deliberate, descended headfirst from the very treetop. Mu Xiaoping leaned against, poised to strike from behind. Mu Xiaoping rolled aside just in time, while a plump little monkey caught between her and the giant mantis was cleaved cleanly in two with a single horrifying stroke. The two colossal mantises closed in from front and rear, mandibles vibrating with shrill, grating shrieks. Tears welled in Mu Xiaoping's eyes as she clenched her jaw and whispered, "Mu Xiaoping must not use that power. Violence is wrong. Mu Xiaoping must not fight. Not ever." One mantis lunged, its blade-like forelimb flashing faster than the eye could follow. Yet its target was not Mu Xiaoping, but the unconscious He Ruoji. A long, deep gash split He Ruoji's thigh. Blood spurted instantly. Mu Xiaoping stood paralyzed. "Xiaoji, for Xiaoji, you monsters, filthy, vile things." Her hair lifted as though stirred by an unseen wind, its pure black hue blazing outward from the tips into radiant, incandescent crimson, like living flame dancing atop her skull. The flame-shaped tattoo across her back seemed to awaken, flickering, surging, burning with fierce, autonomous life. Agony contorted Mu Xiaoping's features, yet her blazing red eyes held a resolve more unshakable than any she'd ever known. One giant mantis slammed its forelimb into the earth and charged. Unblinking before the monstrous onslaught, Mu Xiaoping traced a strange sigil in midair. The surrounding air plummeted in temperature as every trace of ambient heat was violently siphoned away. A searing fireball ignited at her fingertips, brilliant as the sun itself. Boom! It rocketed forward and detonated precisely above the mantis's brow. The creature staggered mid-leap, then erupted in flames from every joint and crevice, transforming into a writhing mass of molten slag. Within 2 seconds it crumbled into acrid, blackened cinders. The second mantis, possessing uncanny intelligence, recognized the truth instantly. This being was beyond its reckoning. Fear flickered in its crimson compound eyes as it scrambled backward, vanishing into the jungle's gloom. Mu Xiaoping's wild crimson locks settled gently, returning strand by strand to their natural black. What have I done? I've become that thing again, that monster. Grandfather would never forgive me. She stared at the charred remains, speechless, hollow, adrift in silence. On the third day after their crash, an antique solar-powered helicopter with twin counter-rotating propellers appeared overhead, hovering silently above the jungle canopy. Fortunately, He Ruoji had discovered that the jungle's distinctive purple berries were edible. Without them, starvation would have loomed imminent. He Ruoji crouched motionless among the upper branches, fingers tightly gripping a dagger forged from the sharpened forelimb of a giant mantis. Though Abu could transform into far deadlier weaponry, He Ruoji refused to reveal him, unless survival demanded it. That secret remained his most closely guarded truth. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaoping stood in a sunlit clearing, vigorously shaking broad leaves to signal for rescue. The helicopter descended smoothly onto the clearing. As the pilot stepped out, He Ruoji narrowed his eyes, raised his bone blade, and slipped forward like a shadow, only to freeze mid-stride. For the rescuer, helicopter pilot and emergency responder alike, was none other than a silver-haired elder. This is Walden Star, a newly developed planet established roughly a decade ago. Lacking valuable mineral deposits and lying far from major interstellar trade routes, it rarely attracts permanent settlers. Nonetheless, its air remains exceptionally fresh and its natural environment is pristine, making it an appealing retirement haven for the elderly. "We spotted your spacecraft crash 2 days ago," said village elder Falcon with a warm, crinkled smile. "But this helicopter has been temperamental, riddled with minor faults, so we only managed to repair it this morning. Naturally, I came straight away." "Young man, you are truly fortunate." Walden Star is an unassuming asteroid on the frontier of the Tianning stellar domain. Its total population numbers barely 100 souls, all clustered within a single modest village, while the rest of the world lies cloaked in dense, untamed forest. The jungle teems with lethally aggressive fauna contained only by high-voltage perimeter grids encircling the settlement. It is a tranquil, self-contained paradise. Most villagers are silver-haired elders who once labored as physical workers across various planets. When advancing age rendered them unable to afford the exorbitant living costs of larger worlds, they migrated here in quiet dignity. Though remote, Walden Star offers everything free of charge. So long as one contributes modest labor, a life of ease and comfort remains well within reach. The villagers cultivate abundant purple berries, the very same extraordinary fruit that sustained He Ruoji and Mu Xiaoping during their first 2 days on the planet. These tart sweet berries ferment into exceptionally pure fruit wine, providing Walden Star with a modest but welcome source of external income. The entire village welcomed the two young arrivals with heartfelt enthusiasm. Residents of such frontier asteroids seldom encounter newcomers, let alone two stranded survivors in dire need. Everyone brought forth their stored provisions, piling them before the pair like a small mountain, some even unearthed treasured vintages kept for decades. Where did you come from, and how did you crash here? Elder Falcon asked with a benevolent smile as he watched them eat ravenously. Shall we transmit a distress signal to the outside world? We are undertaking an extended voyage across the cosmos, searching for a habitable world to call home, Hiroaji replied, vaguely shaking his head. If you have no objection, we would like to stay here for a time. Ah, I see. Elder Falcon exchanged a knowing glance with his kind-hearted wife, Matron Buma, surely a pair of eloping lovers. Matron Buma's eyes instantly glistened with tears. What a profoundly romantic tale. Very well. Elder Falcon thumped his chest in solemn assurance. Rest easy, you are most welcome to settle here. Last year, several dear friends passed on, leaving behind vacant dwellings. You may occupy one at your leisure, for as long as you wish. He winked slyly at Hiroaji. Young man, work diligently. By the time your little wife bears a child, your families surely won't object anymore, will they? Oi. Ha ha ha. Hiroaji's face darkened. He realized the elder had gravely misunderstood something. Laughing heartily, Elder Falcon turned to the crowd and announced, Walden Star now welcomes its 102nd and 103rd permanent residents. A cheer erupted. Villagers swiftly prepared a cozy cottage for the two, entirely natural in design, built of rough-hewn logs with a large central hearth for warmth. Forgive me, young man. Conditions here are exceedingly rudimentary, Elder Falcon apologized sincerely. When we first arrived, we possessed many modern tools, but over time, most fell into disrepair. You see, few technicians are willing to undertake such a vast interstellar journey merely to fix an electronic heater. No matter, Hiroaji replied with graceful courtesy. We are deeply grateful. Thank you, Elder Falcon, and please convey my thanks to Matron Buma as well. Very well, said Elder Falcon. Rest early, poor children. You must be utterly exhausted. Tomorrow we shall hold a formal welcome ceremony. Huh, it's been ages since we've known such merriment. After Elder Falcon departed with a smile, Hiroaji sprang into action, fashioning delicate bone mechanisms to secure doors and windows calibrated to emit a faint chime if disturbed. Why do this? Mu Xiaoping asked, puzzled. Elder Falcon is no villain. Indeed. Hiroaji replied. Yet I cannot assume this world harbors no malice. And then there are those hunting you. Hunting me. Hiroaji nodded, drawing close to sit beside her and gently enfolding her in his arms. Tell me, do you truly believe our ship's collision with that asteroid belt was mere chance? No, the vessel's pre-programmed trajectory would never have crossed such a perilous zone. The sole plausible explanation is that someone altered the star charts. But why? What was their objective? Mu Xiaoping shuddered, her voice trembling. I didn't mean to conceal it from you. Hiroaji pressed a finger softly to her lips, his voice tender. Everyone guards private truths. I do not demand you relive what pains you to recall. For now, let us recuperate here. There are questions I must ponder carefully. The question haunting Hiroaji was this: the necromantic art he'd wielded in that moment of crisis, the power to transfigure metal itself into living flesh. Should this magic ever be harnessed at scale, it would not be long before legions of sentient war machines marched across the stars, machines imbued with autonomous life. Their terrifying might would shake worlds to their foundations. At this thought, a cold, ruthless smile curled Hiroaji's lips. Mu Xiaoping, however, dwelled on simpler things, her gaze fixed upon Hiroaji's silhouette, remembering how this unassuming man had saved her amid mortal peril, imagining the life they might build together on Walden Star. Her cheeks flushed, her heart fluttering, her head bowing shyly. At last the firelight in the cottage faded into darkness. Hiroaji had spent a week in Walden Village. Everything pleased him, except one persistent mystery. Why did the villagers so rarely employ mechs, whether in daily life or field work? On a newly colonized frontier world like this, mechs were indispensable. Consider the colossal mantises lurking in the jungle. Even confronting one unarmed would be unthinkable without mechanized support. Over lunch one day, Hiroaji voiced his curiosity to Matron Buma. Traditionally, each household cooked separately, but ever since Mu Xiaoping's arrival, her transcendent culinary skill had captivated every villager. This seemingly ordinary girl commanded fire with masterful precision. Under her deft touch, even the humblest ingredients transformed into singular, exquisite feasts. Thus, mealtimes now drew crowds of cheerful villagers crowding into Hiroaji's home. Matron Buma shot her husband a sharp glance and sighed. These useless men, boasting of being elite laborers from great planets, yet unable to repair even a simple mech. Only then did Hiroji learn that mechs indeed existed on Walden Star. When these elderly individuals retired, although they had only a meager pension, most of the mechs they worked with were brought to Walden Star. However, most of these mechs had undergone decades of agricultural or mining operations, and like these elders had become obsolete and scrapped. In the first 2 years on Walden Star, these mechs could barely function, and it was thanks to their assistance that the village was established. But without maintenance and care, after 2 years, all the mechs broke down and could no longer be used. The villagers had thought about repairing these mechs, but they were all outdated relics manufactured 30 or 40 years ago, and the current mechanics had no idea how to fix these antiques. Only those seasoned technicians with 30 or 40 years of experience could handle them. Technicians with 30 or 40 years of experience must certainly be remarkable individuals. How could they possibly come to such a remote place for these broken goods? Even if they were willing to come, their fees would surely be exorbitant. Moreover, all the parts for the old mechs had long been discontinued, making them impossible to procure. Grandpa Fakin glared at his wife, muttering, "Who says we don't have the ability? Even if you brought the best young mechanic from outside, they wouldn't recognize my beloved mech. Haha, when I was mining on Iskar Star with that mech, those little brats were probably still drinking milk. Why didn't we think to invite a mechanic to come here with us?" The burly Uncle House said, having once been a proud steelworker, he was ruthlessly kicked out after faithfully serving a large corporation for 45 years. Most of the villagers here are like this, victims of a cold and competitive system. "You idiot." Uncle Jack, who loved to drink, said, "We become less useful as we age, but mechanics gain more experience. They thrive outside, so how could they come here?" "That's true. But Jack, who did you call an idiot?" You rascal. Can I take a look at your mechs?" Hiroji suddenly spoke. Everyone was stunned. "I have a junior agricultural mech maintenance certification," Hiroji explained. At this point, everyone seemed to be looking at an idiot. Junior agricultural mech maintenance meant that this poor child could probably only do some cleaning or apply lubricant to the mechs. Almost every skilled worker had a junior mech maintenance certificate able to tackle fairly complex mech issues, and some even had intermediate certificates. But what could even the best mechanic do against a decades-old mech riddled with rust and weathered by time? Just as everyone was feeling depressed about how to refuse, Mu Xiaoping spoke up. "Let Brother Ji take a look. He's really capable." Mu Xiaoping still remembered how Hiroji had repaired a spaceship in just 10 minutes. As the saying goes, those who eat are short-handed. The old men exchanged glances and could only agree helplessly. Whoosh! A cloud of dust kicked up, causing many to cough violently. An elderly man drove a tractor using a chain attached to the back to open the door of the half-underground mech storage. According to standard mech maintenance rules, mechs that are not in operation should ideally be stored in space wrist wheels to be preserved in a vacuum. Exposing them directly to the air would cause the mech parts to decay and the circuits to age. However, there were no high-tech products like space wrist wheels on this planet, and using wrist wheels to carry these dilapidated antiques seemed rather ridiculous. Hiroji looked around the warehouse, satisfied with the 18 mechs displayed. To the average person, these mechs were completely unwanted junk. Not even the most basic trainee pilots would want to touch them. But to Hiroji, these mechs exuded a powerful aura and energy. Having shared decades of existence with humanity, these mechs had developed their own life, not merely being cold machines. Hiroji stood before the mechs, carefully observing the machines awaiting repair, a basic skill for any mechanic. 5 minutes passed, then 10, then an hour, and Hiroji remained unmoving. The villagers couldn't take it anymore. Afraid to disturb Hiroji, they quietly asked Mu Xiaoping, Is Xiaoji okay? He should be fine, right?" Mu Xiaoping was unsure. However, Hiroji's focused appearance was indeed captivating, causing her heart to flutter. 3 hours passed, and many villagers had wandered off for quite a while before returning. Only then did Hiroji finally speak up with a conclusion. "Among the 18 mechs, 5 can be repaired." "What?" The villagers were stunned, especially the owners of these 18 mechs. Although they couldn't repair mechs, having operated them for so many years, they could tell that these mechs could only be considered scrap metal. They never expected they could still be repaired. Hiroji explained, "Under the condition of sufficient parts, originally 11 mechs could be repaired. However, given the current situation, I must disassemble 13 of them to use the still relatively intact parts, barely completing the repairs for 5 mechs." Then you go ahead," Fakin said. "After all, we can't fix these things anyway, or rather than letting them sit here, turning into scrap metal, why not let Xiaohe give it a try?" Fakin didn't expect the other party to succeed, but since the young man wanted to try, and these things were of no use anyway, they might as well be dismantled. The villagers all agreed. Hiroji nodded and walked to the back corner of the warehouse where a set of large mech repair tools was stored. "Wait a minute." Fakin suddenly slapped his forehead. "We don't have any mech repair tools here. This is bad." Hiruaji shook his head. I don't need mech repair tools. Repairing by hand. All the villagers were dumbfounded. Hiruaji calmly opened the long dusty toolbox filled with excitement and joy. In his mind, the villagers had all but disappeared, and the 18 mechs seemed to have disassembled into the most basic parts floating in the void. The complex repair tools seemed to transform into the simplest children's toys in Hiruaji's hands, as he deftly waved them around, feeling the balance of each tool. I think this kid has some talent, Uncle Hal said quietly to Uncle Jack. Maybe he really can repair those 5 mechs. Oh, come on. Uncle Jack scoffed. He's a good kid. Maybe he can fix some of the latest mechs, but these antiques from 40 years ago. He wasn't even born back then. If he really could fix them, he shouldn't be here, but should be in the mech repair department of the Federal Academy, teaching the elite of the entire Federation. Suddenly, Hiruaji moved. The entire warehouse was engulfed in a cloud of dust, the accumulated dirt from years transforming into a fierce tornado crashing down on the villagers. The villagers coughed violently, unable to even open their eyes, and could only hurriedly retreat. The entire warehouse was shrouded in a layer of gray smoke, making it impossible to see what was happening inside, but occasionally a faint sound of metal clashing could be heard, indicating that Hiruaji was still working. He's simply a magician, Uncle House exclaimed in horror. Is this child going to be all right? Forget it, you men are really something. A little child doesn't know better, and you just let him go wild. If anything happens to the poor Ruaji, I won't let you off. Granny Booma glared at the crowd in anger, even twisting her husband's arm as a representative of you guys. Uncle Fagin winced in pain, nearly in tears, and cried out, What if we rush in and rescue little he? No need. Only Mu Xiaoping had complete faith in Hiruaji. She gazed dreamily at the warehouse and said, Just wait, if Xiaoji says he can do it, then he definitely can. An hour later, the dust finally settled. A peculiar noise emanated from within the warehouse. The ground trembled slightly. Uncle Jack suddenly grew excited, tilting his ear to listen for a while, and then jumped up in exhilaration. That's the sound of my Mustang engine. I recognize it. My goodness, I haven't heard such a melodious engine startup in over 20 years. It's just fantastic. With his shout, a robust mining mech emerged from the warehouse. Its thick arms could gather various minerals, and its tracked legs could operate in any harsh environment. The chest of the mech bore a beautiful pattern of a galloping horse, which appeared vivid after being cleaned. While it couldn't be said to look brand new, everyone could feel the power contained within this mining mech. Hiruaji climbed down the lifting rope, covered in dust and resembling a black ball of charcoal, with only his teeth still white. The design of this mech is truly classic. Modern mechs rarely showcase such rugged power and aesthetic beauty. Hiruaji said sincerely. Modern mechs, even armed ones, have increasingly moved towards being more refined and automated, which, while making them easier to operate, lack the mechanical feel of classic mechs. For someone like Hiruaji, who was traditional-minded, it was a significant regret. Uncle Jack was teary-eyed, almost knocking Hiruaji down with a pat on the shoulder. You're absolutely right, Xiaohe. I love you. Damn it, those modern mechs don't even have a hint of engine vibration when they operate. Only a sissy would pilot them. A Mustang mech like this is the kind of machine a real man should drive. I remember when I was piloting my beloved Mustang caught in a level 13 electromagnetic storm on Rhine Star, all those pretty boys with their high-tech mechs went down, and we had to rely on our old Mustang. All right, kid, come over to my place for dinner tonight. Well, drink until we drop. Maybe tomorrow night, Hiruaji replied. I still need to study a few other mechs tonight. After all, these were all outdated antiques. This Mustang mech was the easiest to repair among them, but the difficulty exceeded Hiruaji's estimates. He had spent over an hour fixing it and used a lot of parts, making it challenging to repair the other mechs. However, the more challenging it was, the happier Hiruaji felt. He was a born mech repairer. With such a precious opportunity to repair these difficult antique mechs, how could he possibly let it slip away? I will definitely fix these mechs. Hiruaji made up his mind. This is done. As long as I load the DSL filter of this mech onto the engine above, the output power should increase by over 15%, and the performance can probably return to 80% of its factory condition. Hiruaji yawned, satisfied as he looked at his work. Now it was already past 5 in the morning. After a night's hard work, he had finally fully repaired the remaining 4 mechs. Looking at the once dull scraps regaining their luster in his hands, Hiruaji felt immensely happy. Despite his muscles being sore all over and his eyes bloodshot from the dust, Hiruaji's spirit was incredibly high. After testing each of the 4 mechs and confirming there were no more issues, Hiruaji finally let out a long sigh of relief. He stretched his stiff neck and curiously glanced around, suddenly noticing a concealed door in the wall. Originally, this door had been covered with years of dust, and the dim light here made it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to see. However, after spending so many years in the dark abyss, Hiruaji had long learned the skill of night vision. Curious, Hiroaji noticed that behind this door seemed to be another warehouse, and the height of the door was also suitable for mech placement. After a moment of searching, he finally found the hinges of the door and began to pull on it with all his might. The door was very heavy, and only someone with Hiroaji's immense strength could open it. Sure enough, inside was a small mech warehouse housing a black mech kneeling on the ground. The greatest feature of this mech was its lightness. Its slender, compact body structure was as delicate as a bird. Yet sharp blades were installed at the wrist and ankle joints resembling the claws of an eagle. Two wide black wings extended from its back, drawing a beautifully elegant curve. Even though this mech was still kneeling on the ground, it exuded a sense of soaring through the skies. From the propulsion device at its back, it seemed capable of providing immense kinetic energy. This appeared to be a semi-armed mech modified from an agricultural mech designed for battling beasts. Hiroaji's spirit soared. Compared to agricultural mechs, he certainly preferred studying armed mechs. After all, armed mechs represented the pinnacle of cosmic mech technology. Although this agricultural mech-turned-armed mech couldn't compare to specialized armed mechs in combat power, it had one advantage: it required little mental strength from the pilot. Anyone who could operate an agricultural mech could pilot this modified mech. It was just that this mech seemed to have suffered a fierce battle, its body riddled with dozens of wounds, as if slashed by some vicious predator. The engine and computer system also appeared severely damaged, seemingly beyond repair. No wonder the villagers hadn't brought this mech out earlier. Perhaps even a celestial immortal couldn't save it right. Hiroaji observed carefully for a while and finally concluded this mech was beyond repair. He sighed in frustration and was about to close the warehouse door when an odd feeling suddenly surged in his heart. This mech seemed to be radiating boundless fighting spirit, as if the soldiers who died on the battlefield were trying to come back to life fighting for their beliefs. Hiroaji stopped. All right, I'll give it a try. Hiroaji clenched his fists. Shortly after 9 in the morning, 4 imposing mechs stood in perfect alignment at the village entrance, forming a breathtaking spectacle. Village Chief Faken was overjoyed, clapping Hiroaji on the shoulder repeatedly. Incredible. Young He, you're truly extraordinary. This is nothing short of miraculous. Hiroaji smiled wearily. With proper maintenance, these mechs can remain operational for another 2 to 3 years. But after that, all critical components must be replaced. Chief Faken sighed deeply. I don't even speak of 2 or 3 years. Just seeing these old comrades walk once more along the main road fills our hearts with boundless joy. Indeed, said Uncle House, tears glistening in his eyes. We elders felt just like these mechs, discarded, rusting away in storage, awaiting decommissioning. Who could have imagined we'd live to see them rise again? I simply don't know what to say. By the way, Hiroaji recalled the black mech and asked, Chief Faken, I found a black mech inside the warehouse. It appeared severely battle damaged. Who was its pilot? Chief Faken stared at Hiroaji with an almost inhuman expression, stammering. That warehouse door, the one shielding that black mech, weighs nearly a ton. We never dreamed it would ever be opened again. How? How did you open it? Hiroaji. In Chief Faken, that mech was piloted by Walden, the great hero of our Walden village. When we first settled this land and began building our village, the surrounding forests had not yet matured. Gigantodactyl mantises invaded daily, claiming many lives. Walden had never received combat training. He was like me, a minor. Yet he volunteered as our protector, piloting a modestly modified mech to eradicate the mantises' nesting grounds. Chief Faken sighed and shook his head. He valiantly raised their nests. But in the final battle, he fell beneath the mantises' blades. To honor his sacrifice, we named this planet Walden Star and sealed Walden's shattered mech within the warehouse, laying it to rest as a sacred relic. Only then did Hiroaji understand why the mech radiated such profound battle-worn aura. I've repaired it. What? What did you say? Hiroaji shrugged, turned, and sprinted back into the warehouse, emerging moments later with the black mech roaring to life. I said, I've repaired it. At the sight of the black mech, villagers surged forward, pointing and exclaiming, Black Wing. Black Wing has returned. So this was Black Wing, a fitting name, Hiroaji mused. Chief Faken was speechless. Walden and his Black Wing had long since become symbols of the planet. No one, having witnessed the mech's ruinous state, had ever believed it could stand again. Yet this unassuming young man had succeeded. It's Walden's legacy. Should we reseal it? A villager whispered. No, declared Uncle House. Walden was my dearest friend. I've dreamed for decades of seeing his mech rise once more upon this earth. Indeed, added another villager. We need mechs, especially semi-armed models capable of meaningful defense. Now that Black Wing is restored, why lock it away again? Purchasing a mech of equal value would cost hundreds of thousands of stellar credits. Quiet, everyone. Chief Faken raised his hand. You've all witnessed it. We now host a master technician whose divine skill has resurrected Walden's black wing from oblivion. Now I ask you, if Walden himself stood among us today, would he consent to banishing this mech back into darkness? Of course not. Walden would wield it to serve us all, and the villagers erupted in fervent agreement. Chief Fakin smiled contentedly. Then let us choose a pilot from among ourselves. And in all eyes darted uncertainly. No one spoke. None had ever trained in armored mech combat. Most were septuagenarians or octogenarians. Walking briskly might leave them with aching backs and sore legs. At best, they piloted agricultural mechs for light labor. Piloting a semi-armed mech. Preposterous. And it seems only Hiroaji can take the helm, said Uncle House. At the very least, you're far younger. You'll unlock Blackwing's full potential. And you restored it, added Uncle Jack. You granted it a second life. And exactly, Blackwing belongs to you, Xiaoji. The villagers voiced unanimous approval. Hiroaji accepted without hesitation. The mech's aura was irresistibly compelling, and he embraced the gift with genuine delight. Hiroaji guided Blackwing into the heart of the jungle, where thick vines draped the canopy and treacherous swamps lurked beneath his feet. 7 or 8 gigantodactyl mantises encircled him, regarding the iron giant with curious alien eyes. And this was Hiroaji's chosen method of training. To confront formidable foes, he had to master mech piloting in the shortest time possible. And it had already been a full month since he entered the jungle. From barely surviving a single mantis at first, he now held his ground against 8. His progress forged through relentless, grueling effort. More than once death brushed past him, yet each time he slipped free. This reckless, life-defying regimen propelled his piloting skill to astonishing heights. Blackwing bore fresh scars across its frame, gashes torn by mantis blades. Its elbow and knee-mounted combat blades had shattered countless times, replaced by salvaged mantis forelimbs. Hiroaji remained utterly still, and in his martial style was singular. Before engaging, he spent long minutes observing his opponent. No matter how intricate its anatomy, any adversary observed by Hiroaji for 3 minutes or more dissolved in his mind into fundamental structural components. He would then discern its fatal weakness. And suddenly the mantises attacked as one. And Hiroaji didn't flinch. His hands flew across the controls, blurring into twin streaks of motion. The lightning speed honed repairing skeletal soldiers now reached its zenith. Blackwing twisted along an uncanny arc. Its elbow sliced cleanly across one mantis's back. Its right foot tapped another. Then its wings snapped open, carving an elegant arc through the air as it landed effortlessly beyond the encirclement. 2 mantises froze mid-stride, their skulls cleaved cleanly in two by a single devastating stroke. Before the remaining 6 could react, Blackwing's rear thrusters roared, spewing torrents of flame. Then it vanished like smoke, reappearing deep within the mantis ranks. A series of sharp, brittle cracks echoed. The 6 mantises collapsed, every joint pulverized. And this was the fruit of Hiroaji's month-long, disciplined joint destruction technique. Hiroaji deeply understood his weaknesses. No matter what, agricultural mechas could never compete with military armored mechas. Not to mention the engine power, endurance, and weaponry. Even the materials used for making the mechas were vastly different. Agricultural mechas were made from second-rate ordinary metals, while armed mechas were constructed from exceptionally sturdy cosmic alloys. In a direct confrontation, it was certain that his side would suffer losses. However, even armed mechas had their exceptionally fragile parts, joints. To maintain flexibility, the joints of any mecha could not be equipped with too much armor, and various circuits had to extend through these areas, making the joints the weakest points of the mechas. But not everyone knew how to target the joints effectively. Yet Hiroaji was different. Having seen various skeletons, he had an extraordinary understanding of joints, which led to the development of terrifying martial techniques capable of achieving unexpected results against alien monsters like the giant mantis or enemy armored mechas. Just as Hiroaji unleashed his joint destruction technique to its fullest extent, a faint cracking sound suddenly reached his ears. The data from the mecha before him immediately began to overflow. Oh no! After a month of arduous training, he had finally pushed the strength of the Blackwing mecha to its limit. It seemed he must return to the village for repairs. Hiroaji stuck out his tongue, thankful that he had already dealt with the 8 giant mantises, otherwise he would only be left to take hits now. The Blackwing suddenly turned sharply and nimbly leaped onto a branch, swiftly darting towards the village. When Hiroaji returned to Walden Village, he happened to see a space transport ship taking off. Village Chief Fakin stood beaming in front of the landing pad, excitedly telling Hiroaji, Xiaoji, during this month, we collected purple syrup berries with the mecha you repaired, and the yield has increased 5-fold, which has relieved our urgent needs. He pointed to a large pile of containers behind him happily, saying, look, I used this money to buy food, fuel, and some mecha spare parts. Now we won't have to worry for a while. Good times have come to Walden Village. Hiruaji was also very delighted, asking Chief Fakin, how much can we sell the purple syrup wine for? A full 350 star coins. What? Hiruaji frowned. One barrel of wine weighed 60 pounds, which meant it was less than 6 star coins per pound, seeming much cheaper than the price the chief had initially mentioned. Well, Village Chief Fakin explained somewhat awkwardly, because the supply this time is too large. Those space traders are unwilling to offer a high price. Anyway, our income has greatly increased. Haha, why bother worrying about these things? Those despicable traders. Hiruaji muttered. Although purple syrup wine had no fame, it was entirely natural, without any pollution, and of absolutely first-rate quality. No matter how one looked at it, this price was simply too low. These merchants always did this, buying the local products from border planets at the lowest prices and selling modern goods to the residents at the highest prices, thus reaping huge profits. Even if these residents were all elderly, they would not show a shred of compassion. Damn it, one day I will make these merchants pay. Hiruaji silently vowed. Don't be angry. Village Chief Fakin smiled as he pulled out a box from behind. This is a gift for you. Is this a network helmet? Hiruaji was very surprised. Yes. We old folks have long adapted to the monotonous life here, so it doesn't matter much for us, but you young people are naturally a bit more lively. Having kept you here for so long must have been quite boring, right? Anyway, all this money was earned thanks to your help, so we old fellows decided to buy you and Mu Xiaoping each a network helmet. This way, when you are bored, you will have a toy to play with. Hiruaji felt quite touched. A network helmet didn't cost much, but to connect to the Interstellar network it required at least the establishment of a secondary signal transmission station. Originally, there was only a primary station on Walden Star, which could only transmit some text or two-dimensional images to the outside world like an old computer network. To enter a virtual reality, three-dimensional, fully simulated network, the station had to be upgraded. The cost was extraordinarily high. Even with the high yield of purple syrup berries this month, it would be impossible to afford this expense. The elders were practically using their savings to present this precious gift to Hiruaji and the others. His eyes grew misty. Village Chief Fakin, one day, I will repay you all, repay this planet. Hiruaji's voice was incredibly serious. He was not someone who made promises lightly, but once he made a promise, he would certainly fulfill it. This kid. Fakin chuckled foolishly. Inside the room, Hiruaji stared blankly at the myriad of wires and the virtual helmet with a manual as thick as a dictionary laid out before him. Hiruaji pondered deeply. Mu Xiaoping felt quite curious, asking Xiaoji, what are you still doing? Hiruaji gave her a deep look, a mysterious smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Mu Xiaoping asked, Xiaoji, you haven't used this kind of helmet before, have you? Hiruaji replied. Mu Xiaoping continued. Hiruaji forced a smile, saying the electronic helmets we used on Earth were never this complicated. Mu Xiaoping suddenly understood, smiling gently. Oh, so that's how it is. That's not strange at all, because Earth is a primitive ecological protection zone. What does that mean? Hiruaji asked in confusion. Mu Xiaoping explained somewhat awkwardly. Xiaoji, please don't be angry with me for saying this. If we say that our current universe is an egg, then the entire solar system is the yolk. The 5-star domains are the egg white, and the chaotic world outside the shell is rich in resources. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Hiruaji frowned. Well, the solar system was the first star system inhabited by humanity. While the civilization was indeed very advanced at one point, due to being overly developed 200 years ago, when all resources in the solar system were exhausted, most capable individuals hurriedly left there for the current 5-star domains. Since then, the civilization of the solar system has stagnated. To the civilized world, the solar system is merely a historically valuable protection zone, and the inhabitants born there are regarded as uncivilized savages. This, Hiruaji then realized that Earthlings were looked down upon. However, this was also quite natural in this world. Only the strong deserved respect. Hiruaji shrugged. Although he could not change his identity as an Earthling, he could absolutely change how Earthlings were viewed by others. You're not angry, are you? Mu Xiaoping asked cautiously while observing his expression. Hiruaji gave her a reassuring smile, shrugging him, indeed a bit unable to accept it, but I would never take my anger out on a girl. The Chaos World is the star domain beyond the Federation. After 200 years of development, the Federation's resources have gradually become strained, prompting various star domains to closely monitor the outer resource-rich planets. However, the natural environment and mining difficulties of those planets are exceedingly challenging. To cultivate suitable interstellar miners, many star domains resort to using death row inmates for gene hybridization with beasts, creating strong half-beasts to work as miners on alien planets. Although this method has provided the Federation with a wealth of resources, many resource planets have gradually been occupied by half-beasts. These individuals require the technology and machinery of civilized worlds, yet they harbor immense malice towards civilization. They walk the line between good and evil, making it difficult to discern their true nature. Thus, these resource planets are referred to as the Chaos World. This was the first time Hiroaji had heard the term half-beast. He thought to himself that these people were truly pitiful, first being forced to inject some beast genes rendering them neither human nor ghost, and then being sent to work in harsh environments on resource planets where they might very well die. If he were to face such a fate, he might have already become an enemy of humanity. Mu Xiaoping then said softly, humans are such beings for their own ambitions and desires they can manipulate the lives and dignity of others at will. Perhaps this situation will not change in the slightest until the day humanity is destroyed. Hiroaji was taken aback, unsure why he sensed such a heavy aura of melancholy emanating from Mu Xiaoping. Mu Xiaoping smiled faintly and said, let's enter the network first, it's quite simple. They'll explain it to you slowly once we're inside. User Blackwing has logged into the system, initial ranking 315473542, currency 1000. After a pleasant melody, Hiroaji felt a bit dizzy as he logged into the network, and the virtual reality system made it seem as if he had entered another world. The air in this world felt extraordinarily refreshing, and all the architecture resembled the opulent and extravagant style of 18th century Europe on Earth. Hiroaji stood in front of a grand city, surrounded by elegantly dressed handsome men and beautiful women. Occasionally mechs flew across the sky and distant sounds of flames and explosions suggested a fierce battle was underway. Xiaoji, a stunningly beautiful woman with striking red hair shimmering under the sun, asked with a hint of confusion. What does initial ranking mean? Initial ranking refers to your combat power level among the 5 billion network users. Netizens must engage in mech battles to improve their rankings. In the Zeus world, this ranking is highly significant as it represents a person's mech piloting proficiency. Those with high rankings in the real world often find good jobs, even if they lack impressive academic credentials. So make sure to work hard. Is that so? Mu Xiaoping explained that the current universe prioritizes martial prowess, and the Interstellar network was initially established to allow mech knights from different star domains to exchange combat techniques, which is why it seems to emphasize military content. However, the universe is vast, and not all places can connect to the same network. Currently, there are 3 main networks established in the universe. One is the Zeus network, serving the Western civilized world. Another is the Panga network, catering to the Eastern star domains. The third is the Chaos network, used by the half-beasts of the Chaos world. So even the top-ranked individual in the Zeus world may not necessarily be an invincible powerhouse. Does that mean learning to pilot a mech is quite easy here? Hiroaji's eyes brightened as he had entered the network specifically to learn mech piloting. Mu Xiaoping nodded and added, however, what? There are various mech training schools in the network, but generally the fees are not cheap. Completing even the most basic course usually costs over 3,000 gold coins. 1 gold coin is equivalent to 1 credit point, which means a staggering sum of 3,000 yuan. Hiroaji had no money at all. Well, find a way to make money. Mu Xiaoping said with a bright smile, there are many opportunities to earn money in the virtual network. Hiroaji tilted his head and thought for a long time, unable to come up with any way for someone like him, an original person from a natural reserve, to earn money. Other than robbery. I'm sorry, sir, our basic mech training course costs 2,800 yuan after discounts. Please pay 70% of the tuition in advance. Thank you. Hiroaji had already been rejected by 7 mech academies. Greenwild City was established specifically for newcomers to the network, so it contained many mech academies where both absolute beginners and highly accomplished ace mech pilots could improve. Yet none were affordable enough. After searching for a long time, he found a mech academy that did not require upfront tuition. It was a training class set up by a space exploration company entirely free, with the only requirement being that students must work for the company for a time after completing their training. But when the instructor saw Hiroaji's ability test results, he was so furious that his eyes nearly popped out. Are you a pig? Your spiritual power is less than 40 points. My God, where did you come from, country bumpkin? Earth, Hiroaji replied calmly. Earth? Damn it, go back to your hometown and eat mud, stupid earthling. Hiroaji was kicked out. Just then a chubby old man appeared above his head. Young lad, do you want to learn how to pilot a mech? The old man asked with a smile. Hiroaji nodded. But you have no money. He nodded again. Your spiritual power is only 35 points. He nodded once more. Very good. The chubby old man slapped Hiroaji's shoulder enthusiastically. Good boy, you are truly born to be my disciple. Rest assured, I Huadak am the most famous mech instructor in Greenwild City. My school has excellent facilities and reasonable fees. It will definitely be your best choice. But Hiroaji looked at the old man with great skepticism. The man appeared so overweight that he seemed unable to move, possibly unable to fit into a mech cockpit, let alone be a qualified mech instructor. Go. Do you not believe me? Here this is a photo of me with the #1 ranked mech master in the Zeus server Dark Fallen Angel. This is a video of my battle against the invading monsters from the ENU star system. Come on, how could I possibly be a nobody in the stars? Would I really scam you out of a little pocket money? Now come sign this contract. I guarantee that within 6 months you'll learn to pilot an armed mech and become a distinguished mech knight. The tuition is only 800 yuan. Come on, what are you hesitating for? Be decisive. Hiroaji took the contract, which seemed fine, yet he felt something was off. Hiroaji hesitantly transferred 800 gold coins into the old man's account, and Hudak beamed with joy. That's right. Now you have become an honored disciple of the Tianyu Network Mech Academy. Aren't you happy? Can I see where the school is first? A cold wind blew, sweeping up a patch of golden yellow fallen leaves on the ground. Hiroaji stared blankly at the Tianyu Network Mech Academy in front of him. A group of children, noses dripping, played with unrestrained joy. This academy is clearly designed exclusively for minors. Brother, Hudak yawned, speaking with solemn gravity. Your mental energy rating is merely 34. Many of these students score higher. How much better do you truly imagine yourself to be? And you claim graduates can pilot armed mechs. Well, I humored your enthusiasm, that's all. Hiroaji smiled faintly, a chilling glint in his eyes. Hudak suddenly shivered. Hiroaji glanced at a towering tree by the school gate, then narrowed his gaze at Hodak's throat. In an instant, Hiroaji launched a lightning kick, sweeping past the tree in a blur. Azza! Hudak felt only a gale rush across his face, and a sharp sting on his skin. The tree groaned horribly, snapping cleanly at the trunk before crashing thunderously to the ground. Hudak instinctively swallowed hard. In the virtual realm, players' physical attributes mirrored reality exactly. Thus, this seemingly naive young man from Earth truly possessed such monstrous, terrifying strength. Teach me to pilot a mech, or die, Hiroaji said calmly. Thighs. Hodak's eyes brimmed with silent, helpless despair. Good heavens! Training an earthling with mental energy below 40 to pilot an armed mech was akin to teaching a pig the theory of relativity, an utterly impossible task. I'm doomed, Hudak wailed inwardly. Under Hiroaji's cold, predatory stare, he trembled as he began the first theoretical lesson. Today shall we begin with the history of armed mechs. Is that acceptable? Hudak wore a servile, ingratiating smile. Do as you wish. You're the instructor, Hiroaji replied, seated imperiously in the classroom, his face pale and stern. Hudak cleared his throat softly. It's not that I refuse to teach you. It's simply that given your mental energy level, you cannot possibly operate the latest generation mechs. I can pilot agricultural mechs. Agricultural and armed mechs are worlds apart. Indeed, piloting methodology has long been a thorny bottleneck in armored mech development. For instance, agricultural mechs require only dozens, or at most hundreds, of routine motions, whereas combat-grade mechs demand tens of thousands of intricate split-second maneuvers to meet battlefield exigencies. At the mention of mech history, Hodak's demeanor shifted instantly. His crass, mercenary expression vanished, replaced by quiet, scholarly focus. Originally, pilots relied on antiquated button-based controls, akin to flying fighter jets. Cockpits were fitted with keyboards, joysticks, and directional sensors. Pressing specific buttons triggered attacks. This method's flaw was glaring. Its simplicity rendered complex martial maneuvers impossible. Consequently, early mechs fought like vintage fighters, relying almost entirely on long-range fire. Yet as engines and armor advanced, mech knights grew astonishingly agile, dodging with uncanny precision. Long-range bombardment thus lost its lethality. Battles often devolved into absurd standoffs, adversaries locked in distant duels, launching missiles and railgun salvos across tens of kilometers, until after an hour of fierce exchange, both sides returned unscathed to their carriers, drained of energy. This farcical warfare endured only briefly, until a revolutionary new mech emerged. It evaded clumsy enemy strikes with dazzling agility, closed the distance in a heartbeat, and struck with lethal precision, slashing through foes with beam blades or plasma axes in blind spots where weapons could not reach. By drastically reducing reliance on energy-hungry long-range armaments, these mechs slashed power consumption, sustaining combat for over 72 hours with battlefield survivability vastly surpassing that of first-generation cosmic mechs. And these new mechs, capable of breathtaking hyper-combat techniques, were equipped with an entirely novel control system, the electroneural interface. This is the universal control standard across the cosmos today. The electroneural chip emerged only after breakthroughs in bionics enabled its design, a wholly new class of computing hardware. Compared to conventional processors, electroneural chips resemble organic brains synthesized from biochemical substrates. They boast immense computational power, but more crucially, they interface directly with the human brain. Upon entering the cockpit, the pilot dons a helmet-like device that automatically captures neural impulses, converts them into commands for the electroneural chip, and simultaneously feeds sensor data from the mech straight back into the pilot's consciousness. Thus, the human mind and machine fuse organically, enabling instantaneous fluid execution of even the most intricate maneuvers. Yet electroneural systems remain artificial constructs. Perfect synchronization with the human brain remains unattainable. A critical factor, the assimilation rate, governs the harmony between mind and machine. Higher assimilation rates signify greater synergy and exponentially amplify combat effectiveness. To date, however, the highest recorded rate hovers near 70%. Mental energy is precisely the metric quantifying this assimilation rate. Those with elevated mental energy may pilot elite mechs. Those with low ratings, like Huaraji, are outright rejected by every advanced system. So that was the root of the problem. Huaraji finally understood. Then, is there any solution? Well, Hodak hesitated. Most lower-tier armed mechs retain manual override systems. If your hand speed is extraordinary, you might approximate electroneural responsiveness through sheer dexterity. What does that mean? Consider this under standard operation. A pilot scans enemy data via radar, processes it mentally, and transmits attack commands via neural signals, a process requiring roughly half a second. But in full manual mode, within that same half-second, your hands must execute over 32 distinct motions. On the actual battlefield, sustained engagement may demand uninterrupted processing for minutes, a physical impossibility for any human hand unless forged from reinforced steel. Huaraji's eyes lit up. Any path forward was worth pursuing. I will try, he declared, voice cool and resolute. Hodak shrugged. Very well, I'll escort you to the simulation chamber. Then you'll grasp just how formidable this challenge truly is. Young man, accept your limits. Some things are never meant to be yours. Do not cling to futile dreams. No, humanity's noblest virtue, Huaraji affirmed unwavering, is the courage to dream. Hodak reluctantly led Huaraji to the simulation training pod. It was a bare cockpit, devoid of mecha limbs or a head-mounted command interface, designed solely for instruction. All right, let's deactivate the electronic neural system. Muttering under his breath, Hodak settled into the cockpit and said, I'll now execute the simplest possible attack maneuver. Watch closely. A hand speed counter beside you will show just how fast my movements truly are. Hodak surged into action. A sharp crackling burst echoed through the simulation pod. The counter flashed to 37 in just 1.5 seconds. On screen, Hodak smoothly fired an electromagnetic cannon. Well, young man, that's my hand speed, Hodak said, shaking his head. Impossible to match anyone else's rhythm. On the battlefield, even the lowest tier grunt could overwhelm you 70 or 80 times over. Save yourself the trouble, go home, and get on with your life. Huaraji stared unblinkingly at the instrument panel inside the pod, motionless. Hey. Hodak gazed helplessly at the dazed youth, then finally sighed in resignation. Fine. I'll refund you 300 credits. Consider me thoroughly intimidated. Honestly, I'm not this generous every day. You're a master, Hirui suddenly declared. What did you say? Hodak froze. The way you sit in that cockpit. It's like a peerless swordsman gripping his treasured blade. Your spirit, your aura, everything transforms. Huaraji concluded calmly. You must be an extraordinary mecha knight. No need to resort to such petty tricks to swindle money. A chill ran down Hodak's spine. For years had moved unseen through the network, never once unmasked. Everyone saw him as a talentless rogue who preyed on children for scraps and pocket change. Yet this earth-born provincial boy, with notoriously low psychic aptitude, had pierced his true identity. Hodak's pupils contracted sharply, his fists clenched tight. Could this youth be a master too? Impossible. His instincts couldn't have dulled that far. If the youth were truly formidable, Hodak would never have approached him in the first place. Hodak relaxed his stance and chuckled. Master, you've watched too many cartoons. Huaraji gave him a knowing glance, then walked over and seated himself in the simulation pod. How many actions per second must I achieve before you'll teach me to pilot a combat mecha? At least 70 per second, sustained for over 2 minutes. Hodak replied offhandedly, scratching his nose while naming a threshold no human could conceivably meet. Huaraji nodded once. A sudden gale erupted inside the pod. Hodak nearly lost his footing. Deafening hammering assaulted his eardrums as on the main screen, Huaraji's mecha unleashed electromagnetic cannons in blinding succession, too rapid for the eye to follow. The counter's digits leapt forward furiously. Then, white smoke billowed from the pod, followed by the acrid stench of burning insulation. Hodak's jaw dropped wider and wider, drool pooling at his feet. Suddenly the pod exploded with a thunderous boom, belching thick black smoke and erupting into roaring flames. Hiruaji's hands had moved so swiftly that friction between fingertips and keys generated enough heat to ignite them, and it had taken only 1 minute. Hiruaji stepped down with quiet regret, rotating his wrists as he glanced at the counter, as if what had just transpired were utterly trivial. Hodak slowly turned his stiff neck. The counter read 8,000. In 60 seconds, this monster had executed 8,000 discrete motions. That equated to 130 actions per second. Heavens above. Perhaps, Hodak stammered, perhaps you could become an exceptional mecha knight, if you had a control console sturdy enough to survive you. Yes, master, Hiruaji smiled. From the day Hiruaji entered the virtual network, Walden Village was doomed. Though Hiruaji's hand speed now exceeded 130 actions per second, this merely matched the baseline standard for ordinary mecha knights. To him, such performance was clearly insufficient. Since he could not enhance his psychic energy, he would instead push his manual dexterity to its absolute limit. He trained with near-frenzied intensity, his method bare-handed mechanical repair. No machine was spared, from colossal agricultural mechas to palm-sized radios. All fell under Hiruaji's relentless scrutiny. Even perfectly functional devices he would dismantle into their most fundamental components, then reassemble them in record time. Watching Hiruaji repair machinery was pure delight, a spectacle akin to masterful sleight of hand. A compact radio danced lightly in his palms, 2 gentle flips, and in a flash of silver light its parts scattered across the floor in perfect disarray. Before onlookers could even gasp, another silver flash, and the radio stood whole again. Watches, televisions, refrigerators, washing machines. Nothing escaped his grasp. By the end, villagers whispered that the poor boy had finally lost his mind. This regimen lasted a full month, until Hiruaji grew weary. The village's machines were simply too rudimentary to challenge him further. One afternoon, brooding, he wandered aimlessly through the forest, when his foot struck a jagged stone. Staring at the strangely contorted rock, an idea sparked in his mind. From that day onward, Hiruaji spent nearly 12 hours daily deep in the woods, on top of his network sessions with Hodak, learning mecha piloting, leaving no time for sleep. Villagers fretted, what illness has seized this child? Buma matriarch tugged Falcon village chief's ear, then dragged Stout House along to investigate the forest themselves. Dappled sunlight filtered through the canopy onto a small clearing. Hiruaji stood blindfolded with a black cloth across his eyes. Wind shrieked through the trees, chilling the air around them. Before him rose a stone tower, built from uneven rocks roughly a meter tall. Children stacking stones usually begin with the largest at the base, progressing steadily upward, ensuring stability. But Hiruaji's tower used stones of uniform size, even inverted with smaller ones beneath larger ones. This child really is still playing with rocks at his age. Buma matriarch fumed and laughed at once. Had Hiruaji spent an entire month doing this? But why does his stone tower never fall? After long observation, Falcon village chief noticed something amiss. The others looked, and indeed, the tower twisted and tilted wildly, defying all known principles of mechanics. The stones themselves were irregular, gnarled, some grotesquely shaped, almost monstrous, as though he deliberately avoided any stable symmetrical form. Such a structure shouldn't stand, not even 3 or 5 stones stacked together. Collapse would be inevitable, unless someone held it, but that made no sense. Stabilizing the top destabilized the base, and vice versa. Only a 1,000-armed Guanyin reborn could possibly hold it steady. Yet Hiruaji stood perfectly still, motionless before the tower. Was there a ghost? Suddenly House boomed, his hands. They're moving. The 3 stared, and recoiled in astonishment. Indeed, Hiruaji's hands flickered constantly, so fast they seemed frozen in place, leaving no afterimage in the air, breathtaking in their velocity. Each time the tower began to tilt, Hiruaji's finger would dart out, barely brushing the leaning stone, to restore momentary balance. Though each equilibrium lasted but an instant, within that sliver of time, he applied countless balancing forces. That was the tower's secret, its defiance of gravity. When the stones gradually shifted, seemingly unable to bear the strain, he exhaled sharply. With a flick of his finger, the topmost stone began spinning. Then the second, then the third, fourth, until the entire tower whirled violently under his ceaseless touch. Centrifugal force surged, re-anchoring the tower's integrity. His hands dissolved into streaks of white light, spinning, adjusting, coaxing. Jagged edges ground fiercely against one another, sparking showers of fire. The spectacle lasted precisely 1 hour. Falcon, Buma, and House stood entranced, dazed as if trapped inside a surreal dream. This was no longer human. Hiruaji abruptly ceased. He breathed deeply and removed the blindfold. The stones continued spinning, their rough edges worn smooth by friction, transformed into gleaming, flawless river pebbles. The tower collapsed with a soft thud, each stone now polished to mirror-like luster reflecting crisp silhouettes. Hiruaji gazed at his calloused hands. These hands could accomplish anything and protect everyone he held dear. Hodak had never encountered a student like Hiruaji, someone who embodied both genius and folly in equal measure. To call him a freak would not in truth be unjust. On one hand, Hiruaji had somehow increased his hand speed to 430 motions per second within just 2 months, and could replicate any mecha maneuver with perfect fidelity after observing it only once. Hodak even began to wonder whether Hiruaji might be some kind of cybernetic automaton. Yet automatons do not browse the net. A century ago, you would have become the galaxy's greatest mecha knight. Hodak declared full of genuine admiration. 100 years ago, electronic neural interface technology did not exist. All mecha control was entirely manual. In that era, Hiruaji would have shone brilliantly. Today, however, things were different. With deepening dismay, Hodak discovered that no amount of training could raise Hiruaji's spiritual energy, even by a single percentage point. This reality pained him greatly. Though Hodak had long withdrawn from the mecha world, witnessing a peerless prodigy burdened with such a fatal flaw still filled him with profound sorrow. No matter how diligently Hiruaji trained, he would remain confined to piloting only the lowest-tier mechas. In interstellar combat, a mecha's intrinsic capabilities are paramount. Even the most exceptional pilot cannot achieve victory without a powerful mecha, and may well fail to preserve his own life. Hiruaji, however, appeared utterly indifferent. "Aren't you ever disheartened?" One day Hodak could restrain himself no longer. "You could have been the finest knight imaginable." While continuing his drills, Hiruaji replied calmly, "My low spiritual energy is an objective fact, immutable and unchangeable. Then why waste energy fretting over what cannot be altered?" He recalled the skeletal soldiers of the Abyssal Desolation Zone. Skeletal soldiers were the lowest echelon among warriors. Even a raw recruit could effortlessly dispatch 3 or 4 of them. Yet those skeletal soldiers never cursed fate or lamented the heavens for bestowing upon them such shattered fragile forms. Instead, they trained relentlessly, tempering their brittle bones into steel. Hiruaji, for his part, was thoroughly impressed with Hodak. He had long sensed that this man was unquestionably a master mecha pilot, and undoubtedly a veteran warrior forged in countless brutal battles. His techniques were not gleaned from textbooks, but honed through relentless bloody combat. From Hodak, Hiruaji learned direct, battle-tested tactics and numerous practical emergency protocols. Indeed, manual mecha operation was itself an extreme contingency measure, employed only when electronic neural interface systems failed. Elite mecha knights piloting advanced units would likely never even learn this skill in their lifetimes. One afternoon, as Hiruaji trained as usual on the simulation rig, 5 swaggering youths burst noisily into the academy. Their leader was exceptionally muscular, barely 15 or 16 years old, yet built like a bipedal bear, his arms thicker than Hiruaji's thighs. His skin gleamed oily black, crisscrossed with tattoos, his hair erupted in an explosive style. A thick iron chain coiled tightly around his entire right arm, and he stared down at Hiruaji with undisguised contempt. The 4 behind him were similarly aged, all bearing the rough, streetwise look of petty thugs. "Who are you?" The youth slammed the chain onto the table, casually glanced at the screen, and suddenly burst into raucous laughter. "You're still studying simulated military harbor breach, a course every elementary student masters. Are you seriously an idiot?" The 4 hooted in unison. Hiruaji's hand stiffened. With that seemingly offhand glance, he had already assessed the youth's approximate combat capability. All 5 youths possessed remarkably developed musculature and robust bone structure, not the product of gym workouts, but of lifelong heavy physical labor. Yet from a tactical standpoint, excessive muscle mass hindered speed and agility, combined with underdeveloped lower body strength. These seemingly formidable figures struck Hiruaji as a master fighter, as perilously unbalanced. "I am Master Hodak's student," Hiruaji said calmly, stepping out of the simulation cockpit. "Do you have business here?" The youth's eyes bulged. "Hodak's new student. That old ghost still manages to recruit. Damn it. We'd assumed this academy was about to shut down, sparing us from returning to this godforsaken place." So they too were Hodak's students. Hiruaji narrowed his eyes. "I'm Lei Bao." The youth tilted his chin upward, jabbing a finger hard into Hiruaji's chest. "I'm the boss of this school." "Heh. Hear this, last time our Lei Yun gang was banned from the network for 3 months for aggravated assault, so if you've never heard my name, well, that's forgivable, but from now on this school answers to me." Hiruaji gazed blankly at the jabbing finger, then walked to a nearby table and poured himself a cup of tea. The 4 behind him drew sharp breaths. The newcomer was outrageously bold. "Brat," Lei Bao snarled, lunging forward. "Did you hear what I said?" Hiruaji sipped his tea and replied serenely, "Do not point your finger at me again." These 5 youths clearly hailed from laborer families, deprived of proper education since childhood. So long as they ceased their hostile posturing, Hiruaji resolved to coexist peacefully with them. Lei Bao froze, then erupted in booming laughter, jabbing Hiruaji's chest repeatedly. You forgot to say please, you scrawny little monkey. Jab, jab, jab. Hiruaji sighed softly, setting down his teacup, and in that instant Lei Bao shrieked and staggered backward. No one else saw what had happened. They rushed forward shouting, Boss! Boss! Lei Bao thrust his right hand high. The finger that had been jabbing Hiruaji's chest now bent grotesquely backward brutally, snapped its white bones stark against glistening blood. Though this occurred within the virtual realm, the agony was no less real. Take him down. For thugs closed in, drawing gleaming knives from their waists. In truth, they were unnerved. Just recently, they had been stripped of internet access for cybercrime. On many desolate mining planets or remote asteroid colonies, there was no other form of entertainment. The network was life itself. Those 3 months of prison-like confinement had left them deeply afraid. Dak just beat the kid senseless. Go easy on him. Yeah, I don't want another 3 months cooped up at home, said Huanan. Brat, kneel and kowtow to us properly, and maybe we'll go light on you. Awu sneered. What followed happened in the blink of an eye. First, Awu's chest was struck by a crushing blow. His sternum caved inward, at least 7 ribs shattered. Huanan hadn't even launched his practiced whip kick when both knees exploded under brutal impact. His patellae pulverized. Dak's scapulae collapsed inward, his arms froze, utterly paralyzed. Charlie's entire face was driven deep into his skull, his nasal bridge obliterated beyond recognition. Hiruaji stepped forward, slowly knelt before Lei Bao with quiet composure, and spoke with refined civility. Please refrain from pointing at me again. Would that be acceptable? Lei Bao was speechless, tears welling bladder, threatening to betray him. The 5-member Lei Yun gang huddled trembling in the corner of the classroom, staring across at Hiruaji, as if he were a man-eating tiger squatting in plain sight. After all, though death online meant instant resurrection, pain remained brutally real, unattenuated, unfiltered. And this monster before them delivered agony, so excruciating that their bravado, once rooted in the conviction that they were true heroes, fearless warriors who'd laugh off blades and axes, shattered completely. Today they learned the ancient truth: beyond every mountain lies another, beyond every master a greater one. Boss, Charlie whispered. He's reading 100 practical scenarios for beginner mecha combat. That's elementary school material. Exactly, we just slipped up, that's all. Dak mumbled. Hiruaji turned a page and softly coughed. Instantly the 5 clutched each other, mute with terror. Dak sat cheerfully in the center. Shall Lei, how those 3 months treated you? Lei Bao grunted, stuck at home, bored stiff, spending every day piloting mining bots. How's your mother's illness? Lei Bao's eyes dimmed. He lowered his head. Doctors say she needs treatment at a major planetary hospital. Our little colony doesn't have that capability. A hospital has already been arranged for her, but the mine says they'll cover only 3/4 of the medical costs if I sign a 20-year labor contract. Still, the remaining travel and treatment expenses exceed 40,000 stellas. Huh. Well, we'll see. I might just sign a 30-year contract and those old bastards might finally pay the full amount. Conditions at your energy mines aren't exactly humane. Few veteran miners last 30 years. Most are broken men after 20. Wasn't that how your mother fell ill? Do you really intend to? Then what do I do? Lei Bao ground his teeth. Robbery is impossible, interjected Hiruaji calmly. With your 5 abilities, even if 5 brand new mechas stood before you, success would be unthinkable. You? Enough, Shao Lei. Since your mother's condition is so grave, why come here to study at all? Huadak asked, concern softening his voice. These 5 youths were children of frontier mining asteroids, distinct from the massive corporatron mines of the chaotic star zone. The large-scale operations maintained standardized management and employed robust beastmen laborers. Private mines, however, operated under appalling conditions. Owners, driven by obscene profit margins, routinely tortured their workers. Miners piloted battered mechas, working day and night inside suffocating shafts. Even the strongest young men rarely lasted 15 or 20 years before collapsing into skeletal husks. By federal regulation, all mining personnel must complete over 500 hours of mecha operation training before commencing formal work. It was this requirement that granted the 5 entry into the virtual learning world and moved Huadak, seeing their plight, to teach them foundational mecha piloting skills. Yet these children of society's lowest stratum would likely never pilot sleek, armed mechas soaring freely beneath the boundless starfield. Now 15 and a half, in just a few months they would reach legal adulthood and be forced to sign exploitative labor contracts with mine operators, trading meager wages for medical care for fathers whose lives were being slowly crushed in the abyssal tunnels below. This was the unrelenting reality of the miner's family, No escape, no horizon. Lei Bao murmured, "My mother. She hopes I'll earn a Class C armed mecha license." Huadak understood. Within the Federation, mecha pilots were ranked in 5 tiers. The lowest Class E permitted only operation of agricultural or basic industrial mechas. For children raised in mining zones, attaining this license was trivial, but it also condemned them to lifetimes of brute labor buried deepest in the mine shafts. Class D licenses authorized precision high-grade mining mechas and entry-level armed mechas. Lei Bao and his peers had already reached this level, but without connections or credits, even lighter duties on the mine remained out of reach. Class E holders could pilot mid-tier armed mechas. Achieving this rank might well compel the mine to treat Lei Bao as a person of consequence, perhaps sparing him the descent into the pit altogether. Yet earning a Class E license was extraordinarily difficult, not only demanding exceptional individual tactical acumen, but also proven command and coordinated combat proficiency. Examinations required candidates to engage in live combat simulations alongside at least 3 comrades. If fewer than 3 teammates registered, the testing facility supplied virtual allies. Class B and Class A certifications posed even more formidable challenges, far beyond Lei Bao's current imagination. Lei Bao had never received formal training. He rarely paid attention in class. Though naturally formidable in raw combat, concepts like tactics, organization, and coordination remained utterly alien, worthless clutter in his mind. The exam is less than 3 weeks away. Ruaji yawned idly. He too planned to sit the test, aiming for a Class D license, as only Class D certification granted access to global simulation arenas where warriors from across the cosmos could compete. "Old man, our team should be up to the task, right?" Lei Bao feigned nonchalance, though inwardly he harbored little confidence. After all, the mecha piloting license examination employed a brutal elimination system. After an initial electronic aptitude test, candidates' true adversaries became one another. Each promotion exam typically attracted over 50 million applicants, yet fewer than 500,000 ever succeeded, yielding a pass rate of less than 1%. Those who earned a Class C license were exceedingly rare, the definitive dividing line between professional knights and amateurs. Some spent their entire lives retaking the exams, never advancing beyond Class D. Well, Huadak offered a wry smile. Though a master of mecha combat, he had always preferred solitary operations and possessed virtually no experience in tactical coordination. Moreover, transforming these unruly youths into a disciplined, cohesive squad within just half a month was an entirely different challenge from fighting on the battlefield himself. "Old man, this is the sole wish of my mother. I will fulfill it," Lei Bao roared, seizing Huadak by the collar. He had no idea who Huadak truly was, and even if he had, he would not have believed it. "Shoo," Hiraji interjected with mild disdain. "This is a place of study. Refrain from barking like a rabid dog. No matter how loudly you shout, you cannot compel others to accomplish the impossible. You, training 5 pigs to comprehend combat within a month. That's simply too difficult. Who are you calling pigs? If you weren't pigs, you'd have begun learning armed mecha operation the moment you could reason. After all, it remains the sole means to transform your lives and save your loved ones. Not this frantic self-destructive posturing, turning yourselves into grotesque, half-human phantoms before recklessly clashing with strangers whose intentions you know nothing of. If mere shouting could grant every wish in this world, then it wouldn't be you staring at me with such terror now, but rather me kneeling and battered beneath your fists. It seems your mother never taught you the true laws of survival," Hiri said calmly. "Don't you dare insult my mother, you damned bastard." Lei Bao lunged forward and unleashed a thunderous, perfectly aimed punch, a heavy iron fist tracing a long, lethal arc straight to his opponent's nose. Yet the nose did not cave in as expected. Instead, a searing, stabbing pain shot up Lei Bao's knuckles. Hiri seized Lei Bao's fist, slowly twisted it, then slammed his knee hard into Lei Bao's abdomen. Crack. His freshly reset arm snapping once more. Damn you." Though terrified, the other 4 charged forward. Teeth gritted, loyalty overriding fear. This time they abandoned all pretense, ambushes from behind, blinding lime dust, eye-gouging groin strikes, feigned surrender followed by sudden assault. Every underhanded trick in the book. Their fluid execution and seamless coordination revealed this to be the Leiyun gang's standard combat doctrine. Though the outcome remained unchanged, all 5 lay groaning on the ground. Hiruaji smiled faintly. In them he saw his former self, not weak perhaps, but cloaked in ferocity instead of timidity, yet fundamentally the same. A man who possesses courage, however flawed, is still redeemable. Within 1 month I can forge you into elite soldiers, if you submit utterly to my command. What say you? You think you're something special? Even the instructors call you a backwater hick from Earth. So what if you know a bit of ancient martial arts? Can you even pilot an armed mecha, you bastard? I only promise to train you into true warriors, not pilots. That distinction matters little. Hiruaji stepped coldly onto Lei Bao's chest. Still, to earn your respect, I'll grant you a contest your 5 mechas against my single unit. How does that sound? This, you said it. We won't even need 5 mechas. I alone will crush you, send you sprawling piss-soaked and humiliated. If I win, you'll crawl out of this academy and never return, you beast. They chose a battlefield known as the Black Jungle. A 20 square kilometer square arena enclosed within an atmospheric dome. It featured only a small lake and flat plain in its northeastern corner, the rest swallowed entirely by dense primordial forest teeming with countless unknown ferocious creatures. Though virtual, the simulation rendered the cockpit experience indistinguishable from reality. Lei Bao ultimately accepted the 5-tune duel, not out of fairness, but because Hiruaji's contemptuous gaze was unbearable. Still, he insisted the map selection be granted to his opponent, deeming anything less profoundly unjust. You 4 wait by the lake in the northeast corner. I'll hunt him alone. Like hell, I'd take advantage of him. Lei Bao snarled. All 5 piloted the Blazing Wolf-class mecha. A foundational combat unit designed for reconnaissance and light engagements, it bore laser-edged melee blades on both arms and a low-output beam cannon embedded in its chest plating. Its simple mechanical architecture made mass production easy, consequently factions across the cosmos replicated and refined it endlessly, yielding countless variants renowned for affordability, reliability, and formidable performance. It was the AK-47 of the mecha world, ubiquitous among the lower and middle strata. The Leian Quintet selected a close-quarters combat-optimized variant, consistent with their aggressive, unrefined style. Lei Bao activated his Blazing Wolf and vanished into the forest. Though he hadn't piloted an armed mecha in 3 months, daily operation of mining rigs had kept his tactical reflexes sharp. Lei Bao activated his radar, sweeping the entire battlefield. The Blazing Wolf's Doppler array boasted a 500-kilometer detection radius. Any engine ignition within that range would instantly register. Lei Bao resolved to end this swiftly. Yet the opponent had not even activated his engine. If that were truly the case, it would indeed pose a challenge. 20 square kilometers of dense jungle made locating a concealed mech exceedingly difficult. Hiding like a cowardly turtle, Lei Bao gritted his teeth. I'll search methodically. So long as he keeps his engine silent, I will find him. When I do, I'll reduce him to minced meat. According to Huodak, this earthling fool had only recently begun learning mech piloting, whereas Lei Bao had been handling mining mechs since the age of 3. There was simply no way he could lose to such an amateur. An hour later, Lei Bao was nearly driven mad. He had scoured only a fraction of the map, and even the areas he'd already searched couldn't be ruled out. What if the boy had submerged his mech in a swamp? This fool is deviously cunning. What underhanded trick might he not resort to? At this rate, the duel might drag on for half a day. You 4 fan out and search separately. I refuse to believe this beast can vanish into thin air. Lei Bao roared in fury. The moment you locate him, contact me immediately, but under no circumstances gang up on him. Leave him to me. I won't have anyone whispering behind my back. For mechs previously idling in the northeast quadrant instantly dispersed in a wide arc into the vast, untamed jungle. In their eyes, there was nothing to fear. The man was timid, inept, unmistakably a novice. Recalling how brutally he had humiliated them all, each crew member seethed with suppressed rage, vowing to teach the brat a humiliating lesson before handing him over to their leader. Unbeknownst to them, the 5 mechs had drifted far apart, now scattered across disparate corners of the map. Deep within the jungle, Hiruaji sat motionless, watching his radar screen, where 5 faint blips shimmered steadily. The chassis he piloted was named Martin, a vintage model designed 80 years prior when neural electronic control systems were still in their infancy, thus much of its operation remained manual. Such antiquated machinery existed only in virtual simulations. In reality, models this old either languished in museums or had long since been melted down and recast. Hiruaji remained perfectly still. 2 hours passed. The enemy had crisscrossed the terrain multiple times, twice coming within 50 meters of him, a mere half-second's movement for a mech. Hiruaji could easily have launched a devastating ambush. Yet he did not stir, not even once. Eventually, he closed his eyes entirely. Battle statistics: after 2.5 hours, 0 casualties on either side. Our red force energy consumption at 21, battlefield control at 100, black force energy consumption at 0. For a battlefield control at 0. At 2 hours, 46 minutes and 7 seconds, Hiruaji's eyes snapped open. His radar revealed 2 blips flashing violently beside him, less than 10 meters away. His hands vanished in a blur. Then the cockpit erupted with thunderous clamor as control panel buttons leapt and receded as though gripped by invisible demonic claws. Martin exploded upward from a pile of desiccated leaves, lunging forward with lethal precision. The cowardly earthling has gone into hiding, Dak grumbled to Charlie. This despicable wretch must know he stands no chance against us, so he stalls for time this. He froze mid-sentence. A frantic pulsing blip had appeared on his radar, its velocity alarmingly high. Alarms shrieked, crimson light flooded the cockpit. Then Dak witnessed something horrifying. Charlie's mech, directly opposite him, was pierced through the chest by a thick armored arm that crushed the entire cockpit like brittle glass. Charlie exited the battlefield. Damn it! Dak swung his close combat blade wildly. He recognized the opponent's chassis round and barrel-like, unmistakably an archaic, obsolete model. He could scarcely believe such a relic had shattered Charlie's mech so effortlessly. Yet he quickly realized this so-called novice wielded mech combat mastery beyond measure. Under Hiruaji's command, the clumsy Martin moved with the lethal grace of a Stadioff-Tart dueling chassis. Before Dak could even register the motion, his right arm had been torn clean off. Joint destruction technique, a brutal martial art originally designed for human anatomy, had through Hiruaji's relentless transcendent discipline been successfully adapted to mechanized warfare. The right scapular joint of Dak's werewolf disintegrated into raw components in an instant. Seizing Dak's stunned hesitation, a merciless blade drove straight through the thoracic plating and impaled the cockpit from the side. Dak exited the battle. At 2 hours 47 minutes and 5 seconds into the match, Red Force lost 2 mechs, battlefield control dropped to 45, Black Force energy consumption stood at 11, battlefield control rose to 55. The tide of battle began to clarify. The remaining 3 mechs accelerated toward the site of the incident. Though still uncertain of what had transpired, they were certain of one thing: the enemy had revealed himself. Once exposed, victory was assured. Huan Nan arrived first, only to see a werewolf lying shattered on the ground, its chest fully breached. Beside it sprawled the equally mangled Martin. Another werewolf loomed overhead, raising its close combat blade high, as if preparing to deliver the final blow to Martin. Damn it, Charlie's been taken out. Huan Nan muttered, astonished at the foe's prowess. Even as an ambush, Charlie wasn't weak. This was deeply humiliating. Hey Dak. Seeing Martin grounded, Huan Nan relaxed. The boss said the finishing strike must be his. We can't rush things. Huan Nan maneuvered his mech forward. He knew well Dak's volatile temper. Yet what followed defied all expectation. Dak raised his blade high and struck downward. Huan Nan rushed to intervene, only to realize Dak's target was not the fallen Martin, but himself. Huan Nan lost consciousness in an instant and withdrew from the match, crestfallen. Outside the arena, Dak and Charlie stood glowering, their expressions grim and disgruntled. Dak, you're dead. Huan Nan gasped in disbelief. Of course I am, Dak bellowed. That accursed cheat stole my mech. Utterly vile, utterly shameless. Indeed, Charlie added. We of the Lei Yun gang thought ourselves masters of underhanded tactics. Yet this boy outmaneuvers us 100-fold. Ah, if only I'd verified your identity before approaching. Huan Nan sighed bitterly. Still, he had learned one vital lesson. The 3 watched the arena with mounting tension, desperate to leap inside and warn their comrades, don't fall for it. The enemy is terrifying. Next, Wu fell prey to the same ruse. This time, Hiruaji first hid inside Martin, reconcealing it among the trees, then slipped into a werewolf. But this time he deliberately used a beam cannon to obliterate half the werewolf's frame, rendering it appear to any lay observer completely immobile. Only a master mechanic like Hiruaji understood how to inflict wounds that looked catastrophic, yet left core functionality intact. Wu assumed all 3 werewolves were destroyed. After all, both engine and cockpit were visibly exposed. His full attention fixated deep into the jungle. As he passed his own comrade, Hiruaji struck without warning, leaving Wu too standing dazed and hollow-eyed outside the arena. Forget it. His victory was hardly honorable, Charlie consoled. The fireman shook his head. He most certainly did not win by dishonorable means. Listen up, among you who can restart and fully activate a severely damaged mecha from complete shutdown to full operational status within half a second. So this guy isn't even human. Awe had replaced contempt in the fireman's eyes. Perhaps he truly can take down the boss. Perhaps the boss had better tread carefully. Lei Bao surged into the fray. Hiruaji had vanished, but he had left Martin's engine running, racing southward at breakneck speed. Ha ha ha. Lei Bao smiled faintly as he watched the radar blip dart swiftly southward, pretending to flee south, while secretly hiding inside one of those werewolf mechas waiting to ambush me. My brothers must already be dead. Clever lad, you've got some tricks up your sleeve, but I won't fall for them. Even an antiquated mecha like Martin possessed autonomous flight mode, though typically limited to basic linear motion, utterly incapable of deceiving a veteran like Lei Bao. Gazing upon several shattered werewolves before him, Lei Bao raised his arm without hesitation and fired several precision beam shots, each piercing straight through their cockpits. A chilling premonition gripped him. His radar flared with intense energy fluctuations. Alarms shrieked. He's triggered the self-destruct sequences on all the werewolves. Lei Bao recoiled in shock and scrambled backward. All 4 werewolves detonated right before him. The concussive blast sent Lei Bao tumbling head over heels. Even shielded within his cockpit, he reeled, dazed, his chest heaving violently. Did I misjudge him? Did he truly escape in Martin after all? For werewolves had just self-destructed. No one could possibly have survived inside. Still reeling from the explosion, Lei Bao failed to notice a tiny gray shadow slipping silently through the jungle canopy, moving with meticulous care along branches and vines. From the arena floor, 4 spectators cried out in unison, "He's lost his mind." Hiroaji clenched a multifunction combat knife between his teeth, swung effortlessly from a branch, and landed lightly atop a werewolf's armored back. Lei Bao, wholly fixated on chasing Martin, missed this insignificant detail entirely. The werewolf lifted off, its engines roaring at maximum output as it sped southward in hot pursuit. Has he been blown off yet? Dak muttered below. A werewolf's velocity exceeded 600 miles per hour. No ordinary human could cling to its hull for more than 30 seconds. But Hiroaji was no ordinary human. How could a werewolf's speed compare to the monstrous, unnatural swiftness of Bone Dragon Jellet? Relying solely on raw upper body strength, Hiroaji crawled forward along the mecha's frame. Only someone with his mastery of mechanical systems could force open a werewolf's cockpit from the outside using nothing but a single dagger. The moment the cockpit hatch sprang open, the battle's outcome was sealed. Caught utterly off guard, Lei Bao was pinned immobile into his seat by crushing atmospheric pressure. Powerless to resist, as Hiroaji severed his trachea. Match concluded. From first contact to the final werewolf's destruction, exactly 7 minutes elapsed. Hiroaji hadn't fired a single shot. Lei Bao burst from the simulation pod and snarled, "You're despicable." Hiroaji yawned indifferently. How laughable these people were. Skeleton soldiers of the umbral abyss never complained about enemies' tactics. Was warfare not above all the ruthless pursuit of victory by any means necessary? Hiroaji regarded Lei Bao calmly. Beads of cold sweat glistened on Lei Bao's brow. Gritting his teeth, he stammered, "Very well. Please train us to obtain Class C licenses. We beg you." From that day onward, the Lei Yun Quintet endured unspeakable torment under Hiroaji's command. Hiroaji replicated every brutal training method once inflicted upon him by skeleton soldiers. Within the first 2 days, the quintet was howling for their mothers. Hiroaji believed that while contemporary mecha training across the cosmos had matured into an effective system, it harbored one grave flaw. Namely, the pilot's combat resolve remained dangerously weak. Sitting comfortably in a cockpit destroying enemies with mere keystrokes or neural commands felt easier than playing a video game. Such sanitized warfare ensured many mecha knights would never grasp true killing intent nor cultivate the fierce, unyielding spirit of elite warriors. Though Hiroaji could offer little refinement in mecha piloting technique to Lei Bao and his team, he transformed them utterly during this period, turning the Lei Yun Quintet from street corner rabble into seasoned, battle-hardened warriors. Yet for Hokdak's elite training center, this development was decidedly unwelcome. Young novices learning basic mecha theory were terrified by Hiroaji's merciless regimen, not to mention the quintet's daily appearances battered and bloodied like specters freshly clawed from hell itself. On the first day, numerous children wailed and fled home in tears. By the second, furious parents arrived to lodge formal complaints, only to freeze in stunned disbelief upon witnessing the Lei Yun Quintet engaged in bare-knuckle brawling behind the school. The 5 were locked in savage chaos, punching, kicking, clawing, biting, employing every vile, underhanded technique imaginable. After all, anyone who slacked off would soon feel the excruciating agony of Black Wing's sinew-disrupting grasp, a sensation seared permanently into memory. This is barbaric, primitive, bloody, violent. What kind of mecha academy is this? It's a Roman gladiatorial arena. Horrified parents immediately withdrew their children. By the 3rd day, not a single student remained. Hokdak was deeply unsettled. Once renowned across the cosmos as a fearsome figure himself, he'd never imagined this unassuming man could wield such ruthless, bone-chilling severity. Was his heart truly carved from stone? In the eyes of Lei Bao and his companions, the past month felt like enduring torment in hell. By the time the day of the trial arrived, they were nearly beside themselves with joy. Lei Bao and his brothers huddled together, hardly able to believe they had actually made it through. "Whoa, boss, we have finally escaped from that demon's clutches." "Yes, boss, I can hardly believe I am still alive. Long live, long life." "Ha ha, if that perverse guy couldn't kill us, what do we have to fear?" Hokdak had already registered all 6 of them. The Lei Yun group chose the Clevel license assessment, while Hiroaji opted for the lowered level trial. However, no one dared to underestimate him anymore. Lei Bao and his companions believed that even a holder of a level license would be ruthlessly killed by He if put in front of him. No, even a level license holder would face the same fate. The seven rented a dilapidated minibus and headed towards the large mecha arena in the city. Looking at the scenery along the way, Hiruaji curiously asked, "Hudak, why do people in the virtual world still put so much effort into walking and building such a magnificent city? Indeed, in the electronic world, it takes just a second to connect two people separated by hundreds of thousands of light years." Hudak smiled and replied, "The past network world was indeed set up that way, but later people found it to be far too boring. Some citizens of the Federation live their entire lives on monotonous resource planets, never having seen what blue skies or white clouds looked like, nor ever knowing about cars, skyscrapers, or Coca-Cola. Only in the network world could they experience a relatively rich life." "Yes," Lei Bao added, "on our planet it's just mines everywhere. When you look up, all you see are countless stars. You Earthlings will never understand how terrifying that kind of life is." Hudak said, "Yes, 200 years ago when the cosmic network was first established, it did use systems similar to network games, but the lack of realism left people greatly dissatisfied. After all, not everyone wishes to live in a game. People go online to seek a semblance of real life. Thus, the current network technology has only one purpose: 100% realism. In this world, you must eat, walk, maintain good social interactions, and cannot harm others at will. In fact, apart from situations where one is killed or harmed, one can use special potions to instantly recover. This place is entirely a real world governed by all the rules of the real world." "I see." Hiruaji turned to look at the bright spring scenery outside the window. They soon arrived at the Greenfield City Esports Center. The Esports Center today was packed with people, and the cars had to stop 2 kilometers away, with even the sky enforcing traffic control, prohibiting mechas from flying around. There are a total of 8 major central-level cities in the Zeus server, each equipped with mecha license examination departments. However, since Greenfield City is a hub of numerous educational institutions, the examination venue here is particularly large and of a higher level. Outside the competitive center were confident knights, most of whom wore spatial wristbands, evidently seasoned warriors. It is known that even in the virtual world, a mecha is still quite valuable, so there are rarely labor-class individuals like the Lei Yun group who come to conduct level license assessments. There were also some elegantly dressed individuals in black robes, and everyone regarded them with great respect. These people were the examiners responsible for overseeing the tests, the most powerful individuals in Greenfield City. In the real world, they were mostly heads of major companies possessing professional-level mecha piloting skills. "Make sure to appear spirited in a little while," Hudak whispered. "Today is a big day. Many headhunters from companies will be present. As long as any major company takes notice of you, you won't have to mine anymore." He never would have hoped for such a thing, but after a month of intense training under the Lei Yun group had completely transformed, likely to astonish everyone. "Good." Lei Bao and the others stood in a row in the middle of the street, their eyes fixed on the passers-by. With a beast-like gaze, they all opened their clothes to reveal their strong muscles adorned with tattoos of ferocious beasts. An imposing aura immediately enveloped the area. So frightening. Under the intense stares of these 5 pedestrians hurried their steps, thinking these were thugs preparing for a street brawl. "Look at these people," Hiruaji said. "They are mecha pilots while you are warriors. This is the greatest difference between you. Isn't that Hudak?" A domineering voice came from behind, and everyone turned to see a middle-aged man dressed in an expensive handmade suit, flanked by a dozen equally arrogant students stepping down from a luxury bus. These individuals exuded an air of self-importance with every move, as if they were the only protagonists of the day. Each wore a shiny badge on their chest that read Elite Mecha Center. The middle-aged man's hair was white at the temples, and his narrow eyes were filled with lewdness. He disdainfully glanced at Lei Bao and the others, and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth, complaining, "Heavens, the air here is so foul. Why can't the examinees be separated, allowing my elite academy students to take the exam first? Why must my students, these future ace pilots, compete alongside street thugs? This is utterly unfair." At this moment, it seemed the white-haired man finally noticed Hudak sneering. "Hudak, I heard your academy was recently reported for abuse. Good heavens, I can't imagine you would teach mecha piloting in such a barbaric manner. You must know that mecha piloting is an art, the highest art that encompasses all human wisdom and aesthetics. How could you? Evidently, my decision to expel you back then was indeed correct. He is Nero, the head of the Noble Academy's Universal Mecha Center, where I once assisted for a while." Hudak said in a measured tone. "The Elite Center claims to only recruit noble offspring and heirs of the upper class, but once I accidentally discovered that sometimes the school also admits impoverished girls to serve as entertainment for those noble elites, and Mr. Nero, I left that place, and before I departed I bid farewell to Narot, shared a drink with him, and then I castrated him. This incident resulted in my being barred from entering the network for 6 months. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Narot's lower body. Narot was furious. Wadak, is this the good student you trained this year? Look at these hoodlums covered in tattoos, chewing gum at the entrance of the competitive center. Do you really think they can achieve anything good? I tell you, they won't even be able to obtain an A-level license. We are here to take the Clevel license. Lei Bao raised his chin and said disdainfully, "Ha ha, Clevel license. You really scare me, kid. What are you filthy little insects thinking?" A Clevel license signifies a battle-hardened mecha knight, a competent tactical organizer. Look at these fine young men behind me. They are the true rulers of this world, while you can only be a group of pitiful slaves beneath them. Don't waste so much time talking to them. A well-groomed young man approached with a smile. Teacher, let's hurry inside. I heard that Miss Yunus, who ranks 9th in the mecha competitive rankings on the Zeus server, will also be present. We don't need to waste time on these nameless drudges. Lei Bao shot him a sideways glance. Who are you? Humph. The young man did not answer. In his view, such a person was not even worthy of speaking with him, let alone making eye contact, which he deemed an insult. As the young man tried to pass by Lei Bao's pupils suddenly constricted. A wild and bloody aura seemed to act like a wall, forcefully blocking the young man's steps. Looking at Lei Bao's gloomy expression, the young man felt a wave of panic. He sensed that if he took another step forward, this guy might commit murder on the street. Damn it, if I get killed, it would take at least 2 hours to recover my data. That would be terrible. What is your name? Lei Bao asked for the second time. I am Bai Fei. My father is the big boss of Qixi Star Mining Company. What do you want from me? Lei Bao snickered disdainfully and stepped back. He realized that He Yi's words were indeed correct. No matter how skilled these guys were in mecha piloting, they were nothing but soft targets. Remember this. Bai Fei gritted his teeth and shouted, but he didn't dare to confront Lei Bao and instead retreated back to his companions. These country bumpkins are truly uncultured, reminding me of the lowly workers at my father's mine. Yes, just like those lazy bums in my father's factory. It seemed that by speaking they could regain some face, and soon these individuals were once again strutting proudly as they walked past Hiruaji and the others. If I encounter these guys in the competition, I will definitely take them down. Lei Bao's eyes were filled with rage. Huadak watched Narot's retreating figure and muttered, given that guy's personality, the chances of you two meeting in the competition should be quite high. In the distance, Narot had already gotten cozy with an examiner dressed in black robes. Examiner Smith, I cannot comprehend why a school that gathers such vile students like Tianyu Academy is still allowed to exist. Haven't you heard about the incidents that occurred there over the past 2 months? At this rate, the reputation of Green Wilderness City will be ruined by them. Examiner Smith shook his head and replied, Mr. Narot, you know that the Federation is very liberal now. As long as those students do not file a lawsuit against the Academy, any bizarre teaching methods they employ are permitted. But is there really no way to make this Academy disappear completely? Let's put it this way, Mr. Narot. According to the Federation's regulations on mecha education, if an academy does not have at least 5 students obtain a grade or higher mecha license in a single academic year, it will be ordered to close down. As far as I know, only 6 students from the Elite Center have signed up this year, so as long as they don't pass the assessment, the Elite Center is finished. Ha ha ha, that's wonderful. Narot laughed sinisterly. But what if they encounter a stroke of luck and face very weak opponents? No, all paths must be blocked. Examiner Smith, could you place my group of students in the same group as them? Let these little punks go home and eat shit. Examiner Smith laughed. Of course, no problem, especially since Danyu Mecha Academy's partnership with us is so. Ha 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 ha. Hiruaji was dumbfounded. Why can't I enter the test? Originally, Huadak had already applied for his testing qualifications, but just as Hiruaji entered the first step, he was eliminated, unable to even enter the simulation cockpit. The surrounding candidates looked at him with curiosity. The grade qualification assessment is relatively simple, so over half of the challengers are children. Candidate He Yi mental power value insufficient at 60 does not meet the basic requirements for mecha pilots. Assessment application rejected. The computer stated the reason with mechanical precision. The other candidates laughed, knowing that even children aged 11 or 12 generally exceed 90 in mental power. How could this person's value be so low that he could pass the test? Hiruaji shrugged and walked out of the competition center in despair. Only with a grade license could he contend with the mecha experts online and enhance his battle experience. What should I do now? Hiruaji sat on the steps outside the competition center, watching the throngs of people below. Lei Bao and the others had already gone to take the grade qualification exam under Huadak's leadership, so they were unaware of the difficulties Hiruaji faced. At that moment, an unexpected incident occurred. A sharp rebuke sounded from above, and the pedestrians below gasped in surprise. Hiruaji looked up and saw a white figure plummeting from the fourth floor of the competition center. By the time Hiruaji noticed, they were already near the second floor. Without a second thought, Hiruaji dashed over like a whirlwind. Little did he know that just as he was about to reach out to catch the falling figure, he suddenly sensed an exceptionally powerful aura of danger emanating from them. The aura compelled Hiruaji to the brink of a heart-stopping moment. Before his brain could react, his hands naturally reached out to grab, ferociously attacking the other party. This strike was fierce and unrelenting, as if the other person were the killer of his father. The other party was startled by Hiruaji's fierce actions, but quickly reacted and countered his attack in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. Hiruaji caught a faint fragrance coming from the other party, yet his attacks did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, they grew more ferocious, targeting the vital areas of his opponent. Now he was certain that the other party was not merely falling by accident, but had intentionally jumped down. Was the target him? Though the mysterious woman possessed formidable martial skills, Hiruaji took the initiative, first launching a ceaseless barrage of attacks that forced her to focus solely on defense, leaving her with no opportunity to counterattack. The more the mysterious woman fought, the colder her heart grew. This guy's martial skills were straightforward, and his limbs seemed stiff, as if glued together with adhesive, yet his strength was frighteningly great, which was terrifying. In a moment of distraction, her shoulder was already gripped by Hiruaji, pulling her into his embrace. All this happened within mere seconds. To onlookers, it merely appeared as if a falling person was caught by a young man below. How impressive! The mysterious woman let out a muffled groan, clearly in excruciating pain in her shoulder. She endured the pain and asked, "Who are you?" Her voice was crisp and resolute, indicating she was no ordinary woman. Hiruaji was taken aback and shook his head, saying, "I don't know you. Why did you jump down from above?" The woman replied in astonishment, "I saw someone in the crowd stealing a wallet and wanted to warn, but it was too late, so I jumped down to catch that despicable thief." "Are you an accomplice of the thief?" Hiruaji turned around and indeed spotted a sneaky figure fleeing in a panic behind the crowd. Hiruaji was dumbfounded and quickly released the girl, saying, "I thought you fell from above and wanted to save you, but I didn't expect." The girl's amused laughter interrupted his awkward explanation. Being a master of super martial arts, she naturally understood that a top-tier expert's body would automatically develop defensive measures under threat. As the crowd began to close in, the girl buried her face in Hiruaji's embrace and urged softly, "Quickly, let's go, don't let anyone see me." Oh, Hiruaji was at a loss for what to do. After finally evading the curious onlookers, he took the girl into a cafe, looking utterly disheveled. "My name is Yunus. Are you here to take the assessment?" The girl smiled brightly at Hiruaji and spoke candidly. At that moment, Hiruaji finally took a proper look at Yuna's face. She was completely different from Mu Xiaoping. Yuna had a head of charming light golden short hair, a few faint freckles on her face, and was dressed in a finely tailored women's suit exuding an air of elegance. Perhaps due to the earlier incident, she still seemed a bit shy, with a hint of pink adorning her cheeks. Hiruaji said, "I am here to take the grade mecha license assessment." Grade A. Yunus was extremely surprised. She had thought such a formidable super martial arts expert would at least be a grade mecha knight. "And yet I have been stripped of my examination qualifications," Hiruaji said somewhat helplessly. "Why is that?" Yunus was utterly taken aback. Hiruaji recounted the entire matter in detail. "So you're from Earth, that explains a lot." Yunus nodded repeatedly, showing no sign of discrimination against Hiruaji. In the eyes of those practicing super martial arts, Earth holds a remarkably different status. Though Earth lacks overly advanced technology, it is the birthplace of ancient martial arts, and many mysterious martial arts sects still thrive. The peculiar martial art used by this young man must be a form of ancient martial arts from Earthright. However, his mental strength is so low, it's truly a regrettable matter. No wonder he can't even obtain a level license. "But even if you have the opportunity to take the assessment, it's impossible for you to pass," Yunus said. Hiruaji shrugged. "I have my own methods." Really, Hiruaji confidently replied. Yunus smiled. "I don't know if I should believe you, but perhaps you have a chance to give it a try." Yunus led Hiruaji through the back door of the competition center into a small room. She seemed to be quite an impressive figure, and everyone they passed showed her great respect. Two examiners in black robes hurriedly approached Yunus, bowing and saying, "Miss Yunus, we finally found you. You should know that just now." Yunus leaned in and whispered something to one of the head examiners, who then scrutinized Hiruaji and shook his head. "Please follow me, sir." "This?" "Go ahead," Yunus said with a smile, "if what you said is truly impressive." Inside an independent simulation pod, Yunus watched the large screen with great interest. Her intuition told her that this mysterious young man named Blackwing was not lying, or perhaps he indeed possessed formidable mecha piloting skills. Although his mental strength is low, Earth is a mysterious place, isn't it? Yunus was very much looking forward to it. Inside the simulation pod, Hiruaji brought up the menu to select a mecha. According to the rules, the trial participant can choose one mecha from 15 different options that is most suitable for them completing the tasks indicated by the computer. This includes land and space flight, overcoming various obstacles, and finally a duel against a computer-controlled mecha. Cold sweat trickled down Hiruaji's forehead. He suddenly realized that all 15 mechas available for selection were far too advanced. Advanced to the point of being entirely controlled by electronic neurons, with only 3 or 4 buttons on the control panel. Can I choose a slightly older mecha? Hiruaji asked. Request denied. Please finalize your chosen mecha within 10 seconds. Beyond that, the system will randomly select one. Damn it. For most people, the assessment for a level license is very simple because the mechas available for selection are equipped with comprehensive electronic combat systems. But for Hiruaji, this became a cursed obstacle. With a flash of white light, Hiruaji found himself in the cockpit of an advanced mecha. Aside from the electronic neuron system above his head, there were only 5 buttons on the control panel. The competition began. Yunus could hardly believe her eyes, as she had never witnessed such a clumsy performance. Not even a third grader who had just been learning mecha control for 2 months would perform this poorly in front of their parents. Among the 15 selectable mechas, the highly operable nine-eyed demon could originally execute various marvelous maneuvers with ease, but in Hiruaji's hands it resembled a pile of hastily cobbled together scrap metal, unable to take even half a step before collapsing. Is this the so-called mecha genius mastering the mysterious ancient martial arts from Earth? Miss Yunus. One examiner looked at Yunus with a very peculiar expression. Yunus bit her lip, tightly crossing her arms. Could she have misjudged him? Was he really just a fool? So annoying. On the big screen, Hiruaji was crawling over obstacles looking like a dead dog. I'm sorry, Miss Yunus. It seems we have some work to handle up front. The 2 examiners exchanged awkward glances before slipping out of the room. Yunus stamped her foot angrily, realizing she had indeed encountered a fraud today. With a loud bang, Hiruaji exited the examination in disgrace. He had failed. As he emerged from the simulation pod, he saw Yunus looking furious. You lied. I hate men who lie. I didn't lie, Hiruaji explained, but the mechas available here are too advanced. I can't pilot such advanced mechas. What does that mean? Hiruaji shrugged. I mean, I prefer to pilot those mechas developed 70 years ago. Only those mechas can unleash my true potential. Lies, lies. Everyone knows how inferior the mechas from 70 years ago are and how challenging it is to control semi-manual mechas. Even Yunus herself wouldn't be confident in piloting such mechas. It was utterly ridiculous. But the man simply looked at her calmly. There seemed to be a profound and serene power within this man, named Blackwing, inspiring an involuntary trust. Yunus couldn't help but nod. If you truly aren't lying, would you dare to compete with me, eh? Of course. In the virtual arena, the 2 chose a very ordinary cosmic battle map. Above and below, left and right, the vast starry sky offered no terrain for tactical maneuvers. Victory depended solely on the pilot's personal abilities. Hiruaji chose a red shark mecha, a model designed and finalized 70 years ago, equipped with a low-power electromagnetic cannon and 2 alloy combat spikes on its arms, propelled by 2 clumsy alarm engines. The red shark had once shone brightly in early cosmic battles, but by today's standards it was evidently outdated. Its control panel was filled with over 200 buttons, appearing utterly ridiculous from a modern perspective. This is one of the oldest mecha models available on the Zeus server. Aside from veterans in their 70s and 80s, hardly anyone would want to attempt piloting such an old and complex contraption. Yunus thought for a moment and chose a mecha called the Judicator. In contrast to the heavy and sturdy appearance of the red shark, the Judicator appeared much smaller and more delicate. However, the 7-meter-tall mecha design looked very thin and seemed to lack protective measures. In terms of weaponry, it featured 2 high-output beam swords. A mere light touch against the red shark's hull would likely sever it in 2. The most special aspect of the Judicator is its unique Heaven Shield defense system. A total of 18 metallic electromagnetic shields are arranged neatly behind the mecha. Once the Heaven Shield system activates, the 18 shields will encircle the body to form an impenetrable defense net. From a design perspective, this is a mecha focused on defense with no particularly outstanding offensive capabilities. After all, the opponent's mecha is so outdated, wouldn't a battle with a high-attack mecha end immediately? Yunus connected her brain to the electronic neuron system, her vision instantly merging with the mecha's monitors, and her limbs felt as if they were integrated into the mecha. This sensation was quite strange, as if the pilot herself had transformed into a gigantic robot. Yunus activated the heaven shield and her surroundings instantly shimmered with a purple electromagnetic glow. The 18-round shield spun rapidly around her, dazzling like shooting stars. Yunus did not expect her opponent to defeat her, merely demonstrating a certain level of attack power was already beyond her expectations. If that were the case, Yunus might even consider introducing the opponent to a job. After all, a young man with such strong martial skills was truly a rarity. Hiruaji maneuvered the red shark, slowly flying over. The two Hiram engines behind the red shark seemed too fragile to bear such a bulky body. If the dazzling judicator was a princess from a noble family, then the red shark was undoubtedly a laborer working hard at the docks. The gap between the two was as vast as heaven and earth, and they were simply not in the same league. Yunus could have pierced the cockpit with a single sword strike, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Moreover, she wanted to see how this guy would launch an attack. The red shark slowly circled around the judicator. Hiruaji's eyes were exceptionally calm, maintaining a blink rate of once every 5 seconds while his pupils rotated steadily, resembling a precise machine. The defense line formed by 18 electromagnetic shields appeared impenetrable, yet Hiruaji knew that there had never been an absolutely unbreakable defense in this world. Even the strongest line must have its weakest point. All he had to do was find that specific weakness at the right moment, and then launch his attack. Hiruaji suddenly activated. The engines of the red shark erupted with a dazzling brilliance. The whole machine screamed, as if it could not withstand the intense tearing force, with all parts on the verge of falling apart. In fact, Hiruaji had indeed pushed the limits of every component. If he accelerated even slightly more, each part would be torn apart. The judicator's warning system immediately blared an alarm. Before Yunus, the red data stream fell like a torrential rain, and the opponent's danger level suddenly surged from the lowest E level, which posed no threat, to the A level of extreme danger. If she did not react immediately, the system predicted that her machine would be shot down within 3 seconds. Oh my! Yunus gasped. A 70-year-old antique machine was going to destroy the most advanced defensive mech of modern times. This was impossible. Yunus immediately boosted the energy output of the heavenly shield system to its maximum. The 18 electromagnetic shields emitted high-intensity electromagnetic waves, forming terrifying blue arcs. However, before Yunus could even rejoice, the opponent had already breached the heavenly shield. This was impossible. Yunus was on the verge of screaming. At that moment, the red shark, agile and swift like a sea overlord, penetrated the gap in the heavenly shield from the most unexpected angle. Although it was merely a fleeting moment of 1/10 of a second, the enemy, seizing that opportunity, resulted in the most severe consequences. The heavenly shield system quickly responded, launching an electromagnetic attack at the red shark. At that moment, however, Hiruaji did something unexpected. He actually discarded all the armor of the red shark. A large amount of metal armor immediately scattered around, disrupting the normal operation of the heavenly shield system, making it impossible for the system to determine which was the real enemy. Of course, by doing so, most of the mechanical structure of the red shark was exposed to the enemy. Even the lowest tier electromagnetic cannon could shoot it down. However, Yunus did not think so. Her expression was very grave. The opponent clearly understood that even with full armor, an antique like the red shark could not withstand a single strike from the judicator. It was better to go without armor, as it would not only allow him to penetrate the heavenly shield system, but without the heavy armor, the Hiram engines could exert their maximum efficacy. All of this was completed within half a second. Yunus found it hard to imagine how the opponent could accomplish all of this merely with hand movements. So terrifying. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the red shark charged in fiercely. Although it had shed its armor, the heavy red shark was still much heavier than the judicator. Normally, this would be a significant disadvantage, but when the collision occurred, the heavier machine clearly had the upper hand. Yunus only smiled coldly. She admitted that she had underestimated her opponent, but if such a degree of attack could defeat her, then her years of hard training would truly be in vain. Such a self had no right to survive in the competitive mech world. Yunus gritted her teeth, enduring the intense shock, while the beam sword extended from her back. Countersword. A highly concealed move, the beam sword was thrust out from beneath her ribs, directly targeting the opponent's cockpit. Yunus had brought out her ultimate skills, as she no longer dared to see this enemy as a trivial character, but rather as the most formidable foe. The beam weapon, burning with intense energy, undoubtedly severed the energy conduits at the opponent's waist, penetrating the cockpit. Yunus let out a long breath. This was finally over. At the same time, she felt a bit embarrassed. The opponent was merely a country boy from Earth, and he piloted such an antique mech. Piloting the most advanced machine and attacking so mercilessly felt a bit unfair. Yunus wondered why the system had not yet declared her the winner. Had she not already pierced the opponent's cockpit? She did not notice that during her recent attack, the red shark had executed a very slight evasive maneuver. In fact, Hiruaji could have completely avoided her attack, for in the violent collision, even Yunus could not maintain her balance. As long as Hiruaji was willing to sacrifice one of the engines, he could forcibly move and dodge the attack. However, he chose not to do so. The capabilities of the Red Shark mech were evident after 2 attacks. Its fatigue level was already very high, and its energy reserves were running low. If he continued to evade forcefully, the subsequent battle would be impossible. Hiruaji wanted to win, so he faced the beam sword, Hiden only slightly rotating his body. The beam sword narrowly grazed past the cockpit, damaging much of the mobility of the left side. But Hiruaji gained a precious opportunity, causing the opponent to appear completely unguarded before him. A cold smile crept onto Hiruaji's lips. The Red Shark suddenly activated, firmly embracing the Judicator. Yunus was taken aback, controlling the Judicator in an attempt to break free, but the Red Shark somehow had completely locked all its joints, rendering all of the Judicator's struggles futile. Originally, Hiruaji's plan was to use joint destruction techniques to completely obliterate the opponent's mechanical joints. However, he now realized that the Judicator's protective armor was incredibly sturdy, far beyond what his battered Red Shark could handle. Hiruaji maneuvered his only movable right hand, striking fiercely against the Judicator's chest armor. Yunus gritted her teeth, paying no mind to the violent impact, but instead accumulating energy. As long as there was enough energy, she could command the electromagnetic shield to thoroughly crush this troublesome opponent. Finally, energy was sufficient. Of course, under the repeated assaults of the Red Shark, the Judicator's chest armor had become very fragile, but it was far from the point of shattering. Yunus let out a secret sigh for the opponent's tenacious fighting spirit. This was finally about to end. Yunus began to command the electromagnetic shield. The explosion occurred at that moment. Hiruaji activated the self-destruct system of the Red Shark. The powerful explosion not only completely shattered the Red Shark, but also sent the Judicator flying far away. The fragile chest armor of the Judicator could no longer withstand such high-intensity explosions and shattered into pieces. Hiruaji and Yunus almost simultaneously exited the system. It turned out to be a mutually destructive situation. Yunus sat dazedly in the simulated cockpit, not regaining her senses for a long time, until she caught sight of the mysterious boy walking outside and hurriedly called out to him. "Where are you going?" Hiruaji said, "My friend is still taking the exam." To be honest, he had a strong fondness for this girl skilled in martial arts. If she had a deeper understanding of the structure of the antique mech and knew the correct location of the Red Shark cockpit, the outcome would surely have been different. However, he could tell that she was definitely a person of significant background, someone from an entirely different world. Seeing her gaze fixed on him, Hiruaji casually bid her farewell and walked out of the room without looking back. "Wait, you." Hiruaji turned around and smiled at her. Yunus was momentarily at a loss for words, shyly unsure of what to say. Since she became aware she had always been immersed in the world of mechs, and the men she encountered were either deferential to her or harsh coaches or opponents. She had never met anyone as strange as Hiruaji. Without a class license, you won't be able to enter various mech clubs for competitions, right? Yunus thought this young man must really enjoy mech combat. Hiruaji shrugged. Cultivating isn't limited to just one method. If you don't mind, take this card. You can visit this club when you have time if they won't refuse you. Thank you, I will definitely come. Hiruaji said sincerely, actually hoping to compete with skilled individuals from all over the universe, especially someone like Miss Yunus. He would not miss any opportunity to improve himself. Long after Hiruaji left, Yunus still gazed dazedly at his disappearing figure. The 2 examiners had entered the room at some point, and upon seeing the battle results in front of the simulation pod, they exclaimed, "Miss Yunus is so impressive." Yes. To pilot a Red Shark mech produced 70 years ago, I've only heard of such mechs and have never even touched one. That brat is too shameless, actually using a Judicator mecha turtle mech. It's downright bullying. How could a mech from 70 years ago possibly break through the Judicator's heavenly shield system? Shameless. Really impossible to break. That's someone else. Look, Miss Yunus did not resort to self-destruction. She forced them into a mutual destruction. That guy probably never imagined how he died, Truly worthy of being the 9th-ranked super expert in the Zeus world, the #1 female hero in the mech realm, too powerful, too admirable. Yes, especially since Miss Yunus is so beautiful. Yunus ignored these 2 little pests and left the room with a cold expression. A mix of frustration and nervousness arose within her as she didn't even want to enter the competition center anymore and simply exited the Zeus world. Yunus rose from the health pod filled with blue nutrient solution. This device used to connect to the virtual network is less harmful to the body compared to a VR helmet, making it suitable for prolonged network operations. In the bathroom mirror appeared a perfect, flawless figure. Yuna's gazed dreamily at her own body, her wrist still tinged with the pain of being tightly gripped by Hiroji, a sensation that felt quite peculiar. After finishing her shower, Yuna's walked out of the room while drying her hair. Her residence was a quaint little villa with the sound of a mountain stream gurgling nearby, surrounded by the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds. In the spacious garden, a strong middle-aged man in black was diligently practicing his punches. His speed was very slow, but each punch carried immense strength, causing the weeds within a 5-meter radius to be flattened by the force of the air. Even Yuna's 10 meters away could feel this power. Dad, the Federal Army's martial arts chief instructor, Fist God, Hawk smiled. Little girl, you've only spent 4 hours in the Zeus world today. Usually Yuna's born with Hawk's martial arts talent spends at least 10 hours a day in the Zeus world tirelessly practicing mech combat techniques. Today is quite unusual. Dad, I want to investigate someone I met in the Zeus world. Oh, is that person skilled in martial arts? Hawks knew his daughter had yet to awaken to certain aspects, only showing interest in powerful adversaries. I can't say that entirely. Yuna's blushed as she spoke. Maybe he is an idiot, but maybe. In short, I want to know this person's information. All right, little girl. Discovering talent for the Federation is also part of my job. Tell me his name, and then let me know what happened today. Hawk said with a smile. He noticed that his daughter was very different today, as she seemed as if spring had arrived. Hiroji had no idea that his unintentional actions would stir the heart of a girl on the other side of the universe. He was paying close attention to the competition center, monitoring the battle status of each team on the large screen. The entire competition center was bustling with people. Apart from the mech knights taking the professional tests, many others were there to observe. In many corners, underground gambling was also quite popular. Although there were legal mech competition gambling events in the Zeus world, many people were reluctant to bet due to potential shady dealings. Conversely, qualifying competitions, because of their official backing, ensured fairness, coupled with numerous candidates, made cheating nearly impossible. So despite repeated prohibitions from the Federation, many still viewed the qualifying exams as an opportunity to get rich. Hiroji. Hodak squeezed his way through the crowd. You passed the test, right? In his eyes, it was a piece of cake for Hiroji to pass the test. Hiroji shook his head. No, because there were no suitable mechs for me. What? Hodak was stunned, but during last year's test, there were 2 mechs that should have been suitable for manual control. Did they update the competition database this year? Damn. Hiroji smiled, then focused intently on the matches. You should know, teacher, that obtaining a license is not a problem for me. How are the Thunder Leopards doing? Their match is about to start. This year's competition is incredibly fierce, with only 1 team out of every 120 being able to obtain a class license. Due to the elimination system, each team must compete in at least 7 matches without failing a single one to gain final recognition. Let's go take a look, Hiroji said with a smile. The two did not notice a pair of sinister eyes watching them from a distance. The principal of the elite Mecha Academy narrowed, seemed to hide behind the crowd like a lecherous old rat, grinning as he flattered an elderly man. The elderly man, dressed in luxurious silver attire, appeared extraordinarily imposing. Mr. Chrysler, you should know that our elite Mecha Academy is a very prestigious educational institution in the Zeus world. All we cultivate are elites absolutely suited to serve you. Of course, the elderly Chrysler replied, politely nodding slightly, yet his eyes continuously searched the crowd, suddenly freezing when he saw Hodak. Mr. Nero, do you know that gentleman over there? Hodak. Nero was somewhat flustered. That's a complete fraud, a rogue, a disgrace to the mech education field. Mr. Nerith. Elder Chrysler said calmly, let me get to know this Mr. Hodak. You know, my company has recruited many knowledgeable and skilled elites in the past few years, so now I am eager to try some new style, some fresh blood that can bring certain changes to my enterprise. Well, I hope his rudeness won't offend you. Nerith walked over reluctantly, strutting towards Hodak, and said, Hey kid, you're in luck this time, Mr. Chrysler wants to meet you. Do you know Mr. Chrysler? Oh, of course, that's a big shot you'll never get a chance to meet at your level. But now he is still willing to have a talk with you. Please do give us some face here in Greenfield City. Don't act like a country bumpkin who is at a loss, all right? Hodak also spotted the elder in the crowd, who nodded slightly at him. Hodak frowned and whispered to Hiroji, let's go. Although Hiroji didn't know what was going on, he nodded. He had no idea how famous Mr. Chrysler was. However, 4 bodyguards in black suits had quietly blocked the way, and the elder slowly approached. Mr. Hodak. Elder Chrysler extended his hand. Hodak snorted and ignored him. Are you crazy, Hodak? Nerith whispered. This is a big shot you'll never encounter in your lifetime. I apologize on behalf of his rudeness and ignorance, Mr. Chrysler. The elder smiled kindly and glanced up and down at Hiroji a few times, saying leisurely, Mr. Nerith told me that Mr. Hodak has established a mecha academy in Greenfield City, so this gentleman is your disciple. He's a kid preparing to obtain a D-level mecha license, Nerith added. Hey, did you pass the test? Hiroaji shook his head. I failed. Ridiculous, a guy who can't even get a D-level license. Mr. Chrysler, I really don't think you need to waste time on them. The elder ignored the incessant chatter from Nerith and took a couple of steps in Hiroaji's direction. To others it seemed like he just shifted his position lightly, but in Hiroaji's eyes this small but agile elder transformed into a descending tiger with every step, making all his pores expand in response. Hiroaji gritted his teeth and stepped forward against this pressure. Elder Chrysler's eyes sparkled with interest as he shook his head and said, Young man, I don't understand why you couldn't pass the D-level mecha license assessment. Have computers really become that foolish? Hiroaji smiled wryly. Because my mental strength is too low to pilot advanced mechas. The elder exclaimed in disappointment, clearly seeing that the young man had considerable skills, but with low mental strength, he would lose all combat capability in cosmic warfare. At that moment, a loud commotion erupted inside and outside the competition center. Shortly after, the big screen displayed a fierce battle. It was the Thunder Leopard and the other four. Their first battle had captured the attention of everyone present. They still chose the Wolf War mecha, but this time they opted for lightweight high-speed assault types. Compared to a month ago, their techniques hadn't improved much, but everyone's spirit was entirely different. As soon as the match began, the five charged at their opponents like starving wolves that hadn't eaten for 3 days. In fact, their opponents weren't too weak, but at this moment, everyone was still busy starting their mechas, warming up the components, and strategizing. Unexpectedly, as soon as they activated their radar, they found the enemy charging fiercely from their left flank. Almost all firepower immediately concentrated on the left flank. At that moment, Thunder Leopard leaped out from the right flank and charged into the enemy formation, marking the official start of close combat. The savage and almost frenzied attacks of the Wolf War completely stunned the enemy, who were overwhelmed before they could even put up a fight. Oh my god, these guys are disgraceful to the honor of Mecha Knights. Nerith said with a hint of jealousy, Hodak, did you teach these brutes such crude tactics? Hearing this, Elder Chrysler's eyes lit up. Mr. Hodak, these children's combat style is very unique. How should I put it? Their skills aren't particularly advanced, but they possess a rare aura, a bloodthirsty aura. It seems you have conducted very special training with them, haven't you? Hodak opened his mouth, but said nothing. All the training was personally handled by Hiroaji, and it was only at this moment that Hodak realized just how outstanding a warrior Hiroaji had trained these children to become. Hodak couldn't help but glance at Hiroaji, thinking to himself that he was barely in his 20s. Even if he had been practicing mecha tactics since birth, how many years could that be? What an incredible young man. The Thundercloud team continued to create miracles with their ferocious strategies, cunning plans, and unexpected attack methods, leaving the enemy defenseless. Especially in relatively complex forest maps or asteroid belt maps, they often managed to create various traps based on the actual situation, defeating enemies that were far stronger than themselves. Gradually, the match of the Thundercloud 5-man team became the sole focus of the day. Those unfortunate candidates grouped with them exclaimed their misfortune as they perceived these individuals as seasoned warriors rather than mere amateur mecha operators. Many headhunters from large enterprises had already begun gathering information on Thunder Leopard and the others. The final match was about to start. The opposing team consisted of elite academy members like Canberfi. Nerith had quietly slipped out at some point to find his student. Canberfi, you need to show these kids a lesson, understand? Don't embarrass me, you are a legitimate elite. But teacher. Canberfi, though arrogant, felt a bit anxious after watching some battle footage of Thunder Leopard and the others. Don't be afraid, I've already spoken with Chief Examiner Smith. Just unleash your full strength without worry, Nerith said with a sinister smile, his face full of a fierce expression. The final match of the day begins. The 20 teams participating in today's competition have all entered the final round. The ones who can win in the final round will obtain the precious Clevel Mecha license. The atmosphere in the competition center has reached its peak. At this time, many reporters had found today's biggest dark horse, the Academy of Thunder Leopard and others, the Elite Mecha Center. The big screen kept showing images of Hodak and the information about the Elite Mecha Center. Everyone was shocked. This is an academy with only one coach, and over the past few years it has hardly recruited any decent students. With such teaching resources, they managed to reach the final round. You must know that mecha piloting is a profoundly intricate skill. While various virtual mechas can be summoned in the virtual network, truly capable teachers are few and far between. Could it be that this unimpressive Hodak is a concealed expert? However, even so, most people still looked favorably upon the practitioners from the Elite Mecha Center. The Elite Mecha Center is an established training camp that has trained many excellent Mecha Knights, And among today's interstellar corporations and the Federation Army, many elite graduates hold high positions. This match immediately became the most concentrated event for funds in the underground casino, attracting over 1 billion star coins. The individuals in the virtual simulation pod, including Lei Bao, were unaware of this fact. Under Hiruozi's training, as soon as they heard the battle horn, they charged out like rabid dogs on steroids. This was the hilly terrain that Lei Bao and his companions favored the most. The ground was covered with swamps, making it difficult for the mechs to find solid ground to stand and walk, forcing them to fly at low altitudes. Only in this type of terrain could the most sophisticated tactical techniques be employed. The 5 battle wolves were all hidden in the swamp, moving forward at a very slow pace. The 5 mechs from the elite academy were also reluctant to make rash moves. They methodically set up magnetic mines and observation devices in certain key areas and slowly began their search. As expected from elite students, their tactical movements were very standardized and their cooperation was seamless. After about half an hour, neither side had made contact for the first time, causing the audience below to grow somewhat impatient. Lei Bao seemed to be a bit anxious. When the opponent passed a thicket not far from their ambush, Lei Bao waved his hand go. The 5 battle wolves suddenly sprang out. Cambifi sneered disdainfully. A country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin, as a small ploy had fooled them. How could elites from the Mech Academy stroll so brazenly without detection and protection? In fact, they had already set up magnetic mines in a swamp during their previous tactical maneuvers. As the battle wolves passed over the swamp, demon-like magnetic mines suddenly sprang up, firmly attaching themselves to the legs of 2 battle wolves. Boom. When Cambifi and his team arrived, they witnessed a tragic scene. Lei Bao and his companions were desperately trying to save their comrades with onboard extinguishers. Cambifi grinned maliciously. "You country bumpkins, let's see how arrogant you can be this time." The 5 mechs activated all their weapon systems and revved their engines, charging at the battle wolves. Not long after they entered the minefield, Cambifi heard a shriek from his communication system: "Magnetic mines. Stop talking nonsense. How could the mines we set up attack us? No, it was those bastards who set them." At that moment, Cambifi realized the danger. It seemed the opponent's first action after being hit was to redeploy a new set of magnetic mines in the minefield. Indeed, Cambifi's team fell for it. 2 mechs were forced out of the battlefield. At that moment, however, Lei Bao and his team did something very strange. They abandoned 2 comrades and fled in panic. Before Cambifi could react, both battle wolves self-destructed. Damn it! Cambifi never expected the opponent to be so fierce. Although the explosion did not inflict substantial damage on their remaining 3 mechs, it had a significant psychological impact. Moreover, the thick fog and high-temperature electromagnetic waves disturbed their radar systems, preventing them from identifying where the enemy was. Lei Bao charged out. He leaped out from the black smoke like a graceful black panther, the claws on his arms glinting ominously. Seeing one of his companions being taken down by the enemy, Cambifi shivered, realizing just how formidable these bastards were. If this continued, he could very well face defeat. No, such a thing absolutely could not be allowed to happen. Cambifi grinned sinisterly. "You forced my hand, kid." Cambifi's mech suddenly accelerated, crashing fiercely into Lei Bao. He had already discerned that Lei Bao was the true core of the enemy. The 2 sides immediately became entangled. Lei Bao suddenly felt very strange. The opponent's skills were undoubtedly outstanding, but they probably weren't strong enough to this extent. Why did he feel so constrained in this battle? The opponent's mech seemed sturdier, stronger, and faster, entirely on a different level than Lei Bao's battle wolf. After 5 minutes of intense combat, Lei Bao finally could not hold on and was struck hard, shattering the cockpit. Without their leader, the rest were quickly eliminated by Cambifi. The match ended. All in all, this was the most exciting match of the day. Both in terms of tactical layout and the performance of the knights, it reached a very high level. Many people felt regret for Lei Bao and his team. Given their skill level, they could easily obtain a class mech license in any other group, but that is the charm of mech battles. Luck often plays a crucial role in determining the outcome. Several large companies had already taken note of these young individuals, hoping to recruit them. Hodak felt slightly disappointed, but Lei Bao's impressive performance exceeded his expectations, leading him to admire Hiruozi's training methods even more. Hiruozi, however, frowned, tightly watching the last thrilling 5 minutes on the large screen repeatedly. While watching, he also checked the time, seemingly calculating something silently. "This match doesn't seem right," Hiruozi suddenly said to the gathered reporters. The reporters had originally clustered around Hodak, eagerly anticipating the rise of a dark horse. Lei Bao's final defeat left them very dissatisfied, as they lost a great opportunity for sensationalism. Hiruozi's words immediately piqued their interest. "What do you mean, sir?" Many quick-witted reporters turned their microphones towards Hiruozi. The elite academy's combatants used the Gale V mech, which utilizes 3 swordfish space-type engines. Although its maximum speed in space can exceed 2,500 miles per hour in a humid atmospheric environment, its top speed is only 950 miles per hour. Although Hiroaji could not pilot advanced mechs, he had conducted in-depth research on various popular mechs in the market for the purpose of understanding the enemy. To ensure fairness, the mechs used for the assessment were all very popular and had balanced data across various aspects, which of course posed no difficulty for Hiroaji. Pausing briefly, Hiroaji continued, however, based on my calculations, just now the contestant Cambiafi's Gale mech reached instantaneous speeds exceeding 1,000 miles per hour, at least twice each, lasting at least 2 seconds. His words were immediately transmitted to the large screen, causing an uproar among the audience. Hiroaji continued, the maximum punching force of the Lufeng V mecha is approximately 15 tons. Based on the armor strength of the Zhanlong mecha's cockpit, it would require at least 11 punches from the Lufeng V mecha to completely destroy the cockpit. During the previous battle, contestant Can Beifei's Lufeng landed a total of 12 hits on the chest armor of the Zhanlong. From this perspective, there should be no problem. However, one point is puzzling. If the Lufeng mecha's fist struck with near maximum force for 12 punches, the wrist structure should have long since failed under such strain, yet the wrist of the Lufeng mecha appears completely intact, showing no signs of damage. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? A chubby journalist exclaimed, his mouth agape. They fought so fast, how could you possibly see how many punches were thrown? If anyone has doubts, they can slow down the playback to see exactly how many punches the Lufeng threw. Hiroaji cast a casual glance towards the other side of the competition center. Can Beifei and the others, who had just been jubilant, now appeared quite flustered, as if something they were hiding had been revealed. The third point, Hiroaji said leisurely, in the mecha combat between contestant Can Beifei and contestant Lei Bao, I noticed that Can Beifei executed 2 astonishing spinning maneuvers which allowed him to evade Lei Bao's lethal attacks and launch a counteroffensive. Yet from the perspective of mechanical structure, the strength of the Lufeng mecha should not have been sufficient to support such movements. It would be akin to asking an osteoporotic elder to perform gymnastics with the only outcome being broken bones. Look, it was during this maneuver. According to my analysis, if the Lufeng V mecha truly performed such evasive actions in real conditions, it would either result in the engine tearing or the waist joint mechanism breaking, with no possibility of continuing to fight. It seems, after he said this, everyone began to realize something was off. In fact, many in attendance were mecha experts, but the speed of the recent battle had been so rapid that they were left dazed, hardly able to notice how many punches the Lufeng threw or what evasive actions were taken. It wasn't until the playback speed was reduced 16 times that many began to see that the movements of the Lufeng V mecha seemed indeed a bit peculiar. Although it was merely a trivial 1 or 2 movements in the life and death stakes of mecha combat, they could determine everything. Could it be that someone cheated? Therefore, Hiroaji slowly concluded, since the advancement examination prides itself on being 100% realistic and claims that all virtual mecha data is absolutely consistent with real mechas, the occurrence of such an error leads me to believe that someone has modified the mecha database, artificially enhancing the performance of Can Beifei's Lufeng V, allowing him to achieve victory. In an instant, the scene erupted into chaos. Especially those who had bet on Lei Bao and others who lost everything all jumped up with red eyes. Can Beifei and Nai Luo were so enraged that their faces turned pale, trembling as they pointed at Hiroaji and said, "This is slander. This is blatant slander. Our elite mecha academy has always had a good reputation. This is absolutely slander." Examiner Smith also became anxious. He was no stranger to such data adjustments. However, they were usually just minor tweaks that no one would notice. How could there be such a freak that could be seen with the naked eye as wrong? Get this person out of here quickly. Examiner Smith gritted his teeth and issued the order. The security personnel on site immediately rushed over, brandishing their batons. "What do you want?" Finally speaking up was the elderly Chrysler, who had been standing by. His bodyguard stepped forward as well, and in comparison, the training of these black-clad bodyguards became evident. Those security personnel were no match. From the perspective of a business owner, I hope to recruit truly capable talents. Mecha licenses have always been a highly credible standard, and I believe the Mecha Guild should provide us with an explanation and thoroughly investigate this matter. MMR. Chrysler. Examiner Smith was dumbfounded. Mr. Chrysler's enterprise was a powerful force with significant influence throughout the universe. This was it. Everything was over. He saw some officials from the Mecha Guild who were higher ranking than him approaching with grim faces, some of whom were instructing the security personnel, who listened while occasionally glancing at him. "Why aren't you taking action?" Nai Luo, still not understanding what was happening, shouted arrogantly from the side, "Quickly arrest those country bumpkins who slander our elite mecha academy. These bastards, hurry." "Stop shouting, Nai Luo." Examiner Smith said dejectedly, "I'm finished, and your elite mecha academy is also done for. On the other side, the elderly Chrysler once again scrutinized Hiruaji. The young face, slightly immature, displayed no signs of nervousness, though not very strong in physique. His limbs were always in a defensive posture. What intrigued the elderly Chrysler even more was the faint aura of danger emanating from him. Hodak, it seems you have found a good student this time, the elderly Chrysler said meaningfully. Hodak smiled wryly. Now, I don't even know if I'm qualified to be his teacher. Young man, if you're interested, we can have a good talk. Although you may not be able to pilot a mecha, my enterprise has many promising positions waiting for you. The elderly Chrysler had never personally invited an unknown young person like this. It was evident how highly he regarded Hiruaji. Hiruaji nodded and said, "Thank you for your invitation. I would be delighted, but it's best if I leave now." As more and more people gathered around, all staring at Hiruaji with unusual expressions, even the previously dark horse Lei Bao did not attract as much attention as Hiruaji. Hiruaji disliked the feeling of being in the spotlight. He preferred the darkness. Anyway, after the truth was revealed, Lei Bao would also achieve his wish. Hiruaji prepared to log off. With the help of the elderly Chrysler's bodyguards, Hiruaji finally managed to escape the competition center and found an exit point logging out of the Zeus world. After going offline, Hiruaji routinely did some simple farming tasks with the elders on Waldenstar. In Hiruaji's view, the most crucial quality to become a mech knight is physical fitness. Only those with strong bodies can adapt to combat in the complex environments of the universe. Thus, Hiruaji absolutely disagreed with the notion of spending all 24 hours a day in Zeus world learning to operate mechs. Not long after returning from the Purple Berry Orchard, Mu Xiaoping pouted and ran over, saying, "Xiaoji, hurry and help me check, the network connection seems to be down." "How can that be? It's true. No matter what I do, I can't fix it. It's so frustrating." In recent days, Mu Xiaoping had been promoting the purple berries and fruit wine from Waldenstar in Zeus world, and it was said that many people were already interested. If she couldn't contact the outside world at this critical moment, it would be extremely problematic. Hiruaji was not a computer expert. With his meager knowledge of electronics, he stared at it for a long time without figuring out where the problem lay. At that moment, other villagers also came to report that their computers couldn't connect to the network. Could it be a problem with the communication base station? The communication base station is a transmission tower that connects a planet to the outside world. On super large main planets, there are usually their own network servers, as well as massive communication base stations that resemble castles. In cosmic warfare, communication base stations are also the most iconic structures of a planet, with defenses comparable to military bases. The fall of a communication base station generally signifies that a planet has fallen into enemy hands. On border small planets like Waldenstar, the scale of communication base stations is certainly not very large, but they are surrounded by concrete walls, and typically there shouldn't be any issues. Feeling puzzled, Hiruaji piloted his black wing to the communication base station not far from the village. He was stunned. Half of the entire concrete structure had collapsed, and the once towering transmission tower had melted into a heap of soft steel bars, twisted and sprawled on the ground. Inside, the computers and other precision equipment had been thrown into disarray by beasts, rendering them irreparable. Damn, it must be those giant mantises. From the cracks in the wall, Hiruaji could see the traces of the giant mantises. However, on the other side, there seemed to be some wet substances on the ground. Hiruaji knew that the exoskeleton of giant mantises was very dry and typically did not produce secretions. Moreover, with just the strength of the giant mantises, it shouldn't be enough to destroy the steel structure walls of the communication base station. Hiruaji carefully climbed out of the mech and slowly approached the ground. The metal crocodile Abu awkwardly crawled beside him. During outdoor adventures, Abu was an excellent helper. It could transform into liquid metal in half a second, then create any tool Hiruaji desired. Hiruaji knelt down in front of the puddle that resembled melted steel, his expression grave as he observed the secretion on the ground. It looked like some extremely large insect could produce such a large amount of bodily fluid. Hiruaji lightly touched it with his fingertip, and a piercing pain shot through, accompanied by wisps of smoke. This secretion actually contained strong corrosive properties. What on earth could destroy the outer wall of the base station and melt the steel concrete transmission tower? While he was deep in thought, Abu suddenly grabbed Hiruaji's leg, quickly hissing loudly. Hiruaji sensed something was off and quickly rolled to the side. With a loud boom, the spot where he had just crouched was immediately engulfed in a fierce flame, and the steel and concrete instantly melted into molten iron. That was close. If Hiruaji hadn't dodged in time, wouldn't he have been turned to ashes? Even so, he still felt an unbearable heat. Turning around, he saw 4 or 5 giant mantises glaring down at him, while in the middle, like a king, was an oversized black insect. This insect was covered in a solid exoskeleton, and was several times larger than the giant mantises, approximately 5 to 6 meters long, its round belly supported by more than a dozen pairs of slender limbs moving clumsily. On its enormous head were a pair of bright red eyes, and two antennae twitched nervously. It seemed to sense that Hiroaji was still alive, and suddenly opened its large mouth, spitting out a fireball. Damn it! It seems this creature is the root cause. Just at that critical moment, Abu lunged forward. It acted like a shield, helping Hiroaji block the fire ant's attack. Amidst the roaring flames, Abu melted into a glistening liquid, enveloping Hiroaji entirely. His entire head was encased in metal, sculpted into a glimmering silver skull from the hollow eye sockets and nostrils. Wisps of green, ghostly fire continued to spew out. His body was protected by layers of sharp armor, forming a uniquely shaped metallic exoskeleton, which could only be crafted by someone who understood human skeletal structure. Now Hiroaji was like a tiny mech, perfectly protected. This is Abu's ultimate form. A mechanical undead warrior composed of countless metallic grievances, capable of liquefying its body at any time, and then forming various shapes of solid metal according to Hiroaji's will. This is also Hiroaji's final trump card. Hiroaji let out a sharp whistle, exerting power in his legs, and began to run around the giant fire ant. The clumsy fire ant focused on following Hiroaji's footsteps, continuously shooting deadly flames. But Hiroaji was well prepared, always narrowly escaping the edges of the fireballs. Instead, those giant mantises protecting the fire ant were mercilessly consumed by the fireballs, shrieking as they turned to charcoal. As the last giant mantis fell under the fire ant's attack, Hiroaji suddenly gathered his strength and climbed up the creature's limbs. The fire ant thrashed violently, but how could it evade Hiroaji's attack? However, its exoskeleton was incredibly tough. No matter how Hiroaji stabbed, he couldn't leave a scratch. It seemed that unless he directly attacked the creature's eyes, it would be impossible to harm this moving fortress-like monster. Hiroaji thought for a moment and charged towards the fire ant's head. With a swift sound, the two antennae atop the fire ant's head fell to the ground. Hiroaji deduced that since these giant insects closely resembled those on Earth, their organs might possess similar functions. On Earth, ants primarily rely on their antennae to navigate and communicate. The antennae serve as their eyes and mouths. It's likely that this creature is no different. Indeed, after losing its antennae, the fire ant began to whirl around restlessly, emitting a shrill scream as fireballs erupted chaotically from its mouth, turning the surroundings into a hell of red lotuses. Hiroaji clung tightly to the creature's back, and after some time it seemed that the fire ant's fuel had been exhausted as the frequency of its fireball emissions began to slow. Hiroaji leaped onto the ground and found a giant mantis that was still somewhat intact, breaking off its two large blade-like claws. Aiming at the fire ant's massive compound eyes, Hiroaji exerted all his strength and hurled the giant mantis foreclaw. The two foreclaws flew like precision missiles, piercing through the fire ant's brain. The fire ant in pain rolled around on the ground, appearing to be incredibly resilient. However, not long after, flames erupted violently from its mouth and compound eyes, and its belly burst into flames. It seemed that without the brain's command, the fire-spewing organs within it could no longer be controlled. Hiroaji, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. Fortunately, there was only one fire ant. If 2 or 3 of these creatures had shown up, Walden Village would likely have been overrun. It should be noted that the reason Walden Village could defend against the giant mantis was mainly due to the high-voltage electric fence surrounding the village. As long as the fire ant spat out a few fireballs, even the most formidable electric fence would melt away on the spot. The consequences would truly be unimaginable. Hiroaji's worries deepened. The fire ant couldn't possibly be alone, and it was unlikely that it would attack the communication base without reason at this time. I must return to the village immediately. Just as Hiroaji boarded the Blackwing, he heard cries for help coming through the communication channel. It seemed there were also voices shouting loudly. Fire, fire! Hiroaji's heart sank. The very thing he feared the most had happened. The originally tranquil and peaceful Walden Village had turned into a sea of flames. 3 enormous fire ants burned through the high-voltage electric fence surrounding the village with their intense flames. Nearly 100 giant mantises, brandishing their sharp foreclaws, surged in like a tidal wave. A significant portion of the giant mantises that touched the broken electric fence were instantly reduced to charred remains. However, more monsters trampled over their fallen comrades, rushing into the village. Fortunately, a few months ago, Hiroaji had repaired several agricultural mechas. Though these massive steel machines lacked weapon systems, their sheer power was enough to fend off the giant mantises for a while. In addition, all the large machines in the village were activated. Tractors and bulldozers roared as they charged towards the giant mantises. No matter how ferocious the giant mantises were, they were still flesh and blood, and they were soon battered and bloodied by these steel monsters. Meanwhile, other villagers armed with various firearms joined in the fight from behind. Unfortunately, most of their firearms were outdated gunpowder weapons lacking advanced laser guns or electromagnetic cannons. Bullets merely pierced the giant mantis's armor, often requiring hundreds of shots to take down one creature. The villagers with their courage managed to eliminate the monsters that charged into the electric fence one by one, while the engineering mechas took the opportunity to repair the fence undeterred by the fierce attacks of the enemies. Hiruaji was filled with fervor as the Black Wing's engine erupted with a dazzling spark, charging into the battlefield like a black dragon. Hiruaji pushed his speed to the limit. Even though his bones had been tempered through secret arts, he felt waves of pain at this moment. The Black Wing seemed to possess life itself, dancing a perfect death dance on the battlefield. It's Xiaoji. The villagers were greatly invigorated as they recognized the brilliance of Walden from Hiruaji's imposing movements. No, he was even more formidable than during Walden's glory. With Hiruaji's powerful combat strength joining the fray, the giant mantis's onslaught was immediately weakened significantly. Most of them either fell to the Black Wing's combat blades or were torn apart by other villagers' mechas or ground into paste by the tractors. However, at that moment, 3 fire ants slowly crawled in from the back and blasted a column of fire from their mouths. Hiruaji hurriedly dodged a fire pillar, narrowly missing him, but it incinerated several oblivious giant mantises on the ground. However, the other 2 fire pillars became the villagers' worst nightmare. One agricultural mecha couldn't dodge in time and was engulfed in flames, with the driver unable to escape and burned alive. Another tractor turned into a fireball, its driver engulfed in thick black smoke, struggling to crawl out of the cabin. Old man. Grandma Buma ran up in despair, knowing that it was her dear old husband, village chief Fa Ken, who had been operating that tractor in battle. Grandma couldn't care less about the fierce beasts ahead. She rushed over with a fire extinguisher. Be careful. However, she didn't see that a cunning fire ant had already noticed this unarmed old lady. Just as the fire ant was about to spew another blast of high-temperature flames, Hiruaji had no time to think. He controlled the mecha and charged forward, putting all his strength behind a powerful punch aimed at the creature's vile head. This fire ant had gathered all the burning liquid in its abdomen to its esophagus. Normally, it shouldn't open its mouth now, as the burning liquid would react violently upon contact with oxygen. However, under the force of the Black Wing's heavy punch, its entire head was shattered and it could no longer control its mouth. It immediately let out a wail. This cry triggered a chain reaction as it inhaled a large amount of air, causing the burning liquid in its esophagus to react unexpectedly. Boom. The entire fire ant exploded. Hiruaji, being the closest, inevitably got splattered all over the mecha. The surface of the mecha began to corrode, with terrifying large holes burned into it. The already strained joints, which had been pushed beyond their limits, immediately broke, rendering it immobile. The Black Wing slowly knelt down. The despicable giant mantises immediately climbed onto its imposing body, wreaking havoc on the mecha's surface. As for Hiruaji, he was knocked unconscious by the shockwave from the violent explosion. Without Hiruaji, the remaining agricultural mechas were no match for the savage monster army, and they were all swiftly knocked down and torn apart, with their drivers either dead or injured. As the entire defense line was on the verge of complete destruction, the lives of nearly 100 innocent people were about to be extinguished. Mu Xiaoping stood at the back of the crowd, her expression dazed as she watched. In her gaze seemed to brew an inexplicable emotion, her expression contemplative. Her long black hair floated without wind, and behind her round gold-rimmed glasses her black pupils slowly lightened, becoming almost transparent. A strand of red silk blossomed in her transparent pupils, resembling the splendid fireworks of the heavens. No, I can't let these monsters kill people, I can't. The young girl clutched her forehead, bending down in great pain, and as her body trembled, her long hair began to turn red from the tips. Mu Xiaoping's limbs twisted as if they were no longer her own, and from the center of her forehead a long narrow piece of red jade sprouted, crystal clear, like an eye that could pierce through everything. In Mu Xiaoping's eyes there was no longer a trace of rationality. Her face was filled with holy fury. Suddenly, a light more dazzling than the sun burst forth from the red jade on her forehead, enveloping Mu Xiaoping, completely burning brighter and brighter until it ultimately transformed into a tangible form. A red mecha engulfed in roaring flames.